This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Luo Luo, you must listen to them, understand? Don't cause trouble for Mr. Lu. Be good, and you be home soon. You must be obedient, don't throw a tantrum, learn from your brother. Lan Luo sat in a luxury car, wrapped in a coat, listening to her mother's nagging from the front seat. In one ear and out the other. Lan Luo didn't care what her mother was saying. She was already being sent away anyway. There was no need to pretend to be a loving mother. Her parents' maternal love was always reserved for only one person. We arrived. The driver's voice was muffled behind his mask, devoid of emotion. Lan Luo glanced at the driver. He was wearing a one-piece protective suit, with a metal mask covering his face, and perhaps another mask underneath. The attire was a bit strange, but not unusual. Ever since the polluted rains of centuries past, the world has been rife with viruses. Initially, everyone took precautions cautiously, but as people became more accustomed to the environment, fewer people took precautions. Moreover, over the centuries, people have mutated and developed various supernatural abilities. This is why Lan Luo is sitting here today. She possesses immortality, or more precisely, the ability to feel no pain. This is Lan Luo's innate ability. As a child, whether she fell or was injured, she never uttered a sound, quietly watching her blood flow. At that time, her parents only thought Lan Luo was introverted and quiet, and didn't like to cry out in pain. Later they learned that she truly felt no pain. As for how they knew, Lan Luo zipped her jacket up to her chin, not wanting to recall. The ground beneath her feet was smooth cement. A few steps ahead was a large iron gate, leading to a low-rise building. Lan Luo counted, it seemed to have only 2 floors. This was the experimental base? It was rather small, smaller than the teaching building. Did you hear me? Luo Luo? Luo Luo. Lan Luo turned around, and saw her parents' anxious faces. And Lan Sheng's dejected look. What's wrong? She asked softly. Lan's father quickly said, you have to be a good girl and do as Mr. Lu says. We pick you up, and take you home when it's over, understand? Lan Luo didn't answer, glancing at Lan Sheng. He was about to go to the highest military academy. The teaching buildings there must be incredibly grand, at least much larger than this deserted laboratory. Lan Sheng's gaze was fixed on the ground, refusing to look at her. Lan Luo pulled herself out of her thoughts, and nodded obediently. Actually, she had no choice. Lan Luo. A gentle voice rang out from not far away. Lan Luo looked up, her pale face filled with confusion. Mr. Lu? Lan's father was extremely excited, and quickly pushed Lan Luo forward. Yes, my daughter Lan Luo, from today onwards, is in Mr. Lu's care. Was this the Mr. Lu they were talking about? Lan Luo secretly glanced at him, then shrank her face into her collar, feigning timidity. Mr. Lu was tall, dressed in a well-fitting suit, his hair meticulously combed, and he held a handkerchief in his hand. A very classic style, like a medieval gentleman, a stark contrast to the fully armed driver beside him. Mr. Lu nodded to them, his expression gentle. But Lan Luo noticed that his steps faltered within the yellow safety line, refusing to move an inch beyond. The safety line was originally used to demarcate safe areas. When polluted rain came, hiding within the safety line would protect against the rainwater contamination. However, modern buildings are mostly corrosion resistant, and some people have supernatural abilities that make them immune to polluted rain, so these safety lines are practically abandoned. It seems this Mr. Lu is also a conservative. Lan Luo took a few steps forward without showing any emotion, her watery eyes displaying just the right amount of fear and unease. Hello, I'm Lan Luo. Lan Luo. Mr. Lu smiled. Good child, come over here. Lan Luo glanced back. After Mr. Lu spoke, her parents couldn't help but smile. Having received so much money from Mr. Lu, how could they not smile? Lan Luo's lips, hidden in her collar, curled into a mocking smile. She walked forward step by step, her delicate knuckles trembling. Mr. Lu took 2 steps back without changing his expression, raising a soft handkerchief to his nose. Are you scared? He asked, looking down at Lan Luo. Lan Luo clutched her collar. No. After all, she smiled shyly, I also want to know what my special ability is all about. Simply not feeling pain wasn't a good thing for her. Lan Luo followed Mr. Lu inside the security perimeter, heading towards the main gate. The driver jogged a few steps, and pulled open the heavy white doors. She looked at the empty interior of the building, and before she could ask a question, she heard intermittent sobs behind her. My Luo Luo, so independent at such a young age. Don't be afraid. Lan Luo's hesitation vanished completely. Head bowed, she quickly entered the dark laboratory. The massive door slowly closed, shutting out the cries of her parents. A second before the light disappeared, Lan Luo couldn't help but look back. Lan Sheng's gaze pierced through the crack in the door, his eyes, so similar to hers, filled with reluctance. Luo Luo, your brother is waiting for you. Lan Luo, let's go. Two voices rang out simultaneously. Lan Luo lowered her eyes, and obediently followed behind Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. Just call me Lu Guan. Lan Luo calmly surveyed her surroundings. Mr. Lu Guan, why is this place so empty? Shouldn't a research lab have many researchers and equipment? Why does this place seem like an empty shell, with only the dim light from the sensor-controlled LED strips on the walls providing any illumination? Lu Guan seemed very familiar with the place, strolling leisurely. Scared? Lan Luo nodded, her voice trembling. Scared. Lu Guan stopped, glanced back at her, and chuckled. Poor little thing, come on, grab my hand. Lan Luo looked at the large hand so close to hers, hesitated slightly, but still placed her left hand on it. She felt her hand being gently grasped. Lu Guan's hand was delicate, slightly cool, and didn't quite match his tall stature. We're here, he suddenly said. Lan Luo looked up and saw a door, even larger than the one they had just entered through, with various codes on it. So the laboratory had a hidden secret, the empty hall earlier was just a cover. Lu Guan released Lan Luo's hand, casually pressed a button on the door, and the thick door slid open, revealing the scene inside. Inside the door, another door? Lan Luo looked at the narrow white passageway inside with some surprise. At the end of the passageway was another identical door, and nothing else. Lu Guan didn't explain and walked into the passageway. Lan Luo carefully followed. The moment she stepped into the passageway, the giant door behind her slammed shut, turning the passageway into a sealed space. For safety, Lan Luo moved closer to Lu Guan. He seemed to have misunderstood, raising his hand to pat Lan Luo's shoulder lightly twice. Don't be afraid, it's just disinfection. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin mist rose from both sides of the passageway, gradually enveloping the entire passage. Lan Luo subconsciously held her breath, observing Lu Guan inhale naturally before slowly relaxing and beginning to breathe. No wonder Lu Guan didn't mind her this time, he was just disinfecting her directly. The mist dissipated quickly, and Lu Guan skillfully opened the second door. Lan Luo followed closely behind, finally seeing what the laboratory looked like. So big. Lan Luo murmured involuntarily, her round eyes wide. She had been mentally prepared, anticipating that the lab would be large, but she hadn't expected it to be this huge. How huge? Before her was a horizontal corridor, with several branching paths on the opposite side. Each path was at least 3 lanes wide, and at the end of each path, there seemed to be even more branches. Such a massive underground research base. What kind of financial resources could afford this? Lan Luo couldn't help but glance at Lu Guan, starting to wonder how much money her parents had received. She only knew that Lu Guan was generous, but she didn't know the specific amount he had given. Lu Guan noticed her gaze and asked while leading the way, "What's wrong? Scared again?" Lan Luo secretly observed the route. "No, I just want to know how much money you gave my parents." Lu Guan paused for a moment. "Not much. Your value can't be measured in money." "Really?" She thought they had clearly measured it well. A woman dressed similarly to the driver approached and made an incomprehensible gesture to Lu Guan. "Mr. Lu, I come to help her change." Lu Guan nodded to Lan Luo. "Go ahead, change into your uniform." Lan Luo had no objection. Wearing a school uniform at school and a regular uniform at the base was normal. The woman led Lan Luo to an empty room. "You don't have an identity yet, so you can't get a private bathroom. This is a temporary bathroom. There are new clothes. Take a shower and change. I wait for you at the door." She then crossed her legs and sat on the sofa. So she was here to slack off. Lan Luo looked at the closed door, shrugged, and went to the bathroom. It was called a uniform, but it looked more like a hospital gown, a white long-sleeved shirt, white trousers, and white slippers. Lan Luo looked at herself in the mirror. Her skin, even paler after the shower, almost blended into the oversized uniform. Only her hair, still black, hung half-dry on her shoulders. She pushed open the door expressionlessly, bumping into Lu Guan in the hallway. Lan Luo hadn't expected him to be waiting for her at the door. She blinked. "Sorry to keep you waiting." She paid for it. She really needed to personally oversee it to feel at ease. Lan Luo felt a surge of sarcasm, but her expression remained unchanged. Lu Guan glanced at her up and down. "It's all right, Come with me. He led her to a place resembling a lobby. The walls were covered with electronic screens, and several researchers in white coats hurried about. A tall woman wearing the same uniform as Lan Luo was sitting on a sofa eating bread. Lan Luo noticed several wires on her arm, connected to a computer. Hanako! Stop eating. Go back to your room. A researcher saw Lu Guan, his eyes widening instantly. He rushed over, ripped the thread off the woman's arm, and then jogged to Lu Guan. Mr. Lu. Lan Luo glanced around as usual, her eyes meeting the woman's. Another one. The woman licked the blood from her arm, a slight smile playing on her lips, and uttered a few words. Lan Luo listened to the researcher's incomprehensible report, squinting as she tried to decipher the woman's lip movements. Short-lived ghost, she said. Chapter 2. Short-lived? Lan Luo frowned, her gaze following the woman's retreating figure. Sorry, she might not be good at much else, but she's the longest-lived. A truly pathetic ability. Lan Luo smiled self-deprecatingly, and continued listening to Lu Guan and the others talk. Yes, it's ready, a separate room. It's far away, no one will disturb you. It seemed they were talking about her room. Lan Luo was quite particular about her room. When she was little, her family was poor, and she always slept with Lan Sheng. Later, she went to boarding school and lived with various roommates. In short, she had never had a separate room. We can start today. Lan Luo had been lost in thought for a while, and when she came back to her senses, she heard Lu Guan say this. Start what? She had a vague premonition, but she wasn't afraid. People who don't experience pain rarely feel afraid. Lu Guan left quickly, gently patting her head as he left. Lan Luo felt a little nauseous. She didn't like being touched. But she looked innocent and harmless, and her furrowed brows made her appear somewhat fragile, so the researcher clearly misunderstood and feigned concern, saying, Don't be afraid, you can't feel pain, right? Then you feel much better. How could he say something like that with a smile? Lan Luo smiled at him sheepishly, maintaining her persona perfectly. Until she became stronger, she would remain timid. Lying in a room almost the size of a basketball court, Lan Luo once again marveled at Lu Guan's wealth and power. That's good, even as a guinea pig, she was the best treated one. Her bed was large, its color scheme matching the entire base's style, a cool white. Lan Luo lay there listlessly, analyzing her situation. She knew that when she was sold into the lab, Lu Guan's men were already waiting at the Lan family home, so Lan Luo had no choice but to obediently come in and become a guinea pig. Based on her observations of the base during the day, there seemed to be few guards. Besides researchers, there were only experimental subjects like herself. Security relied on mechanical eyes in the corners and multiple combination locks and biolocks on the door. Escape? Perhaps possible, but not now. Right now, she lacked both strength and familiarity with the environment. Running away would be suicide. Besides, perhaps the lab was actually a temporary refuge for her. With her delicate and beautiful appearance, painless superpower, and weak self-healing ability, she dared not imagine what she would encounter if she stayed outside. Lan Luo had encountered similar situations before. At the boarding school, she was often cornered, slashed at her arm with a craft knife, and then exclaimed in astonishment, Damn! This girl doesn't feel pain. Is the wound too shallow? Try cutting deeper. Lan Luo closed her eyes, feeling extremely annoyed by their presence. Fortunately, they were gone. Before going to sleep, she subconsciously groped around her pillow, but found it empty. She forgot, she couldn't bring anything here, she couldn't take poison. The next day, Lan Luo was woken up by the female researcher from the previous day. She had taken off her heavy protective suit and was wearing a meticulously crafted white lab coat, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Get ready, I'm going to give you a full-body checkup. Lan Luo obediently followed the woman without asking any questions. The corridor was empty. Lu Guan seemed to have intentionally separated her from the others. She hadn't seen a single person along the way. The examination was conducted in a large room with metal walls, divided in two by a transparent glass partition. A man wearing a matching white lab coat was sitting in the outer room, twirling a pen. Upon seeing Lan Luo, the man raised an eyebrow. So young? Lan Luo was also discreetly observing the man. He looked very young, with a pale, almost ethereal complexion, and a repulsive smile played on his lips. Lan Luo noticed his hair was somewhat disheveled, and the buttons of his lab coat were undone, making him appear particularly nonchalant compared to the female researcher beside him. Like a nepotism hire just to make up the numbers. The female researcher pushed Lan Luo towards the glass partition. You don't need to worry about any of that. Just keep recording. The man threw down his pen, slumped back in his chair, and spun around, his tone incredibly irritating. Huh? Didn't my dear older brother tell you that I hate being ordered around? Lan Luo slowly pushed open the metal door and pricked up her ears to listen. The female researcher scoffed. Even if you're annoyed, you still sit here obediently, don't you? Yes, the man picked up his pen, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Even if you're annoyed, you still obediently serve as someone's dog. Wow, Lan Luo couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Not as good as you, the BAS **** son of the Liu family. The female researcher finished speaking and left, seemingly disdainful of arguing with him. The Liu family? So it really is a family with connections. Lan Luo glanced at him a couple of times, and whether it was just her imagination or not, she actually thought he looked somewhat similar to Lu Guan. The man sensed her gaze, and tapped the metal door with his pen. What are you looking at? Come in, the BAS **** needs to be examined. How could he talk to her like that? Lan Luo suppressed her discomfort, closed the metal door, and laid down on the narrow examination bed. Soon, strange shapes enveloped her, plunging Lan Luo into darkness. A buzzing mechanical sound began to fill her ears. She didn't know how much time had passed before light returned to her. Unaccustomed to the glaring light, she sat up and rubbed her eyes. Asleep? Then I skin you again. You can go back to sleep. A man's voice came from all directions. Lan Luo jumped in fright. Seeing that he seemed genuinely planning to restart the machine, she jumped out of bed, indicating she didn't need it. She saw the man shrug regretfully and released the button in his hand. Lan Luo pushed open the metal door and cleared her throat. Excuse me, how am I feeling? Not good. The man didn't even look at the computer, quickly scribbling something on a piece of paper. Lan Luo feigned fear. How could that be? What's wrong with my body? Is there something wrong with my superpower? The man glanced at her, his hands still moving, writing for a while before frowning and saying, You lost weight. What? Lan Luo was stunned. The man didn't look at her, continuing to write and draw, then shook his head. Not good. What's wrong? Lan Luo asked. You shortened. What nonsense is he spouting? Lan Luo wasn't particularly tall, but she was still over 1.6 meters, which was average. Besides, she was only 18, with room to grow. How could she be short? Wait, she'd been misled by this lunatic. The important thing was, what did being thin or short have to do with the test results? Never expect connections to get you to work diligently anywhere. Lan Luo pretended to flip her hair, taking the opportunity to roll her eyes, then feigned unease. Is it a big deal? Before she could finish speaking, the man threw down his pen, clutching a piece of paper, and strode towards her. Lan Luo took a half step back with her left foot, her muscles tense, her eyes darting towards the door, ready to flee at any moment. But the man shoved the paper into her arms, walking past her without even glancing at Lan Luo. Here, go back to your room and sleep. I need to catch up on my sleep too. Lan Luo watched the man's departing figure, her lips twitching uncontrollably. She unfolded the crumpled paper, expecting to find her body data, but instead found only a hastily drawn sketch. The drawing depicted a chubby, short rabbit, its shape altered, from slightly plump to exceptionally fat. So what he was talking about was a drawing. Nonsensical, crazy. Lan Luo examined it closely. The man had signed his name in the lower right corner, his handwriting illegible. She stared at the paper in the light for a long time before she could barely make out the character Zhu. Oh, it's not surnamed Liu. Lan Luo crumpled the paper and threw it in the trash can, then followed her memory back to her room to sleep. They weren't in a hurry, so what was there to rush about for a lamb to the slaughter? The man's negligence bought her a lot of peace and quiet until 3 days later, when someone came to find her again. The female researcher frowned. He said your physical condition wasn't up to par, so we took care of you for a few days. How are you feeling now? No wonder the food had been so good these past few days. Lan Luo shook her head. I don't know, I don't feel anything. The female researcher frowned even deeper. There's no other way, just go for it, Liu. The higher-ups are pushing hard. Lan Luo nodded understandingly. Yes, I understand. I have to report back too. The female researcher's brow relaxed slightly. You're quite cooperative, aren't you? After all, the higher-ups are very strict. Last time, one researcher seemed terrified when he saw Mr. Liu. Lan Luo followed behind the woman, looking completely naive. The woman scoffed. Just a wagging dog. It seems there's quite a turmoil in the lab. Everyone seems to dislike each other. Lan Luo continued. I thought the colleagues here had good relationships. Turns out it's like school. There are unpleasant people everywhere. The woman glanced at her. This is much more disgusting than school. At least at school, you don't dissect living people. The woman paused mid-sentence. Never mind, you don't need to know. Just do as instructed. Lan Luo processed her words in her mind. She said as instructed, not do as she says, meaning that even if she was arrogant, she had no real authority. That's fine then, no need to fawn over her. Lan Luo gave a perfunctory aha and obediently walked into an unfamiliar room. A large sign on the door read Operating Room 2. The frosted double doors were ajar, revealing a figure moving inside. A faint groan escaped from the crack in the door. Lan Luo licked her lips, trying to make out what was inside. A hand blocked her face. Don't look where you shouldn't. Lan Luo obediently lowered her eyes. The female researcher then lowered her hand, her tone icy. Turn left ahead, Operating Room 1. Just go in. Was she not going to lead the way? Lan Luo took a few steps, then suddenly turned back timidly. Can I ask your name? I'm a little scared. You're the only person I know here. The female researcher paused, adjusting her glasses. My surname is Yi. Lan Luo gave a soft and turned to leave. The female researcher called after her. I find someone to take care of you after you leave the operating room. Take care of her? Is it that serious? Lan Luo turned back, only to see the female researcher's retreating figure. She took back her words. She could try to curry favor with the person surnamed Yi. At least they could offer her some convenience. Lying on the operating table, Lan Luo wasn't particularly afraid. She never experienced pain before, and even watching herself being cut open wouldn't make her feel anything. However, her healing speed was extremely slow, practically a snail's pace compared to Lan Sheng's. Conversely, Lan Sheng's pain receptors were incredibly sensitive. Even a small wound would cause him excruciating pain. So Lan Luo often pretended to accidentally injure him. Thinking of this, Lan Luo couldn't help but chuckle twice, then closed her eyes contentedly. She was completely unaware of how terrifying her blissful smile, her body riddled with tubes and suffering from blood loss, was. Is it too late? It doesn't hurt. Don't stitch me up. Observe the healing process. In a hazy daze, Lan Luo felt herself being wheeled out of the operating room. Then someone took her. She strained to open her eyes, and saw a familiar woman. It was the woman who had called her a short-lived ghost. She looked like a beggar. She murmured, I'm not a short-lived ghost. Lan Luo thought she might have lost her mind from blood loss, actually saying something so childish. Hanako roughly pushed the wheelchair, almost throwing the semi-conscious Lan Luo to the ground. You think? Hanako shoved her into the room, that living a long life is a good thing? Lan Luo didn't answer, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. When she woke up, a large, pale face appeared before her. Lan Luo's mind was still foggy, but her body reacted quickly, raising her right hand, covered in incisions, the instant she opened her eyes. Slap! Several red marks immediately appeared on Ju's face. Wow! He exclaimed, covering his face in surprise. Just as Lan Luo thought he was about to get angry, the man's voice rang out again. Even in this state, you can still hit people? That's impressive. Chapter 3. Awesome, my foot! Lan Luo thought weakly to herself, increasingly convinced that this Zhu guy was probably not quite right in the head. She couldn't feel pain, but she could gauge her condition by the weakness in her limbs. Honestly, not good. That one slap she gave him was her limit now, let alone swinging her hand. Even moving a finger was difficult. She was completely paralyzed, like she was experiencing sleep paralysis. Lan Luo couldn't help but curse Lu Guan in her mind. Did this even consider her human? Even an animal wouldn't be so cruel. She took a good look at herself and felt that she looked no different from a dead fish that had been cut open. Hey! Are you alive? Lan Luo turned her head to the right and saw Hua Zi's disgusted face. She responded softly, her voice barely audible. Hey! Does it hurt? Lan Luo tilted her head to the left and saw Ju's pale face again. No! She responded softly again. What pain? He's talking nonsense. Everyone here knows she was brought in because she can't feel pain. Sir, why don't you check her over? What if she suddenly dies here? Hanako said, sitting far away, legs crossed. That's a curse, the man surnamed Zhu said seriously, but he showed no intention of checking her body. Hanako rested her chin on her hand. She's been stabbed like this, aren't you worried? I was assigned to take care of this short-lived ghost. I can't explain myself if she dies. Lan Luo frowned and interjected. No need, I won't die. Short-lived ghost, There's someone else. Hanako leaned closer, her face full of curiosity. Who? Who? Besides you, who else looks like they die even younger? Lan Luo exhaled a breath of stale air, not wanting to speak anymore. She turned her head to her left, directly facing the nameplate on the man's chest. This time it was the standard official font, easy to read. Xu Jianchen. So this lunatic's name is Xu Jianchen. A nice name, but he's ruined it. Xu Jianchen looked down at himself, noticed Lan Luo's gaze, raised his hand to cover his name, and lazily said, trade secret, no peeping. So annoying. Lan Luo's brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a mosquito. She always became very irritable after being injured. It seemed her physical pain transformed into emotional rage. Secret? A secret of someone with connections? She asked innocently, a shy smile playing on her pale lips. Xu Jianchen paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Envious, aren't you? A nepotism beneficiary, huh? No need for the operating table. No need to be dismembered. Oh, I forgot, he smiled. Not a corpse either. Lan Luo wanted to slap him again. Hanako continued shaking her leg. Do you two have a grudge? No grudge. Xu Jianchen gently rubbed Lan Luo's head, completely different from his previous sarcastic demeanor. You really are as shameless as bread monster, Hanako said. Lan Luo pulled away from him and asked, what's bread monster? That lackey in the hall who loves to eat bread. He wags his tail when he sees people above, and bares his teeth when he sees beasts below. Hanako chuckled, but he's very susceptible to flattery. Praise him a bit, and you can get 2 loaves of bread. Lan Luo remembered. Bread monster must be the man who gave his report to Lu Guan on the first day. Hanako got more and more excited as she talked. Xu Jianchen had disappeared some time earlier, and the empty room was filled with the woman's tireless chatter, mostly revolving around gossip from the lab. This woman's life must be incredibly boring. Lan Luo didn't say this aloud. She was immobilized and didn't want to create more trouble for herself. Her words to Xu Jianchen had already gone too far, but thankfully he only retaliated verbally. Verbal attacks don't count as real harm. She drifted off to sleep, feeling slightly uneasy, only managing to wake up the next afternoon. When she woke up, a man was standing at her bedside again. Lan Luo hadn't expected Hanako to be so prophetic. He appeared right after she mentioned bread monster. Awake? Get up, come with me. Bread monster's voice was cold, lacking both the obsequiousness he showed Lu Guan and the arrogance he displayed towards Hanako. It was dry, as if he were looking at a dead person. Where to? Lan Luo shrank further under the covers, asking weakly. The bread monster's voice was flat. Don't ask questions, just follow orders. Lan Luo sat up, glancing around, but didn't see Hanako. She wondered if Hanako had finished her task or been sent away. If she remembered correctly, the bread monster didn't seem to be in charge of its own experiments, only responsible for overall planning and recording, right? Lan Luo slowly got out of bed, wondering what the situation was. Even if the experiments were inhumane, shouldn't they at least consider the subject's tolerance? Her injuries had healed by half. If she had to go through surgery again, she might have to stay in bed recovering for the rest of her life. The bread monster seemed impatient, grabbing Lan Luo by the back of her collar. Is this all the strength you need to survive? Lan Luo, weak and stumbling, was dragged out the door, her vision blurring. Ms. Sir, a familiar female voice rang out. What's going on? Commander Yi told me to watch her. If you take her away, what am I supposed to do? Lan Luo's left arm was grabbed by Hanako, with a look of disgust, hanging comically in the air. Go back to your room? Who gave you permission to wander around like this? If Mr. Lu finds you behaving improperly again, I won't let you off. Bread monster kicked Hanako in the side. Hanako groaned and fell against the wall, clutching her back as she got up. Sorry, sir, please do as you please. Lan Luo watched Hanako's swift kneeling motion, and was somewhat impressed. She's a better actress than her, a promising talent. Bread monster, cursing and swearing, dragged Lan Luo through the winding corridor. Lan Luo half closed her eyes, almost resigned to her fate. A coward's revenge is never too late. I can always find another chance to poison him. Just like those who cornered her. As she was consoling herself with these wild thoughts, Lan Luo suddenly felt a cool touch on her drooping wrist. What are you doing? Trying to steal my work? A lazy voice sounded, and Lan Luo opened her eyes, indeed seeing Xu Jianchen's irritating face. The bread monster seemed to think he was irritating too, gritting his teeth and saying, Young Master Xu, I'm also doing my part for the base. Despite his tough talk, his hand honestly released Lan Luo's collar, and she, losing her footing, suddenly went limp, her wrist raised high, grabbed by Xu Jianshan. Seeing this, Xu Jianshan whooshed away Lan Luo's hand, taking 2 steps back, trying to extort me? Before Lan Luo could even open her mouth, the bread monster chimed in. Since young Master Zhu dislikes her so much, just leave her to us. Don't interfere anymore. After all, you are Mr. Lu's younger brother. The bread monster emphasized the words younger brother, clearly doing it intentionally. Xu Jianshan bent down and scooped Lan Lu up, not even glancing at the bread monster, his tone casual. Good dog, you're worried about your master now. Lan Lu, half dragged along in his arms, glanced at him twice upon hearing this. Xu Jianshan looked at her with a grin. I wasn't talking about you. Lan Lu didn't answer, looking back over Xu Jianshan's shoulder, and sure enough, she saw the bread monster's angry back. Looks like being annoying is a skill. That leg-shaking monster sent me to rescue you. Xu Jianshan kicked open the door and gently tossed her onto the carpet. What leg-shaking monster? Lan Luo sat up, straightened her collar, and felt strangely at ease despite her disheveled appearance. Xu Jianshan squatted by the door. That guy, the one who said you were short-lived. Oh, coming. He nodded towards the door. A limping footstep came from the doorway, and Huazi's face slowly peeked out. You really did manage to get me back? Why did she sound a little disappointed? Lan Luo stood up, casually brushing her messy hair back. Thank you. If you're really grateful, let me stay here. Huazi strolled around casually, clicking her tongue in amazement. Lan Luo's eyes followed her cautiously, but her words were innocent. Why? Do you want to be friends with me? What? Huazi didn't even look at her, sticking her butt out and rummaging in the closet. Your place is nice. We all live in pigeonholes. We don't have such a spacious suite. Lan Luo watched as she secretly slipped a few scented stones into her pocket, speechless yet relieved. Suit yourself, I can't control it anyway. Lan Luo then gathered her fallen hair back. Her hair was usually soft and smooth, but the recent strain of recuperating had left it dry and frizzy. Lan Luo ate a dry biscuit while drinking milk, completely unaware of when the room had become quiet. The biscuits were distributed daily. She had stockpiled a lot while unconscious, and now she was finally using them up. Since arriving here, Lan Luo had rarely thought of the Lan family, but perhaps because the biscuits were so unpalatable, she actually missed Lan Sheng a little. Although Lan Sheng was annoying, he was an excellent cook. Even a random restaurant outside would have food 100 times better than this rundown base. She tossed the biscuit aside, licked her lips listlessly, and curled up in a ball, hugging her knees. Lan Luo was craving a big meal when she suddenly felt a tickle on the back of her neck. Her hair stood on end, and she quickly covered her neck and looked back. Xu Jianshan was holding a hair tie, looking at her blankly. What's wrong? Does your head hurt? Lan Luo saw it was him and inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, but still didn't dare to let her guard down. She took a half step back and asked, What are you doing here? Xu Jianshan looked at her like she was a ghost. Have you lost your memory, or did I time travel? I haven't left. Sorry, I didn't notice, Lan Luo said dismissively. What do you want? Xu Jianshan held up the little rabbit hair tie in his hand. How about I tie your hair? It's so boring here, I'm practically moldy. Let's play with your hair together. Lan Luo touched her messy hair. No need. Don't you like rabbits? Xu Jianshan acted as if he hadn't heard her, and with a flick of his wrist, the rabbit hair tie was gone. He conjured various hair ties as if by magic. Cherry? Strawberry? Kitten? Or do you prefer something more fierce? Eagle, bear? He was met with Lan Luo's silent gaze. Her appearance was innocent. When she looked at someone silently, she naturally exuded a pitiful aura, like a quiet rabbit. If you ignored the malicious thoughts running through her mind. Xu Jianshan flicked his hand again, and the oddly shaped hair ties disappeared. He seemed embarrassed by the stare, touching his nose. Fine, I won't. Lan Luo watched him until he left the room. The door clicked shut, and she finally relaxed, sitting cross-legged on the carpet to rest. If she wasn't mistaken, the hair tie in Xu Jianshan's hand seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Was it his special ability? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted Lan Luo's thoughts. She stood up, impatiently opened the door, and gave a harmless smile. Zhu. Slap. A slap landed heavily on her face. Chapter 4. Lan Luo was knocked to the side by the blow, her face gradually becoming numb. Outside the door wasn't Xu Jianshan, whom she thought had returned, but rather the bread monster, with an angry expression. Zhu? You really think you latched onto a powerful figure? The bread monster withdrew his hand, standing condescendingly. Let's see if you dare to be so smug. Lan Luo touched her face, feeling a small bump. It must be swollen. Before she could speak, the bread monster began gritting his teeth again. Zhu can save you for a while, but not forever. From your first day in the lab, you should have realized your place. Be a good, obedient guinea pig. Don't think of yourself as human, and don't look down on others. Lan Luo understood now. The bread monster held a grudge against Zhu Jianshan for mocking him. Unable to target someone with connections, he could only come to her to show off. I didn't, Lan Luo recalled Hanako's cowardly apology and dryly admitted, I didn't look down on anyone. Who are you calling a dog? The bread monster suddenly reacted, its eyes widening, and it viciously grabbed Lan Lu's hair. Lan Lu's hair was gripped, forcing her to raise her head. Her face was pale, her brows tightly furrowed, and she looked like she was in great pain. It was an act. She didn't feel anything at all. Lan Lu deliberately faced her weak and pained face towards the mechanical eye, her thin body trembling like butterfly wings, revealing her fear and vulnerability. The bread monster didn't wait for her apology, cursing and slamming Lan Lu's head against the wall. Bang! Lan Lu's forehead immediately swelled up. Let me tell you, I control the mechanical eye in this corridor. Don't even think about telling on me. No wonder she found this place so accurately after Zhu Jianshan left, so that's how it was. Lan Luo withdrew her helpless expression, and made a mental note of it. The bread monster seemed to be getting bored and casually kicked her, hitting her right in the heart. Lan Luo's heart, kicked, began to pound wildly, battering her chest at a rate far exceeding normal, making her vision blur and causing her to gag. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest, gasping for breath. For some reason, Lan Luo could read the meaning from her heartbeat. It seemed very unhappy about being beaten, and was eager to fight the bread monster to the death. Lan Luo pressed her heart tightly, afraid it would really jump out of her chest. Now is not the time, don't be reckless. The bread monster spat on the ground. Stop pretending. Didn't you say you wouldn't feel pain? I dissect you tomorrow. He then kicked her several more times, sending Lan Luo spinning on the floor like a white plastic bag. As the bread monster's last kick landed, Lan Luo's head slammed against the sharp corner of the cabinet door, the metal point piercing her scalp. The door slammed shut, the bread monster's footsteps fading into the distance. The empty room was empty except for the thin Lan Luo lying in the corner, her body covered in bruises, her disheveled hair obscuring her face. Blood flowed, slowly spreading from the back of her head, winding its way through the carpet, turning it a sticky dark stain. Lan Luo felt a warm sensation on the back of her head, her ribs might have been broken, and her limbs were covered in wounds, old injuries barely healed before new ones appeared. Sooner or later, she murmured, I make sure you die by my hand. Her violently pounding heart suddenly stopped, and Lan Luo's eyelids rolled back as she fainted. A rustling sound swirled in her mind. Life hangs by a thread, survival is just a glimmer. So noisy. Slay gods, slay ghosts, slay brethren, become a god, become a ghost, become immortal. Who's speaking? Lan Luo struggled to open her eyes, but fell into another dream. Everything in the dream transformed into flat, simple line drawings. A stick figure held aloft a bright red object, its mouth wide open in glee. The scene shifted, and another stick figure suddenly appeared, fighting over it. The two tore the red object in two and ate it. Lan Luo's heart began to beat weakly. Seemingly instinctively, she immediately understood that the bright red object was her own heart. To be precise, it was her heart and Lan Sheng's heart. So, the undying heart was once a single entity? Unite as one, unite the broken into the whole, until death do us part. Unite as one? Unite as one, unite as one. Thump. Lan Luo's heart resumed its normal beating, the blood in the back of her head congealed, and her broken ribs began to slowly repair themselves. She lay on the ground, like a silent corpse. No wonder. No wonder she disliked Lan Sheng since childhood. No wonder she always had a strong urge to attack him. So that's it. So her heart had always longed for its incomplete other half. And Lan Sheng? Did he ever have moments when he suddenly wanted to tear her chest apart and rip out her heart? Ha ha ha. Lan Luo lay in the pile of blood, laughing so hard her whole body trembled, a stark contrast to the docile girl who had first entered the base. Once she regained some strength and could barely stand, Lan Luo shakily walked to the wardrobe, picked out a clean uniform from several identical ones, changed into it, casually combed her hair to cover the wound on the back of her head, and wandered into the hallway with her hands in her pockets. She aimlessly wandered to the lobby, and in the most conspicuous spot, looked around blankly. The oversized uniform and the bruise on her lip made her look like a lost, sickly girl, completely harmless. The bread monster was not far away, his back to her, fiddling with an electronic screen, his posture upright, his expression serious, his focus comparable to Lu Guan's when he was present. Lan Luo glanced up seemingly casually, the dense mechanical eyes were diligently working. She wanted to retract her earlier thought. Compared to Anako, the bread monster's acting seemed slightly better. Lan Luo deliberately increased the weight of her steps, limping forward. Hearing footsteps, the bread monster frowned and turned around. No one is allowed outside at this time. Why are you out here? Seeing it was Lan Luo, the bread monster raised its voice, giving her a subtle glare. Lan Luo seemed startled, trembling slightly, her hands covering her chest. I'm sorry. She apologized while limping backward. I just wanted to. Stop. The bread monster quickly stepped forward, trying to stop her. Lan Luo's eyes widened in terror, unable to control her backward movement. Ouch. Bang. Ah. The thin girl slammed into the metal food cart, her upper body collapsing onto the handle, her messy hair covering the food before quickly being flung away. The cartwheels rolled, and Lan Luo lost her balance, falling heavily to the ground. The bread monster stood 2 steps away, his face barely concealing his anger. Blind fool. Lan Luo saw his clenched fist and flinched, her thin arms bracing against the ground, revealing bruises. I'm sorry, I just wanted to find some medicine. The bread monster glanced at the mechanical eye. Injuries during surgery are unavoidable. You can't use medicine now. He emphasized surgery, seemingly implying that Lan Luo shouldn't reveal the source of her injury. Lan Luo understood and explained softly, Yes, I understand. I didn't mean to, the wound hurt too much, and I couldn't stand. The bread monster's fist clenched and unclenched again. You're so kind. Lan Luo stood up, carefully backing away. Don't hold it against me. The bread monster clenched his fist tightly, gritting his teeth. Okay, go back and rest. Hearing this, Lan Luo breathed a sigh of relief, as if granted a pardon, and dragged her injured leg back the way she came. At the corner, she seemed to run out of strength, and leaned against the wall to catch her breath. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the bread monster picking through the food cart, throwing away the blood-stained bread. What a pity, Lan Luo thought, lowering her eyes. She didn't dare linger, slowly walking forward, secretly observing the bread monster. He seemed disgusted, actually throwing away all the remaining bread, only picking up a carton of milk beside him. What a waste. Lan Luo stopped looking and walked with her head down. After a few steps, a pair of spotless shoes came into her view. Lan Luo's gaze followed the shoes upwards. It was Zhu Jianchen. He stood not far away, his white coat still open, revealing the shirt underneath. Lan Luo's heart skipped a beat. She calmly asked, What are you doing here? They said we can't go out now. I don't listen to them. Zhu Jianchen's voice was somewhat unsteady, his upper body hidden in shadow, making his expression impossible to see. This was the first time Lan Luo had heard him answer a question honestly. Oh! Not wanting to linger, she limped towards Zhu Jianchen. Zhu Jianchen remained silent, watching her staggering gait like a statue. Doesn't it hurt? As they brushed past each other, the statue suddenly grasped Lan Luo's right arm through her clothes, asking softly. Lan Luo was startled. You've forgotten my ability again, haven't you? Zhu Jianchen released her arm, leaning against the wall, and said, Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. Something's not right. He seems perfectly normal now. Lan Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of suspicion, but her body was still recovering, and she had no energy to care about Zhu Jianchen. Anyway, he's always been mentally unstable, whatever. Lan Luo ignored him, trying to walk back naturally, secretly peeking through her sleeve. The spot where Zhu Jianchen had just gripped her arm was a wound. She couldn't be too careful. If something seemed wrong with the wound, she'd have to find a way to reopen it when she got back to her room. She couldn't help it. He was too normal, unnaturally normal. She couldn't help but be suspicious. By the way, Zhu Jianchen suddenly called out to her, I'm curious. Since you have the ability to be immortal, if you were poisoned, would the poison be ineffective against you? Or would you be poisoned first and then heal? Lan Luo touched the wound on her arm. You're quite curious. Did you poison me? Zhu Jianchen shrugged and followed her. How could I? Don't think so badly of me. I've been very good to you. Lan Luo remained noncommittal, gritting her teeth as she continued walking. This person was like a persistent ghost, preventing her from relaxing. So boring, Zhu Jianchen said, hands in his pockets, following behind her at the same snail's pace. Let me examine you. No need. Lan Luo frowned, trying to speed up. What's the point of an examination? He wouldn't give her any medicine anyway. Zhu Jianshan acted as if he wasn't deaf. No, it's my duty. What if Yifei complains? I hate tattling people the most. Yifei was that arrogant female researcher. According to Lan Luo's observation, she probably held the highest position in the base. Although no one really respected her. Alright, don't move. Zhu Jianshan's enthusiastic voice came from behind Lan Luo. A cold instrument was pressed against the back of her head. Lan Luo's internal alarm bells rang. She slowly raised her hands, timidly saying, I didn't move. Zhu Jianshan's fingers twitched slightly. Beep. Your temperature is 39.2 degrees Celsius. An electronic female voice sounded. Lan Luo paused, then touched her forehead. It did feel a bit hot. No wonder she'd been so weak. The thermometer gun parted the hair at the back of her head, revealing a gruesome bloody hole. What's this? Lan Luo tucked her hair back in. Nothing. Zhu Jianshan didn't answer. With a flick of his finger, the thermometer gun disappeared. Come on! Let's go find Yifei and complain. He seemed excited, grinning as he pulled Lan Luo in another direction. Isn't he the one who hates complainers the most? Wait, complain about what? How much does he even know? Chapter 5. Lan Luo was being dragged along by Zhu Jianshan, stumbling and falling towards Yifei's lounge. To say he cared about Lan Luo would be an exaggeration. Given the strength with which he was pulling her, Lan Luo was practically being half-dragged along. To say he didn't care about Lan Luo would be an exaggeration, yet he insisted on making a big fuss about complaining and seeking justice for her. Are you just trying to stir up trouble? Lan Luo thought for a long time before coming to this conclusion. Giving Yifei more work and creating trouble for Bread Monster, that was Zhu Jianshan's purpose, wasn't it? How boring. Bang! Zhu Jianshan didn't answer, but kicked the metal door in front of him. The door didn't budge, and Lan Luo couldn't help but laugh. Don't laugh. Zhu Jianshan didn't seem to find it particularly embarrassing, casually warning her before immediately ringing the doorbell. Yifei came out quickly, glasses perched on his forehead, his white coat impeccably tailored. What is it? She glanced at Lan Luo, her tone laced with impatience. Zhu Jianshan pushed Lan Luo towards Yifei. See for yourself. Lan Luo stood quietly, her lowered eyes revealing a hint of unease and awkwardness. Her appearance was too normal. Yifei didn't notice anything amiss. He frowned and repeated impatiently, What is it? Speak. Zhu Jianshan seemed oblivious to Yifei's annoyance. He grabbed Lan Luo's shoulders, spun her around, and brushed the hair behind her head, pointing her at Yifei. See that? Such a big hole. If your brain were any smaller, it would have fallen right out. Zhu Jianshan clicked his tongue in amazement as he spoke, a hint of regret in his voice. Lan Luo, facing his chest, knowing no one could see her, silently cursed, then rolled her eyes and looked down. But to outsiders, her dejected appearance appeared as one of vulnerability and bullying. Yifei straightened his expression, leaned closer to examine her wound, and then rolled up her sleeve for a quick look. How did this happen? How should I know? Zhu Jianshan took 2 steps back, observing Lan Luo's expression. I noticed she was listless on the way, so I casually took her temperature and discovered her brain was rotten. Lan Luo smiled timidly at him. You're a miracle doctor. Go open the examination room. Yifei put down his glasses. Give her a full-body checkup. I go read the mechanical eye. Yes, sir. Zhu Jianshan said insincerely. Yifei had already taken a few steps when she heard this, and turned back to look at him, her eyes full of suspicion. You better not have bad intentions. Zhu Jianshan ignored her, bent down and brought his face close to Lan Luo's, extending a hand in a very gentlemanly manner. Please, poor patient Lan Luo. Lan Luo ignored him as well, walking past Zhu Jianshan and following her memory towards the examination room, feeling extremely agitated. She didn't really want to make a big deal out of this. The Bread Monster was a researcher, and she was just a test subject. Trying to seek justice openly was simply wishful thinking. She could only act secretly. Making a big fuss would be very disadvantageous for her. Lan Luo lay in the machine, frowning as she watched Zhu Jianshan solemnly operate the machine outside the cubicle. He doesn't even know how to use the diagnostic equipment, does he? Is Lu Guan so desperate for money that he has to hire someone like this to fill in? Lan Luo lay there for a while before Zhu Jianshan's voice came in. All done. Just as she was about to get up, Zhu Jianshan spoke again. Why don't you lie down for now? Otherwise, I feel like a corpse is standing up. Lan Luo touched the back of her head. Is it that serious? She couldn't feel it herself and suspected Zhu Jianshan was just exaggerating. He had just said her brain was about to fall out. It feels like my mouth and head could be strung together like a dead fish. See? He's exaggerating again. Lan Lu ignored him, sat on the examination bed, and crossed her legs to recover her energy. Zhu Jianchen stopped bothering her and sat outside the cubicle, writing and drawing. This scene strangely overlapped with their first meeting. Lan Lu, with the hole in the back of her head, stared at the metal door. If Ye Fei came in at this moment and called Zhu Jianchen a bastard, this scene would probably be more satisfying. The door did open, and Ye Fei came in, holding an electronic screen with a furrowed brow. I reported. She didn't look at the two people present, tapping and clicking on the screen, uttering a nonsensical sentence. Zhu Jianchen glanced at Lan Luo. Report what? Lan Luo's heart skipped a beat, and she unconsciously repeated, report what? Ye Fei looked at her, his brows relaxing slightly. Although you're an experimental subject, you only need to cooperate with the necessary experimental research. No one has the right to bully you. Lan Luo looked thoughtful, then nodded blankly. Ye Fei added, don't worry, Mr. Lu said this himself. This matter will be dealt with seriously after it's reported. Tell me about your situation first. Lan Luo knew Ye Fei was overthinking things. She wasn't worried about the outcome. She was just trying to recall if she had given anything away. The bread monster only drank the milk. Where did it throw the bread? Would they be so cautious as to check even the bread? Surely no way. Are you stupid? Zhu Jianchen knocked on the glass. That guy surnamed Lu is going to stand up for you. Hurry up and settle your scores. Lan Luo lowered her head. He wanted to use me for experiments. Zhu Jianchen thought I wasn't suitable for experiments yet, and we argued. Later, he came to my room and beat me up, saying he was going to dissect me tomorrow. I'm too. Lan Luo paused. I was so badly injured, I was afraid I wouldn't recover in time, so I went out to find some medicine. I happened to run into Zhu Jianchen. He found my wounds, and brought me to you. She almost blurted out I'm in so much pain, but luckily her brain caught up, otherwise it would have been a complete acting disaster. Ye Fei read Lan Luo's physical examination data on the electronic screen, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Zhu Jianchen sat to one side, chin in hand, seemingly unconcerned, even having the mood to retort to Lan Luo, why do you keep implicating me? Lan Luo ignored him, absorbed in her acting. Professor Yi, I already cooperated fully with your work. Since you can't give me medication, at least give me some time to recover, right? Otherwise, I really don't know how I endure it. Although my brother and I both have special abilities, we're different. His abilities are much stronger than mine. He has better physical fitness and a faster healing speed. I just don't feel pain. I really don't have the ability to frequently go into the operating room. As Lan Luo spoke, her voice even trembled slightly, making her appear like a pitiful, helpless, and fragile guinea pig. Ye Fei hesitated, then simply adjusted his glasses, saying nothing. Zhu Jianchen looked at her through the glass, praising her. Wow, then why not capture your brother for research? Lan Luo had already finished her performance, but someone else took over. She cleared her throat, trying to regain her weak voice, because my parents can't bear to part with him. Anyway, I won't feel pain, and it doesn't matter if I get hurt. Alright, Ye Fei seemed to have reached her limit, get out first. I already reported it, and someone will handle it tomorrow. As for the medicine, she didn't look at Lan Luo, tapping on the electronic screen, they won't let you use it. Just bear with it a little longer. Lan Luo slowly got out of bed, holding onto the glass to leave. Boom! The door suddenly slammed shut, and the bread monster stood in the doorway, panting heavily, his eyes flashing with malice. His left hand clutched an empty carton of milk, the paper box gradually turning to stone. The bread monster's superpower? Lan Luo and Zhu Jianchen were startled by his manic state, exchanging a glance through the glass, their eyes filled with condemnation. Lan Luo's eyes seemed to say, if you hadn't gone and made those false accusations, would I have gotten involved with this idiot? Zhu Jianchen's eyes seemed to say, if it weren't for helping you, would I have gotten into this trouble? The two looked away, each scrutinizing the bread monster. Lan Luo was thankful she was still hidden in the glass enclosure, safer than them. Her gaze frequently fell on the milk carton, observing its petrified state. Zhu Jianchen seemed to have superpowers. The bread monster definitely had superpowers, and the test subjects here also had superpowers, like Hanako, who was incredibly fast. They might as well just call this place a Superpower Research Institute, so that newcomers like her wouldn't be confused about their experimental focus. Lan Luo suddenly took a few steps back, trying to get as far away from them as possible without drawing attention, observing Ye Fei as she retreated. She seemed completely unconcerned, still fiddling with the electronic screen. Ye Fei! The bread monster roared, is it really necessary? You're going to complain about something so trivial. You always call me a lackey, but I think you're the most loyal dog. Yifei put down the electronic screen, adjusted his glasses. So you're scared now? Why weren't you scared when you were bullying the test subject? Causing trouble for a measly test subject benefits no one. Don't forget, Mr. Liu is eager for results. If you guys are so slow, when will you ever get satisfactory results? I'm also trying to help the lab. The milk carton in the bread monster's hand had completely turned into a stone. He feigned weakness. Okay, I promise I never interfere with this test subject again. You can pretend you didn't know anything about this. Let's all compromise and go our separate ways. Yifei smiled. Too bad, too late. Your Mr. Liu, who loves to wag his tail the most, has already received the video of you beating up his most valued test subject. She rarely smiled. The bread monster's pupils dilated upon hearing this, his teeth grinding together. Yifei. You bastard. You bastard. His entire face turned red, and his neck bulged, veins throbbing around it. Lan Luo keenly noticed his arm gathering power, and cautiously continued to retreat, almost hiding herself behind the machine. Zhu Jianchen, who had been leaning against the wall with his arms crossed watching the show, kept a close eye on her out of the corner of his eye. Seeing her hiding far away, he silently mocked, "Coward." Lan Luo ignored him, quietly hiding. Fighting is prohibited where there are machines. Yifei glanced at the mechanical eyes. You don't want to add to your crime, do you? The bread monster panted heavily, its lips swollen a purplish red, as if poisoned. Go to hell. A few beasts you hit them, fine. I hit you too. It roared, swinging its arm, and hurling the petrified milk carton straight at Yifei. Lan Luo's heart pounded, and she began to get excited, staring intently at Yifei, wanting to see what her superpower was. Whoosh! Crack! The slender whip precisely shattered the lump of stone, leaving several afterimages. The rubble clattered to the ground, and Lan Luo's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Yifei to be able to pull such a long whip from his impeccably tailored white coat. Even more unexpected was that she hadn't used any superpowers, relying purely on brute force. Useless trash. Yifei stood ramrod straight. You really think that grafted abilities are yours? Grafted? Superpowers can be grafted? Then, do the superpowered individuals used for grafting still retain their abilities? Lan Luo pondered, momentarily oblivious to when the bread monster had rushed in front of Yifei. You useless piece of trash without any abilities. His eyes blazed red, blood trickling from his nose. Die. Yifei retreated, nimbly dodging the bread monster. Zhu Jianchen, who had just been calling Lan Luo a coward, had vanished. Lan Luo glanced around but couldn't find him. As Lan Luo searched for him, she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. Hey, who do you think will win? Her heart nearly stopped, and she instinctively elbowed him. Ouch. That hurts. Zhu Jianchen's howl rang out behind her. Lan Luo was startled. How did you get in? Hiss. Zhu Jianchen rubbed his chest. I sneaked in. This isn't about sneaking in or not, is it? The cubicle door was completely blocked by Yifei and Bread Monster. Did he walk between them to make them stop for a moment, so they could continue arguing after he opened the door? You? Bang! Just as Lan Luo was about to ask about his ability, something happened outside the cubicle. Yifei lashed out with his whip across Bread Monster's chest, tearing his white coat and revealing a bloody welt. Bread Monster was knocked back several steps, crashing into the wall, panting heavily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. So powerful? Zhu Jianchen whispered. Lan Luo picked at her wound, staring intently at Bread Monster. 3, 2. Lan Luo silently counted in her mind. 1. The Bread Monster suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, its blood-red eyes glaring as it collapsed to the ground. Chapter 6. The Bread Monster lay on the ground, dark blood seeping from the whip marks on its chest. Its eyes were wide open, its bloodshot pupils staring directly at Lan Luo and Zhu Jianchen. Dead? Zhu Jianchen asked in a breathy voice, shrinking back behind Lan Luo. Lan Luo slowly stepped forward, her tone unreadable. I don't know, maybe. Outside the cubicle, Yifei glanced down at the whip in his hand, frowned, and rolled it up, putting it in his pocket. Lan Luo pushed open the metal door. Yifei, hearing the noise, turned to look at her and Zhu Jianchen behind her. Take her to the treatment ward, use my share, Yifei said to Zhu Jianchen, stepping past Lan Luo. Zhu Jianchen shrugged. What about him? Is he dead? Yifei crouched down and checked him. He seems to be dead. Hearing this, Zhu Jianchen leaned over and kicked his head, like kicking a spring. Not hard yet. Lan Luo watched their oblivious performance silently, head down, pretending not to exist. After kicking the Bread Monster, Zhu Jianshan took 2 steps back in disgust, his foot crunching on a small pebble. Lan Luo followed his gaze. It was a petrified fragment of the milk carton in the bread monster's hand, now an unrecognizable pile of pebbles. Zhu Jianshan glanced at Lan Luo. What curious? Lan Luo kept her head down. Is this a grafted ability? It seems so, Zhu Jianshan said nonchalantly, crushing the pebble even finer. He's extracted quite a few petrification abilities before, he must have a particular fondness for them. Zhu Jianshan even gave a cold laugh after saying this. Like a lunatic. Lan Luo ignored him, and quietly observed the bread monster's death. Are you sure he's dead? She asked in a trembling voice. Shouldn't we try to save him? Yi Fei, who had been fiddling with his communicator, said impatiently, none of your business. Then, even more impatiently, he ordered Zhu Jianshan Zhu. Researcher, take her away immediately. Let's go! Zhu Jianshan loosely hooked Lan Luo's collar, pretending to forcibly pull her away. Lan Luo moved lightly, obediently following Zhu Jianshan a few steps. The air was unusually quiet, with only the soft sound of 2 footsteps echoing at the same frequency. Reaching the door, Lan Luo suddenly grabbed the doorframe. How are you going to handle this? Yi Fei, leaning against the table, staring blankly at the corpse on the floor, didn't look up from Lan Luo's words. It's already been reported. Don't worry, the higher-ups can't punish a dead person, but they might give you appropriate compensation. They won't treat you unfairly. She was referring to the beating Lan Luo had received. I'm asking, Lan Luo said, half her face hidden outside the door, what will be done about his death? Deduct his salary, Zhu Jianshan replied nonchalantly, leaning against the doorframe. Lan Luo ignored him, her watery eyes darting timidly between Yi Fei and the corpse. Yi Fei straightened up and said calmly, report the facts as they are, as you see fit. Lan Luo fell silent, quietly retreating and following Zhu Jianshan to the treatment pod. It was the first time she had ever heard of such a useful item at the base. The treatment pod had been around for many years, but due to its large size, high price, and high maintenance costs, it was generally purchased by medical institutions or corporations. Families and individuals rarely bought one, so Lan Luo rarely had the opportunity to use it. Her only experience with the treatment pod was as a child when she was forced to give Lan Sheng a blood transfusion, ultimately fainting on the spot and having to enter it. She never imagined the reason she was in the treatment pod now would be even more pathetic. Lan Luo inwardly mocked herself, obediently lying down in the treatment pod and closing her eyes in relaxation. Although she could heal herself slowly, why rely on external help when she could? Besides, these injuries were inflicted by the base. The base owed her, and she would have to repay it sooner or later. However, she felt a little sorry for Yi Fei. If Yi Fei hadn't voluntarily given her his share, she'd probably still be lying in her room, not knowing when she'd recover. But so what? Lan Luo coldly curled her lips into a smile. The treatment pod share Yi Fei casually gave her felt like a handout she earned by risking her life. Lan Sheng, you really should experience this kind of life. Thinking of Lan Sheng, Lan Luo felt another surge of rage. She fiercely pinched her thigh, trying to suppress her wildly beating heart. Hey, Zhu Jianshan suddenly leaned over and knocked on the glass of the treatment pod. That's not how you get something for nothing. Even if you want to experience the treatment pod more, it's not worth hurting yourself. It's not worth it, Miss Lan Luo. He leaned against the glass and grumbled, think about it, your thigh was perfectly fine to begin with. You insisted on pinching it until it was damaged, and then you wanted the treatment pod to heal it. Isn't that counterproductive? Annoyed by his words, Lan Luo shook her head and stopped pinching herself. She crossed her hands over her chest, showing him with her actions that she wasn't self-harming. Zhu Jianshan fell silent. He sat up, propping his chin on one hand and covering the glass with the other, quietly sitting beside the treatment pod. His hand rested on the glass, blocking Lan Luo's view. All she could see were his palm and elbow. She inhaled the slightly damp, cool air from the treatment pod, idly reading his palm while resting. His career line was messy. It seemed this connection wasn't very successful. Lan Luo gradually forgot about Lan Sheng. The surrounding light dimmed, and her overactive mind finally calmed, drifting into a long-awaited slumber. When she awoke again, Lan Luo felt refreshed and energetic, as if reborn. She rotated her wrists and moved her legs. Everything was flexible, without the difficulty she felt yesterday. The base's treatment pods were quite useful. Why couldn't they afford to let her use them? Lan Luo yawned, inwardly despising Lu Guan's heartlessness and stinginess, and turned her attention outside the treatment pod. A figure was pressed against the glass of the treatment chamber, face buried in the arms, only messy hair hanging down against the glass, moving with his breath. Lan Luo recognized Zhu Jianshan immediately, by his slightly brownish short hair. It wasn't that she knew him well, but among the meticulous researchers, his disheveled hair was too eye-catching to miss. She knocked several times on the glass near Zhu Jianshan's ear, until he woke up. Zhu Jianshan, covering his ear and looking bewildered, pressed against the glass, meeting Lan Luo's gaze across the glass with an impatient expression. "What's wrong?" He lifted himself slightly, not pressing his face against the glass. Lan Luo was genuinely grateful he hadn't gotten too close, and suppressed her impatience, said, "Open the door, let me out." After listening, Zhu Jianshan, perhaps still somewhat dazed, stared at her blankly for several seconds before belatedly humming in agreement and obediently searching for the door opener. He was too normal. This was too abnormal. Lan Luo felt that his sanity might occasionally lapse, which was why he would intermittently become normal, only to revert to his abnormal state once his sanity returned. The treatment chamber released a repairing fluid, and when she emerged, her clothes were soaked, even her hair was dripping wet. "Do you want to take a shower first?" Zhu Jianshan produced a dry towel from somewhere, and gently wrapped it around her head. Lan Luo flinched, taking the towel herself. "I go back to my room to shower." "Oh!" Lan Luo dried her hair as she walked out, hearing Zhu Jianshan's footsteps behind her, probably on his way. She didn't pay much attention, leisurely making her way to the lobby, intending to pass through it. There was hardly anyone along the way. The entire base was eerily quiet. A sense of unease crept into Lan Luo's heart, but she felt slightly relieved when she saw Zhu Jianshan's figure neither too close nor too far. At least there were still living people. Finally, she reached the end of the fork in the road. One more step, and she would be in a huge hall, where the bread monster should have been frantically trying to make a move. Lan Luo stopped at the end of the fork, her face expressionless as she looked at the scene in the hall. The researchers, led by Yi Fei, were once again wearing full protective suits and stood silently on both sides of the hall. And on the sofa in the center of the hall sat a man in a suit and tie. "Mr. Liu," Lan Luo greeted him perfunctorily. Lu Guan sat in his seat with his legs crossed, his tone gentle. "I thought you had forgotten about me." Lan Luo forced a smile. "How could that be?" "Come here, Lan Luo." Lu Guan extended a hand, beckoning her. Lan Luo clearly saw a thin, bright red cut on his finger, seemingly very fresh. She walked over, head down, getting closer and closer to Lu Guan. One of the researchers beside her suddenly clicked his tongue, gesturing for her to stop, his face, hidden behind a mask, showing urgency. Lan Luo knew this meant he was annoyed that she was too close to Lu Guan, covered in the dirty water from the treatment chamber, and worried about getting it on him. "I haven't showered yet, I'm afraid of soiling your surroundings," Lan Luo explained softly, stopping a few steps away from Lu Guan. Lu Guan glanced at the researcher who had made the sound, said nothing, put his leg down, and continued to beckon to Lan Luo. "What are you afraid of? Come here." Lan Luo looked down at his pale, slender fingers, and the glaring wound on his middle finger, and asked sensibly, "What happened to your hand?" "Ah," Lu Guan raised an eyebrow. "Look, you're much smarter than them. You noticed it so quickly." His tone held a hint of satisfaction, and Lan Luo cooperated with an embarrassed smile, mentally tearing him to pieces 1,000 times. His deadly hand had been waiting in front of her for so long, just so she would notice the wound, right? So Lu Guan touched his own wound. "Little Lan Luo, you better cooperate with the research quickly, so that everyone won't be bothered by these little wounds, right?" He smiled faintly at Lan Luo, appearing to be full of compassion. Lan Luo was inwardly annoyed, but she didn't show it on her face, obediently admitting defeat. "Yes, I will." "Good girl." Lu Guan praised her perfunctorily, then turned to Yi Fei and the others. "I understand the situation. He deserved it, attacking my test subject at will. It's better he's dead. I won't pursue it." "Not pursued." Lan Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, he rubbed his temples. "Yi Fei, you failed in your discipline and were lax in your management. You should be punished. This is the first time I personally intervened in a researcher brawl. Yi Fei, you guys are really good." Yi Fei's voice was muffled through his mask. "Dispose of him as you see fit." What a stubborn fool, Lan Luo thought. If Huazi were here, she would definitely use her smooth talk to defend herself and try to reduce the punishment. The hall fell silent after Yi Fei finished speaking. Lu Guan also remained silent, tapping his fingers, seemingly lost in thought. Lan Luo shivered. She was soaking wet, and the hall was terribly cold. It would be strange if she wasn't. Lu Guan didn't notice this detail, but Yi Fei gave her a subtle glance. Lan Luo felt a warmth on her wrist. She turned around in surprise. It was Zhu Jianchen, who reached out and encircled her wrist. Let's go take a shower. Chapter 7. Zhu Jianchen's voice returned to its usual nonchalant tone, but a closer listen revealed an undeniable weariness. Having slept all night on the treatment pod, how could he not be exhausted? Lu Guan seemed to snap out of his daze, frowning slightly. So you finally decided to show up. Zhu Jianchen ignored him, his fingertips unconsciously stroking Lan Luo's wrist. Where's your protective suit? Lu Guan pressed. Zhu Jianchen replied casually, I didn't know you were coming, I forgot to wear it. Lu Guan leaned back in his chair. Then it seems Yi Fei's punishment is compounded. Yi Fei remained silent and uncomplaining, as if the criticism wasn't directed at him. Zhu Jianchen turned to leave. Don't you know who I am? Even if you, Mr. Liu, came in person, I wouldn't necessarily obey. Don't take it out on others. True, Lu Guan nodded. Wild ones are always ignorant. Lan Luo felt her wrist being gripped tightly, but only for a moment. So he cares about this too? Lan Luo glanced at Zhu Jianchen furtively, but couldn't detect anything amiss on his face. Yes, Zhu Jianchen said, stepping past Lan Luo and addressing Lu Guan on the sofa. It's better than that housewife, weak and sickly, frail and delicate, afraid to even leave the house. Huh? Lu Guan stood up, letting out a cryptic laugh. Lan Luo watched him approach, feeling a little helpless. She didn't want to get involved in their family affairs. Being caught between them was truly awkward. Zhu Jianchen's grip was loose, and Lan Luo subtly pulled away, clutching her wrist and slowly backing away, giving him a "you two have fun" look. Zhu Jianchen glanced at her wrist and said directly, sorry, go back and take a shower first. Thanks, if it weren't for those two brothers, I'd be halfway through my shower. Lan Luo was just about to leave, shamelessly, when her wrist was grabbed again. This time it was Lu Guan. What happened? Did he hurt you? He gently lifted Lan Luo's wrist with 2 fingers, looked at it closely, and said emotionlessly, it's all red. That wild boy doesn't know his own strength. Lan Luo lowered her hand, genuinely annoyed this time. Head down, she spoke rapidly, it's nothing, it doesn't hurt. Otherwise I wouldn't be here, would I? Lu Guan twirled his fingers, picked up a corner of a towel, and draped it over Lan Luo's half-wet hair. The loose towel almost completely covered her face. She's got a temper, Lu Guan said, gently rubbing her head through a towel. Don't worry, I grant you access to the treatment pod. From now on, you can use any treatment pod in the base, and the same goes for the best medications. This was an accident, it won't happen again, right? He bent slightly, looking at Lan Luo's half-closed eyes, a fake smile in his eyes. Lan Luo looked away, staring at Zhu Jianchen's feet. Hearing Lan Luo's resentful reply, Lu Guan chuckled, not taking it to heart, and straightened up, repeating, what do you all think, right? Right. Yes, understood. That's right. Understood. A chorus of agreement rose and fell around them. These fully armed researchers had lost their usual arrogance, their attitude now obsequious and enthusiastic. Except for Yi Fei, she remained silent, like a statue. No wonder they don't allow the experimental apparatus to leave the laboratory at times like this. If Hinako and the others saw these officers bowing and scraping like that, where would they find any authority left? Lan Luo thought impatiently, staring idly at Zhu Jianchen's shoes. His shoes didn't seem to meet the dress code either. The shoes in her line of sight moved slightly. Lan Luo watched as Zhu Jianchen turned and walked away, oblivious to the chorus of agreement, not even bothering to take her with him. She looked up at Zhu Jianchen's tall, straight back, feeling a pang of envy. In contrast, she was still completely controlled by Lu Guan, unable to move. She'd make him pay sooner or later. Lan Luo's heart pounded twice, and a surge of rage began to rise within her. In short, impotent rage. Yi Fei, Lu Guan slowly dried Lan Luo's hair. Do you have any objections? Yi Fei, still looking straight ahead, replied, no. That's for the best. Lu Guan seemed tired of drying Lan Luo's hair, released the towel, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her hands, and then slowly sat down. Well then, we don't need you here anymore. Let Zhang Lai take over. You report to number 2. Yes. Yi Fei still had no objections, answering quickly, but Lan Luo could detect a strong sense of perfunctoriness in her tone. Oh right, Lu Guan added, on number 2, you won't be the team leader anymore. Remember to obey orders and learn how to manage your subordinates. Yes. Yi Fei replied. Lan Luo glanced at her. Her expression was obscured by the fully armed mask, but her upright posture revealed her arrogance. Very, consistent inside and out. Zhang Lai, step forward. The rest of you disperse. Lu Guan rubbed her temples, sighed, and waved her hand. The man named Zhang Lai excitedly approached Lu Guan, his chest held high, but his head and neck drooped obediently, like a well-trained dog. Zhang Lai. Lan Luo had scanned him several times, unsure if this dog liked to bite, but she didn't recognize him. At the base, test subjects rarely interacted with anyone other than their assigned researcher, which was why the time the bread monster tried to capture her for experiments had aroused so much suspicion. Stop looking, Yifei said, standing in front of Lan Luo, looking down at her, his voice muffled by his mask. He's waiting for you. Lan Luo looked in the direction he pointed, and indeed saw a figure leaning casually against the wall at the end of the corridor. It was Zhu Jianchen. His figure was easy to recognize, neither overly muscular nor overly thin, tall and upright, but always leaning back and forth as if boneless. Lan Luo thanked Yifei, and casually dried her hair as she walked towards Zhu Jianchen. She touched her hair, it was mostly dry from all the fuss, and she guessed the crystals from the treatment fluid were clinging to her scalp. She'd have to wash it properly later. Zhu Jianchen, hands in his pockets, watched Lan Luo without speaking until she passed him. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. Wasn't he waiting for her? You? Here you are. They both spoke at the same time, then paused, momentarily stunned. Give me what? Lan Luo reacted first, scratching her head as she asked. Zhu Jianchen took his hand out of his pocket, holding a small, seemingly new, hairdryer. For drying your hair. Your room probably doesn't have one. He held the hairdryer forward. Lan Luo took the hairdryer, genuinely delighted. Thank you, finally I don't have to air dry anymore. She flashed a bright, innocent smile, causing Zhu Jianchen to back away until his back was against the wall. You're acting weird, he said, touching his nose. Don't be like that, just be normal. Lan Luo's lips fell, and her bright eyes lost their luster. She'd been putting on an act for so long, it'd become a habit. Oh, then I go back first, she said calmly. You've been gone so long, you smell bad if you don't wash soon. Lan Luo, carrying the hairdryer, walked past Zhu Jianchen, ignoring him, who was leaning against the wall watching her. She hadn't gone far when Zhu Jianchen's footsteps sounded behind her. It's dirty. I threw it away for you. He quickly reached out and snatched the towel from Lan Luo's shoulder, leaving with those words before turning and walking away without looking back, as if a ghost was chasing her. Lan Luo turned back, puzzled, and touched the ends of her hair. Was it dirty? Maybe, after drying her hair for so long, it must have gotten quite a bit of treatment fluid on it. After showering and carefully drying her hair, Lan Luo had a good nap. No one bothered her all afternoon, except for Hanako, who sneaked in once with a bag of bread hidden in her arms. Oh, you recovered so quickly. Hanako shoved the bread at Lan Luo, and sat down on the floor without any hesitation. Lan Luo glanced at where Hanako was sitting. There had been a large patch of blood-stained blanket there, which Yifei had taken as evidence. Now a piece was missing from the floor, but Hanako didn't seem to mind. Where did this bread come from? Lan Luo squeezed the packaging, hesitant to take a bite. The bread monster's legacy. Hanako's eyes darted around. Eat it. Consider it his compensation. Lan Luo knew what she was up to from her gaze, and simply offered, There's some food in the cupboard. Help yourself. Hanako's eyes lit up immediately. You're so perceptive. She rummaged around for a while, muttering, Why is everything dry? I want milk. Where's yours? I drank it, Lan Luo replied casually, her eyes lowered. TCH, Hanako said dismissively, stuffing some food into her pocket. These heartless people, they don't even prepare more for you. This little short-lived devil, every meal she eats is one less meal she has. She then patted her behind and left, completely oblivious to the bad luck she just said. Lan Luo stuffed the bread into the cupboard, not bothering to argue. Hanako had been calling her a short-lived devil for a while now. Perhaps in her mind, experimental subjects were all like that, short-lived simply a fact. Lan Luo spaced out for a while, only relaxing after confirming that no one would disturb her for the time being. She stared blankly at the corner of the wall by the door. A small mechanical eye, just beyond the wall in the hallway, diligently watched her room. The bread monster is dead, so the mechanical eyes in this corridor should be temporarily unattended, which is a good opportunity for her. Bullshit. Lan Luo retorted expressionlessly. Someone would eventually take over the mechanical eyes, unless she could slip away before someone did. That was too unrealistic. Besides, even without the mechanical eyes in this corridor, there were other random mechanical eyes and researchers, and who knew if there were security guards lurking in the shadows. Escape? Wishful thinking. She better focus on modifying her flower knife first. Lan Luo closed her eyes wearily, deciding to continue to back down. Knock, knock, knock. It was someone knocking again. Lan Luo sighed, got out of bed, and opened the door. She guessed it was Hua Zi, or Zhu Jianchen. As soon as the door opened, Zhu Jianchen's pretty face eagerly rushed in, surprised. I bet you rested well, so I came to find you. See? She was right. Lan Luo stared listlessly at Zhu Jianchen, watching him curiously look around and touch things before plopping down on the sofa. It's not like it's his first time here. What's with the curiosity? What a coincidence, she said casually. You and Huazi visited at different times, so I haven't had a proper rest. Huazi. Zhu Jianchen stretched. Who is that? Lan Luo pulled out the bread Huazi had brought him to offer. The one who called me a short-lived ghost. Oh, Zhu Jianchen took the bread? Was it poisoned? You actually shared it with me. I don't know. Lan Luo was too lazy to make up an excuse, and spoke frankly. Zhu Jianchen was silent for a moment, then squeezed the bread, suddenly slapping his forehead. Huazi. I think I remember. She was sent to the electrocution room. A bad feeling welled up in Lan Luo's heart. She went to work as an electrician? She went to get electrocuted. Chapter 8. After chasing Zhu Jianchen away, Lan Luo decided, after much deliberation, to visit Hanako. Putting aside other considerations, Hanako had visited her in prison several times, and it was only right that she reciprocate. More importantly, Lan Luo needed to familiarize herself with the base's layout. She could easily use the excuse of not being able to find the electrocution room to explore, since no one would bother her for the time being. Lan Luo's room was arranged according to Lu Guan's requirements, far from the other test subjects, and also very far from the exit, almost buried deep within the base. She seemed to wander aimlessly through the empty corridors, but in her mind, she was tracing the shape of the base. The base's main hall was the closest point to the ground passage, while her room was the furthest from it. However, a wide main road connected her room and the hall, allowing her to quickly reach the hall from her room. As for the operating rooms and similar places, they were located on the left side of the base, starting from the hall, and the researchers' rest rooms were also mostly concentrated nearby. Hanako and the others' room should be on the other side of the base, opposite the researchers. In other words, everyone's path extends outwards from the main hall. Lan Luo's room is sandwiched between the researchers and the test subjects. To the left are the researchers, to the right are the test subjects, and in front lies the unobstructed main hall. What about behind? The researchers wouldn't live here forever. If they needed to leave, would they all exit through the passageway in front of the main hall? Lan Luo had passed through the main hall many times, and had never seen anyone appear from there, except for Lu Guan. Therefore, she had always suspected that perhaps the base had another exit, through which the researchers usually entered and exited. Lan Luo walked blankly to the vicinity of the lounge, looking around as if lost, groping her way along a narrow path. This path looked like all the other forks in the road, only a little narrower, and the mechanical eyes seemed to be fewer. Hey! Stop! Lan Luo saw that the path ahead had forked into two different paths. Just as she was about to go and take a look, a loud shout rang out behind her. She trembled, as if startled, and slowly turned around, clutching her collar and shrinking back apologetically. What's wrong? The person who appeared was a burly man she didn't recognize. He had something like a plaster on his wrist, wore sneakers, and his simple white lab coat looked like it was about to burst open on him, making him look completely out of place. What's your code name? Why are you here? Which researcher let you out? The burly man's triangular eyes were fixed on Lan Luo, firing off a barrage of questions. Lan Luo's eyes reddened, and she took a half step back, her voice barely a whisper. I'm Lan Luo. I'm looking for my friend, but the base's terrain is too complicated. I'm lost. Is this place off limits? I leave right away. The burly man paused, his tightly furrowed brows relaxing slightly. You're Lan Luo? This isn't a place for you. If you want to see someone, have a researcher let them into your room. Don't wander around. Although his tone was still harsh, it was noticeably more polite than before. Lan Luo hadn't expected Lu Guan to be so intimidating. He only mentioned it jokingly, and the people below had already become so courteous to her. But judging from his tone, he didn't seem to recognize her face. All the researchers had gathered when Lu Guan arrived, and she'd been there too. Everyone should recognize her. Why didn't this burly man recognize her? Did he not go to the main hall at all? Why didn't he? Was Lu Guan not important enough? Or was there something more important here? Thank you, sorry to bother you. Lan Luo pulled herself out of her thoughts, nodded to the burly man, and then return the way she came without looking back. She couldn't alert them, couldn't let the base become wary of her. They had better always treat her as a cowardly experimental subject to be despised. Only those who are despised have the opportunity to secretly succeed. Lan Luo played her part to the end. Even though she knew the routes by heart, she still pretended to be clueless, groping her way back to the main hall. Lu Guan was long gone. The main hall had returned to its usual calm. The spot that used to belong to Bread Monster had been taken by others. Several researchers were scattered in different corners, all staring intently at the screens in front of them. Seeing Lan Luo appear, one of the researchers looked up, opened his mouth, then looked down and closed his mouth, pretending not to see her. The other researchers lowered their heads even further, trying to ignore her. Ah, this feels so good. Lan Luo thought expressionlessly. Is this the treatment of someone with connections? She can come and go as she pleases. No one tells her what to do, and even the most arrogant researchers have to treat her politely. If she didn't know she was a test subject waiting to be slaughtered, she would have truly treated herself like an honored guest. Lan Luo concealed the disdain and mockery in her eyes, sitting in the lobby and quietly observing the corridor. Beyond this corridor was a heavy coded door, outside which was a sterilization corridor, and beyond that, another coded door. The only person she knew possessed the biometric code was Lu Guan. Lan Luo smoothed her hair, pretending to be bored and looking around to avoid being noticed while observing the corridor. Do you know where the electroshock room is? The group paused for a moment, then silently agreed, ignoring her. Excuse me, where's the electroshock room? Lan Luo asked politely, seemingly oblivious. A short, middle-aged female researcher looked up and adjusted her unsightly glasses. Go that way, keep going straight to your right. Lan Luo glanced in the direction she was pointing, then smiled and thanked the woman. The middle-aged woman frowned, pursed her lips, and didn't respond, continuing her work. Ignoring their attitude, Lan Luo followed the woman's directions, circling around several times before finally finding the electroshock room. Standing at the door, she looked up at the sign that read electroshock room, inwardly scoffing at their inability to even bother with pretense. They simply called it the electroshock room. At least their dissection lab used the operating room as a cover. Lan Luo pushed open the double doors, revealing a glass cubicle similar to an examination room. Inside was a large chair covered with a dense network of wires. The chair was empty, Hanako wasn't there. The researcher sitting in the outer room looked at Lan Luo with surprise. What are you doing here? Is Hanako here? I came to see her. No, go back. Don't wander around unnecessarily. The researcher waved her away, his politeness tinged with barely concealed disdain. Lan Luo agreed verbally, but didn't move, standing there carefully observing and listening intently. The researcher glanced at her, muttered a few words, but didn't dismiss her. Lu Guan's words really worked, Lan Luo thought again. Finding no one anywhere, she turned and grabbed the doorknob, intending to go look for Hanako at her place. A soft moan drifted to Lan Luo's ears as she turned, stopping her in her tracks. Lan Luo turned back to the researcher. Excuse me, did you hear anything? The researcher, focused intently on the electronic screen, casually replied, no. Lan Luo frowned, ignoring the researcher, and pushed open the cubicle door, walking inside. Hey! The researcher saw her and jumped up from his stool, hurriedly calling out to her, no entry. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Be careful not to damage the equipment. You need to come out first. Lan Luo gripped the cubicle doorknob and apologized softly. I'm sorry, I just wanted to look for Hua Zi. Seeing her good attitude, the researcher puffed out his chest. Go back first. Have someone take her to your room later. Don't wander around unnecessarily and interfere with the experiment. Interfere? Lan Luo looked apologetic. I'm sorry. Mr. Lu told me to cooperate with the experiment. I didn't mean to interfere. I'm really sorry. Next time Mr. Lu comes, you can mention this to him. It's not a good system to keep me running around like this. She threatened the researcher with a meek look, completely unashamed of using Lu Guan as a figurehead. You? The researcher hesitated for a long time. You, hey, over there, through the small door. He then plopped down, pretending not to see Lan Luo. Lan Luo's gaze lingered on the researcher. She only asked him for directions, yet he ignored her time and again. She had to bring up his superiors to intimidate him, before he even opened his mouth. He was utterly shameless. Her usually expressionless lips pressed into a straight line after she opened the small door. The small door led to an empty room, devoid of anything except for a person lying limply on the floor, disheveled and in a contorted position like a corpse. Only the occasional groan escaping her lips proved she was still alive. "Hanako?" Lanlu called cautiously. Hanako, face down on the floor, twitched her fingers, then laboriously turned her head towards Lanlu. Lanlu said, "What's wrong?" Hanako's current posture was comical. Her upper and lower body were laid in an L shape on the floor, her cheek pressed against the ground, her messy hair covering her face, and if she opened her mouth, it would be swallowed. "What nonsense are you asking?" Though weak, she remained defiant, pausing before continuing. "You came empty-handed?" Lanlu looked at her hands, feeling no embarrassment. "I just wanted to see you. I didn't expect you to be so seriously injured." Hanako closed her eyes, spitting out a hair from her mouth. "They gave me some kind of fishy-smelling blood to drink and then electrocuted me, constantly asking if I was in pain and forbidding me from taking any medication, a bunch of—" She spoke the last few words very softly, probably afraid the researchers would hear, and Lanlu didn't catch them, but it was definitely swearing, unimportant. What she cared about was the blood Hanako mentioned. Drinking blood, pain, no medication. Lanlu was almost certain Hanako had drunk her own blood. Lu Guan is really frugal, researching his own blood before giving it to other test subjects for further research. Lanlu felt a wave of nausea, but didn't show it. Anyway, that blood was useless. Besides being unpleasant to drink, it had no other purpose. "You know what?" Hanako seemed to be getting more and more energetic as they talked. "I realized you're wrong." Lanlu's heart skipped a beat. "What?" Hanako licked her lips. "You told me 7 times 9 equals 62, that's wrong." Lanlu felt relieved, recalling that she had indeed told Hanako a similar lie when they first met. Back then, Lanlu suspected Hanako was pretending, so she deliberately told her many incorrect facts to test her. Unexpectedly, Hanako accepted them all, believing every single one. "You're well read, I believe you." Hanako nodded and remembered everything, trusting every word Lanlu said. Lanlu slowly dispelled her doubts, and began to believe that there really were such reckless yet worldly fools as Hanako in this world. She clenched her fist, glancing at the researchers peeking in from outside. I misremembered." "How did you know?" Hanako's tone was normal, even a little proud. "The electric shock chair has 7 levels. They shocked me 9 times. I counted, a total of 63 times, not 62. Lanlu gently bit her tongue inside. "Not even 62. Hanako hummed twice, but didn't reply, her face scrunched up. Lanlu noticed she was in pain. She shifted her feet, blocking the narrow doorway with her body, and bent down to touch Hanako's lips. "Look at you, you got hair in your mouth." She straightened up, a red mark flashing across her clenched right fist before disappearing between her fingers. Hanako subconsciously licked her lips, wiping away the coolness from her dry lips. "You?" A few moments later, she raised her eyes in disbelief, a single syllable escaping her throat. Chapter 9. Seeing Hanako's reaction, Lanlu frowned involuntarily, regretting her momentary lapse in judgment. She had already experimented. Her blood lost its effectiveness after being removed from her body for more than a minute. Therefore, the blood the researchers had taken was useless, yielding nothing. Up until now, they only knew she had no pain sensation, but they didn't know her blood could also block others' pain. She had only given Hanako a drop of blood out of pity, seeing how pitiful Hanako was, suffering the electric shock because of her. If her secret were discovered because of this, it would be far too much of a loss. It was better to let Hanako continue to wail on the ground. Lanlu, with her back to the researchers, held up a finger, signaling Hanako to be quiet. Hanako remained lying on the ground, struggling to lift her head like a turtle. Receiving Lanlu's signal, she tightly pursed her lips, remaining silent. Lanlu breathed a sigh of relief. At least Hanako hadn't started screaming and wailing in front of the researchers. Hanako pressed her face back to the ground, occasionally letting out a weak groan. Her acting was superb. If Lanlu hadn't been in the know, she probably wouldn't have been able to tell she was faking it. "You, get some rest." Lanlu took a few steps back and closed the small door for Hanako. The researcher was scribbling on paper, not paying much attention to the commotion. Lanlu stopped at the door and asked, "The electroshock is over. Why didn't you give her the medication?" The researcher didn't look up, just observing for self-healing. "If it doesn't work in 10 minutes, we send her back." Those words sounded strangely familiar. Lanlu didn't ask any further, opened the door, and left. The sentiment was there, the gift was there, the rest was Hanako's own business, none of her concern anymore. Lanlu followed her memory back to her room, locking herself in the bathroom, before finally relaxing her clenched fist. There was a small cut on her fingertip, a cut she had deliberately made to feed Hanako blood. using the corner of her metal identification tag. This tag was something Lu Guan had ordered made for her. Originally, experimental subjects didn't have identification tags. Their numbers were engraved on their bodies with special stamps. Lu Guan said she was different from the other experimental subjects and didn't need branding. A tag would suffice. The base made a small, light metal tag with blunt edges, completely harmless. Lan Luo knew this was to prevent her from harming the researchers or herself, but they probably didn't realize that even the bluntest metal can be sharpened. She sharpened it in her spare time, and only now had she managed to sharpen one corner of the tag. While it wasn't particularly dangerous, it was enough for small tasks, like cutting herself to draw blood. Lan Luo wiped the metal ID tag clean and put it on the bedside table. She found a bottle of special medicine on the shelf and sprayed it on her hand. The small cut healed almost instantly. The medicine was sent by Zhang Lai. Lan Luo glanced at it. It contained almost every common medication, filling the otherwise empty shelf. Looks like Zhang Lai is a sycophantic dog too. Lan Luo listlessly sorted through the medicines, but couldn't find anything suitable for her, so she gave up and turned back to polishing the metal ID tag. She hadn't taken poison in a long time. Being too healthy wouldn't be good. She needed to find an opportunity to get something poisonous. Lan Luo hadn't expected that just as she was thinking about her health, Zhu Jianshan would yell that he was coming to arrest her for a checkup. Don't you have anything important to do? Lan Luo was baffled. Why are the other researchers so much busier than you? Zhu Jianshan grinned. Because I'm a connected person. You better cooperate, or I won't be able to do my only real job. Lan Luo didn't refuse. They already knew what they could scan, and what they couldn't scan, they wouldn't know even if they checked 1,000 times. Besides, she also wanted to know her current situation. Don't draw this time, Lan Luo said, lying on the examination bed, completely distrustful of Zhu Jianshan. Give me a proper examination. I want to see the results myself. I'm being serious, okay? Zhu Jianshan muttered. He plopped down, propping his chin up, half-jokingly complaining, you don't even have the self-awareness of a test subject. You're so rude to me. I see you're much nicer to Yi Fei and the others. How's Yi Fei? Lan Luo ignored his complaint. Zhu Jianshan twirled his pen. I don't know. You know I'm a relative, and a bastard, so they all dislike me. Why would they tell me these things? His tone was light, almost joking, so Lan Luo ignored it, pretending not to hear anything. Zhu Jianshan didn't bother her anymore, and diligently operated the machine to examine her body. Lan Luo felt the familiar buzzing sound, and suddenly felt a little dazed. Last time she lay here, she knew nothing about the base, nothing about Zhu Jianshan, and nothing about the power of immortality, like a headless fly. Now, lying here, she was familiar with the base's general layout, knew that Zhu Jianshan was a crazy, idle guy, and had even awakened her inherited memories, knowing how to obtain the complete power of immortality. Everything was moving in her favor, orchestrated by fate. If all went well, she would leave this place as soon as possible. If she was lucky, she would successfully evade capture. If given the chance, she would devour Lan Sheng directly. If Zhu Jianshan could be quieter, she would have more time to think about her future. Lan Luo frowned and jumped off the examination bed. What are you so surprised about? From the beginning, he had been staring at the computer with a look of surprise, occasionally letting out a wow, making it impossible to ignore him. Zhu Jianshan beckoned to her mysteriously. Come here, I secretly show you. Lan Luo's heart skipped a beat, thinking something was wrong with her body. Suppressing her emotions, she quickly stepped forward, leaning on the table with one hand to look at the screen. The screen was blank. Lan Luo breathed a sigh of relief, both surprised and yet expectant. She should have known. It was normal for Zhu Jianshan to do anything strange. So what are you looking at? She turned her head to look at Zhu Jianshan, trying to see embarrassment or guilt on his face. Lan Luo wasn't short, but she was still considerably shorter than Zhu Jianshan. Even sitting down, Lan Luo was only a head taller than him. She braced herself on the edge of the table, looking slightly puzzled, her hair falling down and swaying gently between them. Lan Luo watched as Zhu Jianshan, who had been leaning back, sat up straight. His exaggerated surprise gradually faded, and then he pursed his lips, his eyes darting around aimlessly. See? She knew he'd feel guilty. Lan Luo pointed to the screen and continued. So what exactly are you looking at? Zhu Jianshan rubbed his nose, then pointed a short distance away from Lan Luo. Look, bugs fighting. Lan Luo looked in the direction he was pointing, and only when she leaned closer to the screen did she see two pitifully small bugs wrestling together. She was so close that even her slightest breath hit Zhu Jianshan's outstretched finger. Lan Luo saw Zhu Jianshan's finger twitch slightly, then he quickly pulled it back and put it in his pocket, remaining still. "You're watching this?" she asked. Zhu Jianshan looked up at the sky and the ground, ignoring the insects. "Yeah, just looking at this." Lan Luo stopped talking, pressed down 2 insects with her index finger, and pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands. "Don't neglect your duties, show me my health data." Zhu Jianshan glanced at the dead insects she had thrown into the trash can, a hint of regret on his face. "Oh, you're perfectly healthy now, nothing wrong." He pulled up the scan data, slid his chair aside, and gave Lan Luo the seat facing the computer. Lan Luo scrolled through her data, completely oblivious to Zhu Jianshan, who was also intently watching. He wasn't lying, the scan data showed no abnormalities in Lan Luo's body, and she had even gained 2 kilograms. "No problem, I'm leaving." Lan Luo put down the mouse and turned to leave. "Oh!" Zhu Jianshan remained by the table, his voice muffled, surprisingly submissive. Lan Luo looked at him strangely, wondering why he was so energetic one moment and so quiet the next. She could only conclude that he had lost his mind again. As she reached the door, Zhu Jianshan's voice rang out again. "Lan Luo, you smell of medicine." Lan Luo sniffed herself, but couldn't detect any scent. "I tried the medicine they brought in the room, so I might have picked up the smell." Zhu Jianshan buried his face in his arms, only his eyes showing, his voice muffled in his embrace. "Do you like it?" "Like what?" Lan Luo asked blankly. "The medicine." He lifted his head slightly. Lan Luo pushed open the door, casually replying, "I like it. Having medicine on hand makes me feel safe." She then let go and walked out, the silver metal door closing silently behind her. "Really? I spent a long time choosing, picking out all the best medicine from the storeroom." However, the door was too soundproof, so Lan Luo didn't hear Zhu Jianshan's slightly proud words. She went to the electroshock room, but the door was locked, with a no-entry sign hanging on it. It seemed to be over, so Lan Luo went to where Hanako lived, the pigeon coop she mentioned. The pigeon coop was essentially a series of small, adjacent cubicles, each just big enough for a bed and a rudimentary bathroom, nothing else. Each door had a square opening with bars, allowing researchers to observe the inside without being harmed. In short, it looked like a prison. Some of the rooms were wide open and empty, presumably used for experiments, the others were tightly shut, regardless of whether it was noisy or quiet. Lan Luo moved through the room, knowing roughly which one Hanako lived in, and slowly observed her as she approached. Hanako lay on the bed, her brow furrowed as if enduring immense pain. "She's quite loyal." "It's me." Lan Luo looked at her through the bars. Hearing her voice, Hanako's half-dead groan stopped, and her brow relaxed slightly. "Oh dear, why did you come empty-handed again?" "Just came to see you." Lan Luo smiled innocently. "It's so oppressive here, I'm afraid a poisonous snake will suddenly jump out and bite me." Hanako continued to feign pain, whimpering as she reminded her, "This is no joke, remember not to go down the S-shaped fork, there really are poisonous snakes there, they bite anyone they see." "How scary." Lan Luo lowered her eyes. "Luckily I didn't take that path, but the door was closed, so it should be fine, right?" "How can it be fine?" Hanako said, "That snake takes advantage of its narrow head, it climbs out through the bars every day to bite people." Lan Luo nodded. "I see, I remember that." She exchanged a few casual pleasantries with Hanako through the door, then turned to leave. Hanako's voice trailed behind. "Remember to avoid Group S." Lan Luo didn't respond, head down, meandering through the pigeon coop like a stroll, until she reached a slightly dimly lit intersection. She hesitated, then stepped in. The moment she entered the fork in the road, a violent banging came from the door on her left. Lan Luo shifted to her right. From the door on her right came heavy breathing, followed by a string of curses. Ignoring it, she quickened her pace, seemingly terrified, and walked towards the end of the path. "Watch out." Suddenly, a clear, unfamiliar voice, accompanied by the sound of wind, reached her ears. Hearing the warning, Lan Luo instinctively stopped. "Ah!" The girl's scream was filled with terror. Lan Luo stumbled back 2 steps, crashing into the door behind her. Startled by her scream, the long, thin, black snake head retreated with a whoosh, hissing restlessly inside the doorway. Lan Luo struggled to her feet, grabbing the door behind her for support. The unfamiliar voice sounded again behind her. "Are you all right?" Chapter 10. Lan Luo abruptly released her grip on the door, facing the room from which the sound had come. "Who are you?" A few seconds of silence followed from behind the door. Then a slow voice said, "The one locked up here, of course, is an experimental subject." Lan Luo cautiously watched for the snake heads that might peek out from behind her. while observing the person in the room through the bars. The room was dimly lit, only the floor near the doorway was visible. The person inside lay on the bed at the far end, their shape only vaguely discernible. "Did you remind me just now?" Lan Luo said, "Thank you." The blanket shifted, and the figure spoke, "You're welcome. I'm just more experienced." "Sounds like a gentle person. Why is he locked up with these violent freaks?" Before Lan Luo could ask further, a researcher nearby quickly approached. "What happened? Bitten again?" The researcher slammed the small door of the snake head's enclosure shut, completely blocking any possibility of attack. Lan Luo shook her head. "No, I was just scared." The researcher waved his hand. "Leave if you have nothing else to do. Don't come to dirty and messy places." Lan Luo nodded and followed the researcher out of the pigeon coop, saying with lingering fear, "That was really scary. Luckily, that kind person warned me, otherwise I definitely would have been bitten." The researcher snorted. "Kind person? He used to be the most unruly one. Now that he's paralyzed, he's finally much more well-behaved." "Unruly? I really didn't see that coming. I was wondering why he was locked up here." Lan Luo agreed. The researcher led Lan Luo away from the pigeon coop and was about to turn back when he heard this. He stopped, put his hands on his hips, and said with a headache, "He came as soon as the base was built. There were too few test subjects back then, so they used him for experiments every day. Every time he injured the researchers, it was so troublesome. Luckily he's paralyzed, damn it, otherwise I would have beaten him up again." The researcher cursed and walked away, leaving Lan Luo standing there thoughtfully. It wasn't that she was actually thinking about anything, but the snake's head was too venomous, and she was about to collapse. Lan Luo didn't want anyone to notice her abnormality, so she gritted her teeth and pretended nothing was wrong as she returned to her room. As soon as she got back to her room, she collapsed to the floor, panting heavily and covered in sweat. There were 2 small bloody holes on the inside of her elbow, from when she raised her hand to defend herself against the snake's head. The moment she was bitten, Lan Luo felt weak and dizzy. She knew the snake must have injected her with a paralyzing venom. She suppressed her excitement and acted fearful in front of the researcher, all to preserve the venom. It was all so easy. Lan Luo forced herself to stay awake, letting the venom gradually spread through her body and dissolve into her bloodstream. This was the method of using her supernatural ability that she had figured out through constant practice since childhood. As a child, she accidentally ingested rat poison. She fell into a deep sleep, her eyes rolled back, and when she awoke, she was still listless. She bumped her head on the ground, hitting her mouth and drawing blood. She was then surprised to find that insects on the ground that came into contact with her blood died quickly. Later, to confirm her hypothesis, Lan Luo secretly continued to ingest rat poison. Once she regained her senses, she would cut herself again, mixing her blood into Lan Sheng's food. Seeing him collapse to the ground with a thud after finishing his meal, she finally confirmed her ability. That's how the classmates who bullied her died. They didn't have Lan Sheng's lucky ability. They were fooled by Lan Luo into believing her blood could cure all diseases, and they all eagerly licked the bloodstains from their knives. Then, a few days later, she died like a cockroach. Thinking of this, Lan Luo couldn't help but smile, her blood trembling slightly. However, her blood wasn't entirely poisonous. For example, the blood Hanako drank was pure blood, uncontaminated by toxins. It not only wouldn't kill her, but it could also block out pain. Lan Luo stroked the 2 deep, bleeding wounds, a long-lost sense of satisfaction and security welling up inside her. The poison reassured her more than medicine. Once her body recovered a bit, Lan Luo quickly got up from the ground and sprayed healing medicine vigorously onto the wounds. This wound was much more serious than the one she had cut on her finger, and it wouldn't heal easily. She could only try to avoid being discovered. She just hoped no one would bother her for the time being. What she feared most came true. Soon after, Lan Luo's door was pounded on loudly. She sat cross-legged on the floor, clutching her wound, and called out, "What is it?" It's me. Zhu Jianshan's slightly breathless reply came from outside the door. Lan Luo rolled her eyes, maintaining a normal tone. "Who are you?" "Wow," Zhu Jianshan drawled, "can't you even recognize my voice?" "It's me, Zhu Jianshan, your personal medical examiner." Lan Luo recognized his voice, of course, but she wanted to stall for time. She wasn't feeling well, and Zhu Jianshan, being a semi-doctor, could easily tell something was wrong with her. "Didn't we just have an examination? What, you haven't had enough fun? Want to do it again?" She cautiously approached the bed, trying to make her steps seem less strange. Zhu Jianshan scratched at the door like an energetic dog. "Can't I play with you?" I just saw you wandering around the storage area in the lobby. That's not a good place, you better watch out. Lan Luo understood. He had seen her through the mechanical eyes. The containment facility was like a pigeon coop. There weren't many mechanical eyes there, scattered at either end of each path, leaving the middle areas unmonitored. That's why she dared to risk being bitten by the snakehead. I see. So this is what you came here for? Her gait gradually returned to normal. She sniffed the air. There was no longer any medicinal smell. Then she slowly walked to the door and opened it with her right hand. Zhu Jianshan was still bent over, fumbling with the door, looking somewhat lewd. But his clear eyes and pristine white uniform softened this, making him appear quite youthful and lively. Lan Luo thought he might actually have some canine genes. Being confined at the base for so long without any release of energy made him both neurotic and annoying. How old are you? She asked, feigning nonchalance as she leaned against the wall, arms crossed, recovering her strength while concealing the wound on her elbow. Her old clothes were ruined by blood and unwearable. The new uniform Yifei gave her was short-sleeved and couldn't cover the wound at all. Zhu Jianshan paused, standing ramrod straight. 21, what's wrong? Lan Luo glanced at him, realizing he seemed genuinely waiting for her answer. She only asked casually. It was just an age, not grades. What was he expecting? Quite young. No wonder you're more energetic than others. Lan Luo took a few steps inside and plopped down on the bed. Zhu Jianshan followed slowly behind, stopping after a few steps. Lan Luo. Lan Luo sat on the bed, constantly keeping her arms tucked in. What's wrong? The smell of medicine is so strong. His eyes were fixed on Lan Luo, but his tone was calm, as if stating a fact. Lan Luo sniffed. Really? Maybe too much was produced during the drug testing, and the smell couldn't dissipate. It's not my fault, is it? Who told you to build the base underground? The ventilation is definitely not as good as above ground. Zhu Jianshan didn't speak, turning to retrieve the medicine bottle. Lan Luo watched as he precisely retrieved the bottle he had used, weighing it in her hand. You might not know, but this drug is newly developed and hasn't been released yet. The base spent a considerable amount of money to obtain a batch ahead of schedule. Its biggest characteristic is that it evaporates rapidly upon contact with air, usually completely evaporating in about 10 minutes, so it needs to be carefully stored in a special container. And countless 10-minute intervals have passed since you tested it. Or did you, within those 10 minutes, when I knocked, suddenly decide to test it again? Lan Luo tilted her head, listening to Zhu Jianshan's barrage of questions with her usual bewildered expression. This was the first time she'd seen Zhu Jianshan so professional and serious, a far cry from his previous carefree and incompetent demeanor. She misjudged him. It seemed Zhu Jianshan had some skills after all. He wasn't just a nepotism hire, and wasn't so easily fooled. Lan Luo appeared calm and innocent, but her heart was pounding, and a sense of unease crept in again. I like it, she said expressionlessly. I think it smells good. Zhu Jianshan stroked the medicine bottle, standing quietly, his eyes fixed on Lan Luo without blinking. After a long pause, he sighed and put the medicine back in its place. I'm glad you like it. Remember to take care of yourself. After all, medicine has its side effects. Lan Luo breathed a sigh of relief, the unease in her heart slowly receding like the tide. She turned her head and nodded, turning the page. If someone like the bread monster were present, she wouldn't dare be so brazen and defiant. She could only blame Zhu Jianshan for being too carefree and posing too little threat to her. So what are you doing here? She changed the subject, drawing Zhu Jianshan's attention back to the medicine cabinet. Zhu Jianshan rearranged several bottles of medicine. Nothing much. Didn't I just say I saw you at the storage room? I was worried something might have happened to you. Lan Luo sat on the bed watching him handle the medicine, too weak and uninterested to stop him, so she simply let him do as he pleased. After a while, Zhu Jianshan picked out a small, inconspicuous box of pills and tossed it into Lan Luo's lap with his back to her. This smells better. Take one before bed. Lan Luo held up the box in her right hand and examined it. It was an oral medication, effective for promoting recovery from all external injuries. She hadn't even noticed it on the shelf. You seem quite knowledgeable about this. You learned it well. Lan Luo tossed the medicine onto her pillow, intending to read the instructions carefully after he left. If the medicine could cure the poison, she wouldn't take it. Zhu Jianshan's communicator beeped a few times. He frowned, read the contents, and then put it away unhappily, muttering under his breath, You learned it well, otherwise you wouldn't have had the chance to change your name. Weren't you called Zhu Jianshan before? Lan Luo asked casually, standing up to see him out. Zhu Jianshan was silent for a few moments. I was also called Zhu Jianshan. He's acting crazy again. Lan Luo didn't reply, raising her right hand to signal Zhu Jianshan to leave quickly. The communicator keeps ringing. If you need to, you should go. Zhu Jianshan glanced at her up and down, chuckling. So eager to kick me out? I'm not leaving. Lan Luo lowered her hand, blinking to clear her vision of the intermittent blackouts, not wanting to deal with his intermittent shamelessness and persistent neuroticism. Whatever, she paused, unable to control herself from leaning back. Whatever you want. Lan Luo rushed to the bedside, trying to find a foothold before her vision completely disappeared. But she was a step too late. Although she managed to grab the edge of the bed, she couldn't sit up steadily, and instead plopped down on the floor. Zhu Jianshan rushed over, muttering hey, 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 and knelt in front of Lan Luo, his voice rising. Lan Luo? Are you alright? Seeing that Lan Luo didn't react, he reached out to pull her arm. Let's get her checked out. Seeing him pull her left hand, Lan Luo didn't care about anything else for a moment, raising her right hand and grabbing Zhu Jianshan's wrist. I'm fine, just low blood sugar. Whether Zhu Jianshan believed her or not, he let go, allowing Lan Luo to pull his wrist forcefully. He twitched his fingers, ignoring the constantly vibrating communicator in his pocket, and leaned closer to Lan Luo, examining her complexion closely. Really? You look terrible. I talked to Lu Guan right away, and get your food changed. What about the food? A deep male voice sounded from the doorway. As soon as he finished speaking, the communicator in Zhu Jianshan's arms went silent as if dead. Lan Luo looked past Zhu Jianshan towards the source of the voice. It was Lu Guan. Chapter 11. Zhu Jianshan really had a jinx. He summoned them right away. Several fully armed researchers followed behind Lu Guan. Lan Luo sometimes admired their quick thinking, because they only dressed like that when Lu Guan came to the base, clearly to cater to his obsessive-compulsive disorder. Lu Guan walked in leisurely, his hands behind his back, his gaze lightly falling on the two people, one sitting and one kneeling. First time in your room. It's a bit simple. Is there anything uncomfortable? Lu Guan asked, his eyes scanning the room. Lan Luo knew he was talking to her, but before she could answer, Zhu Jianshan spoke first. Instead of worrying about these things, why not improve the food? His voice was cool, and Lan Luo could even feel his shallow breathing as he spoke. She then realized they seemed a little too close, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze of Lu Guan and the researchers. She released her grip on Zhu Jianshan's hand and stepped back a little. A faint red mark had appeared on Zhu Jianshan's wrist. Their gazes simultaneously fell on it. Lan Luo was somewhat surprised. His skin was so delicate, and she herself wasn't particularly strong, yet such a noticeable mark had been left. Zhu Jianshan twitched his fingers, and then put his hand back in his pocket. The food is all according to nutritional standards, Lu Guan said, sitting on the sofa not far away. You're short-sighted, only thinking about being full, which is normal. Lan Luo didn't understand why they started arguing as soon as they met. Their relationship seemed quite bad. If their relationship was so bad, why was Zhu Jianshan still willing to work at Lu Guan's base? Zhu Jianshan stood up. Didn't you see how awful the food is? The prestigious Lu Corporation can't even afford to hire 2 cooks? Alright. Lu Guan leaned back on the sofa. Stop with the nonsense. Since you're free, run an errand for Zhang Lai and deliver 2 pieces of equipment to Base 2. Zhu Jianshan glanced at Lan Luo. Are you so short-handed now? Do you need me to deliver the goods myself? We are short-handed. Lu Guan tapped his fingers, revealing a smile. No, we're not. But you should move around more. Staying here all the time, who knows what trouble you cause. Lu Guan's gaze drifted over Lan Luo. After all, you're the best at causing trouble, aren't you? If it weren't for the trouble you caused, my health. He chuckled and shook his head. Never mind, Zhang Lai, take him to deliver the equipment. Lu Guan's poor health. Is it related to Zhu Jianshan? Lan Luo's eyes darted between the two of them, sensing that Lu Guan was showing some resentment towards Zhu Jianshan today. Even so, it shouldn't be necessary for him to deliver 2 pieces of equipment by himself. The equipment here is all big and heavy. It seems they really are using Zhu Jianshan like a donkey. Zhu Jianshan openly ruffled Lan Luo's hair and left without a word. Lan Luo raised her hand to smooth her hair, finding it somewhat amusing. Actually, Zhu Jianshan can be quite cowardly sometimes. He doesn't dare to get angry at Lu Guan, so he resorts to messing with her hair. Did you faint from how bad it was? Lu Guan crossed his legs, looking at Lan Luo with a half-smile. Lan Luo propped herself up on her knees. No, my legs just gave way a little. She paused, then added, but it really wasn't very good. If there's anything you don't like, just tell them, and they accommodate you. Lu Guan spoke tolerantly. Don't keep quiet and attract unwanted attention. Actually, you're more annoying than him. Lan Luo thought to herself, but obediently hummed in agreement. Alright, Lu Guan beckoned to the researcher, take a look at this document. The researcher, who was waiting nearby, quickly pulled a thick paper document from his pocket and handed it to Lu Guan with small, quick steps. Lu Guan laid the document flat on the coffee table and gently flipped through a few pages. Wasn't he going to show it to her? Why did he start flipping through it himself? Lan Luo patiently pretended to be obedient, moving to the coffee table, separating herself from Lu Guan by a strip of paper. What's this? The document was reversed from Lan Luo's perspective. She could only see a few assembly line-like ID photos, all seemingly of men. Lu Guan didn't even look at her, casually tearing off a page. This one won't do. The page was crumpled up, arcing through the air before falling to the ground. The researcher who had just handed over the documents crouched down nervously, carefully picking up the scrap paper and unfolding it. He explained to Lu Guan, he's average looking, but he has healing abilities. We were originally trying to fuse him to create someone with healing abilities. Lu Guan raised his hand to stop him. Don't explain, it's pointless. Lan Luo, like a little hen with her left arm tucked between her legs, silently stood by, her brow furrowing deeper and deeper. What does this mean? What fusion? She clutched the hem of her clothes, a bad feeling creeping into her heart. Lan Luo instinctively felt that this so-called fusion couldn't be that simple. If it was just about fusing two people's abilities, why bother finding her specifically? Couldn't they just do the fusion experiment in the lab? Lu Guan seemed to just remember, raising an eyebrow slightly. Let them explain it to you. Don't be afraid, it's not a bad thing. Lan Luo never took Lu Guan's feigned comfort to heart. If he were truly so kind, he shouldn't have built this laboratory, much less bought her for research. But being dependent on others, she inevitably had to show weakness. Lan Luo lowered her head and hummed in agreement, behaving very obediently. The researcher cleared his throat, crumpling the scrap of paper in his hand, and said, considering that you are now an adult and possess mature physiological conditions, and that your physical condition has improved significantly after this period of cultivation at the base, we have preliminarily determined that you are ready for further experiments. Lan Luo's lips curled into a flat smile, unable to understand why anyone in this world could utter so much pointless nonsense. Considering Lu Guan's presence, she tried to remain calm and asked, what experiment? And what does fusion mean? The researcher hesitated for a few seconds. The experiment you'd be participating in is a fusion experiment. We need to study whether your ability can be transmitted and whether it can fuse with other people's abilities. It was all just empty talk. What's the difference between this and grafting? Lan Luo asked, Bread, didn't the researcher who died last time graft abilities? Why not just graft directly, instead of fusing? Lu Guan interjected, how do you know he grafted? Lan Luo glanced at him. I overheard him arguing with Yi Fei that day. Yi Fei seemed a bit disdainful of his grafted ability. Hell, Lu Guan chuckled, she is indeed arrogant. So why not graft? Lan Luo steered the conversation back on track. Lu Guan gave the researcher a wink, signaling him to continue explaining. While explaining to Lan Luo, the researcher's body language betrayed his true intentions, facing Lu Guan directly. It's like this. Current grafting methods are basically only suitable for grafting basic superpowers, such as hardening, petrification, or beastification. Most complex or special abilities currently have a 0 success rate. However, to be on the safe side, after extracting Lan Luo's body cells, we still attempted to graft superpowers, but the grafts failed on all the test subjects, and 2 died directly from rejection. Although grafting is inherently risky, the rejection reaction in this grafting experiment was significantly higher than with other types of superpowers, meaning Lan Luo's superpower naturally rejects outsiders. After that, we also tried directly injecting Lan Luo's blood into the test subjects, wanting to observe whether this blood could be used as a medicine, or rather, as an anesthetic. But according to our observations, the test subjects showed no pain-shielding effect during electric shocks, and there was no healing effect afterward. The researcher finished speaking, swallowing hard, his breathing becoming rapid. He rambled on, exhausting himself without getting to the point Lan Luo wanted to hear. She knew the researcher was referring to Hanako as the subject of the electrocution experiment, but she genuinely didn't know they had also tried grafting, and that 2 subjects had died. Could they be considered indirectly killed by her? Lan Luo's thoughts wandered aimlessly, but she felt little emotional. Everyone who came here, except herself, was a potential death sentence. Besides, it was the experimental team led by Lu Guan who killed them. What did it have to do with her? If you're going to take a life, take Lu Guan's. Lan Luo silently offered advice to these 2 short-lived souls. while her ears remained constantly alert to the researcher's next words. Lu Guan didn't look up, casually flipping through the documents on the coffee table, occasionally tearing off a page with a rip and throwing it on the floor, completely ignoring what the researcher was saying. It was obvious that Lu Guan had already heard the relevant experimental reports. There was no need for him to hear them again. So, the researcher's tone grew increasingly excited. We want to try another fusion method to see if this ability can be directly transmitted through the mother, that is, through heredity. Lan Luo looked up abruptly, staring incredulously at the researcher, whose joy couldn't be hidden even by his mask. Had she heard correctly? What did mother-to-mother transmission mean? What did heredity mean? She looked up too suddenly, and since her body hadn't fully recovered, her vision began to blur again. She staggered back 2 steps before slowly regaining her composure. Scared? Lu Guan finally spared a glance. I originally thought you were too young to be suitable for these experiments. He sat on the sofa, looking down at Lan Luo with a pitying gaze, but his eyes held a barely perceptible arrogance. But you do meet the requirements for reproduction, and your painless ability can spare you pain, so this shouldn't be too difficult for you to accept, right? Lan Luo spoke with difficulty, her voice choked in her throat. Of course, it's difficult to accept. If it has to be done, why not just artificially cultivate? In vitro cultivation technology. It's already quite mature, isn't it? No, the researcher said seriously, we tried, but unsurprisingly it failed. Like I said before, your ability is extremely repulsive to outsiders, so the only potentially successful method now is natural insemination by the mother. After all, since your mother could give birth to twins with immortal abilities, it proves that this ability can be transmitted through bloodlines to some extent. Lan Luo could barely maintain her composure, her anger growing, wishing she could just blast these 2 idiots in front of her to death. She bit her lip, almost drawing blood because she couldn't feel the pain, but thankfully reason prevailed and she released her teeth in time. Lu Guan sighed, turning the torn and tattered document around and pushing it towards Lan Luo. Don't be afraid, take a look first. I already screened them for you. These men's appearances, physiques, and abilities are all quite good. Lan Luo reached out and pinched a corner of the document, the thin tear opening to reveal a passport photo on the inner page. It showed a handsome young man. In the past, Lan Luo might have thought he was outstandingly handsome, but after seeing Zhu Jianshan's ethereal, pale face, this photo could only be barely considered handsome. Mr. Liu, she shook the document, offering a restrained smile. You really treat me like an animal. Chapter 12. As soon as Lan Luo finished speaking, the researcher stared at her in shock, seemingly quite surprised. Not only him, but even Lu Guan, who was always calm and collected, momentarily faltered. He lowered his eyes, staring at the ground, and after a few seconds, chuckled softly. Lan Luo thought both brothers might be sick. She looked expressionlessly at his slightly trembling shoulders. His crisp suit had been pressed into small wrinkles, a minor, harmless sloppiness that gave Lu Guan a tiny, insignificant human touch. Of course, still far from being human. Lan Luo's mind had calmed down, only her heart was still pounding in her chest. Actually, her angry retort just now had been blurted out without any thought. Now that she had calmed down, Lan Luo wasn't too afraid. If they had the ability to kill her, great. If not, it was essentially zero harm. If they really wanted to go all out, she wasn't afraid of anyone. You, Lu Guan abruptly spoke, his eyes still gleaming with amusement as he stared at Lan Luo. Why are you getting more and more temperamental? I knew I shouldn't have let that Zhu guy in. He's corrupted you in such a short time. Lu Guan shook his head, his complaint a mix of genuine and feigned sincerity, leaving the researcher beside him scrutinizing his unspoken meaning with a constipated expression. Lan Luo remained expressionless, inwardly utterly disdainful. She had always been this kind of person, having absolutely nothing to do with Zhu Jianshan. It was all Zhu Jianshan's fault for not checking his communicator messages in time, catching Lu Guan off guard. Wait, Zhu Jianshan seemed to have checked, he just hadn't told her. Lan Luo frowned, immediately withdrawing her meager sympathy for Zhu Jianshan. He should carry more equipment, better yet, crush him to death. Lan Luo turned her back to Lu Guan, her tone icy. I can't agree to this. If you insist, just drag me into the operating room, like before. The thought that you almost created a child for me without my knowledge makes me feel utterly disgusted. Lu Guan rubbed his temples, his head aching. No, you're wrong. You shouldn't consider it a child. It's just a seed for an experiment. You don't need to take any responsibility for it. After the experiment is over, you can still live the life you want. Lan Luo wanted to argue, but didn't know what to say. Is this really necessary? Her voice was weary. Lu Guan remained silent, watching Lan Luo without speaking. The researcher, noticing his expression, stepped forward and said, "Yes, but this is also to help you understand your own abilities, so you can better utilize this power in the future." Lan Luo took a deep breath, her mind racing. For the moment, she could only stall for time. "Fine, I agree." She turned to Lu Guan, her face showing a mixture of anger, stubbornness, and vulnerability. "But I also have my own demands. I won't accept any of these people on the list. Either you find someone else, or give me time to find them myself." Lu Guan slowly stood up, straightening his clothes. "I anticipated you wouldn't agree before I came. Although your parents and I emphasized that you're an obedient and good-tempered girl, I always felt you're not weak, you're even a little rebellious." He approached step by step. "If I wanted to, I could easily force you. All your rebellion would be powerless. Do you know why I chose to ask for your opinion?" He leaned forward slightly, looking directly into Lan Luo's eyes. Lan Luo avoided his gaze, wisely adopting a subordinate posture. "I don't know." Lu Guan took 2 steps back. "Because I like you very much, and I also really like your special ability. I gave you the biggest room, the most freedom, and you could even refuse to cooperate in experiments, just so that the experimental subject, Lan Luo, could stay in a good mood. So I believe that our poor experimental subject, Lan Luo, will understand my good intentions and try her best to cooperate, right?" Lan Luo thought he might say something useful, but it turned out he was just trying to brainwash her. "Yes," she clenched her right fist, trying to appear submissive. "I can cooperate, but I said I don't agree with anyone on the list. I want new candidates." Seeing her relent, the researcher seized the opportunity. "These people are the most suitable candidates we considered. We can't find any other good candidates in a short time. Besides, you haven't even seen them yet. How do you know they're not suitable?" "I wasn't talking to you." Lan Luo suddenly raised a glass and smashed it at the researcher's feet. Glass shards flew everywhere, freezing the room in chaos. Lan Luo, her eyes red, remained silent, looking every bit the stubborn, innocent girl. The researcher took a few steps back, as if stunned by her sudden outburst, his voice hoarse and silent. Lu Guan's expression didn't change. He spoke naturally. "Clean it up, the shards could hurt someone." The researcher reluctantly squatted down to pick up the glass. Lan Luo watched his resentful figure, feeling a surge of satisfaction, but dared not show it, continuing to feign weakness and stubbornness. "All right," Lu Guan said patiently, "tell me, what kind do you want?" Lan Luo had no idea what she wanted. She didn't want anything, she just wanted to buy herself some time. Not too thin, not too fat, not too tall, not too short, not too fair, not too dark, not too young, not too old, not too noisy, not too quiet. She lied, staring at the ground, her right hand unconsciously rubbing the half-healed wound on her left elbow. "Little girl," Lu Guan said, unsure if he believed her, "you're all perfectionists." He sighed, "Be specific, even an idol will do, I can make it happen." Lan Luo didn't follow celebrities, she didn't have any idols, and the number of men she ever met was countable on one hand, half of whom were ugly, noisy, and annoying creatures like frogs. She grew increasingly agitated, her nails digging deep into her wound. Who? Ideally, someone who couldn't be at the base right now, someone who could buy her time. Not at the base? Lan Luo suddenly remembered something, her eyes lighting up. Zhu Jianshan. I choose Zhu Jianshan. How could she have forgotten this lunatic? Zhu Jianshan had just been sent to deliver goods, and definitely wouldn't be back for the next few days. Plus, Lu Guan and Zhu Jianshan seemed to have a strained relationship. He might change his mind and look for someone else, giving her some time to react. Lan Luo had originally planned to scout the area more before considering leaving, but now it seemed this matter had to be put on the agenda. She had to find a chance to leave before being forced to undergo the disgusting experiments. She had to escape from here as soon as possible. Lost in thought, Lan Luo didn't notice Lu Guan's suddenly stern expression. Zhu Jianshan? He sneered. You like that kind of trash? Lan Luo, focused on mapping the base, didn't bother to think about Lu Guan's question and gave a perfunctory uh-huh. Based on her numerous explorations, she knew the approximate distribution of the mechanical eyes and exits of the base like the back of her hand. The rear of the base, where she had previously accidentally entered, did indeed have a small door for researchers, but entry and exit required identity verification, and it was guarded by bodyguards in white lab coats disguised as researchers. Leaving silently was virtually impossible. In comparison, the main gate seemed much easier to escape from. At least no researchers were guarding it, and the person who could open it was right here. Thinking this, Lan Luo's heart skipped a beat, and an absurd idea began to surface in her mind. Since she needed to escape sooner, why not escape now? Lu Guan was right here. If she could just take him hostage, she could open the base gate and escape the laboratory. An opportunity! This is a good opportunity. Yes, find a way to avoid the researchers, take down Lu Guan, and then leave. Lan Luo could feel that she wasn't acting rationally right now. Once she got excited, her impulsiveness gradually affected her thinking, making her actions uncontrollable. But sometimes, it was precisely this uncontrollable impulse that could help her break through the encirclement. Lan Luo licked her lips, touching her wound. What a coincidence, she had just replenished her toxins. Let him out, she suppressed her excitement. I don't want him to hear. Lu Guan didn't agree immediately. He looked at Lan Luo with a deep gaze, and after a long while, he chuckled. What? Are your feelings for him something you can't let others see? Yes, I can't let others see, but not for him. Lan Luo stared directly at Lu Guan. It's about you. She looked at the researcher's surprised expression, and Lu Guan's shrinking pupils without any hesitation, her face completely composed. Are you sure you want him to listen? Lan Luo gazed at him with her bright eyes. Or is it that Mr. Lu actually has this kind of preference? Lu Guan frowned, remaining silent. Lan Luo pressed her advantage. All right, then listen. Do you know why I chose Yu Jianchen? Because you two are brothers. Have you noticed that you actually look somewhat similar to him? Enough. Lu Guan finally relented, interrupting Lan Luo with a soft shout. He locked his gaze on Lan Luo, raised his right hand, and waved to the researcher, go back to work. The researcher's gaze shifted between the two of them. Without hesitation, he gave a slight bow and quickly left. After he left, only Lan Luo and Lu Guan remained standing face to face in the room, creating a tense standoff despite the ambiguous atmosphere Lan Luo had described. Speak. Lu Guan sat back down on the sofa. What are you doing to me that you can't show to others? Wanting to kill him, isn't that something you can't show to others? Lan Luo lifted one foot and walked towards Lu Guan. This kind of thing is different from a report. It can't be explained in a few words, much less proven with data. It requires feeling. Some unspeakable thoughts can be understood simply through your feelings, can't they? Her left hand hung naturally, swaying slightly with her movements. Lu Guan leaned against the back of the sofa, his left hand resting on his temple, a forced smile on his lips, but his eyes were devoid of emotion. Why are you shifting the blame onto me? Sorry, I prove it. Lan Luo stood in front of the sofa, looking down at Lu Guan. Her attitude had reverted to its initial state, timid and shy, her eyes filled with apprehension. Lu Guan scanned her. How can you prove it? Lan Luo didn't answer, but instead asked, Can I touch you? Go ahead. Lu Guan looked at her leisurely, as if she were a cat or a dog. In short, not human. Lan Luo trembled as she raised her left hand, palm down, fingertips curled, her knuckles touching Lu Guan's cheek. His skin was cold. Lan Luo's already low body temperature seemed quite warm in comparison. Perhaps surprised by her body temperature, Lu Guan's expression froze for a moment. Lan Luo noticed this instantaneous change, and in a flash, her fingers slid swiftly along his cheek, directly probing between Lu Guan's lips. Lu Guan's usually composed demeanor vanished instantly. He raised his hand to pull Lan Luo's hand away, but his strength was no match for that of a superhuman, and Lan Luo firmly gained the upper hand. Her right hand firmly locked Lu Guan's chin, preventing him from clenching his teeth. Crimson blood formed a line, staining Lu Guan's bloodless lips red, and rushed into his mouth. Chapter 13. Watching Lu Guan forced to drink her blood, a hint of madness flickered in Lan Luo's eyes. She almost wanted to kill him outright, right now, right here, when no one was around, but she couldn't. Lan Luo kept telling herself that escaping was more important. Lu Guan's life could wait until they left the base. Lu Guan's expression gradually shifted from shock to rage. His eyes burned with fury, yet his usually imposing and aloof face had lost its power, making his struggles appear as futile as a clown's. To subdue Lu Guan, Lan Luo stood very close to him, their bodies almost touching. From behind, there was even a hint of intimacy. If one ignored Lan Luo's blood-soaked hands and Lu Guan's ferocious expression, no one would guess they were engaged in a fierce struggle. But from the front, the atmosphere was completely different. Lan Luo smiled excitedly, her eyes gleaming. Her blood worked quickly. Almost immediately after the first drop entered his mouth, Lu Guan's struggles weakened. She dared not let her guard down, and continued to bleed. A slight throbbing sensation spread through Lan Luo's left fingertips, the rhythm mirroring her heartbeat. Every part of her body was filled with extreme excitement and anticipation. The chance to escape was so close. How could Lan Luo not be excited? The blood trickled down, a few drops veering off course due to Lu Guan's lack of cooperation, sliding down his chin. Lan Luo stared at those few drops of blood with regret. What a waste. I worked so hard to collect this. Lu Guan's expression had calmed. Even in this moment, he maintained his utterly useless facade. Your blood. His mouth was unable to move freely, making his speech very slurred, but Lan Luo still understood. Lan Luo even wanted to praise his research spirit, for he could still be so eager to understand her blood even under her control. She frowned as she watched the blood flow in. Don't ask. Asking too much will kill you. Lu Guan half closed his eyes and, as expected, didn't speak again. When she first met Lu Guan, she knew he was a very suicidal person, otherwise, he wouldn't have adhered to the safety line and refused to move. Lan Luo stood in front of him and withdrew her hand. The snake's venom was very effective. He was completely powerless to resist. She gripped Lu Guan's neck with her left hand to prevent him from attacking her, and used her free right hand to feel around in his clothes, pulling out a small communicator from his well-made suit. Lu Guan's communicator was much more advanced than the one at the base, and far more sophisticated than any she had seen outside. Lan Luo glanced at it disdainfully, and tossed it to the farthest corner of the sofa. Hee hee. Lu Guan actually laughed, but his laugh revealed bloody teeth, making him look somewhat comical. What are you laughing at? Lan Luo asked, lowering her eyes. Although she had forced Lu Guan to drink her blood, the wound on her finger was too small, and the bleeding stopped after a while. Therefore, the amount of poison Lu Guan ingested wasn't much, at least much less than the poison she had ingested after being bitten by the snake. Lan Luo was afraid that Lu Guan would recover too quickly, so even knowing his constitution was average, she didn't dare to let go easily, constantly watching his every move. Lu Guan's eyes were almost slits as he looked up at her. You're very cautious. But are you sure you want to do this? Just to avoid having children? His lips remained slightly upturned, as if victory was assured. Lan Luo, seeing his nonchalant attitude, felt her irritation resurface. I told you, asking too many questions will kill you. Her gaze swept around, catching a glimpse of a small shard of glass under the coffee table. Lan Luo quickly released Lu Guan, picked up the shard, and held it in her hand before turning to pin him down again. The entire process took only a few seconds. She gave Lu Guan no time to react, decisively squeezing the glass shard into her palm. Lu Guan, who had been staring at her left hand, finally spoke as blood gushed from Lan Luo's hand. Haven't you had enough of this, little Lan Luo? Get out. Lan Luo's eyes were red, and she impatiently cursed him, showing no mercy whatsoever. Lu Guan paused, then chuckled. What a coincidence. I have something in my hand too. Lan Luo felt something pressed against her side. The hard, cold texture made her instantly recognize it. You carry a gun? She asked, a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Lu Guan held the gun in his left hand, pressing the small, silver muzzle against Lan Luo's waist. It's better than you constantly hurting yourself. To some extent, Lan Luo admired his caution and self-preservation, but mostly she felt a mockery. Go ahead and shoot. I want to see if you have the strength to pull the trigger. You know what? Lu Guan changed the subject. I rarely spend time alone with others. Whenever I travel, I must always have at least one bodyguard with supernatural abilities by my side. Lan Luo didn't understand what he was trying to say. So? Are you repenting? Repenting for being careless with me? I shouldn't have been so careless. He continued, I originally thought you were just a little temperamental, but I didn't expect you to be so bold as to do something like this. Lu Guan looked disapproving. You were too impulsive. Have you thought about what would happen if you failed today? I won't fail. Lan Luo showed no fear. If you cooperate, I leave here smoothly. If you don't cooperate, I kill you. Both outcomes are wins. Lu Guan laughed so hard his gun trembled slightly. Good girl, really good girl. I want you to have a child even more now. I originally thought you wanted to talk to me about your girlish feelings when we were alone. I even considered that if you wanted to conduct a fusion experiment with me, it wouldn't be impossible. But I didn't expect you to be so full of death sentences for me, really. Slap. The disgust on Lan Luo's face became more and more obvious. Hearing this, she finally couldn't hold back and slapped him with her right hand. She didn't use much force, but Lu Guan was caught off guard and his head was turned to the side. The smile vanished from his face in an instant, replaced by a fleeting, sinister expression. Lu Guan quickly regained his composure, scoffing, that's too much. There's more. Lan Luo remained unmoved, raising her bloodied left hand and shoving it directly into Lu Guan's mouth without a word. A new wave of blood rushed into his mouth, forcing Lu Guan to swallow. his face gradually turning red. To make it easier to force the blood in, Lan Luo grabbed his hair, forcing him to lift his head, and ruthlessly inserted her fingers. Ugh, no! Lu Guan instinctively gagged, a single tear welling in his eye. His entire body began to go limp, he could barely maintain his sitting position, sliding down as if paralyzed. A silver-white pistol clattered to the floor, and Lan Luo swiftly kicked it under the sofa. Just a little more. Just a little more, and he'd be completely paralyzed, incapacitated. Then she could take Lu Guan hostage to open the base gate. She wasn't afraid of being discovered by the researchers. As long as she bypassed the lobby, she avoided direct confrontation. As for the mechanical eye, as long as she supported Lu Guan and made him look less strange, she could fool them. Even if the researchers noticed through the mechanical eye, it didn't matter. She didn't believe these researchers would dare to seek attention in front of Lu Guan. Lan Luo licked her dry lips, her heart pounding so hard it made her numb, all her courage surging to its limit. She wouldn't feel pain, she wouldn't die, what was there to fear? You better cooperate with me, or you be sorry. Seeing Lu Guan's eyes rolling back, Lan Luo grabbed his collar and threatened him fiercely in his ear. Lu Guan's lips moved slightly, letting out a weak breath, as if he were about to say something. You? He managed to utter a single word. Lan Luo listened intently, inwardly scoffing at his frail health. She hadn't been this weak when she was poisoned. Lu Guan took a breath. I won't. He only got halfway through his sentence before his eyes rolled back, and he completely passed out. Lan Luo shook him in disbelief. Lu Guan was like a dead pig, completely unconscious, at her mercy. He's already passed out? His physical condition is worlds apart from Zhu Qianxin's. She leaned closer to Lu Guan, tentatively touching his neck, feeling a faint pulse. He wasn't dead. Whether she felt fortunate or regretful, Lan Luo wiped the bloodstains from his face with the back of her hand to avoid arousing suspicion. She was already halfway there. All she had to do was successfully lead Lu Guan to the door. Once outside the base, no one could touch her. As for the pursuit and hiding place, as long as she could escape, everything would be fine. Lan Luo put her arm around Lu Guan's shoulder, preparing to act, when a piercing alarm blared outside the door. The shrill sirens instantly echoed throughout the entire base, the heavy drumbeats reverberating alongside the piercing alarms. Lan Luo was startled. The alarms came at such a convenient time, she couldn't help but suspect she was involved. The chaotic patter of footsteps approached Lan Luo's room. She immediately sensed something was wrong. She quickly glanced at Lu Guan, confirming he looked normal before feeling slightly relieved, and listened intently to the sounds outside. Closer, closer. The footsteps were getting closer. Alarms blared in Lan Luo's mind, her brain racing. The piercing alarm still wailed, but the hurried footsteps suddenly stopped. Stopped right in front of Lan Luo's door. Without any knocking or greeting, her doorknob was twisted roughly and quickly. Lan Luo steeled herself and threw herself on Lu Guan, tears welling in her eyes. Bang! The door was flung open, and Lan Luo, her eyes brimming with tears, stared at the entrance in panic. A group of researchers had gathered at the door, peering inside. Mr. Lu. The alarm went off. Are you all right? Zhang Lai called out to Lu Guan from afar, but didn't move forward. Lan Luo's eyes flickered, and she suddenly released Lu Guan, crying out to the researchers, Please help Mr. Lu. He suddenly fainted. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. Hearing Lan Luo's cries for help, the researchers, led by Zhang Lai, rushed over as if granted permission, supporting Lu Guan who had collapsed on the sofa. In the chaos, someone bumped into Lan Luo, causing her to fall to the ground, her palm landing squarely on broken glass, instantly cutting her left hand. She clutched her left hand to her chest, backing away from the researchers step by step. With her back to them, Lan Luo suppressed her panic and fear, her face darkening as she stared at them. Annoyed, extremely annoyed. Just how afraid of death was Lu Guan to link his vital signs to the entire base's alarm system? Lan Luo bit the inside of her mouth, her spirits plummeting. All her earlier excitement and anticipation had been completely extinguished. She'd make him die from his own alarm sooner or later, and let the entire base's alarm system send him to his grave. Chapter 14. Lan Luo frantically racked her brains, trying to figure out how to escape safely before Lu Guan woke up. Otherwise, he'd definitely come after her first. So annoying. Lan Luo cursed Lu Guan, that good-for-nothing, 800 times in her mind. She was so close to succeeding. Why did this have to happen? She watched helplessly as a large group of researchers carried the lifeless Lu Guan away, reluctantly spraying medicine on the wound on her left hand. She should have known better than to act. She didn't need to take that hit for nothing. Lan Luo had been worried that the researchers would notice her wound and become suspicious, so when they rushed to Lu Guan's side, she deliberately bumped into shards of glass, pretending that's how she got the wound. But the researchers were all panicked, completely ignoring her. No one noticed her, let alone the injury on her hand. After the researchers swarmed Lu Guan away, Lan Luo's room finally quieted down, but many things were knocked over and looked like they'd been robbed. The medicine shelf that Zhu Jianchen had painstakingly organized was knocked askew, several bottles of medicine rolling around on the floor. A bunch of rude people. Zhang Lai suddenly poked his head in from outside, his gaze towards Lan Luo carrying a subtle hint. What's wrong? Lan Luo asked, her expression shifting to one of lingering fear. Zhang Lai glanced anxiously in the direction Lu Guan had been taken away, then quickly said, You should stay in your room and try not to go out. We take you to see Mr. Lu once he's recovered. Then, if there's anything you haven't finished saying, you can continue. But for now, try not to go out and stay here. He stammered through his sentence, then fled without waiting for Lan Luo's reply, slamming the door behind him. Lan Luo was certain he had misunderstood something, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so polite, even flustered. Their Mr. Lu had fallen into a coma shortly after being alone with a test subject. Zhang Lai not only didn't question her, but instead comforted her gently. It was hard to tell if he was brainless or just overly concerned. Lu Guan's judgment was terrible. Zhang Lai wasn't even a tenth as good as Yi Fei. However, this conveniently saved Lan Luo the trouble of trying to clear herself of suspicion. Ignoring Zhang Lai's advice, she left the room openly after her wound stopped bleeding and headed straight for the hall. The hall was empty, except for a researcher who sat there with a lifeless expression, not even glancing at the electronic screen. Seeing Lan Luo approach, she said nothing, continuing to sit like a statue. Lan Luo glanced at the cluttered electronic screens, which displayed images of the mechanical eyes in the base's public spaces. Most of these were concentrated at the front of the base, areas like the pigeon coop at the back, the researcher's restroom, and even the hidden back door were not shown. Normally, these screens were mostly empty, with only a few individuals occasionally flashing their lights on them. Now, however, researchers were everywhere, practically guarding every corner of the base. This was perhaps the downside of having superpowers. One had to conduct research normally, and act as a bodyguard when necessary, doing two jobs at once. Lan Luo glanced at a researcher whose name was pinned to his chest, then clutched her chest anxiously and asked, Professor Yang, what happened to Mr. Lu? The young researcher glanced at her. Didn't you faint because you were with me? Don't you know better than me? This made Lan Luo's heart skip a beat, but her tone wasn't serious, even a little teasing, so Lan Luo's heart slowly calmed down. While observing the electronic screen, she explained to researcher Yang, I don't know either, it just suddenly. For some reason, the woman surnamed Yang suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Lan Luo quietly watched her amused laughter until researcher Yang stopped, embarrassed. Oh, no need to explain, those who know, know. You don't need to be afraid, this isn't the first time Mr. Lu has done this. Everyone knows he's not in good health. Lan Luo asked, so what does those who know mean? Oh dear, researcher Yang covered her mouth. After you kicked the senior out of the room, everyone told me, a lot of people know. Know what? A familiar voice, panting heavily, appeared behind Lan Luo. She turned around in surprise. Zhu Jianchen? Why are you back? Zhu Jianchen slowly emerged from the shadows, a nonchalant smile on his face. I heard the guy surnamed Lu is dying, so I came back to pay my respects. How could that be? Although he looked relaxed, Lan Luo could easily detect his urgency from his uneven breathing. Then you're early, she said casually. Researcher Yang pursed his lips, his eyes darting back and forth between the two of them, his face full of anticipation and amusement. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Zhu Jianchen leaned against the table, his face displaying an exaggerated expression of disappointment, his acting utterly pathetic. He looked so relaxed, showing no sign of urgency, as if he rushed back just to chat and watch the show. Zhu Jianchen raised an eyebrow at Lan Luo. So what do you know? I only been gone a short while. How could there be things I don't know? Lan Luo was only focused on how to escape, completely unaware of what they knew. Hearing this, she avoided Zhu Jianchen's gaze and didn't answer. Wow, Zhu Jianchen clutched his chest. You have a secret about me. Lan Luo looked at him, as if he were an idiot. Researcher Yang cleared his throat. This isn't a secret, many people know, only you don't. Lan Luo had been about to leave, but hesitated upon hearing this. Although she knew she probably wouldn't say anything useful, what if she did? So what is it? Zhu Jianchen asked curiously, arms crossed. Lan Luo glanced at the electronic screen. Zhang Lai was running under the mechanical eye with a communicator, heading towards the lobby. She looked up and saw Zhu Jianshan's pocket buzzing. He was still waiting for Researcher Yang's gossip, completely ignoring the incessantly ringing communicator. "Speak up, we're colleagues. What can't we talk about?" he urged Researcher Yang. Researcher Yang bit his finger and peeked at Lan Luo. "She doesn't seem willing to talk. Young girls are shy, don't be like that." Zhu Jianshan, upon hearing this, abruptly turned to look at Lan Luo. "You're shy? It's in your pocket." Lan Luo didn't answer directly, pointing to his pocket. "It's ringing." Zhu Jianshan didn't even look at it, pulling out the communicator and tossing it into Lan Luo's arms. "It's not important. What are you hiding from me?" Lan Luo ignored him, looking down at the communicator. It was indeed Zhang Lai, bombarding Zhu Jianshan on the communicator, urging him to get to the operating room immediately. Why would Zhu Jianshan go to the operating room? Did Lu Guan need surgery? Could they detect the toxins in his body? Although Lan Luo had never been detected before, this was a laboratory. There might be more advanced equipment. What if they actually found something? Lan Luo casually tossed the communicator back into Zhu Jianshan's arms, pondering these possibilities. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she couldn't stay any longer. She had to get out of there as soon as possible. "Hey, what's the rush?" Researcher Yang couldn't help but glance at Lan Luo, saying with a mocking expression. Mr. Lu fainted after being alone with her for a while. Senior Lu was there too. He said Lan Luo said something, and Mr. Lu kicked him out. He. "What did she say?" Zhu Jianshan asked Researcher Yang, his eyes fixed on Lan Luo. Lan Luo almost doubted he was asking her, until Researcher Yang interrupted. She said she had feelings for Mr. Lu. Something unspeakable. Researcher Yang chuckled, his face full of enthusiasm for gossip. "Who?" Zhu Jianshan didn't laugh, still looking at Lan Luo. "Who for whom?" Lan Luo didn't laugh either. She herself couldn't remember what they had said, yet this person remembered it more clearly than she did, and even said it in public. Even Lan Luo couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Researcher Yang repeated, "It was Lan Luo for Lu." Zhu Jianshan. Before he could finish, Zhang Lai's urgent voice echoed throughout the hall. Researcher Yang saw the newcomer, shrank back into his seat, feigning death, completely devoid of the life he had just displayed. Lan Luo's mood strangely improved as she watched Zhang Lai finally contact Zhu Jianshan, yet remained silent in his anger. Zhu Jianshan's expression was grim. Previously, he always wore a smile regardless of the situation, but now his lips were pulled flat, giving him an inexplicably gloomy look. "I know," he coldly replied to Zhang Lai, walking past Lan Luo without a glance. He seemed genuinely in a bad mood. Lan Luo watched Zhu Jianshan walk with an unusually brisk pace, ignoring Zhang Lai's nagging beside him, disappearing into the distance. The hall became empty. She glanced at the electronic screen one last time, but couldn't find anything useful, so she returned to her room. Under the sofa lay the silver-white gun. Lan Luo bent down and groped around for a while before finally hooking it out. Something was better than nothing. If she was discovered, this would be her newest weapon. Lan Luo couldn't calm down. She sprayed the medicine on her wound several times, and took the medicine Zhu Jianshan had picked out earlier. Only when she saw the wound slowly healing did she feel a little relieved. What should she do next? She clutched her hair, mentally rehearsing several possible escape routes, all of which she ultimately rejected. Too weak. She was too weak. Lan Luo touched her heart, deep in thought. Although they were twins, unlike her, Lan Sheng possessed superior strength and speed. If it were Lan Sheng trapped here, the chances of escape would probably be several times higher. If only she could devour Lan Sheng's heart. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock sounded on the door, forcing Lan Luo to pull herself back from her thoughts. "Who is it?" she called out, her fingers touching the handle of her gun. "It's me." Lan Luo heard the familiar voice and opened the door a crack. Zhu Jianshan, dressed in a lab coat, leaned against the doorframe, looking down at her. "What are you doing here?" she asked through the crack in the door, her fingers still glued to the gun handle. Zhu Jianshan looked tired, his lips pale, and surprisingly, he didn't spout nonsense, seeking comfort. "What comfort?" Lan Luo frowned. A researcher seeking comfort from a test subject? Utterly ungrateful. Zhu Jianshan straightened up, pushed open the door, and walked straight in. Lan Luo stood in the doorway, watching his practiced manner, and temporarily lowered her hand from the gun. "Why are you wearing this outfit?" Zhu Jianshan stood in the center of the room, surveying the mess. Lan Luo had no interest in tidying up, so she simply left it as it was. "I was only gone for a short while. How did it get so messy? Zhu Jianshan adjusted the medicine shelf, his tone surprisingly gentle. They messed it up. I was too lazy to clean it up, Lan Luo said. Zhu Jianshan's gaze lingered on the sofa. Was it here that you told him you liked him? Chapter 15. What? Lan Luo didn't understand his thought process, and asked incredulously. I said. Zhu Jianshan looked directly at her, his face serious. You're here. No. Lan Luo interrupted him, annoyed, not wanting to repeat this annoying topic. Is that so? Zhu Jianshan still stared at her palely, and after several seconds, he laughed. That's good, that's good. I came to badmouth him. You can't like him. Lan Luo extracted the key words. What badmouthing? Zhu Jianshan swiftly pulled up his sleeve, revealing the red and blue needle marks. Look, he stole my blood. He stole so much, it's all gone. No wonder he was so pale. Then why did you rush back for a blood transfusion? Lan Luo asked, somewhat surprised. Is your blood so scarce? Why don't you use the blood bank? Zhu Jianshan lowered his sleeves, his earlier exaggeration vanishing completely, his tone slightly weary. Because I dislike the blood bank. Lan Luo couldn't quite understand these people's thinking, so she simply respected his fate and remained silent. Zhu Jianshan didn't speak either, just stared at her silently, making Lan Luo's back feel uneasy. What are you looking at? She asked, unable to bear it any longer. Zhu Jianshan's voice was indifferent. You lost blood too, haven't you? Lan Luo glanced at him quickly, their eyes meeting in the air. What are you talking about? She asked, feigning ignorance, staring defiantly at Zhu Jianshan. Zhu Jianshan grinned, but his pale lips made his expression less irritating and more pitiful. You lost blood too, haven't you? Just like last time. The same old trick? Did it fail this time? His words fell lightly, one after another, and Lan Luo's brow furrowed deeper with each sentence. What are you talking about? Zhu Jianshan moved closer to her, their distance reduced to half at arm's length. Lan Luo's fingers twitched, resisting the urge to draw her gun. Bread monster, he said. What? Lan Luo asked, missing your former colleague? Zhu Jianshan plopped down on the floor. No way. Then shut your mouth. Lan Luo's voice was cold. Zhu Jianshan didn't provoke her further, obediently shutting his mouth and sprawling on the floor, motionless. Lan Luo wanted to shoo him away, giving him a light kick with her toe. Zhu Jianshan wasn't angry at the kick, rolling over without any regard for appearances and continuing to lie there, like a leech. I can't be bothered with you. Lan Luo turned and went to the bathroom. Lan Luo, Zhu Jianshan suddenly called out to her, is there anywhere you want to go? He really knew how to rub salt in the wound. Lan Luo gripped the doorknob, her grip so tight she almost crushed it. You mean the pigeon coop or the operating room? Neither. Zhu Jianshan's voice was a little soft. I mean outside the base. The farthest I can go is inside the base. Lan Luo slammed the door shut and hid in the bathroom, refusing to come out. She was already upset enough, and Zhu Jianshan kept rubbing salt into her wounds. Lan Luo didn't even bother pretending anymore. Her tone was full of sarcasm and resentment. There was no more sound from outside. Lan Luo looked in the mirror. Her hair seemed to have grown a little. Where was her hair before she entered the base? Lan Luo couldn't remember. Life at the base seemed to make it easy to lose track of time. When they were little, both she and Lan Sheng's hair grew very quickly. Her parents would complain while frantically cutting their hair. But mostly Lan Sheng's. Boys, what's with all that hair? Come on, let me cut it for you. They said girls looked good with longer hair, and didn't need to cut it so often. As they grew older, perhaps they learned to control themselves. Their hair stopped growing as wildly as it had when they were little. Lan Luo recalled those scenes, grabbing the ends of her hair and picking up the small scissors to start cutting. The base's scissors were rounded, small, and blunt. She had to ask Zhang Lai several times before he finally agreed to have them brought over. Useless scissors, they couldn't even cut hair. Frustrated, Lan Luo threw the scissors aside. A section of her hair on the left side was missing, uneven and jagged. She didn't know how Lu Guan was doing now, but at least Zhang Lai and the others hadn't found her, so she was safe for now. But how long could this safety last? Lan Luo stared at herself in the mirror. She didn't believe Lu Guan would let it go after he woke up. She feared she'd be trapped. She had to leave before Lu Guan woke up. Lan Luo exhaled a breath of stale air and decided to take a walk around the back gate of the base. With the researchers scattered in various locations, perhaps it would be easier there. Whether she'd be stopped on the way was beyond her consideration. Zhu Jianshan had already left some time earlier. Lan Luo glanced at him. He had tidied the medicine shelves again, and the other things that had been messed up seemed to have been put back in their places. It was pointless, she didn't care at all. Lan Luo walked to the door, and as soon as she opened it, a tall figure loomed over her. Why are you guarding here? Lan Luo frowned at Zhu Jianshan standing in the doorway, immediately suspecting that Zhang Lai had discovered something and sent him to guard her. Zhu Jianshan paused, withdrawing his hand from the door. I went to the treatment room, and you came out just as I was about to knock. He resumed his cheeky, irritating grin. How about that? Does that count as telepathy? Lan Luo relaxed a little, too lazy to pay him any attention, and walked straight past Zhu Jianshan towards the door. Hey, Zhu Jianshan suddenly spread his arms to block her way. Where are you going? There are researchers guarding everywhere now. What do I care if they're guarding me? Lan Luo said impatiently. Zhu Jianshan's gaze shifted to her hair. Are there rats at the base? Lan Luo genuinely thought he was out of his mind. Rats wouldn't dare come. If they did, I'd be in the operating room. No rats? Zhu Jianshan feigned ignorance. Then what gnawed at your hair? Lan Luo froze, forgetting even to be angry. You're sick. She took a few seconds to utter the curse, tossing her hair behind her back. I cut it for you. I cut it for you. I can cut hair. Zhu Jianshan, for some unknown reason, insisted on forcing her back into her room. Lan Luo completely lost her patience. I give you 3 seconds to get out. Starting at 5 in the morning, Lu Guan will be transferred to the medical facility. She was interrupted halfway through her sentence by Zhu Jianshan. His voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap to Lan Luo. Lan Luo stared at Zhu Jianshan in disbelief. He was leaning against the door, his expression extremely serious, completely unlike his usual boastful self. Why are you telling me? Her gaze was fixed on Zhu Jianshan. Zhu Jianshan's gaze flickered under her watchful eye. He licked his lips. I just found out about this myself. I think you might need it. Right? Lan Luo continued to stare at him, her fingers twitching. Why? Because he's quite delicate, the base didn't dare neglect him. They contacted the medical facility, and are preparing for his emergency transfer. That's not what I'm asking. Lan Luo interrupted him. Zhu Jianshan paused for a moment, then said oh twice, his voice lowering slightly. I just wanted to share it with you. The base is so boring, it's rare to have some gossip, so I have to share it. Lan Luo replied casually, but in her heart, she was wondering what benefit Lu Guan's transfer would bring her. Zhu Jianshan looked up and down. Really don't want me to cut your hair? I'm really good at it, really? No need. Lan Luo gave him a temporary replies. Oh dear. Zhu Jianshan's eyes lit up. Give it a trim. Anyway, experimental subjects aren't allowed to leave their bodies now. He then pulled out a pair of thin, long scissors. Lan Luo was speechless, forgetting he was the type to seize opportunities. She neither agreed nor refused, standing there with her arms crossed. Zhu Jianshan, observing her expression, tentatively picked up a lock of hair. Snip, the black hair fell to the ground. Zhu Jianshan cut quickly. Soon her hair was shorter, and her neck looked much clearer. Lan Luo touched the ends of her hair, not paying any attention to how well he cut it. Her mind was completely occupied with Lu Guan's relocation. Ah, it's a really good cut. Zhu Jianshan praised himself with satisfaction, then changed the subject, exaggeratingly complaining, but it's so annoying. That Lu guy is so arrogant. It's just a relocation, and Zhang Lai made us all protect him until the handover is complete. Protecting them all? Lan Luo keenly sensed something. Zhu Jianshan replied casually, all of them, all of them. Lan Luo fell silent, her heart pounding uncontrollably. I understand, she finally said after a long pause. I'm going too. Zhu Jianshan's hand was behind his back, tapping on the door. Lan Luo nodded, okay, go ahead. She was wondering about the truthfulness of Zhu Jianshan's words, and how much of a chance she had of leaving if all the researchers were escorting Lu Guan. Zhu Jianshan continued tapping on the door, his gaze fixed on her. Forget it, you're so perfunctory. Without waiting for Lan Luo's response, he continued, how about I help you this once? Lan Luo asked suspiciously, why help me? Lu Guan will only move through the front door, so the back door will be very lax. He didn't answer Lan Luo, explaining on his own, the base's doors require biometrics, but for security, they all have manual locks. Once the base loses power, the manual locks will automatically activate. The key to the manual lock is hidden in the wall bricks next to the door. It will only loosen after the power goes out, but I don't know exactly which one. The rest is up to you. I have to move with Lu Guan, I can't help you much more. Also, the medicine on the shelf is all good, don't forget to use it. Zhu Jianshan didn't look at her, bombarding her with questions. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly opened the door and slipped out, leaving Lan Luo watching his retreating figure with a complicated expression. She wasn't moved, but rather. Since he knew everything, why couldn't he have said so sooner? After processing this information, Lan Luo decided to take the risk and trust him this once. Anyway, she had no other choice now. Trying was better than waiting to die. She slipped a few bottles of portable medicine into her pocket and, timing her move perfectly, slipped out of the room and headed back. Lan Luo planned to go around to the pigeon coop first. There were fewer mechanical eyes there, so the chance of being discovered was lower. She could also release Hanako from the pigeon coop while she was at it. Whether Hanako could escape was none of her concern. I'm warning you, behave yourself. If I find you biting people again, I chop off your snake head. The researcher from last time kicked the room with the snake head, uttered this threat, and hurried away. Lan Luo hid to the side, watching him walk away in the opposite direction, before sneaking out along the wall and finding Hanako's pigeon coop. Hanako wasn't a big threat, so her room was usually only bolted shut from the outside with a single bolt, sometimes not even bothering to bolt it. Hanako told her that at first, the researchers would beat her if they saw her running around, but through her persistent flattery, she had long since gained the privilege of turning a blind eye. Lan Luo gently unlatched the door and pushed it open a crack. Hanako? The room was pitch black, with a raised shadow on the single bed. Lan Luo left the door ajar and moved her feet lightly. Hanako, are you there? The figure on the bed didn't react, but Lan Luo could see the slight movement of the thin blanket. It was alive. She took 2 steps back, instinctively feeling something was wrong. This was Hanako's room. She definitely hadn't gone to the wrong place. Hanako was quick-witted. She wouldn't be fast asleep like this, and she certainly wouldn't deliberately ignore her. Since she already opened the door for Hanako, the rest wasn't her concern. Not wanting to get involved in unnecessary trouble, Lan Luo decisively turned to leave. Thump! With a muffled sound, the blurry figure rolled off the bed, rolled twice on the floor, but remained silent. Lan Luo nervously looked outside. It was already past 5 in the morning, and she wasn't sure how long it would take for the researchers to finish escorting them. Any further delay might be disastrous. She should have just left it. She flung open the door and rushed out without even looking behind her. Suddenly, a pair of cold hands reached out and firmly gripped Lan Luo's ankle. Let go! She hissed, raising her foot to kick the figure in the head. This wasn't Huazi's hand. Chapter 16. Lan Luo dared not make too much noise, stopping after her first kick. Let go. The man on the ground groaned, his hands gripping Lan Luo's ankle tightly, his grip turning her skin white. Lan Luo clicked her tongue impatiently, and stomped heavily on the man's wrist with her free foot. Let go! Where's Hanako? The man on the ground shook his head quickly. It was too dark here. Lan Luo could only barely make out his outline, but judging from his figure, he seemed to be a man. Lan Luo disliked this feeling of being restrained and kicked him again and again. Although she wasn't muscular, her strength was not to be underestimated. After so many kicks, most people would have already given up and begged for mercy. But the man lay face down on the ground, enduring Lan Luo's kicks and stomps, yet remained silent. Lan Luo completely lost her patience, squatting down and grabbing his hair. If you don't let go, I kill you. He was forced to raise his head by Lan Luo's grip. Through the dim light filtering through the crack in the door, Lan Luo finally saw the man's face. It was the face of a young man she didn't recognize. The man had his eyes closed, and no matter what Lan Luo did, he only shook his head with pursed lips. Lan Luo pulled out her gun and pointed it directly at his head. Let go if you don't want to die. The hard barrel pressed a small dent into his skin, and the man finally opened his eyes, his eyelids trembling. Please. Please, take me with you. His voice sounded somewhat familiar, but this wasn't the time for reminiscing. Lan Luo pressed the gun harder and pulled his hair forcefully. Who are you? Ugh. The man cried out in pain. Last time, across from the snake, I warned you. His reminder made Lan Luo remember. When she was bitten, a male voice did warn her. The researcher even said he was paralyzed. But how did he end up here? So it was you. She eased her grip slightly. The man nodded quickly. It's me. You're leaving, right? Take me with you. Take you my ass? Lan Luo pressed the gun against his wrist. Let go! Or I really shoot. She could barely protect herself. Why should she take on a guy who couldn't move? Taking him was worse than taking Hanako. Do you know where Hanako is? She asked. The man crawled forward half a step, shaking his head. I don't know. She was taken away, probably to another base. But it has nothing to do with me. No one lived in this room after she left, so they let me in. Why you of all people? The man gasped in pain. Because I'm crippled, no longer a danger, no need to keep me in S group. Lan Luo inwardly sighed at Hanako's bad luck, releasing her grip on his hair. Then you're out of the picture. The man lost his balance, his head slamming to the ground with a thud. Lan Luo could see he was exhausted. Not wanting to waste bullets, she forcefully pulled him away. Her ankle was already badly red. Lan Luo didn't have time to worry about this minor injury, taking a large stride to the doorway, so he couldn't reach her. Hurry. Lan Luo didn't want to waste any more time. She had no room for error, she had to act quickly. Heart. Just as Lan Luo anxiously stepped out of the room, the man behind her called out, his voice urgent. This word was too sensitive for Lan Luo. She stopped and turned around, cautiously looking left and right. What does it mean? The heart, I know. The man propped himself up, crawling on the ground without any dignity. I can foresee, I know the heart you want. Foresee? Lan Luo wasn't very convinced. It was too easy to lie about such a thing. Take me away. Take me away. I can help you find the heart. The man spoke rapidly, as if afraid Lan Luo would turn and leave. Lan Luo looked at him. How much do you know? You need to find him, devour his heart. I can help you, I can do it. What he said was indeed true. Lan Luo hesitated. She hadn't told anyone about this. Since he knew, perhaps his so-called precognitive ability really worked. Lan Sheng's whereabouts were protected by the military academy. It was indeed difficult for her to approach him easily on her own. If she could foresee. But, Lan Luo glanced at him. A half-paralyzed man, his value was too low. She wasn't sure she had the ability to take him away. Okay, Lan Luo said after a few seconds of hesitation, I can take you with me, but if anything happens, I throw you away immediately. Think for yourself if you want to leave. The man nodded vigorously without hesitation. I'm leaving. Take me with you. Keep your voice down if you want to leave. Lan Luo looked around, finding nothing amiss, then took a large step forward and lifted the man from the ground. Lan Luo pinned the man's hands to the ground, pinned him down with her knee, ripped off a sheet, and tore off a long strip of cloth. She checked the sturdiness of the strip before carefully wrapping it around his wrists. If you struggle, I throw you away immediately, Lan Luo warned softly before carrying him out of the room and walking briskly along the wall. The man's feet dangled on the ground, making a soft rustling sound with each movement. Lan Luo, hugging the wall, turned directly beneath the mechanical eye, stopping halfway along the wall. Your legs. Lan Luo's eyes were full of thought. The man paused, then said, It's nothing, I can't feel them anymore, it won't hurt. Who cares if it hurts or not? Lan Luo glanced at him, puzzled. She was just trying to figure out how to make his feet make no noise. They would be passing through Group S soon. Most of the test subjects there were sharp and irritable, and these small movements might attract their attention. She tried lifting him. He wasn't heavy. His weight was definitely much lower than average for his height. This made things easier for Lan Luo. Without a word, she swung him up and hoisted him onto her shoulder, ignoring his gagging as he adjusted, and after a moment, she began to sprint. The man, apart from gagging a few times at the beginning, remained silent, like a dead man. Lan Luo felt like a thief stealing a corpse, running frantically with her heart pounding, not daring to catch her breath. She understood the principle of one effort, then decline, then exhaustion. Especially in situations like this, she needed to hold her breath. Once she relaxed, it was all over. She ran silently, trying to avoid the mechanical eyes. Where avoidance was impossible, she simply rushed past and ran. This time, she hadn't planned on leaving a way out. Whether she be recorded by the mechanical eyes wasn't a major concern. The real problems were cutting off the power and finding the key. Cutting off the power wasn't difficult. While she couldn't completely shut off the power to the entire base, she could damage the wiring at the back door. Damaged wiring would naturally cut off the power. Lan Luo casually tossed the man to the ground and examined the area closely. The bricks around the door were small, densely packed, covering an entire wall. Finding the key among them would take forever. By the time she found the key, the researchers would likely have discovered the power outage. Lan Luo rolled up her sleeves and felt around in her coat. The cold pistol was now warmed by her body heat. She didn't know its power, but compared to Zhu Jianxin's method, she preferred to trust the gun. Both a power outage and firing the gun would attract attention, but a power outage would require time to find the key. Firing the gun would only require a quick dash out. As for the gun's power, Lan Luo raised her arm, aiming the muzzle at the lock. Her finger twitched slightly, preparing to pull the trigger. No! The half-dead man behind her suddenly spoke. The biolock will automatically lock if attacked, unless you can break through the entire door. Lan Luo turned to look at him. Then what do you suggest? Break the hinges? He propped himself up. This isn't a sliding door. It's secured by hinges. Break the hinges, and the door will open. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wasting time. Lan Luo thought for a moment, then raised her gun and aimed it at the junction of the door and the wall. There were indeed 2 silver hinges there. Lan Luo grabbed the man's collar. Get ready. If the gun goes off, you have to leave immediately. If you dare waste time, you can stay here yourself. The man nodded vigorously, his eyes fixed on the hinges. Actually, he was very young. Judging by his appearance, he was probably about the same age as her and Lan Sheng, only his eyes lacked the ignorant naivete of Lan Sheng's. Lan Luo scoffed at his eagerness, but she wasn't feeling much better herself. Her heart was pounding, and she had unknowingly bitten a wound into the inside of her mouth. A slightly salty taste of blood spread in her mouth. Lan Luo licked her wound, finally regaining her composure, and aimed at the hinge. Bang! Bang bang bang. Lan Luo's first shot had no effect. Gritting her teeth, she fired 3 more shots in quick succession. The hinge sparked from the friction of the bullets, teetering precariously under the barrage of fire. TSK. Lan Luo raised her gun and fired a 5th shot. This gun was powerful, yet quiet, and had little recoil. It was clearly designed for Lu Guan, and Lan Luo found it very easy to use. But she hadn't expected the hinge to behave this way. 5 bullets hadn't completely broken it. The sound of a door being pounded could be faintly heard in the distance. Presumably, some experimental subject with keen hearing had discovered their movements. Lan Luo dared not delay any longer and, stealing her resolve, fired several more shots. Crack. The hinge, its surface dented and battered, finally snapped completely in a cloud of smoke and fell to the ground. Lan Luo holstered her gun, grabbed the man, and kicked the door open, creating a small crack. The sound of the experimental subject banging on the door grew louder, affecting the other subjects, who also began to make chaotic noises, filling the entire corridor with commotion. This was bad. Lan Luo frowned and continued kicking the crack, widening it until it was barely wide enough for one person to pass through. The noise grew louder, and Lan Luo, not daring to delay, squeezed sideways through the crack in the door. The sharp, jagged remnants of the violently damaged hinges cut fine gashes on her skin. Lan Luo didn't notice, cautiously sensing her surroundings outside. Before her eyes was a dim interplay of black and blue, a gentle breeze brushing against her cheek. Wind. It's wind. Natural wind. The base was underground, relying on an artificial ventilation system. She hadn't felt natural wind in ages. Lan Luo had most of her body outside the door, only her hand, still gripping the man, remained inside. The man was larger than her, making it even harder for him to squeeze out, but Lan Luo didn't care. She used brute force to pull him through the crack in the door. Shards of metal pierced his skin, slicing from his shoulder to his elbow, tearing his clothes and revealing bleeding wounds underneath. Cold sweat dripped from the man's forehead, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent, enduring the scrapes and cuts. With a thud, Lan Luo finally pulled the man out, using the momentum to throw him to the ground as easily as lifting a sack of rice. Lan Luo lifted him up again, panting, and glanced inside. The crack in the door couldn't block out the sights and sounds inside. Lan Luo saw red lights flashing within the base, the sounds of experimental subjects banging on the door mingling with the incessant beeping of alarms. She turned and, clutching the strips of cloth binding the man, didn't even glance at the ravaged base behind her, and took off running. The man was dragged along the ground, pebbles scraping against his limp legs, but he didn't care, tilting his head back and laughing maniacally at the sky, his expression crazed and delirious. Lan Luo ran without stopping. She had no direction, didn't know where she was heading, she only knew one thing. Leave the base. Escape the laboratory. Gain freedom. As long as she escaped the laboratory, as long as she regained her freedom, she would one day devour Lan Sheng and gain complete immortality. Then, she would never be manipulated by anyone again. Lan Luo faced the wind, an excited smile unconsciously spreading across her face. The corrosive rain dripped down, landing on the 2 unprotected bodies, making a soft burning sound. The corrosive rain fell almost daily, corroding everything along the way to varying degrees. This was why Lan Luo, dragging the man, wasn't worried about revealing their location. The rain's harm to those with supernatural abilities was becoming increasingly limited, but it had long since tamed the ecosystem. After a corrosive rain, all the fine grass on the ground would die, only to be replaced by a new crop the next morning, concealing the previous day's traces. What they needed to do was run as far as possible while the rain was still falling. Lan Luo raced against time, sprinting through the rain. She felt no pain, this slight corrosion was nothing to her, and her running was unimpeded. Therefore, she didn't notice that the man she was carrying had legs that were a bloody mess, corrosive raindrops falling on the exposed wounds, wisps of white smoke rising from them. He gradually squinted, and soon his head drooped, lifeless. Chapter 17. Lan Luo sat cross-legged in an abandoned building, looking at the sky through a window without glass. She had run non-stop for most of the night, only daring to stop and rest when she estimated the distance was sufficient. Although exhausted, Lan Luo felt lucky to have found a small patch of building ruins. Abandoned buildings are common in the wild, mostly empty shells left behind by people fleeing before the arrival of the corrosive rains. Over the years, they have been slowly corroded and broken, many even covered in vegetation and buried underground. Lan Luo found a dilapidated building covered in vines, and chose the most intact-looking room on the first floor for a short rest. The room contained a large, rickety bed, covered in varying thicknesses of dust, indicating that someone had been there before. Most likely, it was a scavenger. They liked to search through abandoned buildings, living off the remnants of previous inhabitants. However, these buildings had been abandoned for nearly a century, having been thoroughly looted, leaving nothing of value. Therefore, scavengers were practically extinct. Lan Luo braced herself on the ground, tilting her head back to look at the night sky veiled by vines. The man she had tossed into the corner within her sight had fallen. He had been motionless for some time, and Lan Luo had almost thought he was dead. She checked his breath to make sure he was breathing before abandoning him. She escaped just like that? She placed her hands behind her head and lay back. The moon in the sky was very small, making the sky seem even higher. Lan Luo hadn't noticed this while fleeing, but now, sitting here, she began to truly grasp her current situation. Would the base come after her? There were so many experimental subjects, only one had escaped. It shouldn't be worth their manpower and effort to capture her, right? Lan Luo didn't think Lu Guan would let her off easily. Someone as arrogant as him couldn't possibly tolerate such humiliation. Hiding was too passive. If only she were stronger, things would be much easier. Lan Luo looked at the man lying there like a corpse, pondering the Lan family's affairs. She had run away. She wondered if Lu Guan would cause trouble for the Lan family when he woke up. Ideally, Lu Guan would ignore her and only vent his anger on the Lan family. That would make her actions much easier. As for Lan Sheng, Lan Luo got up, dusted herself off, and kicked the man a few times. Hey? Are you alive? I have something to ask you. The man on the ground didn't react, his brows tightly furrowed, a flush spreading across his pale skin. Wake up. Lan Luo was a little disgusted by his sickly appearance, yet she couldn't bear to see the person she had painstakingly brought out die like this. She squatted down and patted his face. She wasn't in pain herself, and she didn't pay attention to her strength, slapping his face several times until it was twisted to one side, even leaving faint finger marks. The man's brow twitched twice, and a weak groan escaped his lips. Seeing that he reacted, Lan Luo withdrew her hand and said, "Tell me everything you know." The man seemed not to hear her at all, twisting his head in pain. A few seconds later, the man opened his eyes a crack. "My name is Chu Xi." Lan Luo stood up and looked at him. "I didn't ask that." Chu Xi's gaze was unfocused, and he didn't speak again, turning his head to the side and closing his eyes again. Seeing that the person she had finally managed to wake was about to faint again, Lan Luo lightly touched the ground with her toes, supporting his head, and withdrew her foot after Chu Xi reopened his eyes. "Answer my question first. How much do you know about me? How do you use your precognitive abilities? How accurate are they? What happens if something you foresaw is changed?" She crossed her arms, looking at the bewildered Chu Xi, and bombarded him with a barrage of questions. Chu Xi's vision was blurry, his dry, chapped lips moved slightly, and he managed to speak with difficulty. Could you try to save me? I think I'm dying." After saying this, Chu Xi's eyelids rolled back, and he fainted. "Hey!" Lan Luo tried kicking him again, but this time, there was no response. No, was he going to die here? He should at least tell her what he wanted to know before he died, right? Otherwise, why did she bother to pull him out? Are superhumans that easy to die from? Lan Luo suspected he was already exhausted, otherwise, it would just be some superficial wounds and a bit of corrosive rain. For an ordinary superhuman, there wouldn't even be any medicine needed. Damn it, Lan Luo muttered. Although Chu Ji was dizzy, his dizziness was unstable. He was constantly sweating and groaning softly, seemingly enduring immense pain. Lan Luo glanced at him. His wounds were mainly on his legs and arms. The wounds on his arms, torn by the hinges, were oozing pus and white after being soaked in the corrosive rain, looking particularly gruesome. But Lan Luo felt nothing. She had never known what pain felt like. She was merely estimating his physical condition based on the depth of his wounds. Lan Luo put her hands on her hips, pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly reached into her clothes, as if remembering something, pulling out a small bag tied to her body. The bag contained medicine she had taken from the base, all highly effective wound medicines that Zhu Jianshan had specifically recommended. Now, they were proving useful. Zhu Jianshan usually seemed carefree and not very bright, but he could be quite useful at times, like with these medicines, and also for helping her escape the lab. Although Lan Luo didn't know why he helped her, her impression of Zhu Jianshan had improved considerably. At least, she had changed her opinion of him from a psychopath to a somewhat better one. Would the base know that he had indirectly let her go? If discovered, would Lu Guan punish him? Lan Luo couldn't understand the feud between the brothers, and she didn't know if this matter would affect Zhu Jianshan. Anyway, it was none of her concern anymore, so she simply stopped thinking about it. She poured out 2 small pills, and carefully put them into Chu Ji's mouth. The unconscious Chu Ji wasn't cooperative. One pill rolled out of his lips, and fell to the ground, covered in a thick layer of dust. Without hesitation, Lan Luo picked up the dirty pill, and continued to put it into his mouth until he was forced to swallow it. There wasn't enough medicine. She couldn't bear to waste it. After taking 2 pills, Chu Ji's complexion visibly improved, and his brows gradually relaxed. Seeing the good effect, Lan Luo put away the pills and called to him, "Are you done yet? If you don't wake up soon, I throw you out." Chu Ji opened his eyes. "No." His chest heaved more dramatically. "My precognitive abilities are very strong. I can foresee many things in the future." Lan Luo crossed her arms. "Stop bragging. If you were really that amazing, would the base treat you like trash?" She mercilessly exposed Chu Ji's lie, her face full of disbelief. Chu Ji twitched his lips. "When I first arrived at the base, I was just an ordinary person. Because I was disobedient, I always got beaten up. They all said I was dishonest, so they locked me up in Group S. Later, I suddenly awakened my superpower, but because my precognitive abilities couldn't be manifested, the base never knew I had this ability. They just treated me like an ordinary person, who was afraid of being beaten." Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. "So what does this have to do with how powerful your ability is?" Chu Ji coughed a few times, his voice hoarse, and said, "That time you were attacked by the snakehead, I warned you not because I had experience, but because I foresaw that you would be attacked, so I warned you at the exact time. That doesn't prove your ability. Tell me what you know about me first." Lan Luo didn't want to waste time, and cut to the chase. "I foresaw not long ago that the base would be hunting down an escaped female experimental subject, so I've been keeping an eye on it. The day you passed by Group S, I foresaw again that you were about to be attacked by the snakehead, and I recognized your face. After you left, I foresaw it again. This time, I foresaw you holding a heart in a place with a sky, which confirmed that you would escape the lab and come out into the world." "Wait," Lan Luo interrupted him. "Does your precognitive ability have conditions for activation? Is it passive, or can you choose to activate it?" Chu Ji paused, silent for a few seconds before speaking. "I can actively choose to foresee a specific person, but the foreseen images are uncontrollable." "Are you kidding me?" Lan Luo interrupted him again. According to Chu Ji, the effectiveness of his precognition depends entirely on luck. "If he's unlucky, wouldn't he never be able to foresee what she wants?" Lan Luo said. "This little thing isn't worth all the effort I put into saving you." "Heh," Chu Ji suddenly laughed. "The you now is completely different from the you I first met at the base. Where do you think you are?" Lan Luo still remembered his feigned gentle demeanor. Now, he had completely transformed into a worthless coward, devoid of dignity, and only concerned with survival. The sky was beginning to lighten. Lan Luo glanced out the window, cautiously hiding herself in the shadows, and incidentally kicking Chu Ji into a corner. Lan Luo lowered her voice. "Now, give me the foresight. I need to know someone's whereabouts." Chu Ji was silent for a few seconds. "Who?" Lan Luo uttered 2 words lightly. "Lan Sheng." "He and you?" Chu Ji glanced at her, hesitatingly asking. Lan Luo said expressionlessly, "Mind your own business. Just do as I say." Chu Ji tilted his head. "I can't foresee people I never met." "Then how did you foresee me?" Lan Luo asked. "The first person I foresaw was just a researcher," Chu Ji said. You appeared in their future, so I was able to meet you. Lan Luo clicked her tongue. Then foresee me? He definitely appear in my future. Chu Ji opened his mouth, but didn't say anything, nodded, and closed his eyes. Has it started? Or has he fainted again? Lan Luo waited for a while. Chu Ji was like a peaceful corpse, motionless, his hands clasped over his abdomen. She moved her feet, walked up to Chu Ji, and raised her foot as if to kick him. Before her raised foot could even touch him, Chu Ji clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Cough. I see something. Lan Luo withdrew her foot, pretending nothing had happened. See what? Tell me more. I see. He opened his eyes, looking puzzled. A tree, and under the tree, a boy is cooking? Cooking? Lan Luo asked. What does he look like? What clothes is he wearing? What kind of tree is it? What's the surrounding environment like? Chu Ji recalled, the tree is very big, with many vines on the trunk, and he looks pale and thin, a bit introverted. His clothes seem to be a uniform, black, with a multifunctional belt. Huh? Lan Luo laughed. That really was Lan Sheng's characteristic. And what about me? Lan Luo remembered the key point. Didn't you foresee my future? Yes, but... Chu Ji looked even more bewildered than her. I can't see you in this scene. Can't see you? Are you sure your abilities are okay? Are you sure you foresaw my future? Lan Luo asked. Chu Ji shook his head firmly this time. There's no mistake, so that scene is definitely related to you. It's just that I can't see you. Lan Luo's expression gradually became serious. Unless Lan Sheng also awakened his inheritance and preemptively devoured her, there's no reason she wouldn't exist in her future. Lan Sheng. Lan Luo's heart began to pound, pounding against her chest like a fighting child. She clutched her heart, her face full of anticipation. Lan Sheng, could it be you? Will you devour me first? Chapter 18. Lan Luo left Chu Ji alone in the abandoned building and jumped out of the window to survey her surroundings. She didn't know where she was or if there were any pursuers, so she only dared to wander around the area. Before leaving, she specifically asked Chu Ji. The scenes he foresaw usually appeared within a week to 2 weeks, meaning she might encounter Lan Sheng soon. Chu Ji said he foresaw a place where Lan Sheng would appear, with trees and vines on them. Based on his description, Lan Luo could roughly determine that Lan Sheng would leave the military academy and go to the wilderness. Because, usually, vines only grow around trees in the wild. This is determined by the environment. In corrosive rain, trees rely on each other for self-preservation, and vines rely on each other for growth, tacitly supporting each other against corrosion. Cities mostly avoid areas with severe corrosive rain, so vines rarely grow around trees. Even if they do, they are regularly cleared for urban aesthetics, preventing vines from growing unchecked. Having formed a suspicion, Lan Luo consciously walked deeper into the dense forest, partly to observe the trees, and partly to use the forest's cover for concealment. She hadn't forgotten her predicament, and dared not act rashly. As she walked, Lan Luo used a small knife to mark the tree trunks, observing the tree's growth. The trees here were drier, with fewer vines, suggesting that Lan Sheng was probably not nearby. A strong wind picked up, causing the trees to sway, and leaves to fall to the ground with a pattering sound. Crack, crack. A slight sound came from behind Lan Luo. She turned to look, but saw nothing. It was probably just a branch blown down by the wind. Lan Luo lowered her eyes, and slowly walked forward, discreetly reaching into her pocket. Click. The same sound rang out behind her again, but this time it was very short, stopping after a brief pause. Lan Luo gripped her knife in her left hand, her right hand in her pocket, turning to look behind her. Come out. The wind had died down a bit, and all was quiet. Behind Lan Luo, only dense bushes obscured the view of anyone. If you don't come out, Lan Luo's gaze settled on a thick old tree. I come find you myself. She took a light step, turning back as soon as she finished speaking. Lan Luo wasn't being arrogant, it was just that the person following her had too many flaws, making caution unnecessary. The person's footsteps, though soft, were not light, dragging slightly on the ground and frequently rustling through dry branches. Lan Luo guessed that this person was either small and thin, or not human at all, but merely an animal. Even if they were a superhuman, it probably wouldn't be of much use, otherwise they would have simply ambushed her. Lan Luo hadn't taken 2 steps, when a black shadow suddenly emerged from behind the old tree ahead, rushing straight towards her. The shadowy figure held a thick tree branch, raising it to strike Lan Luo. Though the figure moved quickly, it was clumsy. Lan Luo easily dodged the branch by slightly sidestepping, and with a swift movement, it appeared in her hand. The other end of the branch was still firmly held by the figure. Lan Luo gave it a sharp pull, sending the figure staggering 2 steps before falling face first into the ground in front of her. Ouch! The figure cried out heavily as it landed on the ground. It was just a child. No wonder. Lan Luo unceremoniously stepped on its back. Why are you following me? The child tilted its head, stretching its neck like a turtle to look at her. Who's following you? You're blocking my way. Lan Luo pressed down hard with her foot, only stopping when she heard the child yelp in pain. She then changed her approach, asking, Where is this? Why are you here all alone? Where is this? The turtle child looked at her, puzzled. You came here yourself, and you're asking me? This is a forest. Lan Luo knew, of course, that it was a forest. Why are you here alone? What's the nearest city? She continued. I'm alone, of course it's. The turtle child's eyes darted around, and he stammered, clearly not being honest. Lan Luo opened her mouth. I advise you to be honest. Achoo! 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 Halfway through her sentence, Lan Luo suddenly felt a tickle in her nose and began sneezing uncontrollably. She covered her mouth and nose while sneezing, and the pressure on her foot loosened slightly. The tortoise child had been secretly observing Lan Luo. As soon as she let go, it crawled forward a couple of steps, then stood up and smugly watched Lan Luo sneeze. After running a few steps, the child stopped, his head covered in leaves and weeds, and gave Lan Luo the middle finger. Who told you I'm alone? Lan Luo's eyes reddened. Suppressing the urge to sneeze, she raised the gun hidden in her pocket and aimed it at the tortoise child without a word. Just as she aimed, another sneeze erupted, making her tremble and unable to aim at the damn brat. If he doesn't stop, I just shoot. If one shot isn't enough, I fire a few more. Eventually, one shot will kill him. Lan Luo held her right hand out, aiming at the running child ahead, threateningly shouting at the air. The tortoise child said he wasn't alone. This inexplicable sneezing must be his companion's doing. You two brats, you each get a bullet and roll off to become fertilizer for the tree. Lan Luo's words had barely left her lips when the sneezing miraculously stopped. The child, hearing this, also slammed to the curb, looking at Lan Luo with shock and suspicion before rolling away and hiding behind a tree. Come out. Lan Luo pointed her gun at another tree not far away. The tortoise-like child continued walking towards this tree, his eyes, after Lan Luo's harsh words, also secretly glancing at it, indicating his companion was behind it. Slowly emerging from behind the tree, a woman? It wasn't the brat, but the brat's parent. Lan Luo followed the woman's movement with her gun, coldly asking, Are you two in cahoots? Why is he following me? Where is this place? The woman's face was somewhat weathered, probably around 40 years old, tall, thin, and dark-skinned, like a purple sugarcane. My name is Hu Jiafen. We're scavengers. This is where we collect scraps. The woman raised her hands, smiling somewhat ingratiatingly. He's young and hasn't seen many people, he's just curious. Pepper powder? Your ability is just to make people sneeze? Lan Luo asked. Hu Jiafen seemed a little embarrassed, lowering her head. Yeah, that's all it's good for. It's obviously very powerful. The turtle boy suddenly shouted, with Boss Hu around, No one dares to take our territory. Hu Jiafen glared at him. Shut up, brat. Humph. The turtle boy shrank back behind a tree, remaining silent. Seeing the boy had calmed down, Lan Luo didn't pursue the matter further, pointing her gun at Hu Jiafen. I ask you a few questions. Answer honestly. Yes, ask away. Where is this? This is the forest. Who knows its exact name? There are so many forests like this outside the city. Nobody can tell which is which. We scavengers find our way by marking our own paths. Stop. Lan Luo changed the subject. Which city is this forest closest to? Hu Jiafen frowned and hesitated. City. We don't live in the city, I don't know. Lan Luo interrupted her impatiently. Then do you know Weicheng? How far is Weicheng from here? Weicheng was the city where Lan Luo lived. Lu Guan's laboratory was also on the outskirts of Weicheng. If this place wasn't far from Weicheng, she might have to continue walking further. Weicheng. A big city. Hu Jiafen looked thoughtful. Not close, definitely not close. I only know a few cities. Weicheng is so big, it can't be close to us. What about the first military academy? Do you know it? Lan Luo's patience was almost exhausted, her face showing displeasure. Military academy. Before Hu Jiafen could speak, the child caught the key word and screamed from behind the tree. Lan Luo ignored him, looking at Hu Jiafen impatiently. Hu Jiafen ignored him too. I do know that. They have outposts in the surrounding cities, but I don't know anything else. Liar! The child poked out a dark yellow head, looking foolish, and shouted, "Didn't you say the military academy was going to fight in our territory?" Lan Luo raised her gun, pointing it at Hu Jiafen, her finger already itching to pull the trigger. "Speak." She uttered a single word coldly. "We scavenge in many places." He's ignorant, and thinks all these places are our territory. I heard the military academy is active, but I really don't know exactly where. I only know it's outside a few cities. Hu Jiafen said honestly. Lan Luo replied. Lan Luo remained silent, still holding her gun, seemingly unsatisfied. "Do you recognize me?" she asked the two men after a long pause. Hu Jiafen quickly shook her head. "No, but we will in the future. Next time you pass by here, I lock him up, so he won't bother you." "Why would you lock me up?" the child yelled in a hoarse voice. "He's acting suspiciously, maybe he's trying to escape." "Achoo!" "Shut up." Hu Jiafen interrupted the child, glaring at him. The child sneezed dramatically, his face flushed but full of admiration. As expected of boss Hu, still so capable. Lan Luo had no interest in his declaration of loyalty. Without a word, she pointed her gun at the child. She had never intended for these two to leave alive. If the base offered a bounty on her, they would definitely post her picture. Until she was safe, Lan Luo didn't want anyone to know her face or whereabouts. "Let's talk this out." Hu Jiafen stepped forward, blocking the child's path. "He's just a stray kid, a wild monkey with no one to teach him. If he does something wrong, I discipline him when we get back. You're a magnanimous adult, don't hold it against a child. You said yesterday we depended on each other for survival. This child really has no brains." Hu Jiafen had already humbled herself before Lan Luo for his sake, and he was still yelling at the top of his lungs, completely unaware of the impending danger. A good-for-nothing, not worth her bullets. Lan Luo moved the gun back to Hu Jiafen's head. "Take out the communicator." Hu Jiafen rummaged in her pocket. "I can't read, and there's nothing in the communicator." "I have one." The child ran out, presenting an old communicator like a treasure. "Give it to me." Lan Luo pointed at him. Hu Jiafen took the communicator from the child, and tossed it to Lan Luo's feet. Lan Luo glanced at the location, hooked the communicator with her foot, ignoring the distressed expressions on the faces of the old woman and the child, and kicked it upwards, catching it firmly in her hand. The child's communicator contained very little useful information, its capacity was almost depleted, and it only had one contact, Boss Hu. Lan Luo opened the map. The flashing red dot showed that she was indeed very far from Weicheng, separated by 3 cities. Was she that fast? Lan Luo wasn't slow, but running hundreds of kilometers in one night was indeed absurd. She was more inclined to believe that the base extended too far underground, which was why she could suddenly appear at such a distance. Her actual distance from the base might be much closer. Lan Luo calmly closed the map and opened the notification drop-off menu. Each communicator has a notification bar to receive important notifications when the signal is poor in the wilderness. However, aside from official announcements, private individuals have to pay a hefty price to reserve a notification bar. The child's notification bar only had a few old messages, either warnings against exploring outside the city or urging illegal residents to relocate. These 2 illiterate children probably don't even know how many times they've been urged to leave. Lan Luo tried searching for her own name again, but the communicator had no signal and returned nothing. She cleared her search history and exited the search. Just as she was about to return the communicator to the eagerly waiting child, a new notification popped up. Attention! To temper the will of new students, all new students of the southern branch of the 1st Military Academy will undergo a month-long trial in Xiaxi City. All legal residents are advised to exercise caution when traveling to avoid accidental injury. Lan Luo stared at the message, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. Southern branch? What a coincidence. Lan Sheng seems to be at the southern branch. Chapter 19. Do you know Xiaxi City? Lan Luo casually asked Hu Jiafen and the other girl, reopening the map to search for the city. Xiaxi. The child blinked, repeating, but was interrupted by Hu Jiafen halfway through. Never heard of it, Hu Jiafen said, blocking the child's path and smiling obsequiously at Lan Luo. We always wandered around aimlessly, illiterate and without anyone we know. Lan Luo looked up at the 2 women, the older one was fawning, the younger one wary. All right, shut up. Lan Luo cut off their nonsense, ignoring them. She trusted the communicator and the map more than these 2 unreliable individuals. Xiaxi City, original name unknown, named for the high death toll in the early stages of the corrosive rain, meaning resting place for the dead, is about 200 kilometers from you. To check the exact distance, please use the communicator for precise location. Lan Luo cut off the map and deleted the record. This one's mine, Lan Luo said, stuffing the communicator into her pocket. You should have one more, that should be enough. Without even glancing at the two of them, she turned and walked away. The child followed behind, quacking like a duck around Hu Jiaofan, full of complaints about Lan Luo. Boss Hu, we finally got one communicator each, and you just let her take it. That person is shameless. How dare she steal our things? Without the communicator, how are we going to regroup if we're separated? Hu Jiaofan's footsteps receded into the distance. All right, stop it. Just stop running off where I can't see you, okay? If it weren't for you causing trouble, the communicator wouldn't have been lost. Behave yourself from now on, you hear me? If anything else happens, I won't be able to save you. Okay, Boss Hu, I'm hungry. Lan Luo kept an eye on their movements, wary of a sneak attack from behind, and gradually lost interest in their conversation. What was there to complain about? If it weren't for Hu Jiaofan and the other woman providing the communicator, she would have shot them long ago to prevent Lu Guan's men from discovering her whereabouts. Not killing them was already Lan Luo's greatest mercy. The children's communicator was somewhat outdated, lacking many of the newer features available on the market, but Lan Luo only used it for viewing maps, and didn't have any particular requirements for the communicator. The more outdated it was, the more at ease she felt. She didn't need to worry about the base's tracking system quickly catching up with her. Just to be on the safe side, Lan Luo used a knife to smash the camera, completely eliminating the risk of being spied on. Now that she knew Lan Sheng's whereabouts and confirmed the location of Xiaoxi City, Lan Luo didn't plan to linger here. She needed to find Lan Sheng as soon as possible and make him hand over his heart. Unwilling? Then she would just take it out. Anyway, no one asked her if she wanted to go to the lab. Lan Luo went back to the abandoned building first. She hadn't forgotten the half-dead guy lying there. She had figured it out. Chu Xi's precognitive abilities were actually pretty useless. Even without Chu Xi, she would have ended up in this forest and somehow found out Lan Sheng's whereabouts. Chu Xi's precognitions were too vague: vines and trees, cooking in the open, all fragmented images, unable to provide any concrete future information. Therefore, Lan Luo didn't plan to keep him with her. Eat. Lan Luo stood in front of Chu Xi and tossed a pill into his arms. Chu Xi's condition was slightly better than before, but he was still very weak, especially his legs, where the skin was torn open, the edges white, and there was a faint tendency for it to fester and ulcerate. He lay on the ground looking at Lan Luo, then reached out and picked up a small pill, swallowing it without hesitation. What kind of medicine is this? He asked, his voice hoarse. Lan Luo looked down at him. Life-extending medicine, to keep you from dying. Not dying. Chu Xi turned his head to look out the window. So I was really about to die? You gave me my freedom, and then saved my life? For some reason, his current appearance was completely different from the pathetic, pleading look he had given a few days ago, instead overlapping with the gentle and composed Chu Xi Lan Luo had first met in Group S. People seemed to have two faces. Zhu Jianshan was like that too, often acting like a madman, doing inexplicable things, yet occasionally quiet and silent like a normal person. Lan Luo snapped out of her reverie, not wanting to explain these pointless things, and said bluntly, "These things aren't important. What's important is that I have my own things to do now, and I won't be taking you with me anymore." Chu Xi's head, which had been turned away, snapped back, his tired and weak eyes widening instantly. "What do you mean? You wanted his heart, didn't you? I can help you. I can foresee his whereabouts. It will be easy for you to find him." "No need." Lan Luo wiped her dagger, glancing at the ruins outside the window. Chu Xi propped himself up on his arms. "Why? Didn't you rescue me for this?" "Originally, yes, but now it's unnecessary." Lan Luo remained calm. "I took you out of the lab, and you foresaw what I wanted. We're even. But my injury." Chu Xi began urgently. "Although I did injure you in the process in pursuit of speed, your precognitive abilities aren't exactly satisfactory either, are they? So we can cancel each other out." Lan Luo tested the blade. The dagger was extremely sharp. A light press of her fingertip left a thin line of blood. No. Chu Xi shook his head and lay back down, biting his lip. "I didn't mean to blame you." His eyes were fixed on the spider web in the corner, his voice dry, as if he were struggling to speak. "I just wanted to say, my injury is so serious. What will I do if you leave?" A rare blankness appeared on Lan Luo's face. What does this have to do with me? It was truly strange. She didn't owe Chuji anything. Bringing him out of the lab alive was already more than enough. Besides, she had given him precious medicine, each dose of which was precious. If he never recovered, was she supposed to be responsible for him for the rest of her life? It was absurd. Lan Luo stared at Chuji with wide eyes, half impatient and half bewildered. Chuji clenched his fists, opened his mouth, but didn't speak. After a long pause, he finally uttered a soft Hearing Chuji's reply, Lan Luo took it as an agreement, glanced out the window, then crouched down closer to Chuji. You're too much of a burden, I won't take you with me. She finished speaking quickly, ignoring Chuji's embarrassed expression. But, perhaps you have a chance to live. Chuji asked without much reaction, what chance? Lan Luo shoved a knife into his hand, and patted his wounded arm. A little brat is following me. Where? Chuji unconsciously tightened his grip on the knife, his expression instantly becoming wary. Lan Luo continued, they're just scavengers. There's an old man and a young boy among them. They're very experienced in the wild. If you can seize this opportunity, you might be able to survive with them. However, whether they kill you or save you after I leave is entirely up to your own fate. If they have bad intentions, use this knife to protect yourself. Lan Luo finished speaking in one breath, then stood up again and glanced out the window. That little brat had started secretly following Hu Jiaofan while she was looking for water. His hiding methods were as clumsy as ever. Lan Luo spotted him almost instantly. But thinking of Chuji's predicament, Lan Luo considered it for a moment and decided not to expose the child, letting him follow her here and find Chuji. This child seemed naive and perhaps even had some compassion. Chuji could play the victim and lie a bit. Maybe he could trick the child into treating his injuries. Although Lan Luo had medicine, Chuji's injuries were all external, not something that could be healed with just 1 or 2 pills. Besides, her medicine was scarce, and she couldn't bear to give it all to Chuji. Anyway, his leg was already crippled. Even if the injury was severe, it wouldn't hurt anymore. Preserving his life, for now, was enough. Keep the knife with you. If they have any improper intentions, this will be your last resort to save your life. Lan Luo kicked the back of the knife, reminding him emotionlessly. Chuji gripped the knife tightly, so hard that the veins on the back of his hand bulged, and the wound on his arm reopened and bled. He didn't look at Lan Luo the entire time, only nodding slightly upon hearing her words, then closing his eyes and remaining still. Lan Luo observed him for a few seconds, feeling that she had already done more than enough. She thought for a moment, then pulled a small bottle from her bosom, inside which swayed a crimson liquid. This stuff is poisonous, you keep it. Lan Luo stuffed the small bottle into Chuji's pocket, then left without looking back. The bottle contained Lan Luo's blood. She was afraid the toxins in her body would metabolize too quickly, so she had stored some blood in advance for emergencies. Lan Luo's blood loses its pain-blocking effect once it leaves her body, but the toxins still work normally, perhaps because the former originates from within her body, while the latter is external. She had just tested it on some insects, and her blood could still knock them unconscious, proving that the toxins hadn't been metabolized yet and were still usable. So Lan Luo simply gave the bottle to Chuji, as a way for the only 2 experimental subjects who had escaped the lab to look after each other. Lan Luo. Chuji's voice sounded behind her. Lan Luo had already stepped out of the room, but stopped upon hearing this. What's wrong? Chuji lay on the ground, his gaze slowly rising. He remained silent for a few seconds before softly saying, good luck. Another empty promise. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow, didn't reply, and turned to leave. Regardless of luck, she would do everything in her power to achieve her goal. Siosi City was a full 200 kilometers away. Even without sleep, it would take 2 days and 2 nights to walk. Lan Luo wasn't afraid of fatigue. Her physical condition was always excellent. She was simply worried about wasting too much time on the road and losing the initiative. If the military academy sealed off Siosi City, her situation would be extremely passive. She would have to be wary of Lu Guan while also trying to sneak into the city. Lan Luo hid in a tree, memorizing a map while observing the situation inside the abandoned buildings. The child had slipped into a room after she left and hadn't come out yet. She observed for a while, finding nothing amiss, before jumping down from the tree and running wildly towards Siosi City. From then on, everything related to the laboratory was irrelevant to her, except for being hunted. Hidden in the jungle, a girl in dark clothes nimbly ran around the trees, her jet-black hair tied into a ponytail that flew behind her head, the rabbit hair tie on it shimmering in the sunlight. Chapter 20. Lan Luo hadn't walked far when the corrosive rain began to drip. She stopped and observed herself. She was still in the forest, but not the one Hu Jiafen and the others were in. It was a more sparse forest, and there were even some fresh human traces around. She raised her hand to shield her eyes from the raindrops. The slightly sticky droplets left faint red marks on Lan Luo's arm. Under the cover of her arm, she turned on her communicator, checked her location, and, confirming her orientation was correct, put it away. The corrosive rain was a good opportunity. She needed to leave the forest and get onto the main road before the rain stopped. That would be much easier, and the straight-line distance would be shorter. Lan Luo reached the edge of the forest, cautiously observed for a while, and, finding nothing amiss, carefully slipped out and continued running along the edge of the main road. However, she hadn't run far when a small shadow appeared in her field of vision, swaying and approaching her. Lan Luo had been carefully observing the road conditions when she suddenly spotted a living creature approaching in the open rain. Alarm bells rang in her ears, and she darted into the forest, hiding behind a tree and holding her breath. Is it pursuers? Or just a passerby? Lan Luo stroked the butt of her gun, mentally assessing the probability of being caught. As the swaying shadow drew closer, she realized it was a car? Why would a vehicle be traveling alone in this desolate place, braving the corrosive rain? Lan Luo frowned, scrutinizing this object that could barely be called a car with suspicion, momentarily doubting her own knowledge. How could something like this move so freely in the corrosive rain? The car's body lines were fairly normal, but the design was somewhat outdated. The champagne-colored metallic exterior was covered in potholes of varying sizes, making it look at first glance like an ordinary, dilapidated antique car. However, the tires were anything but ordinary. The four wheels were not only different colors, but also different sizes, which explained why it looked so wobbly from a distance. Watching this thing navigate through the corrosive rain was akin to watching a centenarian scoop lava with their bare hands. Lan Luo peered through the thick glass at the person inside, but the glass was too dirty to see clearly. She could only vaguely make out that there was only one person inside, sitting in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel. The driver stepped on the brake, looked around the car, then rolled down the window and squinted at his surroundings. This car was indeed an antique. Even the windows were hand-cranked. The last time Lan Luo had seen hand-cranked car windows was when she was doing volunteer work at a junkyard in middle school. However, after rolling down the window, Lan Luo was finally able to see the driver's face. A dark-skinned old man with small eyes, a sunken lip, and bald patches on his head, seemingly formed by long-term damage from corrosive rain, stood there. The old man looked around from inside the car, then turned and pulled out a sign, tossing it onto the roof. The man and the car were old, but the sign was anything but a white, fluorescent electronic screen that hastily written, "Inner-city ride-sharing, hourly rate, double the fare in the rain." Ride-sharing? Ride-sharing in this godforsaken place? Lan Luo, hiding in a tree, was somewhat tempted by his car, but dared not let her guard down. The old man's appearance was unfamiliar, and his age didn't seem like something the lab would accept, but she still couldn't rule out her suspicions. It was just a ride. She could miss countless opportunities, but if this ride was related to the lab, she might not have a second chance. The old man waited in the car for a while, his small, narrow eyes darting around nervously. Finally, he couldn't resist and shouted, "Ride! Ride! Anyone going back to the city? Ride! Ride!" The old man's voice was loud, carrying clearly through the rain and into the forest, reaching Lan Luo's ears. "Where's the car going?" She shouted back, then pushed off with her feet, leaping over several trees to get away from where she had been. "Anyone want a ride?" The old man, hearing the voice, peered excitedly out of the car door. "Anywhere." "Ugh! This damn rain!" The old man rubbed his rain-soaked head, grumbling as he pulled his head back into the car and shouted, "Anywhere. It's all by the hour. Want a ride?" Lan Luo tapped on a tree branch, scanning the old man's car from top to bottom. She wanted to go, but was afraid of a trap. The old man waited a while, then poked his head out again and shouted into the air, "Don't worry. I'm a professional rideshare driver, a legitimate business, honest and fair, never overcharging. If you're worried, you can order via communicator. Just say the word." Ordering via communicator required linking personal information. Lan Luo would have to be crazy to choose that method. She concealed her gun under her clothes, pulled down the long hem of her dress to cover the lower half of her face, then climbed out of the tree and charged straight at the old man. "Quick, get in!" The old man grinned from ear to ear, stretching out his arm to push open the back door from the inside, gesturing for Lan Luo to get in. Lan Luo sat stiffly directly behind the old man, her voice muffled. Baicheng, are you coming or not? Baicheng was the closest city to Xiaoxi City, and Lan Luo didn't want to attract attention by directly revealing her destination, so she chose Baicheng as a second choice. Baicheng? The old man's eyes darted around. You can go, of course you can go. But let's make it clear first. I charge by the hour, 500 an hour. It's raining now, so it's doubled, 1,000 an hour. Okay. Lan Luo pretended to hesitate for 2 seconds, then nodded in agreement. Anyway, she didn't have any money on her. She agreed even if the old man offered 100 million. The old man smiled and nodded, rolling up the car window with a hum, then slapped the car's timer in front of Lan Luo. Lan Luo watched the numbers on the timer jump at a rate of almost 2 seconds per second, and surprisingly, she felt a little relieved. Taking an unlicensed car is fine. It's better than being arrested. Going off-road alone? The old man hummed along to a song on the old stereo while driving, chatting with Lan Luo during the breaks. Lan Luo looked at his bald patchwork head and said coldly, No, I had a fight with my teammates. They left first. What teammates? How could they leave a young girl like you here alone? The old man explained dramatically, his words laced with dialect-based insults. I've been driving for so long, and young girls like you are few and far between. It's too unsafe. Lan Luo was annoyed by his overreaction and simply stopped answering, turning her head to look out the window. The rain was still falling, and the uneven wheels trudged through the rain, the damp air mixing with the unpleasant, musty smell inside the vehicle, making Lan Luo feel nauseous. The old man seemed unsatisfied. He smacked his lips, not even looking where he was going, and turned to look at her. Why are you covering your face? Afraid I'm a bad guy? Lan Luo touched the cloth covering her face. It's raining. I'm afraid it'd make my face look wet. She then pulled the cloth up further, covering most of her face. It's safer in the car. This is all high-quality, battle-tested material. It's completely corrosion-resistant. It's good to take it off and let it air out. The old man glanced at her through the mirror, shook his head, his face full of disdain for her vanity. Young lady, don't worry too much about your appearance. Look at me. I'm not afraid of wind or rain, right? Lan Luo frowned, her patience almost exhausted. She clicked her tongue impatiently, indicating her bad mood. The old man scoffed, these young people nowadays. Do you know Xiaoxi City? Those young people are even more pampered. It's just military training, and they already fenced off the entire city. They really think the whole world is their playground. Surprised to hear news of Xiaoxi City here, Lan Luo's expression remained natural. I know about it, but I don't know exactly when their training will start. We have to take a detour then. Not even until then, they have to take a detour now, the old man chuckled. They need to check for danger first, so they blocked all the roads. Otherwise, they could take a shortcut to Baicheng. I see. Lan Luo looked thoughtfully out the window, her fingers twitching slightly. The old man fell silent, humming a little tune as he turned the steering wheel, peering ahead. The rain was still falling, pattering against the car window, sliding down the glass and disappearing. Lan Luo could see the road conditions outside through the glass. Her shadow, superimposed on the glass, swayed gently with the car's movement. It had been a long time since she felt this peaceful. Lan Luo hunched her back slightly, leaning against the seat with her arms crossed. Thump! A loud crash came from below, shaking Lan Luo from side to side. She had to brace herself on the seat for balance, looking at the old man speechlessly. What happened? The old man, unfazed, shook himself a couple of times in the driver's seat before sitting up straight, chuckling. Looks like the tire's flat again. Wait here, I go fix it. Lan Luo leaned against the window, silently watching the old man skillfully get out of the car and walk around to the trunk to retrieve the tire. Once the old man was out of her sight and reached the back of the car, Lan Luo heard a creak, followed by the feeling of the trunk being lifted. She looked out the window. The rain was intensifying, large raindrops pounding against the car, splashing water everywhere. Turning her gaze away from the outside, Lan Luo surveyed the interior of the car, her eyes lingering on the passenger seat before returning to the window. Whoosh! A few seconds later, she swiftly pulled open the car door, jumped out without hesitation, and strode to the trunk. The old man was fiddling with the trunk when he saw Lan Luo and jumped in fright, shuddering. Ouch! You scared me. Weren't you afraid of the rain? Why did you get out? Lan Luo stared at him expressionlessly for a few seconds, then smiled wryly. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it, so I got out to help you. Is that so? Hee, the old man chuckled. It's all right. I can do it myself. You can go back first. A cold gun was pressed against the back of the old man's head, the black muzzle sealing his mottled skull perfectly. The old man stared wide-eyed, slowly raising his hands. Heroin, spare my life. The rain intensified, raindrops slicing in two as they hit the gun, sliding down the smooth, silver metal surface without leaving a trace. Lan Luo tapped the old man's head with the gun. Do you think I'm too easy to fool? No, no, no. The old man waved his hands. Rain mixed with sweat on his forehead. No, no, I won't. I change it right away. I definitely won't overcharge you. I deduct the repair time from it, okay? The old man was stubborn. Lan Luo tightened the gun slightly, her tone mocking. Don't play dumb, you know it's not about the tire. It's... The old man stammered, unable to speak a complete sentence, constantly licking his lips, unconsciously swallowing a few drops of corrosive rain. Lan Luo moved the gun away, aiming at the trunk. Bang! Crack! The bullet grazed the old man's ear and flew into the trunk, shattering something precisely with a soft click. The old man shuddered from the gunshot, gasped, and collapsed to the ground, his hands gripping the trunk tightly. If you try anything again, you end up like it. Lan Luo pressed the scorching muzzle of the gun against the old man's temple, threatening him without any politeness. The old man swallowed hard, his gaze stiffly shifting to the trunk. There lay a shattered communicator, its screen, riddled with bullet holes, stubbornly flashing its last static. Chapter 21. Lan Luo moved the gun away, vaguely aiming it at the old man, changed the tire, remembered to get a proper size. Her tone was too natural, as if she hadn't just fired the shot to threaten him. The old man patted his backside and stood up, avoiding Lan Luo's gaze. I know, go easy on me, go easy on me. He then pulled a tattered tire from the trunk, deliberately taking a detour past the broken communicator, as if afraid a bullet might bounce off and hit him. Lan Luo stood ramrod straight beside the car, her legs slightly apart, watching the old man's movements intently. The old man glanced at her sideways, rubbing his bald head, which was throbbing from the raindrops, as he shakily squatted down to change the tire. Unlike the old man, Lan Luo was completely at ease in the rain. She felt no pain. The corrosive rain had negligible effect on her. Even if she occasionally got wet, she wouldn't go bald like the old man. The old man, with a dirty rag on his head, moved swiftly, quickly replacing one tire with another, and casually wiped his head before getting into the driver's seat. If it weren't for his frequently shifty gaze, Lan Luo wouldn't have noticed a trace of guilt in him. She sat back in the back seat, shaking the raindrops off her head, making the rabbit hair tie on her hair tie sway gently. The old man restarted the car, the rickety old car rattling and clattering, the sound blending with the light rain outside, creating a strangely peaceful atmosphere. If one ignored the old man's tense back and wary gaze. Lan Luo touched the rabbit hair tie on her head. It was a gift from Zhu Jianshan, incredibly childish. But she had fled in such a hurry that she had no other hair ties on her. Only this rabbit hair tie that Zhu Jianshan had tied to her head had accompanied her on her wanderings to this place, and she had been making do with it for the past few days. Hey, do you have any hair ties? Lan Luo kicked the back of the driver's seat. The old man's already taut back straightened even more, almost bending over. Yes, some second-hand ties left behind by a previous customer. He glanced cautiously at Lan Luo, pulling out a few black hair ties from the storage compartment. Give them to me. Lan Luo reached out without hesitation. The old man drove with his left hand, holding the hair ties in his right, 20 yuan, to be paid with the fare. Lan Luo took the hair ties without hesitation. Okay, to be paid with them. Removing the rabbit hair tie, Lan Luo retied her hair with a plain black hair tie, shaking her head. It felt much better. After the rain, the smooth surface of the little rabbit felt a bit rougher. Lan Luo held it in her hand for a moment, then put it in her pocket. A perfectly good thing, no need to throw it away. Maybe she can use it again someday. The old man turned a corner as she changed her hair tie onto a narrow, rugged road. The road was terrible. The beat-up car thrashed about like a fish out of water, jolting the two of them up and down in their seats. Ouch, ouch, the old man groaned as he drove. What a lousy road. Lan Luo settled herself in the back seat, glanced out the window, and her brow furrowed deeper. Incorrigible. In a brief pause between the bumps, Lan Luo muttered a sentence to the old man, but it was drowned out by his swearing. The old man continued swearing, his feet moving quickly, increasing the car's speed considerably. Lan Luo could feel the tire straining under the weight. She sighed softly and expertly pulled out her gun. Stop the car. The old man seemed not to hear her, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Almost there, almost there. This stretch will be over. Do you want to die? Lan Luo pressed the gun against the back of his head, speaking impatiently. With the gun pointed at him, the old man became noticeably more obedient, slamming on the brakes and stopping the car abruptly. Look at you, why did you stop? This road is bad, if we hurry, we suffer less. You're charging by the hour, it's not good to be slow. Aren't you underestimating me? Lan Luo glanced around, the gun firmly aimed at him. You started taking a detour before you even changed the tire, she said. I just assumed you were trying to rip me off, so I didn't bother with it. You said the roads in COC City were blocked, which is why you had to take a detour, and I agreed. But you deliberately crashed into a rock to damage the tire, then hid in the trunk to use your communicator. That's too suspicious. If I hadn't discovered that you'd taken the communicator from the passenger seat to the trunk, you might have succeeded by now. Lan Luo casually tapped the back of his head with her gun. So tell me, what's your purpose, and what are you? Looking at the jungle-shrouded road outside the car, Lan Luo slowly finished her sentence. And where are you taking me now? She wasn't stupid. She could roughly pinpoint Baicheng's location with a map. She didn't mind taking a slightly longer route, but the old man was now heading in a direction far from Baicheng. Even if it was for a hefty fare, the price was too high. So the old man really wasn't honest. Is he connected to the lab? Is he one of Lu Guan's men? Lan Luo stared intently at the old man until cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. No, not anywhere, not Baicheng, you say Baicheng, and then I take you to Baicheng. The old man stammered, yes, Baicheng, Baicheng. Still not being honest, Lan Luo's finger touched the trigger, then you might as well die. No! The old man exaggeratedly raised both hands high, waving them wildly in the air. No, 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 don't shoot, I talk. I just wanted to take a detour to earn a little more money, but you were hiding your face and acting suspiciously, so I was afraid you were a wanted criminal, and that's why I checked with the communicator. The old man almost cried. I really didn't dare to do anything, you have. Gun, what ability could a driver like me have to harm you? I'm just scared. What if I pull over a wanted criminal and kill me, and nobody would even know? Lan Luo remained unmoved. So, have you found out? Am I a wanted criminal? No. The old man tried to shake his head, but with the gun pointed at him, he could only move his head slightly. Nothing at all, really. Hey, let's talk this out. Put the gun down, and I take you to Baicheng so we can settle things, okay? Oh. Lan Luo removed the gun from behind his head. The old man visibly relaxed, clutching his chest. Oh, that scared me to death. Young people are so hot-tempered. This isn't good, this isn't good. I'm old, I can't take a scare. Lan Luo showed no respect for the elderly, merely raising her chin slightly. Drive. This is your last chance. Don't try anything clever. Heh. Receiving no response, the old man chuckled awkwardly. I have some water, just to calm my nerves. He reached for the old thermos on the cup holder. Lan Luo, still holding her gun, raised one corner of her mouth, watching the old man's terrified expression, her gaze lingering on the thermos for a few seconds. It was an ordinary black thermos, chipped and dented, looking like it had been used for a long time. A thin layer of dust had accumulated on the top of the thermos. The old man's finger could even leave a faint gray fingerprint on it. Stop. Lan Luo pointed the gun at the old man's hand. The old man dared not disobey her, obediently placing his hand on the thermos. What's wrong? Can't I even drink some water? I deduct the time you spend drinking, and I won't charge you, okay? Lan Luo looked impatient. She was truly fed up with this scheming old man. I spared you many times. Why do you always test my patience? Lan Luo touched the gun. I said, you only have one last chance. She raised the gun expressionlessly, giving the old man no time to react or beg for mercy, and pulled the trigger, aiming at the back of his head. Thud. The bullet sank into his temple, exploding into a black and red flower on the old man's head. The old man's eyes widened, a grotesque expression of disbelief etched on his face. His hand slowly slid off the thermos, leaving streaks of dust in his wake. Then, he slumped to the floor, collapsing beneath the driver's seat. Blood flowed from the hole in his head, soaking the filthy seat, and turning his lifeless eyes bloodshot, fixed intently on Lan Luo. Lan Luo, however, paid no heed, holstering her gun to examine the thermos. A normal person's thermos, if used frequently, wouldn't accumulate so much dust. The old man's thermos, though weathered, hadn't been moved in a long time. Lan Luo peered through the gap in the cup holder. She was right. There was a small button at the bottom of the holder, firmly pressed down by the thermos. If the old man picked up the thermos, the button would pop up. She heard that many people place safety buttons in their cars, guessing that pressing them might trigger a trap or an alarm. Either way, it would be troublesome for her. Lan Luo usually didn't bother others unless provoked, but this old man had already courted death too many times today. It would be a waste not to send him to his death. Lan Luo carried the old man's body out of the car and dragged it into the woods. The rain had stopped, and the woods were muddy everywhere. Too lazy to walk, she used all her strength to throw the old man deep into the forest. Because of her supernatural ability, she was always very strong. Throwing an old man was no problem for her. The old man, gradually stiffening, crashed into a tree, shaking off the rain, and a few leaves fluttered down, covering him. That's fine, at least it's a grave. Lan Luo turned and got into the car, disdainfully placing the old man's coat on the driver's seat, checking the map, and then decisively drove off. Picking up a junk car for free was much faster than walking. Along the way, Lan Luo didn't dare to be conspicuous, carefully weaving through the back roads in her antique car. When forced onto main roads, she only dared to drive on the side of the road, trying her best to minimize her presence. The old man said he hadn't seen her on the wanted list, but Lan Luo didn't believe a word of it. If he really hadn't, he wouldn't have bothered to play tricks repeatedly under the threat of a gun. Lan Luo checked with her communicator, and sure enough, her photo appeared on a wanted poster, though it wasn't too conspicuous among many fugitives. It seemed the base had already started moving. Had Lu Guan woken up, Lan Luo was afraid Lu Guan would send out drones to scan her from the air. The flatter, more open the road, the more dangerous it would be for her, so she drove to the outskirts of Bai City and stopped in the forest to rest. Although the old man wasn't running a legitimate business, he was at least a legal resident. The license plate should have been registered long ago, and there might even be a GPS tracker in the car. She didn't have the guts to flaunt a time bomb in the city. Darkness had fallen, and the gates of White City were tightly shut, making the surrounding forest appear even more eerily dark and silent. Lan Luo didn't turn on the headlights. She groped her way through the car in the dark, searching it thoroughly. She found a watermelon knife and some tools, like a hammer and wrench, tested them, and ultimately kept only the 30-centimeter-long watermelon knife. Under the cover of night, she needed to quickly cross the forest and reach Xiaoxi City. Otherwise, once the trial began, it would be much harder to infiltrate. Lan Luo carried the knife through the forest all night, finally emerging from the long, dense woods at sunrise. The pale sunlight shone on her ashen face, and Lan Luo couldn't help but squint. At the end of her vision was a dilapidated and lifeless city. A few people in uniform stood on the city walls, hands behind their backs, staring ahead. The same uniform as Lan Sheng's. That's it. This is it, Lan Sheng. Are you surprised? Prepare for a surprise, Lan Sheng. Chapter 22. Lan Luo's eyes were filled with suppressed excitement. Her fingers gripped the tree trunk, scratching at the rough bark until it cracked. Her heart pounded uncontrollably, as if pointing her towards Lan Sheng. Lan Sheng, Lan Sheng, Lan Sheng. Where is Lan Sheng? Lan Luo's teeth chattered slightly, as her gaze swept back and forth across the people on the city wall. The figures were far away, their faces indistinct, yet Lan Luo could easily recognize them. No, none of them. Lan Sheng wasn't among them. She knew Lan Sheng too well. Twins, a boy and a girl, they had grown up together since childhood. His face, his figure, his posture, Lan Luo knew them all intimately. So with just a glance, she knew he wasn't on the city wall. Wasn't he exceptionally talented? Wasn't he a prodigy? Lan Sheng, pampered and cherished since childhood, how come he couldn't even climb the city wall? Unable to find Lan Sheng, Lan Luo felt a surge of anxiety, yet secretly, she relaxed a little. Although Lan Sheng was mild-mannered and seemingly incompetent, his combat prowess was undeniable. Perhaps due to his immortality ability, his stamina and reflexes far surpassed hers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen so early and recruited into the military academy immediately after graduation. She was currently exhausted and disheveled, and could only secretly observe Lan Sheng if they encountered him. Besides, the military academy trials involved instructors and students operating in groups, making it far from easy to attack him. Lan Luo observed for a while, watching as the figures moved several large black cubes, placing them in various corners of the city wall. Each figure then stood beside a cube and simultaneously pulled out a thin stick from it. This looked like a signal jammer. A signal jammer is used to disrupt communication signals. Once activated, no communication device can function properly. Lan Luo had seen signal jammers a few times before, but never one this large. It seemed the military academy's trials were rigorous, even prohibiting students from using communication devices. Wouldn't this make communication between students much more difficult? It really was. A stroke of genius. Lan Luo was hoping they couldn't communicate with each other, ideally leaving Lan Sheng alone. This would increase her chances of success, as she wouldn't have to worry about his classmates or teachers hindering her actions. She had originally planned to hide outside the city and adapt to changing circumstances, but seeing the jammer activated, she immediately changed her mind and decided to enter the city. After all, Xiaoxi City was a deserted city, with even denser jungles inside than outside. Lan Luo wasn't worried about finding a hiding place. Furthermore, the jammer could block more than just communication devices. Even drones flying near it would become unresponsive and useless. This was to prevent students from using technology to assist in cheating, to help them track down other students, and also to prevent malicious individuals from deliberately harming students. Lan Luo silently gave the military academy's education a thumbs up in her heart, and, with her back bent, weaved through the bushes, slowly approaching the city gate. Only when she got closer did she realize that the people on the city wall were all teachers. No wonder she couldn't see Lan Sheng. Lan Luo cautiously moved her feet, getting closer and closer to the city wall of Xiaoxi City, and closer to these teachers, afraid that she might inadvertently attract their attention. Two upright figures stood directly above the city gate, firmly guarding the entrance to Xiaoxi City, exuding a kind of imposing aura that kept strangers at bay. Lan Luo ignored them. She had no intention of entering through the city gate. Xiaoxi City was a rotten, dilapidated city. Its walls were probably in pieces. She could just find a hole and crawl in. There was no need to confront these people head-on. While planning this in her mind, Lan Luo couldn't help but imagine what she would be like after becoming stronger. If she weren't so weak, she wouldn't bother taking the detour. She would just kick open the gate and go for it. Why would she be so worried about crawling through a dog hole? Before her was the only weakly guarded hole, and its location and size strangely matched that of a dog hole. A dog hole it is. Without hesitation, Lan Luo noticed the guard's gaze shift and immediately ran to the city wall, inching along the base until she approached the large hole. After feeling her way to the entrance, Lan Luo sensed that the hole should be a forest, offering good concealment. So, she decisively bent down and crawled inside, rolling into the interior of Xiaoxi City. On the dilapidated yet towering city wall, a pair of keen eyes noticed the slight swaying of the grass. He looked in the direction of the grass, but everything was calm. The commotion seemed to have been merely the wind. "Brother Su, did you see anything?" he asked, turning to the person beside him. The man called Brother Su, wearing sunglasses, stretched his neck slightly. "No, maybe a rabbit, or a snake." "Is that so?" The man who had spoken earlier stared intently at the grass. "The students have already begun their trials. I'm not worried about animals, but I'm afraid someone might infiltrate and threaten them. Do you think I should go into the city to investigate?" Brother Su raised his chin, looking directly at the sun through his sunglasses. "So what? Those fools went in, perfect for giving our freshmen a little treat. They haven't seen much blood yet. If these freshmen can't even handle this, they might as well die in there." He finished speaking with a slight smile, seemingly quite satisfied with his decision. "Heh, that's true." The man who started it chuckled and shook his head, no longer paying attention to the motionless patch of grass. Lan Luo was unaware of their discussion on the city wall. After rolling in, she landed deep in the woods, the bulging tree roots entangling the entire area, leaving her nowhere to land. Fearing discovery, Lan Luo found a large tree and quickly climbed up to hide. A slender snake was coiled on the treetop, startled and frantically flicking its tongue at her. Lan Luo didn't even glance at it, grabbed the snake's head, swung it around a few times, and tossed it far away. The city of Xiaoxi was gloomy, the tall trees almost completely blocking out the sunlight, and the moss-covered paths were deserted. Was her location too remote? There wasn't a soul in sight. She wondered where Lan Sheng's encampment was, who his teammates were, and if they had any suitable weapons. Lan Luo pondered this as she moved slowly, cautiously leaping from tree to tree, swinging through the jungle like a monkey, heading towards areas less densely wooded. Her entire focus was on observing her surroundings. A cold sweat broke out on her back, and a damp, cool breeze sent goosebumps uncontrollably splattering across her arms. No wonder so many people had died here. Xiaoxi City was undeniably eerie. It was no wonder everyone hoped the souls of the dead would rest in peace. Lan Luo rubbed her neck. This chilling feeling truly made her feel like she was shoulder to shoulder with a ghost. After weaving through more than a dozen large trees, Lan Luo finally stopped and settled comfortably in a tree to observe her surroundings. Lan Sheng loved basking in the sun and disliked shady places, so subconsciously, Lan Luo moved closer to the side with fewer trees and more sunlight, intuitively believing this would allow her to get closer to Lan Sheng. However, as the trees thinned out, the concealment effect diminished significantly. Lan Luo lowered her body, carefully examining the tree by grasping at the vines. Wait, vines? Lan Luo realized something, and looked down at the tree she was perched on. Layers upon layers of vines were wrapped around the thick trunk, almost completely obscuring the tree's original color. She raised an eyebrow in slight surprise and looked back. Sure enough, all the trees here were tightly entwined with vines. Vines entwined the trees, Lan Sheng cooked. Ha! So it seems the location of Lan Sheng that Chu Ji painstakingly predicted was Xiaoxi City. What did he say again? Lan Luo recalled. If she hadn't just noticed the vines, she would have almost forgotten about him. It took her a while to remember Chu Ji's precognition. He said he could only see Lan Sheng in her future, not her. A half-baked precognitive ability, all the talk was nonsense. She didn't even get as much information as she did from stealing a communicator. Not far in front of Lan Luo was a relatively flat open space. A few rays of sunlight stingily shone on the open space, illuminating the shapes of the dust particles floating in the air. Suddenly, the beams of light distorted a few times, the dust particles in the air jumped a few times and scattered, and the quiet open space was interrupted by a sudden sound. Lan Luo tensed, holding her breath, watching the tall grass beside the clearing. The grass rustled a few times, and a figure emerged from within. This person wore a dark military academy uniform, the sleeves rolled up high, revealing two well-defined forearms. He glanced around, then nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with the surroundings. He clapped his hands, turned, and disappeared back into the grass, bending down to pull out a pot? A large, black, gleaming iron pot, glistening in the sunlight. He drew a knife from his lap, quickly chopped down several branches, and squatted down, fiddling with them. Not far away, in a tree, Lan Luo's fingernails dug deep into the vines, the highly resilient tendrils squeezing out a sticky green sap that smeared her fingers. Her breathing quickened, her heart pounded uncontrollably, the dull thud echoing in her ears, like a drumbeat in the quiet forest. Lan Luo's eyes were fixed on the figure setting up an iron pot on the woodpile in the open space. Her eyes were bloodshot, tightly focused on the figure reflected in her pupils. It was someone she knew all too well, the figure she had longed for all these days. Lan Sheng. It was Lan Sheng. They hadn't seen each other since entering the lab, yet Lan Luo recognized Lan Sheng at a glance, thanks to 18 years of close interaction. The moment she saw Lan Sheng, a wave of unease washed over her. Why was he here alone? Weren't military academy trials all about group work? Had he been ostracized? To have the leisure to cook alone in a place like this, he truly never shortchanged himself. Lan Luo cleared her mind in a few seconds, suppressing the strange feelings in her heart. Perhaps she was simply feeling resentful seeing Lan Sheng's carefree demeanor, and reflecting on her own life of hiding and running. None of that mattered. What mattered was that she had found Lan Sheng. As long as she could get close to him, and obtain his heart, she would never again have to be subservient to others. Whether Lan Sheng was ostracized or bullied, or what would happen to him after losing his heart, was none of her concern. The more he was ostracized, the easier it would be for her to act. Lan Luo took a few deep breaths of the air thick with the scent of grass and trees, forcing herself to calm down and observe carefully. The iron pot was already set up, and Lan Sheng was carefully tending a small flame, diligently lighting the firewood. Lan Sheng's cooking skills were superb. Watching his movements, Lan Luo's stomach involuntarily rumbled, and her mouth watered. To prevent herself from getting hungrier, Lan Luo only observed his movements out of the corner of her eye, shifting her gaze to the bushes behind him. That was the direction he had come from. Perhaps his encampment was there. Lan Luo peered into the depths of the grass, the blades dense and rustling in the wind. Lan Sheng's pot had also been pulled from the grass. Could he have hidden all his possessions there? Lan Luo looked amusedly at the slightly sunken patch in the grass, wondering what else Lan Sheng might be hiding. But her smile quickly froze. Because in the center of the sunken patch, at the base of the grass, she saw a pair of lifeless eyes. The wind parted the grass, revealing more of those eyes. First, a pale forehead, then a thin cheek, and finally, dry, lifeless lips. The wind stopped, and the grass covered everything again, leaving only those dull eyes. Lan Luo stared intently at the grass, almost unable to believe her eyes. Why was he here? Before she could figure it out, those eyes moved, the grayish pupils slowly lifting upwards. Across the open space, through the sunlight, and through Lan Sheng adding firewood, those eyes locked onto Lan Luo with unwavering focus. Their gazes collided heavily in midair. Chapter 23. Lan Luo hadn't expected to see Chu Ji in Xiaoxi City. Wasn't he in that forest? Why was he here? Did Hu Jiaofan and that child take him in? Could they have brought him here? What about Hu Jiaofan? Why was Chu Ji alone? More importantly, why was Chu Ji with Lan Sheng? Lan Luo hid behind a leaf, but Chu Ji's gaze seemed to be fixed on the tree where she was hiding, as if he could detect her. For a moment, they even made eye contact. Judging from Lan Sheng's calm demeanor, it didn't seem like he hadn't noticed Chu Ji. Rather, it seemed like he had deliberately hidden him. What was going on? When did they meet? Lan Luo couldn't figure it out, and could only calm herself and continue observing. Lan Sheng had finished starting the fire. He took a small capsule from his pocket, twisted it open over the iron pot, and a trickle of water poured from the capsule into the pot. After about half the pot of water had been poured out, the capsule was empty. Lan Sheng twisted the empty capsule back up and carefully put it back in his pocket. These capsules are all single-use and have limited space, so only Lan Sheng is willing to collect them like treasures. He's been like this since he was little. He collects even the most useless things, and he even has a special large box for storing junk. Collecting junk is one thing, but he also has an excellent memory. He knows every single piece of junk like the back of his hand. Lan Luo loved targeting his junk box when she was little. Back then, they were very young, and the Lan family wasn't wealthy. She and Lan Sheng shared a room with two small single beds separated by a bedside table. Whenever Lan Sheng's parents hid treats for him, and she discovered it, she would pretend to be sensible while secretly closing the door and throwing away his junk. Lan Sheng didn't make a fuss after discovering the junk had been thrown away. He quietly picked it up from the ground and carefully put it back in the box. Little did he know that Lan Luo hated his silent demeanor the most. He always seemed to be the most tolerant, innocent, and wronged one. You're just like them. You love to hide. You love to hide junk. Her voice was low and childish, but the words were vicious. Lan Sheng didn't react, so she angrily pinched his arm, forcing him to beg for mercy. His sense of pain was acute, while Lan Luo had no sense of pain and didn't know her own strength. Each time, she would pinch him until tears welled up in his eyes before letting go. Do you think anyone would care about this junk? Let me tell you, besides you, no one cares about that junk. Junk. It's all junk. Only after getting a response from Lan Sheng would she triumphantly raise her chin, belittling the junk to nothing. Recalling her own childish behavior as a child, Lan Luo was speechless. Fortunately, they grew a bit older and had their own rooms, so she stopped physically interfering, only coldly watching their act of parental affection. Lan Sheng put away the capsule and disappeared back into the bushes. Seeing this, Lan Luo quickly snapped out of her reverie, watching intently as Lan Sheng walked deeper into the bushes, stopping just beside Chu Ji. Under the grass was a large backpack. Lan Sheng bent down and rummaged around inside for a while, pulling out an empty cup. He didn't look at Chu Ji lying beside him. After taking the cup, he returned to the iron pot, scooped out a cup of water, and fanned himself to cool it down. Even during the trial period, Lan Sheng was still so relaxed, even maintaining his habit of drinking hot water. Lan Luo didn't know whether to praise him or despise him. People with confidence are truly fearless. Lan Sheng fanned himself for a while, then turned and went into the bushes. This time, he didn't look at his backpack and went straight to Chu Ji's side. Lan Luo squinted as she watched him squat down and hand Chu Ji water, muttering something under his breath before shaking his head and standing up to rummage through his bag. The distance was a bit far, and Lan Luo couldn't hear his voice. Lan Sheng was also turned away from her, so she could only see half of his lips, and had no idea what he said to Chu Ji. Chu Ji stopped looking in Lan Luo's direction, holding his water cup and sipping slowly through the straw Lan Sheng had just pulled from his bag. Were they very familiar? Lan Luo frowned, watching one of them so eager to take care of the other, and a sense of doubt welled up inside her. Did Chu Ji really not know Lan Sheng before? Or did he already know Lan Sheng but had been lying to her, pretending not to know him to lower her guard? Impossible, Lan Luo dismissed the thought. The researcher said Chu Ji had been at the base for several years. There was no way he could have come into contact with Lan Sheng. But what if he knew Lan Sheng before entering the base? And even more boldly, what if his precognitive abilities were also a lie? But if he didn't have precognitive abilities, how did he know about the heart? Lan Luo knew these thoughts were somewhat absurd, but her mind wouldn't obey her. Her gaze lingered on the two of them. What if? A bead of cold sweat suddenly dripped from Lan Luo's forehead. She suddenly realized a serious problem. Why had she always assumed that Lan Sheng didn't know that the power of immortality could be combined? Yes, even disregarding Chu Ji, Lan Sheng himself could very well have suddenly awakened inherited memories, like her. Lan Luo had been frantically searching for Lan Sheng, never considering this possibility. Luckily she realized what was happening, and didn't rush to deliver his heart. She couldn't defeat him in a head-on confrontation. Lan Luo's back was already drenched in cold sweat. She glanced longingly at Lan Sheng's left chest, then leaped onto another tree, gradually moving away from him. She needed to stay away for now, and try to extract his heart when she found an opportunity. The trial would last a long time anyway, a little longer wouldn't matter. She needed to hide and rest, conserving her energy for a sneak attack. In the lush grass, the weak young man finished a glass of water. His pale, chapped lips were noticeably more moist. Lan Sheng took the empty glass and straw, wiped away the remaining water droplets, and put them back in his backpack. Why did you emphasize to me earlier that this water wasn't poisonous? Chu Ji coughed a few times, propping himself up to ask him. When Lan Sheng gave him the water, he muttered, "Drink it, don't worry, the water's not poisoned," then shook his head. "I saw you boil the water, of course I wouldn't suspect it's poisoned," he said, looking at Lan Sheng puzzled. Lan Sheng paused slightly, a helpless smile playing on his lips. "I'm used to saying that." He then fell silent, and Chu Ji didn't press further. The air was still. "You don't know, I have a younger sister. She's as wary as a little wild rabbit." After a moment, Lan Sheng began to explain, "She never drinks the water I pour. Even if she's too short to reach the tap, she stands on tiptoe to pour it herself, and in the end, she spills the water and gets scolded by Mom and Dad. So I started pouring water for her, always in front of her, and then telling her, 'It's not poisoned, drink it,' before she deigned to drink it. But if she gets a little older, even if I emphasize it's not poisonous, she won't want to drink it anymore." Lan Sheng's gaze swept across the clouds. Maybe she's grown up enough to reach the tap herself, and won't spill water everywhere anymore. Chu Ji followed his gaze to the clouds, his eyes following a gliding bird as it landed in the nearby woods. The branches swayed gently a few times before settling back down. He looked away. "Are you missing her?" Lan Sheng tilted his head back, motionless, his eyes slightly closed. "No, I just wonder how she's doing. Anyway, we're family. We can go home and see each other after the trial, right?" Chu Ji said calmly. "I hope so." Lan Sheng finished speaking and didn't continue the topic. He walked to the iron pot, blew out the firewood, and began quietly setting up the tent. Lan Luo found a particularly secluded cave, blocked the entrance with vines and stones, and nestled inside to recover her strength. The surroundings were quiet, with only the occasional 2 or 3 students passing by in the distance, leaving behind a jumble of footsteps. Lan Luo, half asleep and alert, hadn't rested for long when a continuous commotion began to rise outside the cave. Perhaps the students were fighting. She didn't pay much attention. Until a familiar voice rang out, "Everyone, please have mercy. The child has a fever, and he's so young. I'm really afraid something will happen to him." "Hu Jiaofan." Lan Luo instantly snapped awake, picking up a small stone from the cave entrance to look outside. The cave was high up, offering excellent visibility, and she easily spotted the group arguing not far away. It wasn't exactly an argument. To be precise, a hunched-over woman was surrounded by 5 boys in school uniforms. It really was Hu Jiaofan. What was she doing here? The child wasn't with her. Combining what she just overheard, Lan Luo guessed the child had been captured by these people. Why would a few students capture a child who collects scraps? Had he said something inappropriate again? Since they were all here, Chu Ji might have come to Xiaoxi City with Hu Jiaofan and her companion. She wondered how these 3 elderly, weak, and disabled people had gotten here before her. While Lan Luo was thinking, a fat man with a buzz cut opened his mouth. "Don't give me that crap. Everyone's had a fever. It's not like I'm going to die." Hu Jiaofan bent over even more. "But this is a high fever caused by the awakening of his speed ability. He overused it right after awakening. If no one takes care of him, he might really die. Please, gentlemen, let him go. If you really can't, take me with you. I beg you, I beg you." She then began bowing to each of them, her movements rising and falling like a water pump handle. That kid awakened a speed-based ability? Good, that way he won't get beaten up for being too slow next time he acts up. "You're too old, we don't want you." A skinny guy stepped aside, avoiding Hu Jiaofan's bow, and refused outright. The fat guy nodded. "Exactly, if we let you take care of that brat, how are we going to use him as bait? We need him to be pitiful, the more pitiful the better, that way we can force him to agree to our demands." The square-faced male student chimed in. The fat guy rolled up his sleeves, chin held high. "That's right, isn't he the most arrogant? We threaten him with the sick child, see if he dares to disobey us. It's pointless, It has nothing to do with her anyway. She might as well continue to conserve her energy, making it easier to find an opportunity to strike at Lan Sheng later. Lan Luo picked up the stone again, preparing to cover the cave entrance. Just as they covered half of it, the square-faced man's voice seeped into the crack in the rocks. If Lan Sheng dares to disobey us, he'd be the subject of gossip from now on. Lan Luo nearly dropped the stone in her hand. She threw it away, and pressed her eyes back against the hole, her previously sleepy eyes widening instantly. Who are they talking about? Chapter 24. Lan Luo didn't know whether to say Lan Sheng was too outstanding or too aloof. Why was he always being gossiped about behind his back? Judging from what these people were saying, it seemed they wanted the supply pack Lan Sheng had. She remembered Lan Sheng's backpack. It was bulging, clearly stuffed with a lot of good stuff. It was normal for him to be coveted. He's such a show-off, he definitely won't let someone die. Achoo, achoo. The fat guy sneezed twice, halfway through his sentence. Lan Luo's nose itched. Recalling how she had sneezed so much earlier, she couldn't help but rub her nose. It seemed Hu Jiaofen had used her special ability, an ability that could only make people sneeze. She held her breath and looked over. These strangely shaped students, who looked like they were sculpted from clay, were bent over, sneezing incessantly in all directions. You're all promising military academy students. Why are you picking on a child? Hu Jiaofen's face remained honest. Gentlemen, letting him go will bring you good fortune. If you have a grudge against someone, why don't you go and settle it directly? If anything happens to my child, how will I live? Skinny Monkey sneezed loudly, his eyes red as he pointed at Hu Jiaofen. Stop talking nonsense. What's going on? Why can't I stop sneezing? Let him go, and he stop. Heaven is watching. This is heaven giving you all a reminder. Hu Jiaofen earnestly persuaded them. Is it? Achoo. What kind of poisonous pollen, achoo? Poisonous pollen is wafting out? Fatty's face jiggled from sneezing, and he spoke haltingly. Are you stupid? Squareface pinched his nose. What pollen works on us but not on this old woman? I think she's the one playing tricks. What the hell? The fat man's eyes widened as he pointed at Hu Jiaofen. Good for you, get her. The two buddies, who hadn't said much until now, looked at each other hesitantly. What are you standing there for? All you do is sneeze, huh? Useless. You can't even sneeze at an old lady. The skinny man cursed, spitting as he spoke, his face full of disappointment. The two buddies rubbed their noses, exchanged a glance, and then charged forward with constipated expressions. Lan Luo propped her chin up, bored to the point of near sleep. They finally heard Lan Sheng's name, but instead of continuing their conversation, they started fighting. Hu Jiaofen was hunched over, her hands always behind her back, looking like an ordinary middle-aged or elderly woman. But from Lan Luo's angle, she could see clearly that Hu Jiaofen's hands were secretly gesturing something, a fine layer of sand swirling around her fingertips. If Lan Luo didn't have exceptional eyesight, she wouldn't have been able to see this little thing at all. Hu Jiaofen's sneezing ability is activated by these tiny dust particles. While pondering this, the duo had already rushed in front of Hu Jiaofen, raising their fists to meet her attack. The fists paused subtly before landing on Hu Jiaofen's shoulders, forcing her to stagger back a few steps. Even after being hit by two fists, Hu Jiaofen kept her hands firmly behind her back, offering no instinctive resistance. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. She noticed that Hu Jiaofen seemed to be preparing something. The dust particles in her hands were being stirred much faster, and even the grass behind her was swaying slightly. So that's it. Lan Luo had initially thought Hu Jiaofen had a special sneeze ability, then suspected she had an earth-based ability, but now, it seemed most likely she had a wind-based one. Relying on a weak breeze to control fine dust, the powder was sent into the enemy's nasal cavity, causing them to sneeze incessantly. It had to be said, it was utterly useless. Lan Luo bent down and picked up a small stone, tossing it a few times in her palm to gauge its weight. Hu Jiaofen's control over the wind was so precise, and she could transport this dust so discreetly, her mastery of her ability was undeniably exquisite. It was just puzzling why she preferred to work on these sneezing techniques rather than focusing on wind power. Perhaps it was due to poor quality of her ability, or perhaps she was deliberately concealing her shortcomings. But that wasn't Lan Luo's concern. She held the stone between her fingers, squinted one eye, and aimed at Hu Jiaofen's hands. The duo didn't use their abilities, simply punching with moderate force, gradually forcing Hu Jiaofen back. Lan Luo almost wanted to praise them for their respect for elders. She pinpointed the location, released her fingers, and the dusty pebble spun rapidly towards them. The pebble was small, Lan Luo moved lightly, and everyone was busy sneezing, so no one noticed it. The pebble hit its mark precisely, leaving a red mark on the skin, then fell silently to the ground, disappearing into the pile of pebbles. Hu Jiaofan flicked her wrist, and the swirling vortex of wind instantly dissipated, scattering dust all over the ground. She looked up in slight surprise, startling the duo, who took 2 steps back as if afraid she had mutated. Lan Luo was already hiding behind the cave entrance, listening intently to the sounds outside. All right, that's enough, come back. The square-faced man sniffed, giving the duo a clear and cheerful command. The skinny monkey followed closely. Right, just a useless old woman, let's not bother with her. There was a rustling sound outside. Lan Luo looked towards the cave entrance and saw they had thrown down a photo. Remember, if you want that brat, go find the person in this photo. He knows where to find us. Make him bring the supplies package in exchange, understand? Don't even think about coming yourself. You old bones, I could take you down with one punch. The photo was too small for Lan Luo to see the face clearly, but she could guess it was Lan Sheng. Lan Sheng, your life is full of surprises. Hu Jiaofan sat on the ground, staring blankly at the photo, showing no intention of moving to look for him. Lan Luo waited listlessly in the cave for a while, making sure the students were far away, then lifted a rock and jumped out of the cave. She slid down the rock face, rolled twice on the ground to cushion her fall, stood up, brushed off the dust and leaves, and then slowly walked to Hu Jiaofan. Ignoring Hu Jiaofan, she bent down and picked up the photo. The photo did indeed show Lan Sheng. He was wearing a military academy uniform, smiling broadly at the school gate, his joy impossible to conceal. Lan Luo lowered her gaze, examining the photo closely. She was right, the military academy gate was indeed enormous, towering far above the dark underground base, where the laboratory was located. It's you? Hu Jiaofan looked up at her, her face a mixture of confusion and anger. You regret not killing my child last time, don't you? Who is your child? Lan Luo held the photo up to the light, feigning indifference. Hu Jiaofan slammed her hand on the ground. Stop pretending. If you didn't have a problem with us, why did you stop me? Lan Luo curled her lip. Stupid. I may be stupid, but I would never abandon a wounded comrade alone in the wilderness like you did. Hu Jiaofan sneered and stood up from the ground. You think, Lan Luo handed her the photo, that you're the only one in the world with superpowers? You usually act like a coward, so why are you being so tough when you should be a coward? Lan Luo asked, slightly bewildered. She genuinely didn't understand Hu Jiaofan's actions. Do you know that while you were developing your superpowers, they were too? Hu Jiaofan was slightly taken aback, seemingly genuinely surprised. Lan Luo shrugged. You always live in the wild. You don't interact with many people. Believe me, if you had dared to make a move just now, those ugly bastards would have immediately unleashed their powers and killed you without a trace. Be grateful that although they're vicious, they're still just students. Otherwise, regardless of whether you unleashed your powers or posed a threat, they wouldn't have let you go. That's better than doing nothing. Hu Jiaofan clutched the photo, her eyes slightly reddening. He's just an adopted child. Is it really that big of a deal? Who says you can't do anything? Lan Luo, though confused, patiently explained, just do what they say, okay? Hu Jiaofan, I'm all about loyalty. I can't drag unrelated people into this. I'd rather save him myself. You really are. This is their conflict to begin with. You're just an outsider caught in the crossfire. Find the person in the photo, throw the conflict back at them, and then you can take the child and go wherever you want. Lan Luo was losing patience, her speech becoming increasingly rapid. Stop squeezing. She pressed down on Hu Jiaofan's hand as she rubbed the photo. Be careful, the photo gets blurry, and you can't see the face. Go ahead, I can tell you, he's in the south. Lan Luo patted Hu Jiaofan's hand. Don't hesitate, or you burn yourself to death. Oh, and don't tell anyone about me, or I kill that kid first. Hu Jiaofan stared at the person in the photo, her face full of struggle. You know him? You have a grudge against him? Lan Luo scoffed, didn't answer, and turned to leave. She ignored Hu Jiaofan, and instead climbed a tree to search for the group of 5. They outnumbered her, and didn't move fast, so Lan Luo quickly caught up with them, and followed them from a distance. She needed to know where Lan Sheng would appear tomorrow. Following Lan Sheng was too risky. Following these useless guys was much easier. That kid's been sleeping for so long. Should we give him some water? Give him what? Who gives water to a hostage? Exactly, a little less water means he won't have to go to the toilet, saving us the trouble. Ha ha ha. Lan Luo listened to their laughter all the way, her heart unmoved. She had long understood that many people were no different from livestock, and getting angry at them was a waste of emotion. After figuring out the 5-person group's location, Lan Luo quietly changed her route, intending to check Lan Sheng's open space again to see if Hu Jiaofan had overcome her pride to request reinforcements. As darkness fell, Lan Luo moved with less restraint, darting about like a ghost. Occasionally, a few figures would pass by her, all hurrying without stopping. They probably all mistook her for a military academy student, afraid of getting into a fight if she were alone, so they were rushing to rejoin the main group. Lan Luo's clothes were also dark-colored, which allowed her to blend in with the darkness and the bushes, provided no one looked closely. "Hey, stop!" A lazy voice sounded behind Lan Luo. Lan Luo almost slipped, regaining her balance and hiding behind a tree. "What's wrong?" She hadn't even noticed anyone there. "Which teacher are you under?" Su Gu, wearing sunglasses, glanced at her up and down. "It's nighttime. Didn't your teacher tell you beforehand that you're not allowed to go out alone at night? Sioxi City has both wild beasts and students from different factions. The probability of corrosive rain increases at night. Stay in the camp after dark." "Okay, I understand." Lan Luo guessed he was probably a teacher and answered cautiously, afraid of being noticed. Su Gu clicked his tongue. "What kind of attitude is that? It's all because of you disobedient students that we have to patrol every night. If you ask me, what's the point of patrolling? It would be better if disobedient students died, since they wouldn't graduate anyway." Lan Luo completely agreed with him, but now was not the time for conversation. As a patrolling teacher, he should hurry up and go on his night patrol, instead of bothering her, a non-student. She was about to sneak away when Su Gu persisted. "Wait, I have to deduct some points from you. Tell me, which teacher are you under?" Chapter 25. Lan Luo was stunned by the question. How did she know which teacher she was under? "Sorry," she feigned panic. "Will this implicate my teacher?" "I didn't mean to. I just didn't have time to rejoin my teammates." Brother Su said. "Didn't have time? Your speed and reaction are too slow. Your teacher will have to give you extra training when you get back to school." Lan Luo rolled her eyes, but honestly replied, "Yes, I understand." Brother Su didn't react, hands on his hips, looking around. Lan Luo glanced at him, knowing he wasn't really concerned about the teacher's question, and prepared to slip away without giving him a chance to cause trouble. "Wait." She had only taken 2 steps when Brother Su's leisurely voice rang out again. Lan Luo sighed, resignedly stopping, her fingers already unconsciously reaching for her waist. "Do you know?" Brother Su paused. "Where is Lan Sheng?" "It's Lan Sheng again." Lan Luo patiently replied, "I don't know what's wrong." "Ah, I knew it," Su Gu said. "He's good in every way, except he's a loner, always alone. Who can blame him for having superpowers? You ordinary students don't have that much room for trial and error. If you die, you die." Lan Luo listened as he rambled on and on, seemingly complaining, but his words were full of admiration for Lan Sheng. Superpowers? Who knows if it's a blessing or a curse? Lan Luo, her face full of disdain, coldly rushed towards where Lan Sheng was stationed. Su Gu was right. After dark, there were fewer students wandering around on the road, making it easier for her to travel. From somewhere came the roar of wild beasts, and bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, causing the birds in the forest to flee in panic. "Wild boar. Stop it! Kill it! Roast meat!" A muffled shout reached Lan Luo's ears. She glanced towards the source of the sound. Su Gu, who had disappeared not long ago, was now standing in a tree watching the students catch a wild boar. Lan Luo paused, then took a detour, leaving this place of trouble. This childish hunting game had nothing to do with her. The night wind howled, blowing her hair high and making her clothes billow and change shape with her movements. Unlike the chaos elsewhere, Lan Sheng's territory was exceptionally peaceful. A tent, a campfire, an iron pot. 3 people around the campfire. One was Lan Sheng, one was Chu Ji, and the other was Hu Jiaofan, whom she had only met recently. "Child, these are fruits I picked for a long time. I tried them. They're all edible, not poisonous. Try some." Hu Jiaofan held a great cloth bag containing green fruits of varying sizes. Lan Luo had tried this fruit before. It had little flavor, tasting like chewing solid water. Although it wasn't tasty, it wasn't common in Sioxi City either. You could only find a few deep in the forest if you were lucky. It seemed Hu Jiaofan had gone to great lengths to persuade Lan Sheng. Actually, she didn't need to bribe him. Knowing Lan Sheng's stubborn nature, he would never refuse if she just cried and played the victim. Hu Jiaofan was still too thin-skinned. Lan Luo squatted on the tree with her legs spread apart, arms resting on her knees, hands supporting her face, watching with a bored expression. Lan Sheng, by the fire, shook his head and handed Hu Jiaofan a bowl of steaming, mushy stuff. It looked like vegetable porridge. Lan Luo licked her lips, unable to remember the last time she had eaten this kind of food meant for the living. "Oh dear," Chu Ji smiled gently, "don't refuse, sister Hu is just being kind." He leaned forward to reach for the fruit Hu Jiaofan had placed on the ground. Chu Ji was sitting against a tree, relying entirely on the trunk for support. Leaning forward like this, he lost control and fell to the ground, rolling twice with the fruit in his arms. Lan Sheng and Hu Jiaofan, seeing him roll, hurriedly stood up to help him. Hu Jiaofan was older and didn't react as quickly as Lan Sheng, so it was Lan Sheng who caught Chu Ji, who had rolled out of the light's reach. They were plunged into darkness. Lan Luo couldn't see clearly, but she could hear them talking. "I'm sorry, I forgot about my body." Chu Ji's voice was full of guilt. "I wanted to get you some fruit. After all, sister Hu saved me, so please try this fruit." The green fruit was just a round outline in the darkness. Lan Sheng silently took the fruit, brought it to his nose, and sniffed it. "Oh dear, are you alright?" "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault, all my fault." Hu Jiaofan seized the opportunity to help Chu Ji up, letting him lean against her lap. "They said they wouldn't release my child until you intervened. I had no choice. I know the supplies are important to you, and if this has caused you any trouble, I promise I won't bother you." Lan Sheng remained silent, his figure holding the fruit appearing particularly blurry in the darkness. Lan Luo, chin in hand, watched their charade, almost dozing off. If it weren't for waiting for Lan Sheng's personal agreement to keep the appointment, she would have already gone back to her cave to sleep. Hopefully, no foolish little snake would take over her cave. Crunch! Lan Sheng stood opposite Hu Jiaofan and Chu Ji, bit off a small piece of fruit, and slowly chewed it. "I understand. I'd bring your child out." Lan Sheng finished the fruit in a few bites, turned, and went into the tent. "I won't hand over the supply package to them either." A small energy-saving light hung on the tent ceiling. Lan Sheng walked under the light, his face somewhat cold. Good that he agreed. Lan Luo and Hu Jiaofan both breathed a sigh of relief. Even though Lan Sheng's recovery ability was amazing, she didn't believe he could fight 5 people without being injured. As long as he was injured, even just exhausted, she would have a chance to take advantage and get Lan Sheng's heart. Lan Luo left the tree where she was hiding with a relaxed expression and quickly headed towards her cave. Sleep, sleep. She wanted to get a good night's sleep and wait for the show to begin. Before leaving, she glanced at the open space. Lan Sheng had already gone into the tent, and Hu Jiaofan was still serving as a human cushion for Chu Ji. Lan Luo wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt like she made eye contact with Chu Ji again. It must be her imagination, right? Or maybe Chu Ji had used his useless precognitive ability to sense her presence. But seeing how readily Chu Ji helped Hu Jiaofan frame Lan Sheng, Lan Luo, for some reason, subconsciously wasn't worried that he would tell Lan Sheng. If he did, she'd kill him. Lan Luo enjoyed the cool night breeze, swinging like a monkey through branches and vines back to the cave. Everything was fine inside. There were no signs of human or animal activity. Probably because military academy students always acted in groups, rarely alone, they didn't find such a small space appealing. Lan Luo forced herself to pull herself out of her anticipation and quietly slept to recover her strength. But with something on her mind, she couldn't sleep soundly and even had several dreams. In one of them, Zhu Jianshan even appeared. If it weren't for this dream, she would have almost forgotten his existence. In the dream, Zhu Jianshan seemed mentally unstable, singing, dancing, and performing acrobatics around her, annoying Lan Luo so much that she slapped him twice. The world finally quieted down. But the quiet lasted only a few seconds before he started chirping like a bird, chattering incessantly in her ear. Lan Luo couldn't take it anymore, and opened her eyes in anger. Before her was a narrow cave, a few rays of light filtering through the cracks in the rocks and shining on her eyelids. Lan Luo raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight, blinked, and regained consciousness. She had misunderstood Zhu Jianshan. It was birds chirping outside the cave. She sat up, stretched her joints, casually tied her hair up, and picked at small stones to see the scene outside. As dawn broke, it seemed a rain had fallen during the night. The leaves and ground were damp. Lan Luo looked around and, seeing no one, quickly climbed out of the cave and ran frantically through the woods. She needed to hide beforehand at the agreed-upon location with the 5-person group and Lan Sheng to avoid running into them. Sitting atop a leafy tree, Lan Luo chewed on a few fragrant leaves to clean her mouth, gazing in Lan Sheng's direction. She could vaguely make out a moving black dot. That must be Lan Sheng. She hadn't brought Hu Jiafen and Chu Ji, but Lan Luo thought about it. One was old, the other disabled. It seemed pointless to bring them along. The 5-person group also got up one after another, jumping out of their tents and immediately staring warily at their surroundings, as if afraid of a Lan Sheng attack. They didn't even bother to brush their teeth or wash their faces. It was practically 5 stinky mouths with 5 shiny, oily faces. "Hey! Stay right there. Don't come any closer," the fat man roared, his dagger pointed directly at Lan Sheng, who had just appeared. Lan Sheng's collar was damp with sweat. He raised his hands, his expression calm. "You guys told me to come." Of course I know." The fat man's dagger trembled slightly. "Just listen to us, stop babbling." "That's right, stop talking nonsense," the square-faced man said, standing slightly behind the fat man. "Where's your supply pack?" The skinny man chimed in. "We told you to bring your supply pack when you meet us, otherwise we won't release him." "Right, and you're not allowed to move around in the northwest of Sioxi City," the fat man added. "Where is he?" "Let me see." Lan Sheng didn't answer these questions, looking towards their tent. The skinny monkey, nostrils flared, said, "No, you have to agree to our demands first." "No," Lan Sheng pulled out a dagger from his thigh. "I won't agree." Seeing this, the fat man's entire body jiggled, and he pointed the knife at the duo. "Quick, quick, attack!" The duo, gripping their knives, charged forward with pained expressions. Thud. Bang. Ah! Lan Luo covered her eyes, too ashamed to watch. Seeing the duo easily taken down, the remaining 3 instinctively took a few steps back, exchanging glances, none of them willing to advance. "Attack, attack! Otherwise, he'd be on top of us!" The skinny monkey yelled, throwing a fireball. The fat man also howled, slamming his fists into the ground simultaneously. 2 deep cracks instantly appeared, snake-like, extending to Lan Sheng's feet. The fireball and the cracks reached Lan Sheng's side at the same time. Lan Luo watched with interest, seeing Lan Sheng remain still, tilt his head, and step back, easily dodging the attack. The fireball grazed his cheek, the crack stopping just before his toes, and Lan Sheng himself didn't even flinch. Lan Luo glanced at the tree trunk charred black by the fireball at her feet, finding it inexplicably comical. This comicality reached its peak when Lan Sheng suddenly charged, startling the 3 men into a chaotic huddle, screaming and huddling together, only to scatter and flee after realizing they were useless. Especially the initial duo, who were now lying on the ground, squinting and quietly moving away from the battlefield. She had overestimated them. Lan Luo was glad she hadn't shown herself too early. This group of 5 was so easily defeated, she wouldn't be able to reap the benefits today. The 3 men, each wounded by the hilt of a knife, rolled on the ground, groaning and clutching their chests, while Lan Sheng, gripping his knife, stood ramrod straight. "Kid!" Hu Jiafen appeared out of nowhere, her face full of anxiety, and darted past Lan Sheng into one of the tents. Lan Luo was somewhat disappointed. It seemed things had been resolved so easily. Just as he was about to leave, clatter. The silver dagger fluttered to the ground. Lan Sheng loosened his grip on the dagger, his upper body swaying back and forth. Lan Luo watched as Lan Sheng walked to a place out of the group's sight, then, bracing himself against a tree trunk, knelt weakly behind it. Chapter 26. What does this mean? When did Lan Sheng become so weak? Lan Luo thought and thought, recalling the performance of the 5-person group several times. How could a few weaklings have exhausted Lan Sheng to this extent? Even if she were facing these 5 good-for-nothings, she would never be kneeling on the ground like Lan Sheng is now. Has he regressed, or... You brat! Open your eyes! Open your eyes! Don't scare me! Hu Jiafen shout erupted from a small tent. Lan Luo shifted her gaze from Lan Sheng. The child she had met once before was limp, held in Hu Jiafen's arms, his limbs hanging limply to the ground, lifeless. Hu Jiafen knelt on the ground, crawling away from the tent, her face filled with despair. Save him! I can't wake him up no matter what I do. I'm afraid even patting him won't wake him. Save him! Someone save him! The child's face, hidden in Hu Jiafen's arms, bounced out as Hu Jiafen moved, facing Lan Luo. He was much thinner than when they last met, his dark face had a sallow look, his lips were deathly pale, and his neck seemed lifeless. Whenever Hu Jiafen moved, his head would shake. He was clearly dead. Lan Luo wasn't particularly close to the child, and besides, his attitude hadn't been good during their last meeting, so she felt nothing about the child's death. However, Lan Luo raised an eyebrow at Lan Sheng, who had silently stood up while leaning against a tree. He must be feeling terrible, right? Dead? The fat man, no longer bothering to howl, lay on the ground shaking his head. I didn't do this. He was fine last night. The skinny man, craning his neck, shouted, It's not my fault. I touched him when I woke up this morning, and he was still warm. Yes. Seeing the skinny guy chime in, the fat man became even more confident. We absolutely refused to admit to anything we didn't do. He must have died on his own. Shut up. Hu Jiaofan shouted angrily, an invisible slap landing instantly on the fat man's face, leaving a negligible red mark. The damage was low, but at least she didn't have to use her sneezing ability. Lan Sheng slowly emerged from behind the tree, his face cold and stern. Did you guys actually do anything? His face was a little pale, but because his skin was naturally fair, it wasn't very noticeable. Only Lan Luo, who knew him well, could sense his unusual appearance. Lan Sheng even forgot to brush the dust off his pants. A thin layer of yellow dirt remained on his knees, starkly contrasting with his serious expression. No. No, really we didn't. After Lan Sheng appeared, the group became noticeably more honest, vehemently defending themselves. The skinny guy's face scrunched up in a frown as he whispered, Why would we bother with him? We were just threatening you. We have no grudge against him. Messing with him would only cause us more trouble. He was already sickly when he arrived. You can't blame us for that. He wouldn't have survived without us. Exactly, the fat guy chimed in with a bitter face. Don't even mention that Xiaoxi City is a deserted city. There are no medical facilities at all. We don't even have a medical team. The school said that the trial is to train us, and we're not allowed to bring medical supplies. Do you expect the school to urgently send this kid of unknown origin back to school? The fat guy's argument grew increasingly convincing, his head unconsciously tilting back. That's impossible. The prestigious Southern Military Academy isn't something just anyone can order around. Lan Luo curled her lip, disdainful of his smug expression. If you hadn't taken him away, how could things have gotten to this point? Lan Sheng clenched his fists, looking furious. Lan Luo understood his anger, but seeing his fists clenched so tightly yet he refused to teach these scoundrels a lesson, she felt nothing but contempt. As always, a hypocrite. Just like the day she entered the lab. Although he acted kinder than anyone else, in reality, he didn't want to lose anything, and was capable of nothing. The square-faced man, who hadn't spoken much, swallowed hard. Even if we hadn't kidnapped him, he was already seriously ill. If you really want to blame someone, it's all your fault. If you had been willing to hand over the supplies, we would have returned the child long ago. He wouldn't have been left to die without anyone noticing. The fat man nodded repeatedly, completely agreeing. That's right. It's your fault. You're the one who killed him. It has nothing to do with us. I kill you all. I kill you all. Hu Jiaofan put the child down on the grass, picked up a dagger, and charged at the three men. As for the two who had attacked earlier, they had already scrambled into the bushes, carrying them away. The three men, weakened from being punished by Lan Sheng, immediately scrambled around without a care for their image when they saw the bloodshot-eyed Hu Jiaofan. Aya, don't come any closer. We told you it's not our fault. Go find Lan Sheng. Don't add fuel to the fire, you fatso. Skinny Monkey, being small and thin, climbed much faster than the other two, cursing his teammates as he went. You're the skinny one. One stab and you're straight through. You fatso. You wouldn't even cut through my skin. Sigh. Lan Luo held her head, unable to hold back any longer, and sighed softly. What kind of top military academy is this? Just rename it the top amateur troop. Lan Sheng rushed forward, snatching the dagger from Hu Jiaofan's hand from the side. Put the knife down first. If you kill a military academy student, you're finished. Hu Jiaofan was no longer rational and wouldn't listen to Lan Sheng, stubbornly gripping the hilt. Just as the dagger was about to reach Fang Lian, who was crawling the slowest with his injured leg, he cried out anxiously, Lan Sheng. Lan Sheng. We're classmates. You can't just stand by and watch me die. Save me. Save my Lan Sheng. As Fang Lian finished speaking, Lan Sheng's fingers gripped the blade. The dagger was sharp, pressing against Lan Sheng's fingers, leaving a bright red welt. Blood gushed out, forming a thin line that slid down. Sister Hu, calmed down. Lan Sheng's expression remained calm, seemingly oblivious to the pain, as he gently comforted Hu Jiaofan. Lan Luo knew he wasn't as composed as he appeared. Lan Sheng's pain sensitivity was far greater than normal. Even a normal person would feel excruciating pain from a knife wound, let alone Lan Sheng. Knowing this, Lan Luo couldn't empathize. She felt no pain, Nor did she understand Lan Sheng's decision to take the knife. Why not just kick Hu Jiafen? Hu Jiafen gripped the knife, glancing at Lan Sheng and then at Fan Lian, before dropping the knife with a look of despair. I knew it, you're all in cahoots. Your game is played with our lives. Hu Jiafen's voice grew hoarse with each word, until finally, she glared at Lan Sheng and shoved her hands forward violently. A visible vortex of air appeared in Hu Jiafen's palm, striking Lan Sheng directly in the chest before anyone could react. Lan Sheng's expression faltered for a moment. He released the dagger, clutched his chest, and the wound on his hand healed at a visible speed. Hu Jiafen didn't linger after striking. She turned, picked up the child's body, and disappeared into the woods. Lan Sheng stood there, stunned, not giving chase. The fat man stopped, crawling on all fours, a grin plastered on his fleshy face. Heh, serves you right for trying to be a saint. Now you got what you deserve. Shut up. The skinny man yelled again, scrambling forward on all fours. The square-faced man had already shut up and moved in another direction. Lan Sheng took a few steps toward the fat man, his expression frozen in coldness. The fat man realized something was wrong and quickly tried to cover it up. You don't need to worry. She used her power on you. The power mark is already on your uniform. Once you report to the teachers, she won't be able to escape, no matter where she is. Power marks. Lan Lu knew about these. Just like everyone's fingerprints are unique, every power user's power mark is different. Even with the same type of power, no two marks will be exactly alike. Military Academy uniforms contain special memory materials that can preserve power marks. Originally intended to track the number of times students were attacked, it gradually evolved into a means of protecting students. That's why they all wear Military Academy uniforms during the trial period. Compared to me, Lan Sheng's voice was cold. You should be more concerned about how the school will deal with your disregard for human life. The fat man choked, stammering for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. Lan Sheng didn't give him a chance to continue speaking. He slightly bit his knee, raised one foot, and kicked the fat man hard in the stomach. Ugh! The fat man gagged, kicked several meters away, leaving a long trail on the ground. Oh, he's tough now. Lan Sheng's legs were numb from squatting, and she watched the show, propping her chin up. She endured a little longer. Once Lan Sheng was alone, she'd make her move. She could tell Lan Sheng was in very bad shape. His steps were unsteady, and his fingers were trembling slightly. She watched as Lan Sheng walked up to the crawling skinny monkey, and kicked him hard again. The square-faced man was almost out of the way. Lan Sheng didn't even turn his head, throwing a dagger behind his back. The dagger clattered into the grass in front of the square-faced man, startling him so much that his already prominent jaw muscles seemed to bulge even more. Lan Sheng strode up to Fan Lian, drew his dagger, and a flash of silver light streaked across his face. Fan Lian's legs trembled as he watched Lan Sheng wipe the dust off his dagger with his clothes, his mouth agape. Lan Luo squinted. Why did the other two get kicked, but Fan Lian got stabbed? It's unfair. Those two idiots should get a second stab too. Lan Sheng cleaned the dagger, carefully sheathed it, and then repeated his action, kicking Fan Lian hard. Oh, okay. None of the three got stabbed. Lan Luo looked at them. The three ugly guys were all unconscious, their eyes rolled back, as peaceful as dead fish. Why didn't he stab them twice? If he was afraid of taking responsibility, he could have let Hu Jiafen stab them herself. Now look what happened. He's offended both sides. Serves him right. Lan Sheng stood there for a while, tilted his head back to let the sunlight wash over him, then sighed, and walked away unsteadily. Lan Luo carefully lowered herself from the branch and quietly followed. She recognized the direction Lan Sheng was heading, the clearing where he was stationed. She knew it well, so she didn't follow too closely, just keeping a distance. Lan Sheng walked further, and further off course, eventually entering a dense forest. The forest was incredibly lush, yet Lan Luo felt a chill. The better the plants grew, the more abundant the nutrients in that area. In the lead-up to the corrosive rain, Xiaoxi City was caught off guard, and most of the city perished. So, the nature of these plants' nutrients was easily imaginable. Lan Luo noticed Lan Sheng stop, leaning against a tree. She immediately stopped, holding her breath. What's wrong? Is he about to collapse? Does he need his sister's end-of-life care? Lan Sheng's fingertips turned white, his nails digging into the bark. He looked around, then suddenly sighed. Sister? Chapter 27. Hearing Lan Sheng call her sister, Lan Luo instantly broke out in a cold sweat. When did he find her? Lan Luo didn't have time to think, her whole body tensed, and she gripped her gun. She had planned to make her move here anyway. I can always feel you. Like you're right beside me, Lan Sheng said, tilting his head back and looking at the leaves on the treetops. Lan Luo's expression shifted rapidly, her grip on the gun unsure whether to loosen it or not. Was he stupid? Or insane? Why did he suddenly find a grove to talk to himself? Terrified, she almost exploded. Lan Luo rubbed the gun handle, thankful she hadn't rushed out in a hurry. Do you miss your brother? Lan Sheng continued talking to himself, his eyes squinting in the sunlight. His voice wasn't loud, but the grove was too quiet, and Lan Luo, with her excellent hearing and focused attention on him, easily heard him. Think? Lan Luo wanted to jump down and tell him, Lan Sheng, you're overthinking it. I'm here to rip your heart out. Siblings, heart-to-heart siblings. But she didn't speak, only held her breath and stepped back. After Lan Sheng finished speaking, he paused for a long time, as if truly waiting for an answer. The only sounds in the forest were the rustling of leaves in the breeze, and the flapping of wings of birds from somewhere. In the deathly silence, Lan Luo vaguely seemed to hear a strong heartbeat. She touched her chest, her own heart was beating fast, but the frequency seemed different from the heartbeat swirling in her ears. Was it Lan Sheng's heartbeat? But they were so far apart, how could they hear each other's heartbeats? Lan Luo listened intently, but the sound had vanished, as if the heartbeat she had just heard was merely a figment of her imagination due to her nervousness. Lan Sheng leaned against the tree trunk, head bowed, and continued, You probably don't miss me, right? After all, you never liked me. You know what? When I saw that child just now, I immediately thought of you. Lan Luo listened quietly, her lips twitching slightly at his words. Was she really that ugly? Lan Sheng, oblivious to her inner thoughts, continued talking to the tree trunk. I didn't expect him to die. I thought those people were just playing around. After seeing his body, my first reaction wasn't to save him, I just thought of you. Did something bad happen to you too? Nonsense, Lan Luo scoffed at his hindsight. When you first left, I often dreamed of you being bullied, even dreaming of you lying on the ground, your body ice cold, unresponsive no matter how much I called. Lan Luo raised her gun and aimed it at him. Dreams are always the opposite. She was alive and well. I truly hope you're free now, living the life you love. Lan Sheng said gently, his back slightly bent, completely unaware that the dark muzzle of a gun was already pointed at his head behind him. Lan Luo swallowed hard. This gun had no silencer. She had to shoot him in the head, or everything would be ruined. Perhaps this hesitation prevented Lan Luo from pulling the trigger immediately. Lan Sheng stood up, leaned against the tree trunk, looked up at the sky, and continued walking, his back never faltering, as if he had poured all his emotions into the tree hollow. Lan Luo couldn't help but click her tongue softly, feeling a pang of annoyance. She shouldn't have hesitated. In such a concealed spot, and with him stationary, if she had aimed more precisely, the success rate would have been much higher. Now that Lan Sheng has started his operation, it will be even more difficult for her to act. Resigned, Lan Luo tucked her gun back into her waistband, and continued following him, like a fish chasing bait. Lan Sheng was heading towards his encampment. It seemed he was heading back to the main camp to rest. Lan Luo glanced at the sun. At this hour, was he planning to cook? If Lan Sheng really was planning to cook, she would let him off the hook for now, and wait until he finished cooking before making her move. She hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. Startled by Lan Sheng's strange behavior earlier, Lan Luo dared not follow too closely, just enough to keep an eye on him. Lan Sheng's steps became increasingly unsteady, as if he had been lost in the desert for 3 days and 3 nights. How could fighting 5 brainless and weak fools have worn him down like this? Lan Luo was actually a little suspicious. This didn't seem like Lan Sheng's true strength, it looked more like he'd been poisoned. She had some knowledge of poisons, and Lan Sheng's weak and unsteady gait matched the characteristics of poisoning. But she'd been following Lan Sheng the whole time, and hadn't seen any signs of poisoning. The trees were thinning out, and the familiar clearing was close at hand. Afraid of revealing herself, Lan Luo didn't continue following, stopping to observe from a lush tree. Lan Sheng walked out of the woods, but after only a few steps, he swayed and collapsed to the ground. He braced himself with his hands, panting heavily, and struggled to his feet. Then he collapsed a second time. This time, Lan Sheng couldn't get up again. Instead, he rolled down the slope into the grass. Was he unconscious? Lan Luo frowned, darting forward slightly. Because there was no cover in the clearing, she didn't rush forward immediately, but cautiously looked around to make sure no one was nearby. A winding trail appeared in the grass, clumps of grass flattened. Lan Luo recognized him. It was Chu Ji. He was crawling on the ground, his hands supporting his weight, dragging his legs. Lan Sheng. Lan Sheng. Are you alright? Chu Ji cried out Lan Sheng's name as he crawled, his face filled with anxiety. Lan Sheng lay on the ground, unresponsive. Chu Ji crawled to his side and patted Lan Sheng's face with the back of his hand. Hey, are you alright? Wake up! Wake up! Lan Sheng remained unconscious. Chu Ji propped himself up, seemingly starting to panic, his head darting around. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is there anyone who can save him? Lan Luo didn't know whether she should show herself now. She feared this was a setup by Lan Sheng and Chu Ji. But judging from Lan Sheng's condition and Chu Ji's bewildered and anxious expression, it didn't seem like an act. Chu Ji called for a long time, but no one appeared. His eyes darted around, then, as if unintentionally, locked onto Lan Luo's location. Help! He's really fainted, and he's completely helpless. Someone help him! Chu Ji shouted anxiously, looking in Lan Luo's direction. Lan Luo's palms were sweating. Chu Ji's expression made it seem as if he were talking to her. Did he know she was here? Help! He's fainted! Chu Ji continued shouting, his words of help automatically translated into other meanings in Lan Luo's ears. Lan Sheng is weak. There's no one around. An opportunity! Lan Luo bit her lip until her lower lip bled. Never mind, this is a golden opportunity. Whether it's a trap or a conspiracy, strike first. She leaped from the tree, swinging and twisting in midair before landing on a slightly shorter branch. Lan Luo no longer concealed herself. Standing on a sparsely leafed branch, she raised her gun, aimed at Lan Sheng, and pulled the trigger in one swift motion. The loud gunshot startled birds pecking at insects in the grass, and frightened the terrified Chu Ji. Chu Ji, gripping the grass, crawled a few steps away from Lan Sheng. Lan Luo had been carefully observing. Lan Sheng hadn't reacted to the bullet in his thigh. He must have truly passed out. Even if it was a fake, a bullet lodged in his thigh would prevent healing, and the intense pain would significantly reduce his mobility. Therefore, Lan Luo's gaze darkened. She slightly bit her knees, pushed off, and leaped forward. She landed, rolled twice to cushion the impact, stood up, and sprinted forward, running towards the two of them. Then, pressing one hand against Lan Sheng's chest, using him as a fulcrum, she extended one leg, bent it, and then straightened it, forcefully kicking Chu Ji. Caught off guard, Chu Ji was sent flying, rolling twice in the air before landing face down on the ground. Hiss! Chu Ji gasped in pain, rolling on the ground. Lan Luo withdrew her foot, and grabbed Lan Sheng's neck with one hand. She needed to separate the two of them first, even if they might not be teammates on the same side. Her emotions were extremely agitated, and her grip became loose. Lan Sheng's cheeks flushed red, his brows furrowed, and his legs kicked unconsciously. Seeing him struggling to breathe, Lan Luo loosened her grip slightly, afraid of strangling him to death. She controlled Lan Sheng's neck with her left hand, and drew the long watermelon knife she had collected from the ruthless old man with her right, the tip pointing at Lan Sheng's chest. Lan Luo trembled slightly with excitement, the tip of her knife swaying gently from side to side, hovering a few centimeters from Lan Sheng's chest. The watermelon knife gleamed silver in the sunlight, reflecting off Chu Ji, who was standing not far away, causing it to quiver. Cough cough, I knew it. Chu Ji struggled to lift his head, coughing and clutching his chest, speaking haltingly. Lan Luo had been watching Chu Ji out of the corner of her eye. Seeing him actively seeking attention, she forcefully planted the watermelon knife in the ground, pointing it at Chu Ji. You're really dishonest, so I advise you to shut your mouth and not provoke me. The glint of the blade flickered on Chu Ji's neck. He looked at Lan Luo with glee. Yes, that's it. I saw it all. Cough. I saw everything. Saw what? Lan Luo asked him, while carefully observing Lan Sheng's movements. Cough, didn't I tell you? Chu Ji's face was deathly pale. I saw you, holding his heart. He pointed to Lan Sheng on the ground. Lan Luo didn't know if there was any grudge between him and Lan Sheng. Seeing that he was near death and posed no threat, she ignored him. She put the gun back and used her free right hand to touch Lan Sheng's wound. The surface of the wound showed signs of healing, but the bullet was stuck inside, preventing the deeper wound from healing. Lan Luo expressionlessly used her fingernails to dig into Lan Sheng's wound, tearing the barely healed skin again. Her fingers burrowed into the wound, touching the hot bullet. She couldn't leave the bullet inside Lan Sheng's body. The gun and the bullet belonged to Lu Guan. They would be easily identified. She didn't want to expose herself directly. Lan Luo dug at the bullet, blood gushing continuously from the torn wound, looking gruesome. Lan Luo didn't react. She didn't feel pain. She couldn't empathize with digging out a bullet. After removing the tiny bullet, Lan Luo quickly wiped it and stuffed it into her pocket. She raised the watermelon knife again, her knuckles white from the force, and plunged the sharp tip into Lan Sheng's left chest. The old man's knife was very sharp. It must slice the watermelon smoothly. Lan Luo stared at the gruesome gash on Lan Sheng's chest, and the beads of blood seeping out. For a moment, she seemed to see a juicy watermelon. Watching this, Lan Luo suddenly began to wonder. Would someone die if they ate a watermelon? Lan Luo tightly closed her eyes. Why were these chaotic thoughts arising in her mind? She exhaled, then opened her eyes again, her gaze resolute yet cold. Lan Luo raised the knife high, but her cold eyes reflected another pair of eyes. A pair of pained, watery, yet tender eyes. Lan Sheng spoke softly, "Luo Luo, you really appeared." Chapter 28. I'm not dreaming, you really are here beside me. Lan Sheng's brows were furrowed, as if he were enduring immense pain, yet his words were soft and gentle. Lan Luo had no heart to respond to him. Her gaze was fixed on Lan Sheng's chest. She raised the knife high and thrust it forcefully into the wound. Lan Sheng's chest heaved violently, the bleeding wound moving in and out of Lan Luo's sight, making it difficult for her to aim accurately. After hesitating for a few moments, Lan Sheng's wound began to slowly heal. Lan Luo saw the pain on Lan Sheng's face. His entire face was twitching slightly, but he didn't utter a sound, only staring intently at her. Her knife trembled. Chu Ji suddenly rushed over, forcefully pressing down on Lan Sheng's mouth and nose, blocking his view. "Do it!" Lan Luo was brought back to her senses by his shout, gripping the watermelon knife tightly, and slashing along Lan Sheng's healing wound. The sharp watermelon knife, clashing with Lan Sheng's healing abilities, easily reopened the bloody wound on his chest. Chu Ji remained beside him, his hands covering Lan Sheng's eyes. Lan Luo looked up, still able to see Lan Sheng's eyes through the gaps in Chu Ji's arms. She couldn't understand the complex emotions in Lan Sheng's eyes, only covering his eyes with her blood-stained left hand. "Hurry up, don't shake your hand, don't hesitate," Chu Ji whispered, reminding Lan Luo. Lan Luo glanced at him, said nothing, and lowered her eyes, reaching into the fresh wound. His blood gushed out, warmly enveloping Lan Luo, even giving her the illusion of being welcomed. Her left hand was also warm, steam rising from her palm. It could be blood, or it could be tears, she couldn't tell. Lan Sheng was intolerant of pain. He would cry naturally when in pain. She had teased him about it when they were children, but she hadn't expected him to still have this habit even now. Lan Luo's right hand touched his heart. It was sticky. She thought of the base, of Lu Guan, and the dogs behind him, and of her own life on the run. Without hesitation, she lowered her gaze, grasped his heart, and pulled it out forcefully. Thump, thump. The heart, now removed from his chest cavity, seemed unaffected, still beating strongly, the beat growing clearer and clearer. Lan Sheng was unresponsive, lying quietly on the ground, his wound exposed, his legs slightly bent. Just now, his legs had been rubbing against the ground to relieve the pain, but after the heart was removed, he was like a toy with its batteries removed, unable to even kick. Lan Luo watched his slightly bent legs slowly slide down, flattening themselves on the ground. She released her left hand. Lan Sheng's eyes were already closed, his own bloodstains smeared around them, a messy, tangled mess. Lan Luo looked at Lan Sheng, then at the throbbing heart in her hand, somewhat incredulous. Just like that, she succeeded? She had obtained the other half of immortality so easily. Lan Luo squeezed the supple heart, a sense of unreality lingering. In her mind's eye, she should have taken advantage of Lan Sheng's exhaustion, fought him unfairly, then pulled out the heart in front of him, enjoying his agony. She looked down at Lan Sheng's lifeless body, feeling as if he would stand up at any moment. What a pity. Actually, she had prepared some harsh words, but she hadn't had a chance to say them yet. "Stop looking, let's go quickly, be careful of people coming," Chu Ji reminded her at the right time. Lan Luo then remembered his presence and turned to ask him, "Why have you been staying with Lan Sheng?" Chu Ji sat up with difficulty, tilting his head back as he answered, "You just left, and that kid found me right after. He and Hu Jiafen found some herbs for me, saying they might be helpful for my wounds." "Get to the point." Lan Luo frowned. She wasn't interested in what Chu Ji had gone through. She only wanted to know his connection to Lan Sheng. Chu Ji pursed his lips and continued, "Other scavengers were fighting them for territory. Hu Jiafen couldn't beat them, and that kid got anxious, so he used his supernatural abilities to escape with us. I don't know how we ended up here." Lan Luo lowered her eyes. It was pretty much what she had guessed. "But as soon as we got here, we encountered a group of people who took the unconscious child away." Hu Jiaofan saw him being taken away and, anxious to save him, left me nearby while she went to find the child. Then I met Lan Sheng, and he saved me. Lan Luo listened quietly, her thumb tracing the surface of her heart. Chu Ji stopped there, not continuing. That's it? Lan Luo asked him. Chu Ji paused. That's it. Lan Luo stared at him. You have no grudge against Lan Sheng? No grudge. Chu Ji's face showed a thoughtful expression. Then why? Lan Luo organized her thoughts. Did you aid and abet him in killing him? He was so good to you. Wasn't he your benefactor? Chu Ji opened his mouth, but didn't refute. Lan Luo glanced at him, clutching her heart, and turned to leave. Chu Ji struggled to sit up behind her. Don't go. Take me with you. Lan Luo ignored him, and continued walking. She wanted to find a place to place the heart into her own chest cavity, allowing the two hearts to fuse. Just thinking about it made Lan Luo tremble with excitement. She desperately wanted to possess complete immortality as soon as possible. Once she became stronger, she wouldn't have to hide in the forest like a savage anymore. She wanted to appear openly and honestly anywhere. There was a dragging sound behind her. It was Chu Ji, dragging his two crippled legs, following her. Please! Lan Luo. Please! He pleaded, crawling along. If you don't take me with you, I'm doomed. The military academy will never let me go. Lan Luo turned back, puzzled. Do you think following me means I'm not doomed? Had he forgotten how many injuries she caused him when she helped him escape the base? Seeing Lan Luo turn back, Chu Ji quickened his pace. I've been with him the whole time. If he dies, the military academy will definitely not let me go, and the base will likely find me too. We escaped together. If the base finds out, your whereabouts will be exposed. Take me with you, Lan Luo, just for the sake of me helping you. He pleaded humbly, lying on the ground. Then I just kill you too. Lan Luo even found it somewhat amusing. Even if you don't help me hold him down, he's already incapacitated, and can only obediently have his heart ripped out. Chu Ji chuckled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. His face still held that humble expression. Why do you think he was so exhausted and unable to fight back? Don't you think his symptoms are somewhat familiar? Lan Luo clutched her heart, gesturing for Chu Ji to finish. She had a vague idea of what Chu Ji was going to say, but wasn't sure. Because Chu Ji said, emphasizing each word, I dripped the blood you gave me into a fruit and fed it to Lan Sheng. So he's been poisoned since last night. Lan Luo recalled that Lan Sheng had indeed eaten a fruit last night, and then went into the tent. It was impossible to tell if he was poisoned or not. But that didn't make sense. With Lan Sheng's self-healing abilities, that small amount of poison shouldn't have taken this long to heal. After I discovered that the blood was effective on him, I deliberately poisoned him again this morning, giving you ample opportunity to act. Chu Ji observed her expression and explained slowly. Lan Luo looked at him and asked the question she had always wanted to ask. How did you know I was here? He had even been able to pinpoint her hiding place several times. Chu Ji said, because I activated my precognitive abilities. After you left, I started using my precognitive abilities like crazy. You thought I was useless, but it turns out I am useful after all, otherwise you wouldn't have gotten his heart so easily. His expression twisted for a moment, like a self-deprecating maniac trying to prove himself. He appeared in my premonitions thousands of times, so I recognized Lan Sheng the moment I saw him, and I knew where you would appear. He became more and more agitated as he spoke. Yesterday, when Hu Jiaofan came to ask for help, I knew my chance had come. I deliberately poisoned him. But guess what he said after eating it? Lan Luo's expression vanished, replaced by a cold stare. He said the fruit was delicious, reminding him of his sister. Chu Ji seemed like a completely different person, his face contorted, even tinged with smugness. Lan Luo felt her heart clench, almost bursting. Feeling her smooth heart slip through her fingers, she quickly loosened her grip. Do you want to die? She asked. Chu Ji said, Lan Luo, you're so cold-blooded. You're no different from the people in the base. It seemed he truly wanted to die. Lan Luo pulled out a gun and pointed it at Chu Ji. Then kill me. Chu Ji stared at the gun barrel, his eyes glazed over. Killing me is better than continuing this dark and hopeless life. You don't know how happy I was when you brought me out of the base. I almost forgot what the sky looked like, and what the trees were color. Even if I was dragged around, bloodied and mangled, I was willing. Chu Ji continued to ramble on at the gun barrel, while Lan Luo frowned, her face showing impatience. But after seeing freedom, freedom doesn't seem so special anymore, because I'm just a paralyzed person with no mobility. Do you know why I keep activating my ability? Precognition comes at the cost of my lifespan. Every time I activate it, my life is shortened a little. I keep foreseeing to be free sooner. As long as my precognition ability isn't exhausted, my mission as a vessel isn't complete. I can't even die. Lan Luo listened for a long time and only came to one conclusion. This had nothing to do with her, and nothing to do with Lan Sheng. She didn't understand why Chu Ji, who seemed to be tired of living and wanted to die, still asked her to take him with him to escape. Wouldn't it be better to just die here? But I hate myself, I hate why I still want to live, I hate that I can't just die, I hate that I still have hope for this worthless life. Chu Ji continued crawling forward, crying as he crawled, utterly devoid of dignity and composure. Why? Why use my precognitive abilities to keep this wretched life hanging by a thread? I wanted to die for ages, but I can't, and I'm afraid to. I always hoped to one day experience the life I foresaw, so I lay on the ground like a maggot, begging everyone to give me a way to live. But you don't know how much I regretted it, how pathetic I was after begging to survive. How did I become this cowardly, desperate creature? Lan Luo, tell me, why am I like this? Lan Luo felt Chu Ji was right. His current state, crawling on the ground, utterly wretched, did indeed resemble a maggot. Lan Luo touched her heart. It was still warm. I can't answer you, she said, but I can grant your wish. Tears streamed down Chu Ji's face. WH. Heal you. Lan Luo pressed the gun to his temple, speaking coldly. Chapter 29. Upon hearing Lan Luo's words, Chu Ji's ferocious expression momentarily faltered. Ha ha ha. He suddenly covered his face and laughed, his hands covered in grass and dirt, mingling with his tears. Lan Luo's patience with him had completely run out. She needed to implant Lan Sheng's heart into her body as soon as possible. Any further delay would likely lead to discovery. You can die if you want, Lan Luo interrupted his rant, but you can't die here. The base knows we escaped together. If you're captured and taken back, my whereabouts will be exposed. Lan Luo looked down at Chu Ji's slightly uneasy expression and calmly said, so I take you outside to kill. After a 2-second pause, and hearing no objection from Chu Ji, Lan Luo unilaterally accepted her suggestion and left, carrying the vibrant heart. She needed to find a safe place to digest the heart. Lan Luo concealed the heart in her bosom, found the cave she had previously stayed in, lifted the vines covering the entrance, and pushed aside the stones blocking the opening, finally revealing the narrow cave. After checking that there were no signs of intrusion, Lan Luo confidently crawled inside and resealed the entrance with stones. The cave was instantly plunged into darkness. The bright red heart was now only a blurry black outline, but upon closer inspection, one could still see it gently contracting and beating. Lan Luo didn't want to delay any longer. She quickly wiped the watermelon knife and plunged it into her chest. The tip of the knife easily pierced the flesh. She even heard the sound of her chest being sliced open. After making the cut, Lan Luo tossed the knife aside, felt the wound with her hand, pressed her fingers against the edge, and pulled hard. Blood, faintly fishy in smell, gushed out in gushes, absorbed by Lan Luo's clothes, forming a large, dark stain. Even in the darkness, Lan Luo's expression remained unchanged, as calm as if she were butchering a fish, showing no sign that she was tearing flesh from her own body. She held Lan Sheng's heart up to her eyes, examining it closely, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. The cave was too dark. Lan Luo couldn't see the details of the heart, but she could feel its subtle but steady beating. Lan Luo's other hand had already touched another heart in her chest cavity, surrounded by countless tiny blood vessels, beating violently. Everything she and Lan Sheng had lived since birth was entrusted to these two small hearts. Lan Luo squeezed her own heart. Her palm felt warm, sticky, and slippery. The heart she grasped suddenly stopped beating as if startled. Layers of dark shadows appeared before Lan Luo's eyes, and her breath slowly stopped. She released her heart, letting it slowly resume its beating, then pulled her hand away, clutching the edge of the wound to expose her chest cavity. Thump thump! The sound of a heartbeat returned to Lan Luo's ears, exactly the same as the one she heard while tracking Lan Sheng. Her eyes were fixed intently on the heart in her hand. Thump thump! The heartbeat in her ear perfectly matched the rhythm of the heart in her hand. So what she had heard before was Lan Sheng's heartbeat. Lan Luo knew that some twins possessed a unique telepathic connection. Perhaps the sound she heard was some kind of connection between twins. Or perhaps it was simply that these two hearts yearned to merge. Lan Luo watched the heart beat more strongly the closer it was to her chest cavity, took a deep breath, and pressed it firmly into her own chest. Two burning hearts collided, and the instant their smooth surfaces touched, a sharp pain shot through Lan Luo's chest. The foreign heart clung firmly to the original heart, no longer needing external support. Lan Luo gritted her teeth and pulled her hand away from the wound. Her right hand, from fingertips to forearm, was covered in blood. Pain. So much pain. So this is what pain feels like. Lan Luo bit her arm, feeling the endless pain spreading from her chest, almost fainting. This was the first time she had truly felt pain. It was so intense that she saw stars, and didn't even have the strength to groan. No wonder Chu Shi always seemed so weak and listless. It hurt this much when he was injured. Lan Luo had never experienced pain before, and didn't know how to describe her current feelings. The wound on her chest had improved slightly, the bleeding had stopped, only a few drops seeping out when she involuntarily twisted her body. Such a rapid healing speed. Lan Luo was covered in cold sweat, her hands trembling as she touched the wound that was healing at a visible pace. Was this what Lan Sheng's good days were like? Although it hurt a bit, compared to the speed of healing, the pain wasn't unbearable. Lan Luo had only been lost in thought for a short while, and the large hole in her chest had already healed to about 70 to 80%, no longer showing its original grotesque appearance. Only the tender flesh protruding at the junction of the wound could be felt. She tried to stand up by supporting herself against the wall, but her legs buckled and she almost knelt, so she could only lean her entire body against the wall. Her legs were numb from sitting cross-legged for too long. Lan Luo rested her head on her forearm, taking small breaths to catch her breath. The wound was indeed healing automatically. It seemed there was no problem at all. But Lan Luo placed her hand on her chest, gently stroking the skin. Why does it still hurt so much? The continuous pain emanating from beneath the wound was different from the pain of her previous external injury. This pain seemed to originate from within. It was as if two hearts were fighting. The moment this thought crossed her mind, an even more intense pain shot through Lan Luo's chest. She could even feel the beating of two hearts within this pain. One was pounding, and the other pounded even harder. She collapsed to the ground, biting her lip tightly to prevent herself from making a sound, her nails digging into her flesh. After digging for a while, Lan Luo let go, and instead started digging into the stone wall. Digging into her flesh hurt too much. Before, she had no sense of pain and could injure herself at will. Now she couldn't. Every slight pain would be felt, and she didn't want to torture herself. Subconsciously, Lan Luo understood that this was a battle between two hearts, or rather, they were trying to devour each other. Only the winner would have absolute control. However, she had neither the time nor the intention to let those two hearts fight freely. Hearts that couldn't even survive independently were better off obediently submitting to her control. Lan Luo painfully stood up and lifted the small stones to observe her surroundings. She hadn't felt anything in the dim cave, but now, looking at the outside world, Lan Luo suddenly realized that her eyesight seemed to have improved significantly. Although her five senses had always been very sharp, she could never have seen this far, and so clearly before. She could even see a seven-legged spider perched on a leaf in the distance with perfect clarity. Lan Luo had thought she had inherited Lan Sheng's physical abilities, but she was certain that even Lan Sheng himself standing here wouldn't be able to see that clearly. Half the power, and the complete power of immortality, the difference might truly be vast. She patted her chest. Her heart was pounding erratically. Her two hearts, exhausted from beating, were ignoring each other, beating independently and chaotically. Lan Luo knew they hadn't fully merged yet, but this delicate balance was already good enough. At least it wouldn't affect her normal movements. She lifted the stone, jumped down from the cave, and without hesitation, headed straight for Lan Sheng and Chu Ji's location. It had started raining sometime earlier, a light drizzle that posed no threat to her, except for a slight, almost imperceptible burning sensation. Lan Luo was incredibly alert, experiencing a heightened sense of awareness, making running exceptionally easy. Her body felt lighter, her speed significantly increased compared to before. From the cave to the open space, it took her half the time, and she used less than half the energy. It was as if she had transformed from a human into a monkey in a primeval jungle, moving with effortless ease. When Lan Luo arrived, Chu Ji was crawling on the ground, carrying a leafy branch. He would stop to rest after a few steps, looking very weak. She observed the sky. It was already getting dark. Teachers would be patrolling at night, and staying here would be troublesome. They needed to leave now. Stop crawling, let's go. Lan Luo jumped in front of Chu Ji, her back to Lan Sheng's body, not far away. A human-shaped crater had been created beneath Lan Sheng's body, and dripping rainwater had gathered in it, forming a shallow puddle. Wait a minute, it's raining. Shouldn't we shield him from the rain? Chu Ji propped himself up. His clothes were soaked and covered in mud. You're too slow. Lan Luo picked up the branch from Chu Ji's hand and turned to walk towards Lan Sheng. Chu Ji had dragged the branch on the ground. Most of the leaves had fallen, and the bare branch probably wouldn't offer much protection from the rain. She stepped into a shallow puddle, a few drops splashing out and landing on Lan Sheng's pale, waterlogged wound. Lan Luo didn't look at his face. Her eyes lowered as she laid the branch across Lan Sheng's chest. The sparse leaves obscured Lan Sheng's face. Lan Luo straightened up and glanced at him. His lips were pale, devoid of any upward curve. Actually, Lan Sheng loved to smile. He always liked to slightly purse his lips and curl the corners of his mouth, and because of his strong self-healing ability, his lips were always rosy. Lan Luo didn't like making eye contact with the Lan family, so of Lan Sheng's features, his mouth was the part she was most familiar with. Perhaps they had rested enough. Their two hearts began to beat restlessly again, repelling each other. Lan Luo, suppressing her heart palpitations, snapped out of her daze, and kicked the useless branch away. He's already dead. What good is he for blocking things? The rough branch snagged a strand of Lan Sheng's hair, pulling his pale face to the side. Lan Luo could only see half of his face. Frustrated, she kicked a puddle, bent down, and grabbed Lan Sheng by the collar, pulling him up. Her strength seemed to have increased. She could now lift a grown man completely off the ground, unlike when they left the lab, when Chu Shi's body was half-dragged on the ground. Lan Luo, like carrying a fish, strode and tossed Lan Sheng into his tent. "Let's go!" Lan Luo clapped her hands, not even glancing at Chu Shi, and dragged him away. Chu Shi hadn't had a chance to speak the whole time, but now, being pulled along by Lan Luo, she finally had a chance to say, wasn't it enough to just cover it up? Putting it in the tent is redundant. Putting it in the tent makes it harder to be discovered, and it buys us more time. Lan Luo tossed Chu Shi aside near the dog hole she used to enter the city, explaining coldly. Chu Shi didn't ask any more questions, peeking out of the dog hole. "There's even a hole like this. If only Sister Hu and I had entered the city through here, we wouldn't have run into those people. What good would it do if we didn't run into them?" Lan Luo stepped on an old tree root, casually brushing it off. Her heart started to ache again, in waves, strong and weak, making her uneasy. That way, the child wouldn't. Chu Shi stopped mid-sentence, suddenly pulling her head back in. A grinning face appeared at the hole. "Oh, look what I found. 2 little mice." Chapter 30. Lan Luo met the gaze of the newcomer through the dog hole. Outside the dog hole, Su Ge, squatting on the ground, lifted his sunglasses, maintaining a smile. "Gentlemen, where did you come from, and where are you going?" Lan Luo recognized him. He was the patrol instructor from the military academy. He was the one who stopped her last time, giving her a long lecture. She had specifically considered the patrol issue, proceeding cautiously all the way, never expecting Su Ge to appear outside the city walls. She wondered if he recognized her. Su Ge plucked a blade of grass from the dog hole and pointed the tip at Lan Luo. "Did you eat someone?" Chu Ji turned to look at her, and Lan Luo looked down at herself. Her clothes were covered in blood, from when she had cut open her chest in the cave. Lan Luo had no clean clothes to change into. There were no places to buy clothes in Xiaoxi City, so she had to continue wearing these filthy clothes. "This is my own blood," Lan Luo said calmly. "Your school students are all too fierce, attacking anyone they see. I've been injured several times. I wonder if there's any compensation." Su Ge flicked the grass away, his face nonchalant. "So why are you here? I already told you, this is the military academy's training ground. I notified you morning and night. Why didn't you listen? During the trial, all living beings in Xiaoxi City are targets for attack. The fact that you're still alive is a testament to your incompetence." He continued with a grin. "Come on, come out first. Let me see how you crawl through the dog hole." Lan Luo looked down at Chu Ji, raised her chin, gesturing for him to crawl out. Chu Ji frowned, his eyes filled with complex emotions, but he still moved out without a word. Su Ge and Lan Luo, one outside and one inside the hole, all 4 eyes fixed on Chu Ji, who was struggling to crawl, seemingly very interested in his dog hole crawling. Chu Ji, sweating profusely from being stared at, was already physically weak, and now he slipped and wobbled like a caterpillar. Thud, a small piece of brick rolled from the dilapidated dog hole Chu Ji had chipped away, and it rolled to Su Ji's feet. Lan Luo's gaze followed the broken brick to Su Ji's feet, then slowly rose to meet his eyes. Su Ge looked relaxed, even nodding at her with a flourish. "Military academy instructors. What kind of level are they usually at?" Lan Luo silently searched her memories of military academies, but her sources of information were limited, mostly gleaned from Lan Sheng. Furthermore, military academy instructors are very low-key and rarely appear in public, making it even more difficult to learn about them from the outside. The only thing she was certain of was that Sugu didn't know about Lan Sheng's accident. The last time Lan Luo met Sugu, he had shown great concern for Lan Sheng. If he knew Lan Sheng's current situation, he wouldn't be so kind to her and Chu Ji. But this Sugu seemed capricious. He might be waiting to attack them outside the city. Lan Luo appeared calm, but her eyes were constantly on Sugu, remaining vigilant without alerting him. Chu Ji, steeling himself, awkwardly scrambled out of the dog hole under the seemingly friendly, but actually cautious gazes of the two. He let go of the dog hole, rolled to the side, and landed in the grass outside the city, his shoulder nearly hitting Su Ji's shoe. Sugu stood up and took 2 steps back. So that's how you climb. Thanks for demonstrating. Lan Luo and Chu Ji could hear the sarcasm in his words, but neither of them was foolish enough to confront him. Sometimes, playing the submissive role is more effective than a direct confrontation. Lan Luo stepped out, placing one foot on the dog hole, her hands bracing against the sides, pretending to crawl through. Sugu took 2 steps back, adjusted his sunglasses again, and looked up at the city wall. You're out of luck. Lan Luo agreed. If she were lucky, she would have already made a run for it, instead of performing a dog hole crawling act for these arrogant guys. Do you think that because it's raining, there are no guards on the city wall, and you're trying to take this opportunity to leave? No guards. Lan Luo genuinely didn't know that. Who would have thought that the teachers at a prestigious military academy would suspend their security duties because of a light drizzle? It's true what they say, even with an umbrella, you're afraid of the raindrops. Even with legs, you're afraid to go out. Sugu adjusted his sunglasses. What a pity. Although we don't need to guard the city walls on rainy days, the security department drew lots and picked me for patrol. So I'm unlucky too. Why did I have to be the one to get the shortest spot? Because you look so pathetic. Lan Luo thought to herself, but her expression remained unchanged. She shrank back and jumped out of the dog hole, landing between Chu Ji and Sugu. Yo, Sugu clapped his hands. This one's not bad, better than the last one. You look kinda familiar. Did you ever try to jump through a ring of fire at the circus? He pretended to think, asking exaggeratedly. Of course she looked familiar. Yesterday, they were teacher and student, and she'd been forced to listen to a lecture. Lan Luo grabbed Chu Ji's collar, lifting him up slightly. Seemingly oblivious to Su Ji's sarcasm, she said sincerely, No, I'm just making a fool of myself. Why don't you try jumping through too? Maybe you can do it better than me. After all, some people are just naturally gifted at certain things. As he spoke, he dragged Chu Ji aside, making room for Brother Su to pass through the dog hole. Brother Su raised an eyebrow, then nodded, his hands busy shifting between his hands on his hips and his arms. All right, no wonder you survived from CSE City. Sugu reached his right hand to his thigh and gripped the dagger strapped to his leg. I told you were unlucky to run into me. Lan Luo wrapped Chu Ji's clothes around her hand and gripped them tightly. We're not students. What are you going to do with us? It was wrong of us to accidentally trespass on your school's trials. We leave. Treated? Sugu smiled. Before the trials, it was repeatedly emphasized that no one should leave CSE City. I don't believe in accidental trespassing. A pair of thugs infiltrated the military academy's trials, plotting against our students. As a teacher, I discovered the thugs committing the crime during a patrol in the rain and dealt with them on the spot. What do you think of this headline? Sugu drew his dagger, a cold silver glint flashing across it. Terrible. Chu Ji suddenly said. The moment his words fell, Lan Luo immediately leaped up and sprinted towards the forest outside CSE City. Chu Ji was being pulled along by her, his collar tightly gripping his neck, almost making his eyes roll back. He frantically hooked his fingers around his collar to prevent suffocation. Lan Luo had no time to care about Chu Ji's struggles. Her heart was still aching. She could only concentrate all her strength in her legs, gritting her teeth and running at her fastest speed ever. Before crawling out of the dog hole, she was afraid that Brother Su wouldn't let them leave the city, so she let him humiliate them with his sarcastic remarks. After successfully crawling out of the dog hole and leaving the city, Lan Luo no longer needed to submit to Brother Su. He would never let them leave under any circumstances. It's better to lure him away. If you can shake him off, great. If not, you can fight him. As long as you're far from CSE City, you don't need to worry about Sugu sending reinforcements. In the old forest, without any landmarks, reinforcements can't arrive quickly anyway. Chu Ji huffed and puffed. He runs so fast. Lan Luo glanced at him. She was the one who was exhausted. Why was he panting? Because I run even faster. Lan Luo felt herself running at double speed and mocked Chu Ji, Now you have a mouth. You were quite sensible earlier, not uttering a single word in front of him. Chu Ji didn't answer, quietly letting her drag him along. Lan Luo glanced back. Su Gu and she remained at a comfortable distance. She was already moving very fast. Although Su Gu couldn't catch up, he wasn't easily shaken off either, staying close behind. She couldn't imagine how she would run if she didn't have Lan Sheng's heart and encountered Su Gu. She might be caught and stabbed through after only a few steps. Lan Luo. Chu Ji suddenly called out to her. Lan Luo didn't turn around, letting out a short, questioning sound. Actually, Chu Ji said, you could have just left me there. Since you were going to drag me out to kill anyway, dying at your hands or at his hands makes no difference. His voice wasn't loud, and it was carried by the wind. If Lan Luo hadn't had exceptional hearing, she wouldn't have been able to hear what he was saying. Stop talking nonsense. You're not some hot commodity. If I dump you, will he stop chasing me? Lan Luo scoffed, increasing her speed slightly, pushing her physical abilities to the limit. It wasn't that she hadn't considered leaving Chu Ji behind, but comparing Su Ji's and her own speed, she felt that even if she left Chu Ji behind, she might not be able to shake him off. I might as well carry him and run. I can use him as a rearview mirror. Watch out, he's put his hand in his pocket. He's definitely going to get a weapon. Chu Ji clutched his collar, giving her a strained warning. Lan Luo was about to turn her head to look when a sharp pain shot through her chest, making her vision go black. Her steps were forced to a halt for a moment. Lan Luo clutched her heart, ignoring the pain, and immediately adjusted her pace to continue running. Lan Luo could feel her two hearts tightly intertwined, choking her so much that even breathing became difficult. She bit her lower lip, trying to ignore the sensations, and turned her head to look at Su Gu, who was relentlessly pursuing her. He had sheathed the knife in his thigh, and was now holding a long, thin object. It's a tranquilizer gun. Chu Ji's eyes were fixed on the object in Su Ji's hand. Lan Luo hadn't seen it before, but she roughly guessed what it meant. She swung her arm and hoisted Chu Ji onto her back, switching to a position where she was carrying him. Use your back for cover. She wasn't sure if she could heal herself in her current state. If not, once the anesthesia was administered, they would both be doomed. It was better to let Chu Ji carry the load. He wouldn't have to run, and being anesthetized would just mean a short nap. Chu Ji didn't speak, turning his head to observe Su Gu. He's starting to aim, Chu Ji whispered, his tone lacking fear. He was definitely from the lab. He's seen it all, not even flinching when chased by someone with a gun. Lan Luo admired his composure, but her entire focus was on the road ahead, unable to look back. She could only temporarily trust Chu Ji's eyes, running in an S shape through the forest, trying to avoid being targeted. Besides the wind, Lan Luo could hear faint metallic clanging. Su Gu was probably about to make his move. She grabbed a vine, leaped onto a tree, and used the dense foliage to conceal herself. Now? Lan Luo felt a chill run down her spine, but couldn't help glancing back. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a thin, long syringe, its silver tip gleaming, flying straight towards them. Lan Luo clicked her tongue in alarm, turning her toes and leaping to the right, trying to dodge the tranquilizer. But Su Gu wasn't far from them, and the tranquilizer gun was too fast. Even with Lan Luo's speed, she couldn't dodge in time. The tranquilizer gun was aimed directly at Lan Luo's neck. Su Ji's goal was clear, to disable them. Before Lan Luo could react, both hands were pressed against her neck, tightly encircling it. Chu Ji's sudden action startled Lan Luo. She reflexively almost dropped him. When she came to her senses, the tranquilizer was right in front of her, and Su Gu was bending down to load more tranquilizer into the gun. With a soft plop, the small tranquilizer gun pierced Chu Ji's raised arm, its tip dangling in the air. Lan Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it hadn't hit her. Chapter 31. The atmosphere froze briefly. Lan Luo glanced at Chu Ji out of the corner of her eye, worried he might fall off her. Hee. Chu Ji's eyes darted around, showing no signs of being anesthetized. I'm not dizzy. He really had the tenacity of a cockroach. Lan Luo didn't have time to comfort Chu Ji further. She lifted him up a bit, and continued running. Brother Su was busy packing new drugs, and his speed was temporarily behind theirs. She wanted to use this slight advantage to shake him off as quickly as possible. Actually, after he pulled out the tranquilizer gun, Lan Luo had considered abandoning her escape and fighting directly. But these two hearts were like ticking time bombs. If he fainted halfway through the fight, it would be a pointless suicide mission. Chu Ji pulled the tranquilizer dart out of his flesh, through the empty casing behind him, and vented his anger by smashing it in front of Brother Su. Brother Su tilted his head, dodging the tranquilizer dart. Thick skin. Even the tranquilizer can't penetrate you. Chuji chuckled, not retorting. Lan Luo knew he couldn't possibly have escaped the anesthetic. She'd seen it penetrate deep into his flesh with her own eyes. Why are you alright? She asked. Chuji's voice was soft, because they used a cheap, substandard product. Judging by how clumsy he was, it probably hasn't been used in ages, maybe it's even expired. Lan Luo was skeptical, but didn't intend to investigate further. It would be best if he was immune, so she could let him withstand more doses of anesthetic. She didn't tell Chuji this, but continued running, focusing less on looking back and concentrating on speed. Brother Su was already far behind them. Catching up wouldn't be easy. He probably only had a dagger and a tranquilizer gun. Their weapons weren't very threatening. In fact, Lan Luo's weapon was more advanced, since she also had a gun. But they were still too close to Ciazi City. She was afraid that firing would attract attention, and besides, she was running low on bullets. Missing her aim would be a waste. She should run first, wear down Su Ji's stamina before making her move. Lan Luo now possessed the immortality ability. Although it wasn't fully integrated, her physical abilities were already far superior to a normal person, giving her the ability to outlast Su Gu. A plop sound came from behind her. Lan Luo didn't turn around, knowing it was the sound of the tranquilizer dart piercing her skin. Can you hold on? She asked Chuji as she ran. If she couldn't hold on, she'd just abandon him. Chuji's voice was weak. Yes, don't worry about me. I didn't spend all those years at the base for nothing. They injected me with anesthesia so many times, I'm resistant to it now. Really? I'm fast. I never experienced anesthesia. Lan Luo replied casually. Actually, it wasn't because she escaped the lab quickly, but because the lab never intended to use anesthesia on her. To them, a painless ability was a natural form of anesthesia. Chuji swayed on her back. You can't beat him? If you can, you do it. Lan Luo frowned. Chuji chuckled twice and fell silent. Hey! Stop running. Brother Su shouted from behind. Stop right there. Your companion has already been given a powerful anesthetic, another shot, and he's dead. That sounds nice, but he shouldn't be chasing after him. Lan Luo ignored him. She knew the human body could only tolerate a limited dose of anesthesia. Chuji had already received 2 injections, and might not be able to withstand a third. It's okay, don't listen to him. Chuji shook his head. Lan Luo hadn't listened to Su Gu anyway. Chuji's life meant nothing to her. Halfway there, she even suddenly wondered why she had been carrying him instead of just throwing him down. Chuji didn't respond after saying that, his head drooping as he was bounced around. Lan Luo turned to look at him. Hey? Dead? Chuji still didn't respond. Really dead? Then I throw him away. There was even a hint of relief in her voice as she prepared to let go. Just a second before releasing Chuji, he vomited a large mouthful of blood, the warm blood flowing onto Lan Luo's shoulder, making her already dirty clothes even dirtier. Lan Luo tilted her head in disgust. Couldn't you just spit on that guy behind you? Do you see the tree ahead? Chuji asked instead of answering. There were trees everywhere ahead. Lan Luo squinted. Which one? Looking at Chuji's state, she understood. He must have secretly activated his precognitive ability, but the things he foresaw were randomly generated and might not be helpful now. Chuji took a few breaths and explained in a hoarse voice. The tree with the yellow leaves at the very front. There's a big snake on that tree. Just lure him there. And then? Lan Luo thought it wasn't very feasible. Su Gu wasn't really a pushover. How could he not even avoid a snake? Then, Chuji took another breath, seemingly having difficulty breathing. Then he threw me away. This time, I think I really... Chuji's words trailed off as he fainted. He had been appearing very weak, and Lan Luo couldn't tell if he was truly dead or not. But since the main body had spoken, she naturally had to listen to his opinion and throw him down. Lan Luo calculated their position. They were very close to the yellow-leaf tree. If she threw Chuji now, at a good angle, she could force Su Gu up into the tree. Whether he would be bitten by a snake was a matter of luck. Without hesitation, Lan Luo shook Chuji off her back, grabbed his shirt with both hands, hooked one foot around a nearby branch, twisted her waist, and gave him a powerful throw. Chuji, pale-faced and unresponsive with his eyes closed, tumbled through the air like a rag before lunging towards Su Gu with open arms. Su Gu had already put away his sunglasses. Seeing this, he stared wide-eyed, muttering, "No, just throw it like that." He dodged in shock, trying to avoid being hit by Chuji, this human catapult. Lan Luo had calculated the angle. If Su Gu wanted to avoid Chuji, he would have to use leverage. She deliberately stepped over the yellow leaf tree so that Sugu could use it for leverage. In his panic, he might not notice the snake in the tree. Lan Luo deliberately avoided looking at that tree, letting it disappear among the other trees, to prevent Sugu from becoming more alert. Facing Sugu, she stepped back on branches, gradually increasing the distance between them. Sugu dodged Chuji, but also lost his balance. He looked around and climbed onto a small tree. Chuji crashed into another tree, shaking off many leaves, then tumbled down the trunk, landing face down on the ground, clearly quite badly injured. But he didn't react at all, like he was dead. Lan Luo wasn't sure if Chuji was really dead. He always looked like he was on the verge of death, but then he always come back to life. I thought you two had such a good relationship, but it turns out you were just waiting to outlive him, so you could just leave. You really are despicable, letting your comrade take the bullet, and then throwing away your dead comrade. If my students did that, I would have shot them all. Sugu, hanging from the tree, panted heavily as he criticized Lan Luo. Lan Luo laughed without a hint of remorse. You're the most respectable one here. You let your students bully the weak, and then you turn around and brag to me. You really think the whole world is your inferior. Sorry, I'm not your student, and you don't have a gun to shoot me. Lan Luo touched her waist. It was actually her who had the gun. Sugu puffed out his cheeks. What bullying the weak? Lan Luo didn't explain to him, turned and ran, deliberately slowing down a bit, leaving him trailing behind as he chased after her. Although her heart was occasionally pounding, her stamina was still excellent. While Sugu seemed to be running with ease, his constant climbing and slight panting revealed that he was running out of steam. If he continued chasing, he would definitely reach the yellow leaf tree. Lan Luo turned around after a few steps, continuing to run backwards towards Sugu, her face full of defiance. Sugu lowered his brows, his face filled with anger. He stuffed the empty tranquilizer gun into his pocket, pushed off with both feet, and propelled himself forward. He used a great deal of force. The branches beneath his feet snapped and slowly broke off behind him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lan Luo stared at his shadow in the dust. Sugu had indeed headed towards the yellow leaf tree. She had just spotted the snake in the tree. The withered, yellow snake was almost one with the tree, coiled motionless, its tiny eyes wary, fixed on the two of them. Bite him! Bite him! It must bite him. Lan Luo secretly cheered the ugly snake on as she took small, hesitant steps backward. She was observing. If Sugu was bitten, she would kill him right there. If not, she would immediately run away. Clutching her pounding heart, Lan Luo suppressed the urge to vomit, carefully observing Suji's movements. The forest was quiet. Lan Luo had excellent hearing. She could even hear the panting of an animal in the distance, but it didn't sound very big, otherwise Chuji might be in danger. The sound of the unknown animal was too far away for Lan Luo to notice. Her entire focus was on Sugu. Sugu had already grabbed a branch of the yellow leaf tree, swung back and forth twice, and landed on the trunk. The ugly snake's head rose, its tongue flicking and trembling beside Sugu. Sugu seemed unaware of its presence, bending down to draw his dagger. Lan Luo's heart pounded even harder, her eyes fixed on him. In the blink of an eye, the snake's head snapped open, twitching as it bit into Suji's calf. Crack! A flash of blue light, and the withered snake snapped in two with a snap. The snake's head fell to the ground, its mouth agape, the red and white cross-section still twitching. Amidst the billowing dust, the gleaming dagger flashed with silver-blue electricity, hissing and crackling as it sliced through layers of leaves, aimed straight for Lan Luo's neck. I was only showing you mercy, and you really think I'm incompetent? Brother Su gripped his dagger, his body crackling with electricity. Have you forgotten that superpowers exist in this world? Although Lan Luo could see his movements, it was too late to dodge. She immediately drew her watermelon knife and slashed straight at the electrified blade. Clang! The instant the two knives clashed, the lightning crackling on Brother Su's dagger instantly spread to Lan Luo's watermelon knife, flashing indistinguishably. The current on the knife wasn't strong. Lan Luo only felt a slight numbness in her arm, the current lightly pricking her right hand. It was her first time being shocked, and she wasn't used to this subtle pain. She tried to ignore it, pressing down hard on her wrist. Lan Luo's strength had increased significantly. Facing Brother Su, she could directly press him so hard he couldn't lift his dagger, and even his feet slid back slightly. Have you forgotten that guns still exist in this world? Lan Luo suddenly smiled, pressing the gun in her left hand against Suji's stomach. Chapter 32. Lan Luo held a knife in her right hand and a gun in her left, her smile fading. Just because you don't carry a gun doesn't mean the whole world is gunless. Su Ji's eyes widened. WH. Lan Luo didn't give him a chance to react, immediately firing a shot into his abdomen. She hadn't drawn her gun earlier only to avoid attracting attention. Now that Su Gu was far enough away to be heard, Lan Luo drew her gun. Su Gu had underestimated her, thinking she only had that watermelon knife. Now that he'd been shot, he'd be more obedient. The moment Su Gu saw the gun, he tried to dodge, but Lan Luo's speed was too fast, and their distance too close. Dodging a bullet with one's body was virtually impossible. The small, but extremely lethal bullet grazed Su Ji's side, leaving a hole in his left abdomen. Blood immediately gushed out, staining his dark uniform a dark shade. Su Gu clutched his wound, blood seeping between his fingers. This gun isn't ordinary. Where did you get it? Lan Luo knew, of course, that this gun was extraordinary. Lu Guan's personal weapon couldn't be ordinary. None of your business. Lan Luo aimed at Su Gu, preparing to fire a second shot. There should be 3 or 4 bullets left in the gun. She had to finish Su Gu off within 3 shots. Even if she couldn't, she had to at least incapacitate him. Her heart ached more and more. 2 writhing, lifeless hearts were twisted together like a pretzel, completely disregarding their owner's life or death. Lan Luo's composure was forced. In reality, her back was covered in cold sweat, and fine beads of perspiration dripped from her forehead. Lan Luo was almost amazed by her own luck, experiencing such intense heart pain for the first time in her life. Su Gu scoffed, standing a few steps away from her behind a tree, using the trunk for cover. You're so young, yet you act one way to my face and another behind my back. You're probably an escaped convict from a labor camp. You were so obedient when you were crawling through the dog hole, but you gave yourself away the moment you gained the upper hand. Lan Luo knew he was trying to provoke her, trying to extract information. Whether it was just him or the people at the military academy were truly naive, Su Ji's attempts to extract information were incredibly clumsy. It was as if he disdained to stoop to extracting information from someone as insignificant as her. Now that you've seen my true colors, don't judge me with your supposedly upright values, Lan Luo replied, listening to the crackling sound coming from Su Ji's phone. She couldn't let her guard down. She only gained the upper hand because Su Gu underestimated her. Now that he knew she had a gun, he definitely wouldn't rush forward rashly. He would only look for an opportunity to use his special ability to deal with her. Also, Lan Luo had to prevent Su Gu from calling the military academy for help. What? You're still not giving up even after being shot? The military academy should really give you a certificate of honor, Lan Luo said, slightly curtsying. The certificate should say, military academy teacher was surrounded and chased by thugs, fought bravely despite being shot, and chose death over seeking help. This is a special commendation. Su Ji's voice, suppressing his anger, rang out, a little brat like you, don't spout nonsense. I can handle someone like you by myself. I don't need to report to the school. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flashing with blue light rushed out from behind the tree at lightning speed, the dagger crackling with electricity. Lan Luo had been observing Su Gu the entire time. Throughout, his lightning-based ability was only channeled to his dagger or his body. It never manifested independently. Normal lightning-based ability users would directly unleash lightning to attack their opponents. Judging from this, Su Gu might be more skilled in close combat than his ability, thus using it as a supplementary tool. Being enveloped in lightning not only prevented enemies from getting close, but also significantly increased his attack power. Especially against an agile and fast opponent like Lan Luo, his lightning strikes were easily dodged. The best approach was to get close to her and control her movements. Lan Luo mentally assessed Su Gu. He truly lived up to his reputation as a graduate of a proper military academy. However, this method was ineffective against her. Lan Luo suddenly pushed off the ground, leaping up and forcefully stabbing down with her watermelon knife from above. The metal clashed with a clang, and sparks even flew from where the watermelon knife and dagger met. Lan Luo's watermelon knife was ultimately inferior in quality to the military academy-issued dagger. A small crack had already appeared on the blade. Small sparks of electricity coiled around the watermelon knife like snakes, burrowing forward into Lan Luo's skin with a crackling sound. You really didn't call for help. She seemed oblivious to the pain, even having the time to press Su Gu. Was it that you didn't want to call for help, or that you couldn't? Were you too careless? Did you not even bring a communicator? Or perhaps, you're just not popular enough that even if you received a call for help, no one would be willing to come to your rescue. Oh right, maybe. After all, who's so unlucky as to draw the short-term lottery on their first try? Maybe your colleagues conspired to trick you, you sucker. Lan Luo was shocked a few times, and her emotions began to surge. She became increasingly excited, even bringing up Suji's lottery-related incident to mock him. She was always like this. The more hurt she was, the more irritable she became, or rather, the more excited she became. The electric shocks left half of Lan Luo's body numb, but she was surprised to find that her two hearts had calmed down at this moment, no longer tormenting each other, quietly residing in her chest. The shocks had calmed her down? Lan Luo raised an eyebrow, continuing to provoke Sugu. Try it. Why don't you try contacting your colleagues and see where they were slacking off while you were diligently patrolling in the corrosive rain? Or just call your students over, let them see how their teacher is being beaten up by a little blonde girl, let them experience the sense of accomplishment of saving their teacher. As Lan Luo spoke, she forcefully pressed the watermelon knife downwards, the sharp tip almost touching Suji's neck. Sugu tilted his head back, struggling to hold the knife in place. Blood continued to seep from the wound in his abdomen, bubbling like a red-hot spring. You really are. Suji's pupils were practically spitting fire, his eyes bloodshot. You have absolutely no shame, he roared, straining his wrist. The electricity on the dagger surged instantly, dazzling even in daylight, crackling and coiling around Lan Luo's arm. Crack. The watermelon knife couldn't withstand the pressure, and snapped under the strain. The crack extended along the notch in the blade, breaking in two with Suji's second roar, falling to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Lan Luo immediately released the half-eaten watermelon knife, flipping backward to create distance between herself and Sugu. The shimmering silver-blue electricity still coiled around her arm. Lan Luo tried to move her right arm. It was numb and without feeling. Her heart seemed to sense Lan Luo's predicament. The stronger the current, the quieter it became, obediently refraining from causing her distress. I remember, Sugu said, clutching his stomach, gritting his teeth. I remember who you are. Lan Luo's heart skipped a beat. There was a wanted poster for her at the military academy. She knew from the old man that she was definitely wanted, but she never knew the extent of the warrant. The laboratory wasn't exactly a legitimate place, so Lan Luo never thought they would dare to openly issue a warrant for her. They would definitely only post it in a gray area. If Sugu knew about her wanted status, then he would have to die right here today. Not even a chance to say his last words. Tell me who I am. She raised her gun. Sugu, leaning against a tree, said, I always felt you looked familiar. I just remembered. Last time during night patrol, you disguised yourself as a military academy student and fooled me. If I hadn't been so eager to confirm the student's safety that time, you would have been exposed long ago. Exposed inside Sisi City, you wouldn't have been able to escape even if you had wings. Hindsight is 20/20, Lan Luo concluded succinctly, showing no interest in the topic. Saying he was eager to confirm the student's safety clearly meant he was eager to protect their precious Lan Sheng. Ha, Suji's lips turned pale, a large patch of his abdomen already soaked with blood, but you can't escape now. The electric shocks on your arm are something I specially trained you to do. They won't stop until your right hand is ruined. You can only wait for your right hand to be numb from the shocks, until it's completely destroyed. Lan Luo raised her right hand and examined it. Her entire arm crackled with electricity. It was the perfect hand for navigating the night. Are you sure? She asked, scrutinizing her right hand from side to side, completely unhurried. Cough cough, we see. Sugu coughed twice, spitting out blood, and wiped his mouth. Lan Luo didn't want to waste time waiting with him. She held the gun in her left hand, aimed at Sugu not far away, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet embedded itself in the tree trunk. Sugu, dragging his wounded body, rolled twice on the ground, dodging the bullet. He was covered in dirt and weeds, his arrogant demeanor gone, clutching his wound and dragging himself along the ground in a pathetic state. Lan Luo stood in the tree, looking down at his utterly humiliated state, then raised her hand and fired again. This bullet struck his thigh precisely. Sugu groaned, clutching his wound tightly, and struggled to move on the ground. In the same spot as Lan Sheng. Staring at the wound on Suji's thigh, Lan Luo inexplicably thought of Lan Sheng. If he had been conscious then, would he have crawled on the ground in a wretched state like Sugu? Lan Luo found she couldn't imagine Lan Sheng crawling. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been refined, gentle, and perfect. He never seemed to be in a sorry state. Except for the way he looked when she threw him into the tent after she ripped out his heart. Lan Luo snapped back to reality and raised her gun again, aiming at Sugu. She had checked. There were 2 bullets left in the gun. She could give them both to him. Sugu faced Lan Luo, inching backward. His wound was covered in dust and withered leaves, looking utterly wretched, yet his expression remained unchanged, maintaining a serious and unyielding demeanor fueled by burning anger. Just as Lan Luo was about to fire, she suddenly heard a low, labored breathing sound beside her. Like a wild animal, yet not so heavy, it sounded distant, as if she had heard it before. Su Ji's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened, and he stared incredulously behind Lan Luo. Lan Luo felt a chill run down her spine. Realizing what was happening, she immediately turned and dodged to the side. Ha, ha, ha. Strange panting sounds approached at an unimaginable speed. The next second, the branch Lan Luo had been standing on was smashed to pieces, sending splinters and dust flying everywhere. Lan Luo stumbled back several steps, squinting as she observed. In the dust, she saw a figure on all fours, with fangs and drooling. A person? Chapter 33. Lan Luo stood firmly on a large tree, one hand gripping a branch overhead, the other tightly clutching her gun. She was observing the strange, inhuman creature that had suddenly appeared. Su Gu, covered in blood, leaned against a tree root, clutching his abdominal wound and breathing heavily. What are you? Do you know this thing? Lan Luo didn't answer, but asked him instead. She had intended to say this person, but looking at it from left to right, it didn't resemble a human at all. It looked more like a wild beast. Lan Luo had heard its heavy breathing before, but at that time they were far away, and she had assumed it was just a small forest animal, not paying any attention to it. The creature had its mouth wide open, and from its human-like mouth protruded several yellowed fangs, saliva dripping in a thin line from between its teeth onto the ground. It lowered its back, its reddened eyes fixed intently on Lan Luo. Su Gu looked at it warily, his tone tentative. This is a tracking tool that the gray area loves to cultivate. A tracking tool? Lan Luo looked at the thing staring intently at her, and a guess formed in her mind. Its strange shape, and its relentless focus on her made it obvious even to a fool that it was something made in a lab. Lan Luo had considered the possibility of being found, but she hadn't expected it to be discovered by the base in this way. So you really are a fugitive, aren't you? Su Gu stood up shakily, dragging his injured leg. Once you're found by the human dog, you have nowhere to run. They follow you closely and relay your tracks to their master until it dies. Human dog, what a disgusting name. Lan Luo lowered her eyes to observe the man and dog poised to attack. A man is a man, a dog is a dog. How could such a thing as a man and dog exist in this world? Her gaze shifted slightly, and the moment their eyes met, the dog, as if sensing a battle signal, bared its teeth and lunged. Lan Luo, who had been gripping a branch with her left hand, saw this and, with a powerful thrust of her arm, propelled herself up a higher branch, narrowly missing the dog. Once the dog had regained its footing, it used both paws to smash the branch beneath its feet into pieces, which rained down on its head and face. Its hair was a mess, tangled into dirty knots, with wood chips swirling in the air before falling into its hair, hanging loosely. The dog, however, seemed unfazed, tilting its head back and barking at Lan Luo high above. Lan Luo wasn't afraid of it. Although it was ugly, it seemed to be low on intelligence, attacking only on instinct, and posing less of a threat than the 5 useless guys from the military academy. She was only concerned about how the human dog had found her. One human dog was easy to deal with, but if countless human dogs were constantly chasing her, it would be incredibly annoying. These low-intelligence creatures usually travel in packs. How much do you know about human dogs? Lan Luo twisted her waist to avoid the dog's second attack and calmly asked Su Gu. Taking advantage of her being distracted by the dog, Su Gu slowly backed away. I don't know anything. These things are too shady to be seen in the light of day. Ordinary people can't even come into contact with them. Reflect on yourself. Why were you targeted by these human dogs? Lan Luo ignored his nonsense, squatted on the tree, and turned to try and communicate with the dog. Hey! Can you understand human language? How many of you are looking for me? The human dog twitched its nose, making intermittent hoarse sounds, and lowered its body, preparing to continue attacking her. Don't bother, Su Gu said, dragging his injured leg further away, his face full of disdain. It doesn't understand human speech, it only acts on its master's orders. The human dog isn't human anymore, it's just a walking corpse. Su Ji's disdain gradually turned serious, his gaze towards the human dog becoming exceptionally complex. Lan Luo was only testing the waters. She didn't expect the human dog to actually communicate with her. Stop worrying about others. She wiped her gun, raising it again to aim at Su Gu. Worry more about yourself. Su Gu looked up, staring at the gun in her hand, his expression shifting repeatedly. I thought you'd be in a hurry to deal with the human dog. Anyway, it always be with me. I can kill it whenever I want. But you're different. If I don't kill you quickly, I won't have the chance. Lan Luo finished speaking and fired a shot at Sugu. The dog and human had been excited from the start, drooling more, its paws digging at the tree roots, its face full of eager anticipation. But perhaps due to some concern, it remained motionless, merely baring its teeth in restless rage. Until Lan Luo fired a shot, the bullet bursting from the barrel. A wisp of white smoke rose from the muzzle, dissipating before Lan Luo's eyes. Almost the instant the trigger was pulled, the dog and human sprang into action, its eyes bloodshot, charging at Lan Luo without warning. Before Lan Luo could even lower her gun, the dog and human were already in front of her, its two sharp claws slashing down rapidly towards her neck. Though called claws, the dog and human's limbs were actually human-like, except that its 10 fingernails were hard, long, and sharp like an animal's. A scratch on the neck from such claws would be fatal, or at least cause infection. It's so filthy and smelly. Lan Luo held her breath, leaning back quickly to avoid the man-dog's claws, simultaneously tucking her gun back into her waistband. Then, bracing herself with one hand on the ground, she bent her knee and thrust it upwards with force. A crisp snap sounded from the man-dog's chin as its own fangs pierced its lips, drawing thick blood. It seemed oblivious, lowering its head to bite Lan Luo. Lan Luo flipped and jumped down, hooking her toes onto a branch and dangling upside down in midair. She drew her gun, aimed it at the man-dog, and without hesitation, fired her last bullet. Discarding the now empty gun, Lan Luo glanced at Su Ji's spot. It was empty, with only a pool of blood on the ground proving someone had been there. They ran fast. Lan Luo was annoyed, and her dislike for the human dog intensified. She swung herself over to it, clenched her fist, and delivered a heavy punch to its temple. The bullet had struck the dog between the eyebrows. A normal person shot in the forehead would have fallen long ago, but the dog was still twitching and lunging at her, its outstretched arms and bloodied face looking utterly bizarre. Lan Luo's punch was merciless. The dog's temple instantly flattened, and she even faintly heard the cracking of bones. Lan Luo stood ramrod straight, her right knuckles red, bloodstains on the back of her hand. The blood was from the dog. She was unharmed. The dog lay on its side, eyes open, legs kicking wildly, chest heaving, blood trickling from its mouth. Lan Luo stood on higher ground, coldly watching it struggle for a short while before curling up on the ground, lifeless. She exhaled, examined herself, and belatedly realized that her right arm seemed completely unharmed. Brother Su had just shocked her right hand. Her entire right arm had been numb, and he had shamelessly boasted that her right hand would be ruined. Lan Luo moved it. Her right hand was clearly fine. She knew this was the silent effect of the power of immortality. Her two hearts had been behaving themselves for a long time, at least not hindering her during the fight. Whether the pain would continue, Lan Luo wasn't sure. Now that things had come to this, she just had to take it one step at a time. Brother Su had run away. She didn't know if he would go back to get reinforcements. She needed to get out of here first. The charge of assaulting a military academy teacher was enough to make her a wanted person. And then, there were the human dogs. Although they were easy to deal with, Lan Luo knew nothing about them. She didn't know how they would report her whereabouts to the base, nor how many human dogs the base had deployed. Lan Luo jumped to the dead dog-human hybrid and picked up a twig, poking it repeatedly. The dog-human hybrid's clothes were very worn, and there were no signs of cameras or tracking devices on its body. While pondering, Lan Luo poked at the gunshot wound between its eyebrows a few times, but the twig struck something hard. Bone? No, it didn't seem like it. Lan Luo instinctively knew it wasn't bone. She threw away the twig, picked up a broken watermelon knife from the ground, and used the broken blade to dig into the wound. A small piece of black metal peeked out from the wound. Lan Luo pried it out with her bare hands, wiped it on the dog-human hybrid with disdain, and then examined it closely. A black metal cube gleaming red, very laboratory style, but she couldn't understand it. Lan Luo kicked the dog's corpse into the thick grass, then shook her hands and searched the surrounding area. Su Ji's dagger must be lying around here. Her watermelon knife was gone, so she could use his dagger for a while. Thinking of Su Gu, Lan Luo felt a surge of irritation. This man had a backup plan. He had hidden a spatial capsule on his person. The spatial capsule was similar to the water capsule Lan Sheng had used before, essentially a one-time use ability. However, spatial capsules were not only expensive and could only be used once, but they also had limited spatial connectivity and were prone to teleportation errors, so very few people used them. Like master, like disciple, she should have realized this when Lan Sheng used the water capsule. Lan Luo swayed back and forth in the tree, her movements leisurely but not slow, steadily walking towards the edge of the forest. But then, Lan Luo stopped. She felt like she had forgotten something. The heart was in hand, but no supernatural mark was left on Lan Sheng's uniform. Sugu escaped, the human dog was dead, what else was there? What was there again? Lan Luo thought for a moment, touching her neck and blankly moving her shoulders and neck. Neck? I remember now. Lan Luo slapped her forehead and changed direction, running as fast as she could. She still needed to check if Chu Ji was dead. She almost forgot about him. Lan Luo searched for Chu Ji's tracks in the trees. If the human dog had chased them, there was no reason for it to let Chu Ji go. He might have already been bitten to death. But the truth seemed to be different. Lan Luo looked at Chu Ji lying in the grass, lifeless, counting leaves with his eyes open, and examined him carefully. No injuries, no missing limbs. Why didn't the human dog chase him? Jumping 3 steps away from Chu Ji, Lan Luo landed and immediately asked, "Did you see the human dog?" Chu Ji was startled, his whole body trembling. He tilted his head, struggling to see her, his brow furrowed. "What do you mean? You encountered the human dog?" "Yes, this was dug out of its brain." Lan Luo tossed the metal cube next to his head. "How much do you know about human dogs?" "Human dogs are kept at the base for tracking. Their function is similar to hunting dogs." Chu Ji finished weakly, glancing at the metal cube on the ground. The moment he saw the cube, his half-dead face suddenly lit up with a kaleidoscope of colors. "Why did you bring this?" Lan Luo crossed her arms. "What is this?" Chu Ji rolled over, crawled a few steps, picked up the cube, and threw it away with a swish. "This is a bomb. Even if you want to kill me, at least leave me a whole corpse." Lan Luo didn't move, leaning against the tree as she watched the cube explode the moment it hit the ground, blasting away a meter-diameter patch of grass and leaving a large black crater. The effect was good, even the cripple almost ran. Chapter 34. "Tell me, how much do you know about human dogs?" Lan Luo asked, looking at Chu Ji, who was lying on the ground panting heavily. Although the bomb was quite powerful, it wasn't very loud, so it wouldn't attract much attention when it exploded, and there was no fear of it being discovered. Chu Ji straightened his expression. Human dogs were initially just experimental subjects from failed grafting. The base discovered that they were highly aggressive and lacked intelligence, so they began to specifically breed human dogs for tracking in the wild. But Lan Luo said, puzzled, why not use drones or other machines? Human dogs aren't efficient, and their combat capabilities are poor. She had been away from the lab for so long, and the human dog had only just found her, and was so easily killed, she couldn't see any need for its existence. Because it's cheap. Chu Ji lay on the ground, his lips deathly pale. There's no shelter in the wild. Machines are prone to malfunction when exposed to corrosive rain, and once they break down, it's hard to get them back for repairs. But human dogs are different. They were originally discarded experimental subjects. After becoming human dogs, they're immune to rain and injury, and can work day and night in the wild. Even if they die, it's just a matter of consuming a few experimental subjects. Lan Luo nodded, understanding his meaning. No wonder the Lu family is rich. They made it all by being stingy. Cough, 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 cough. Chu Ji turned to the side, coughing violently while clutching at the grass. Lan Luo could only see his profile and neck, with dried bloodstains on them. Can you survive? She was uncertain. Chu Ji's vitality had always been a mystery. Chu Ji didn't answer the question, covering his mouth and coughing muffledly. He didn't say anything, and Lan Luo didn't care. She glanced at the sky. It was almost completely dark. It was time to go. If she stayed any longer, it wouldn't be good if Brother Su sent reinforcements. She grabbed Chu Ji by the collar and flipped him onto her back, then let go, hold on tight. Chu Ji didn't say a word, his arms hanging weakly on her shoulders. Seeing that he was ready, Lan Luo started walking in one direction. She had no destination. The two hearts hadn't fully fused yet. She couldn't flaunt it in public, nor could she be found by the base. She had to find a place to complete the fusion first. Once she truly fused all the power of immortality, she would make that damn laboratory pay the price. So Lan Luo pulled herself together. How do the human dogs work? They can't just wander around aimlessly, can they? And what about the bombs in their brains? Chu Ji lowered his head, muttering like a mosquito, training, using different targets to train their special reactions. For example, we coat a knife with someone's scent, and then use that knife to repeatedly attack the human dog. The human dog will become exceptionally sensitive to that scent, and in the wild, it will instinctively track that scent and then attack. Many human dogs can't withstand this, because the base only gives the crazed human dogs anesthetics, not any treatment for the injured ones. Their environment is also very dirty, and they often die from infected wounds, without even a chance to leave the base. Lan Luo felt that his voice sounded a little off, but she didn't pay much attention to it. It was normal to be tired after running around for so long. Leaving the human dogs isn't necessarily a good opportunity either. She lifted Chu Ji up slightly, and spoke calmly. If they couldn't catch anyone, they just wander around like zombies. If they did catch someone, they'd most likely be killed, and even their corpses would be blown to pieces by the bombs in their brains. Besides becoming fertilizer for the trees, their deaths would be meaningless, and they only cause her more trouble. The thought that the human dogs were all coming for her made Lan Luo feel irritated. How does the base know if the human dogs have found me? And what about the bombs? She asked. Chu Ji didn't answer. Lan Luo turned her head to look behind her. His head was drooping on her shoulder, his eyes narrowed to slits. She shook her shoulder. What's wrong? Chu Ji remained in that position, explaining softly. After being trained, the human dogs will instinctively avoid living people, except for their target. The bombs in their brains contain a tracking system. If a human dog dies, the bomb will explode, and the location will be transmitted back to base the instant it explodes. So, he continued, our location should already be exposed. Lan Luo frowned. But the human dog might not have been killed by me. What if it died accidentally? Besides, we're all alive. We're not going to stand still and let them catch us. By the time the base finds us, we'd be far away. For example, right now, Lan Luo's speed hasn't slowed down, and they're already very far from the explosion point. Ha, Chu Ji chuckled, the probability of accidental death is relatively low. They're just consumables anyway, the base won't care if a few die. They don't act alone. They usually send out many human dogs simultaneously to search in different directions, so they can deduce your route from their explosion trajectories. So they're just going to bomb everything along the way, huh? Lan Luo's impression of Lu Guan plummeted even further. She always thought he was a wealthy and generous guy, but now it seemed he was a real cheapskate. If they sent some high-tech equipment to track her, she might have felt a sense of accomplishment. Sending a bunch of useless idiots to chase her, she didn't even feel any urgency. And after they get my route? Send people to capture me? Lan Luo suddenly jumped onto a tree, observing her surroundings from a high vantage point. Chu Ji was jolted, his head hitting her shoulder. Yeah. They might just kill you outright, I'm not sure. Lan Luo gazed into the distance. The forest wasn't quiet at night, with frequent rustling sounds. It's like you don't have to die. She squinted at her left front, speaking casually. Chu Ji struggled to lift his head. Lan Luo interrupted him, her gaze sharp. They're here. What's here? Chu Ji was confused, but obediently lowered his voice. Human dogs. She slowly squatted down on the tree. You're right, they really do come out in batches. Lan Luo's gaze locked onto the swaying grass ahead, gesturing for Chu Ji to look. In the grass was a human dog struggling, likely entangled in vines, baring its teeth and growling at the vines near its face, clearly lacking intelligence. After struggling for a while, it broke free of the vines and limped forward. Lan Luo then noticed that its left leg was broken, dragging limply on the ground, and upon closer inspection, thick layers of dirt could be seen in the wound. But the broken leg didn't hinder the human dog's movement at all. It sniffed the air, then slowly walked towards Lan Luo. Lan Luo felt her heart pounding, and a wave of pain washed over her. She decided not to kill this one, to prevent the base from finding her trail. Lan Luo thought for a moment, then carefully placed Chu Ji on the tree, drew her dagger, and prepared to go down and perform an amputation on him. Without legs, he couldn't catch her. The human dog had already reached the tree, it only needed to look up to spot them both. Lan Luo raised her dagger, subtly gathering her strength. Ha! The human dog barked twice, without even lifting its head, wrinkling its nose as it brushed past the tree. What was going on? The human dog's nose wasn't working properly. Lan Luo gave Chu Ji a look, her face full of suspicion. Weren't you supposed to be specifically tracking? How come you can't even find us? She whispered, looking at the headless human dog. Chu Ji didn't answer. Lan Luo turned around and found him with his eyes closed, leaning against the tree trunk. If it weren't for the rise and fall of his chest, Lan Luo would have almost thought he was dead. She shrugged, ignoring Chu Ji, and nimbly jumped behind the human dog, standing only about a meter away. The human dog's ears twitched. It had clearly heard her voice, but didn't turn around, even quickening its pace to avoid her. Wasn't it here to chase her? But the previous human dog had been relentlessly pursuing her. Lan Luo put her hands on her hips, scrutinizing the human dog stumbling back. Her fingers touched something hard. Lan Luo reached into her pocket and realized it was a bullet casing she'd pried from Lan Sheng's leg. A bullet? A thought flashed through Lan Luo's mind. Holding the bullet casing, she stepped closer to the human dog. Although the human dog couldn't walk in a straight line, careful observation revealed that its steps were heading towards the location of another human dog's corpse. If she remembered correctly, the first human dog only showed its high level of aggression after she fired the gun, even chasing after the weapon and the bullet. Chu Ji said the base would train them using scent, and Lan Luo subconsciously thought it was her own scent. However, she wasn't sure she could leave any scent at the base, and even if she did, it would be very faint. But a gun was a different story. Lan Luo opened her palm, held the bullet between two fingers, and threw it forcefully to the side. The empty cartridge case whooshed and embedded itself in a tree not far away, carving a small dent. The human dog changed direction the moment the bullet appeared, craning its neck and sniffing incessantly. As the bullet flew, it leaped onto the tree and began tearing at the bark. Their target was indeed the bullet, especially a moving one. Lan Luo was glad she had thrown the gun away. It would save her a lot of trouble. Perhaps only this group of human dogs was chasing the gun. The other dogs might be chasing her scent. But fewer dogs were better than being chased by all of them. She twirled the dagger in her hand a few times, walked behind the man-dog, and plunged it into its left leg. Crimson blood splattered, staining half of Lan Luo's sleeve. Her gaze remained unchanged as she coldly severed the man-dog's left leg, leaving it to thrash and writhe on the ground. That way, it couldn't run anymore. Lan Luo climbed a tree, grabbing Chu Ji and trying to lead him away. Her blood-stained sleeve was grasped. Chu Ji lifted the hem of his shirt and wiped her wrist. Give him a quick death. What if it explodes? Lan Luo didn't understand his unnecessary action. Killing the man-dog now would only harm them. He won't live long like this. Chu Ji's face was exceptionally pale, a pleading glint in his gray eyes. I hope to lessen his suffering. Man-dogs have no intelligence. They can't perceive what you're saying. Lan Luo withdrew her hand and wiped the dagger on her clothes. She lowered her eyes, thinking to herself, don't be so sentimental when you're running for your life. If you keep this up, I leave him here to be with the dogs. You weren't this merciful when you killed Lan Sheng, Lan Luo said coldly, her voice laced with barely perceptible anger. Chu Ji's head drooped, a faint sadness in his lifeless eyes. Lan Luo didn't react. She'd seen that look many times before. Lan Sheng's eyes always held that superficial mercy. Chapter 35. Finally, Lan Luo gave in. Enraged, she grabbed the man-dog with its broken leg and ran deep into the forest, stabbing it. The dagger plunged into its slightly hardened neck, hot blood gushing out, staining the grass red. Lan Luo threw it a few meters away, stood there watching the man-dog twitch a few times before being blown to pieces. Legs of flesh rained down, scattering across the ground. Lan Luo kicked away a hand that had fallen onto her shoe and returned to Chu Ji's side, annoyed. She was covered in blood, emitting a foul, fishy smell. Once the blood dried, it would likely smell even worse. Lan Luo deliberately didn't wipe her hands, instead carrying Chu Ji on her back, letting the fresh blood smear over him. Is he dead? Chu Ji asked softly, oblivious to the blood on his face, as if the earlier unpleasantness had never happened. After watching the fireworks depicting the man and dog exploding, Lan Luo felt a little better. Ignoring the pain in her heart, she deliberately said, no, he said he didn't want to die and asked me to spare his life, but I ended it with a swift stroke. Is that so? Chu Ji didn't speak, resting his forehead on Lan Luo's shoulder. His body temperature was very low, his weak breath, through her clothes, brushed against Lan Luo's skin like an air conditioner. She had a premonition and shut her mouth. Lan Luo had actually wanted to tell Chu Ji the truth, to tell him that the man and dog had exploded into pieces, stuck to the ground and impossible to put back together. But she held back for his sake. If Lan Sheng had heard this, he would definitely have pursed his lips and remained silent, staring at her blankly with sorrowful eyes. Chu Ji's gaze just now was too much like Lan Sheng's, so she subconsciously didn't tell the truth. But thinking about it carefully, Chu Ji had been in the base for so long, capable of both yielding and killing. How could he possibly be frightened by a human bomb? If Lan Sheng were still alive, she would tie him to the side and let him watch the human dog being blown to pieces, scaring the saintly father to death. A sharp pain shot through her chest, like Lan Sheng's revenge. Lan Luo stopped, clutching her chest, taking small breaths to alleviate the increasingly intense pain. That dead heart couldn't bear to see her comfortable. Chu Ji seemed to be startled awake, his voice hoarse. Are you all right? I'm fine. Lan Luo regained her composure, releasing her grip and walking forward nonchalantly. There was no need to tell anyone about the side effects of her heart condition. It was her greatest weakness at the moment, and the more people knew, the greater the danger. I was once bred as a human dog, Chu Ji suddenly said. But they failed. I went berserk right after the surgery. Back then, the researchers always carried tranquilizer guns to suppress me. Then I awakened my precognitive abilities, he said. At that time, I desperately wanted to die, but I could always foresee many beautiful scenes, keeping me hanging on. Lan Luo had never known that Chu Ji had almost become a human dog. Her eyes were filled with a hint of confusion, not understanding why he suddenly started reminiscing about the past. Chu Ji's voice was very soft. I just had a dream. Lan Luo's eyes were even more confused, not understanding why he suddenly changed the subject. What dream? Lan Luo asked. I dreamed, Chu Ji suddenly laughed a few times, that I went to military academy and was even an outstanding student representative. Lan Luo couldn't help but say, you were dreaming. Yes, I was dreaming. Lan Luo heard him laugh, a relieved look on his face. Was it because he knew how pathetic the 5-person group was that his dream of becoming an outstanding student representative at the military academy was shattered? Lan Luo suddenly remembered something and turned to ask him, so what is this beautiful future you've been foreseeing? She had heard Chu Ji mention his foreseeable future more than once. Just how beautiful could it be that made him constantly beg for survival, living a life of humiliation? I foresaw, Chu Ji's voice trailed off, that I entered the military academy and became an outstanding student representative. Wasn't that a dream? Or was it a dream he had just had? Yes. Chu Ji nodded. Lan Luo fell silent, unsure what to say. The future he talked about so much, so desperately, was just a dream. She knew his precognitive ability was terrible. All he foresaw was a dream. Neither of them spoke again, only a few birds chirped in the quiet forest. A faint light was appearing on the horizon, the night was almost over. Lan Luo stared at the first glimmer of dawn in the east and started walking eastward. Thank you. The moment they stepped out of the forest, Chu Ji looked up and blurted out abruptly. Lan Luo asked him, thank me for what? Chu Ji didn't answer, instead changing the subject. Let me give you another premonition. No. Lan Luo now had very little faith in his abilities. I foresaw, Chu Ji insisted, ignoring her, that you would become very powerful. Nonsense. She knew that without him saying it. Many people will appear around you, and they all love you. Lan Luo pursed her lips, offering no response. Chu Ji took a breath, as if he had something to say. After a few seconds of silence, Lan Luo turned slightly to look at him. The arm draped over her shoulder slid down limply, hanging in midair, swaying slightly with her movement. Chu Ji's lips relaxed, his eyes closed, as if he were having a sweet dream. Perhaps he was dreaming of becoming an outstanding student representative. Lan Luo maintained her posture of carrying Chu Ji, standing silently in place. Plop! A leaf fell at her feet, and Lan Luo looked down to examine it. The person on her back lost support and leaned backward, only his legs still supported by Lan Luo's hands, half falling in midair. Lan Luo let go, and Chu Ji fell quietly to the ground, lifeless. She looked back at Chu Ji's body, her face expressionless. They all expected this ending, didn't they? Lan Luo felt a faint sense of relief. Chu Ji was disabled. Carrying him around would have been a burden. It was better for him to die here now. Her heart began to pound wildly again. Lan Luo felt a sharp pain, her vision blurred, and she sighed, rubbing her chest. Sigh. She picked up Chu Ji's body, went into the woods, and found a malnourished tree to dig a hole. Consider it fertilizing the tree. Lan Luo wiped the mud off the dagger, stood in front of the mound for a few minutes, and then left. She had her own things to do. As she walked, Lan Luo took off her hair tie, used her hands as a comb, and tidied her messy hair. The hair tie reeked of blood. Lan Luo sniffed it, and couldn't bring herself to use it. She took out a small rabbit hair tie from the corner of her pocket, tied her hair into a simple ponytail, tossed her hair, and left. No longer needing to carry Chu Ji, Lan Luo's steps became much lighter. She nimbly moved through the misty countryside, breathing in the fresh scent of grass and trees. Lan Luo had nowhere to go for the time being. She couldn't stay in the Xiaoxi City area any longer, and Wei City was Lu Guan's stronghold. Going there would be like walking into a trap. Then, she head west. The west was more chaotic, a better place to hide. Lan Luo squinted to determine the sun's position, then turned and walked in the opposite direction. Her heart had been aching, but the pain wasn't as intense anymore. Both hearts seemed to be weary. Having grown accustomed to this pain, Lan Luo stopped paying attention to the throbbing in her chest and kept walking without stopping. She had heard that some cities in the west were scattered cities, with no requirements for the identity of those entering. Given her current state of being hated by at least two forces, scattered cities were the most suitable for her. Scattered cities, simply put, were disorganized cities. Wanderers would settle down here, and these scattered individuals would gather here, forming a city. It was called a city, but it was really just a patched-up, abandoned city built on the ruins of an abandoned city. 3 years had passed, and it lacked even proper urban management. Lan Luo took out her communicator and tapped around on the map, finding the nearest scattered city. The city was called Skagami City. The map explained that it used to be a refugee settlement. The refugees, affected by the corrosive rain, were all emaciated, and many starved to death in the city. Skagami, even if they starved to death and became ghosts, they would be skinny, skeletal ghosts. Lan Luo had never been to Kagami City. Wei City was considered a large city. Staying within the city could meet all daily needs. Furthermore, crossing cities required traversing the wilderness, and the cost of resisting the corrosive rain was high, so ordinary people rarely left the city, let alone went to a poor place like Kagami City. Lan's parents were a typical example. Without any special abilities, they spent their entire lives in Weicheng, only reluctantly venturing to the outskirts when they took her to the lab. Perhaps they also accompanied Lan Sheng to military academy, but by then she was already in the lab and didn't participate. What would they feel if they saw Lan Sheng's body? Would they cry? Just like the day she entered the lab, reluctant to part, wailing uncontrollably. Thinking of this scene, Lan Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was a bit comical. She really wanted to see it with her own eyes. She clutched her clenched heart, sweating profusely from the pain, wishing she could reach inside and separate them. It's okay, just bear with it a little longer, just a little longer. Once the fusion is complete, she will truly possess the full power of immortality. Lan Luo's mind automatically played out information about the power of immortality, flashing like a crude instructional video. The immortals fear neither injury nor pain, limbs can regenerate, the dead can be resurrected, and they live as long as heaven and earth, as eternally as the sun and moon. The third time these words appeared in her mind, Lan Luo was already standing outside Shigui City. This brainwashing had been happening once a day, and it had been 3 days now. For 3 whole days, Lan Luo hadn't eaten, drunk, or stopped, running straight here. Her current body, even after 3 days without food, only experienced intense hunger. If it were an ordinary person, let alone travel, they probably couldn't even stand up. Lan Luo checked the map, confirming that this was Shigui City. She stuffed the communicator into her pocket, pulled her tattered collar up high, obscuring half her face. The conditions in the wilderness were limited. She hoped no one would notice her blood-stained clothes. Yeah, right. Lan Luo glanced at the 2 men following behind her, then calmly walked into a small alley, hands behind her back, as relaxed as if she were at home. The streets of Shigui City were sparsely populated, but the moment Lan Luo stepped through the city gates, 2 ordinary-looking men darted out of the shadows, heads bowed, and followed her. Lan Luo didn't want trouble, and she disliked others causing her trouble. Perfect timing. She was penniless and her stomach was growling. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? The alley deepened, the light dimmed, and the footsteps grew closer. Lan Luo stopped, hands in her pockets, and turned around. Gentlemen, are you after my money or my life? Chapter 36. Lan Luo observed the 2 men as she spoke. They were of medium height. The one on the left wore a black jacket, the one on the right a white short-sleeved shirt, and both were the type whose appearance would be easily lost in a crowd. Shigui City truly lived up to its reputation as a chaotic, disorganized city, where thugs could extort money in broad daylight. In Wei City, no one dared to do such a thing. Openly following someone would result in being thrown into the city jail for reform within a day. The 2 men were startled when Lan Luo turned around. They seemed surprised that Lan Luo dared to be so direct, their faces showing a hint of panic, especially the man in the black jacket, whose large face practically screamed guilt. What? What? Who's trying to kill you for money? Don't you know you have to pay protection money to enter the city? You country bumpkin. The man in the black jacket spread his hands impatiently. Hurry up, give me the money. Lan Luo noticed his darting eyes and trembling hands. He didn't seem like an experienced handyman. What if we don't have money? Lan Luo asked. No money. The man in the black jacket stammered, then withdrew his hand and glanced furtively at the man in the white short-sleeved shirt to his right. The man in the white short-sleeved shirt winked at him, then stared directly at Lan Luo. his face cold and certain. You dare come to Ghost City without money? I don't believe your nonsense. Turn around and put your hands behind your head. We search you ourselves. The man in the black jacket crossed his arms, grinning lewdly. If you don't want to be searched, hand over your money obediently. Once I search you, I won't leave you a single penny. Is this the culture of Ghost City? Lan Luo ignored them, instead feigning disdain. In other cities, people like you would already be in jail. Although the two men were extorting money, they showed no signs of making a move, especially the one in the white short-sleeved shirt, who remained a distance away, observing the situation. Only the one in the black jacket kept moving closer, seeming a bit bolder. Lan Luo glanced at him discreetly. He looked every bit the villain, and given his earlier threats, if an ordinary person had stood before them, they would have already obediently handed over the money to save their lives. Unfortunately, she wasn't an ordinary person, and she was least afraid of threats. Lan Luo wasn't intentionally provoking them. She simply hadn't eaten for 3 days, was feeling extremely hungry, and her heart was throbbing with increasing pain. She wanted to change the subject and buy some time. She had figured out the pattern. Both her hearts ached in waves, and after a while, they would enter a period of fatigue, allowing her to calm down. Ideally, she wanted to stall until the heart pain subsided, so she wouldn't have to hold back and could simply subdue these two men and empty their wallets. Lan Luo, new to Shigue City, didn't want to kill anyone and cause trouble, but if she discovered these two were also penniless, then they might as well die. So what if you're from the big city? What are you pretending for? The man in black jacket scoffed. If you like going to jail, go ahead. It's great there's no jail. You can do whatever you want, even kill a few. Don't waste your breath on her. The man in white short sleeves, displeased, stopped the man in black jacket's increasingly rambling thoughts. The man in black jacket pursed his lips and fell silent. He listened to the man in white short sleeves. Lan Luo's gaze swept between them, realizing that the man in white short sleeves was the leader between them. The man in black jacket put one hand on his hip and beckoned to Lan Luo with the other. Hurry up, give me the money. Lan Luo remained expressionless, an appearance that, to the two men, appeared as one of unwavering stubbornness. But Lan Luo wasn't feigning strength. She was simply experiencing temporary blindness due to the pain. She took a half step back, reaching into her clothes to grasp the dagger. Her vision slowly returned, and Lan Luo took small breaths, trying to regain her composure. No, she needed to eat. If she delayed any longer with these two idiots, she would truly faint from hunger. The instant her vision returned, Lan Luo drew the dagger and, without hesitation, plunged it into the black-jacketed man's neck. The precise dagger gleamed coldly. Lan Luo's emotionless eyes reflected on the blade, colder than the blade itself. If you don't give me the money. The black-jacketed man's threat was cut short by the dagger. He stared, his pupils contracting rapidly, seemingly not expecting Lan Luo's sudden attack. Damn it! The man in the black jacket stared at the dagger, then dodged backward. You have a knife? Why didn't you say so earlier? His movements were surprisingly fast. Even with Lan Luo's improved eyesight and speed, she could only barely judge his movements. Judging by his build, he didn't seem like someone this agile. Lan Luo realized she had underestimated him. She twirled the dagger in a reverse grip and chased after the man in the black jacket. No matter how sharp a dagger was, it wasn't as convenient as a gun. If she weren't out of bullets, and if dogs didn't love chasing guns, she wouldn't have given up such a useful tool. The man in the black jacket, empty-handed, lowered his brows, his small eyes squeezing into triangles, gleaming as he looked at Lan Luo. What kind of person are you, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation? I've been arguing with you for so long without even lifting a finger. What's the rush? Just hand over the money. Lan Luo ignored his rambling, leaping into the air and kicking him in the face. They had just retreated several steps, and the distance between them and the man in white short sleeves had shortened considerably. Lan Luo only needed one strike to take down the man in black jacket, and then she could immediately take down the man in white short sleeves. She wasn't afraid of them attacking together. Although the man in white short sleeves had a good physique, his steps were unsteady, and he always hid behind the man in black jacket. It was obvious he wasn't very strong. The man in black jacket glanced back, but instead of retreating, he raised his hands in front of him, preparing to block Lan Luo's kick head-on. Lan Luo didn't know where his confidence came from. Her strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Unless this man had enhanced abilities, he couldn't possibly withstand her kick. Before Lan Luo's foot even landed, it was the man in white short sleeves who panicked first. Dodge! The man in white short sleeves cried out anxiously, but this urgent expression looked strangely out of place on the fierce-looking man's face, like a strong man embroidering. The man in black jacket ignored him, gritting his teeth as he took Lan Luo's kick. A crisp sound of bones colliding echoed in the alley. Lan Luo withdrew his foot, took 2 steps back, turned, and rushed towards the man in white short sleeves, his dagger raised high. The man in white short sleeves, head tilted back, hadn't even had time to dodge when the man in black jacket flashed in front of him, swinging his fist at Lan Luo. Lan Luo dodged to the side, grabbed the man in black jacket's wrist, and squeezed hard. The man in black jacket let out a small cry of pain, then bit his lip tightly, silencing his groan. He raised his left hand, clenched his fist, and thrust it straight at Lan Luo's temple. Lan Luo's previous kick had already cracked the bones in the man in black jacket's right hand. His fragile right hand couldn't withstand Lan Luo's second force, and his entire forearm was twisted. Sacrificing an arm wasn't enough. The man in black jacket unleashed a swift left punch at Lan Luo. Lan Luo sensed that the man in black jacket possessed some skill, not just empty boasting, but for some reason, he was holding back, not fighting with his full strength. If he used his full power, Lan Luo wouldn't have been able to break his arm so easily. Although she didn't understand why, the advantage was now hers, and Lan Luo didn't need to hold back. She immediately shook off the man in black jacket's right hand, and with her left hand outstretched, caught his incoming left fist, pinning his attack. Lan Luo kept a close eye on the other person, but the man in white short sleeves only hesitated for a moment, not moving forward. She withdrew her gaze, forcefully slamming the man in black jacket against the wall, pinning him down with one hand, and pressing a sharp dagger tightly against his neck. The man in black jacket swallowed instinctively. As his throat moved, the blade embedded itself in his thin skin, leaving a red mark. His eyes were fixed downwards, his gaze fixed on the dagger, unwavering. "Hey!" Just as Lan Luo was about to strike, the man in the white short-sleeved shirt finally spoke. "Wait!" Lan Luo's eyes showed annoyance. It's already too slow. If she weren't so tired, she would have killed them the moment they stepped into the alley, then emptied their wallets to go eat. Since being sent to the lab, Lan Luo hadn't had a proper meal, and now she'd been starving for 3 days straight, living worse than a savage. Thinking of this, Lan Luo became even more agitated, the dagger unconsciously pressing down, making it hard for the man in the black jacket to breathe. Cough, cough. He coughed softly twice, his gaze never leaving the dagger. Seeing this, the woman in white-sleeved shirt stomped her foot. "All right, we won't ask you for money. Judging from your attire, and the fact that you're alone in Shigue City, you're probably an undocumented immigrant, right?" The woman in white-sleeved shirt asked Lan Luo, half guessing, half asleep, while keeping an eye on the man in black jacket. Lan Luo's gaze swept between the two of them. The woman in white-sleeved shirt's anxiety seemed genuine, and the man in black jacket's eyes were fixed on the dagger. His fear of death didn't seem fake either. "So?" she asked. The woman in white-sleeved shirt took a breath and slowly said, "Since you're an undocumented immigrant, there's nothing more to say. Shigue City is mostly full of undocumented immigrants. We're all in the same boat, we all know each other's worth. You must not have any money on you, right? That's why you dared to let us follow you." The woman in white-sleeved shirt raised her chin. Rich people are always careful, afraid of being discovered to have valuables. Lan Luo remained non-committal. The woman in white short sleeves wasn't wrong, she was indeed broke, but that didn't mean she had nothing of value. The Lan family's precious son, the military academy's darling, Lan Sheng's heart, that was quite valuable. In Shigue City, it's hard to survive without money, the woman in white short sleeves continued. You let him go, and I give you money, enough to get by in Shigue City for a while. Why? The man in black jacket stopped looking at the dagger and shouted as if he come back to his senses. Why should I give her the money? Our money is hard-earned too. I'm not weaker than her, and besides, your body. Shut up. The woman in white short sleeves glared at the man in black jacket and roared at him fiercely. The man in black jacket shrank back and fell silent. Lan Luo, however, looked at his neck thoughtfully. The man in black jacket had been very agitated, fidgeting as he spoke. Lan Luo wasn't one to be soft-hearted, and wouldn't loosen her control because of his movements, so the man in black jacket had run directly into her blade several times. This dagger belonged to Su Gu. It was probably a standard-issue weapon from the military academy, of excellent quality, with an extremely sharp blade capable of easily killing even a dog. Lan Luo had tested it with her fingertip before. Her finger was sliced into a thin line of blood almost instantly upon touching the blade. But Lan Luo looked at the unconvinced man in the black jacket. How come there wasn't a single mark on his neck? Chapter 37. Would a normal person emerge unscathed from a dagger? Lan Luo's eyes flickered, and doubt began to creep into her mind. Her first thought was that the man in black had a physical enhancement ability, but she had easily severed his right hand just now. If he truly could enhance his body, there was no need for him to deliberately let her injure him. Therefore, Lan Luo immediately ruled out this guess. Or perhaps, like her, the man in black also possessed self-healing abilities? No, that was impossible. Even with 2 hearts, she couldn't remain unharmed. Her self-healing speed was simply very fast. The man in black looked as if he hadn't been injured at all. A healing ability? No, that still wasn't right. Lan Luo had encountered healing ability users when she was in school. Their healing abilities had inherent limitations. They were extremely slow to activate, impossible to heal at a speed invisible to the naked eye. What was this? Countless thoughts raced through Lan Luo's mind, but the human brain operates very quickly, so in reality, only a few seconds had passed. The man in the black jacket keenly noticed Lan Luo's distraction, bit his elbow, and jabbed her hard. Before Lan Luo could react, he twisted his head and waist, freeing himself from the dagger's grasp. Lan Luo's dagger grazed the man's cheek, leaving no mark. She clutched her chest, glancing suspiciously at the gleaming dagger in her hand. Something's wrong with Su Ji's thing. Lan Luo really wanted to shake Su Ji out, slap him a few times, and demand to know what was going on. Did a dagger need to recognize its owner before it could be used? The man's elbow strike was powerful and angled sharply, hitting Lan Luo squarely in the chest, making her heart, which had been unusually calm, pound wildly. Lan Luo, fearing the 2 men might take advantage of her vulnerability, dared not show her pain, feigning indifference as she coldly observed the man in the black jacket. The man in the black jacket stood in front of the man in the white short-sleeved shirt, completely blocking her view, his gaze fixed on Lan Luo with wary eyes. After a few seconds, Lan Luo felt the pain was now within her tolerance, and immediately gripped her knife, lunging forward to meet the man in the black jacket's attack. The man in the black jacket was not to be outdone, shoving the man in the white short-sleeved shirt back and swinging his leg to kick Lan Luo. Enough! A furious shout rang out, and the man in the black jacket froze, his leg still raised. The tip of Lan Luo's knife stopped just short of his nose, almost touching his skin. She averted her gaze, only to see the man in the white short-sleeved shirt gripping the back of the man in the black jacket's collar with both hands, his face full of impatience. I said enough. The man in white short sleeves released his grip, pushed the man in black jacket aside, and stepped forward to face Lan Luo. Since you have no money, we're not enemies. There's no need to fight to the death. Lan Luo didn't respond, turning to look at the man in black jacket. He didn't seem to think that way at all. The man in black jacket looked defiant, tilting his head away from Lan Luo, his lips pursed, but his ears were perked up. A little disgusting. Lan Luo genuinely felt like vomiting. She shifted her gaze to the man in white short sleeves' face. He wasn't good-looking either, but at least his expression was normal, not repulsive. Give me the money. Lan Luo didn't want to look at those 2 ugly faces anymore, and directly reached out for the money. The man in white short sleeves sighed, reached into his pants pocket, and pulled out an ordinary-looking wallet. The wallet was a bit old, the brown leather was somewhat mottled, and the edges were worn and frayed. At first glance, it looked like an old wallet that a poor person couldn't bear to replace. The man in the white t-shirt seemed to sense Lan Luo's skepticism, and opened his wallet in front of her. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow at the bulging bills in the wallet. The man in the black jacket also craned his neck, squinting at the wallet, muttering, "So thick. Check it yourself." The man in the white t-shirt didn't hesitate, closing the wallet, and tossing it to Lan Luo. Lan Luo caught it, put the dagger in her mouth, pried open the wallet with both hands, and tapped it with her index finger. It was indeed full of bills. She pulled out another bill, examined it carefully against the light, and found the texture to be good. It should be genuine. The man in the black jacket suddenly chuckled, the meaning unclear. Lan Luo glanced at him, stuffing the bill back into her wallet. "What are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with your money? You're the one with the problem." The man in the black jacket glanced at the man in the white t-shirt, jumped up, and yelled. The man in the white short-sleeved shirt looked speechless. "All right, no problem. It's all real money. Go ahead and spend it if you don't believe me." "Exactly," the man in the black jacket yelled. "I'm just laughing at your naivete. You think this money is too much to believe? Short-sighted. What's this little bit of money in Ghost City? You spend it all in 2 days." Lan Luo rubbed her wallet. "Then I reluctantly let you off the hook." Hearing this, the 2 men exchanged a glance, nodded to each other, and walked past Lan Luo to leave. The man in the white short-sleeved shirt walked quickly and steadily with his back to Lan Luo. The man in the black jacket, seemingly worried, kept his face towards Lan Luo, watching her as he backed away. "Wait!" Lan Luo tossed her wallet in the air and called out to them calmly. The man in the white short-sleeved shirt stopped first without turning around. The man in the black jacket, walking backwards, didn't stop in time and bumped into the man in the white short-sleeved shirt. He looked at Lan Luo with suspicion. "What? Does Little Ghost City have a commercial street, or even a food street?" Lan Luo kept tossing her wallet around, pretending not to notice his hostility. The man in the black jacket was about to speak when the man in the white short-sleeved shirt interrupted. "Just keep walking straight out of the alley until you reach the guillotine." What an ominous name. But Lan Luo didn't believe in such things. The city was already called Little Ghost City. What good could a nice name possibly be? "And then?" she continued, enduring the discomfort in her heart and the emptiness in her stomach. The woman in white short sleeves glanced at her a few times, then slowly said, "The guillotine is a well-known landmark in Ghost City. Once you get there, walk straight along the main road for a while, then turn left at the first fork in the road. That's where the main trading area is." "But a friendly reminder," the woman in white short sleeves said, pulling the man in black jacket as they turned to leave, "that Ghost City is very expensive, so be careful." Lan Luo fiddled with her bulging wallet, waiting for them to walk a few more steps before speaking. "Wait a minute." This time, the woman in white short sleeves didn't turn around. Instead, the man in black jacket spoke first, looking annoyed. "What now? Just say it all at once. Stop wasting time with your rambling." The woman in white short sleeves didn't stop her, clearly sharing the same attitude. Lan Luo raised her dagger and pointed it at the man in black jacket, looking completely matter-of-fact. "Take off your clothes." The woman in white short sleeves turned around, looking at her suspiciously. The man in the black jacket clutched his collar, equally bewildered. "What are you doing?" Lan Luo glanced down at her tattered clothes, stained with congealed blood, filthy and reeking. She felt she'd vomit if she wore them any longer. "Take off your clothes, then you two leave. Understand?" For the sake of money, Lan Luo suppressed her impatience and spoke slowly, pointing her dagger at the alley's exit. The man in the white short-sleeved shirt nudged the man in the black jacket, who reluctantly tossed the jacket to the ground with a hiss. The narrow alley entrance was completely dark. Not a single person could be seen passing by. Two men with similar builds and appearances emerged from the alley one after the other, dressed like twins, each wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. "My nice jacket, I only worn it for a few days." The man in the black jacket grumbled, rubbing his arms. The expressionless man in the white short-sleeved shirt suddenly frowned. "All right, I buy you another one next time. You can't beat her, I was just worried you get hurt." He glanced at the man in the black jacket, offering a reassuring gesture. The man in the black jacket pouted. "Who said that? You were the one who wouldn't let me use the alien." "Sure, that's enough." The man in the white short-sleeved shirt casually ended the conversation and walked away. The man in the black jacket followed closely behind. Lan Luo squatted in the alley, picked up the jacket from the ground, and shook it vigorously. She pinched the collar with 2 fingers, brought it close to her nose, and smelled it. It didn't smell at all. Lan Luo was prepared to wear the man's smelly clothes, but she hadn't expected the black jacket to look unhygienic while the clothes themselves were quite clean. Holding the jacket close to her chest, Lan Luo tore off her tattered clothes with one hand and threw them in a corner like trash. She was now only wearing a black work vest, covering her torso, with thin muscles faintly visible on her arms and waist, their smooth lines showing with her movements. Lan Luo put on the jacket, pulled the collar up to cover half of her face, stuffed her wallet into the jacket pocket, and tied the dagger to her thigh. The large jacket hung down just enough to cover it. No more dirty clothes, so much more comfortable. Lan Luo walked out of the alley, and, following the instructions of the woman in the short-sleeved shirt, continued along the main road, observing the city of Shigui as she went. Shigui City was even worse than Shaoxi City. The dilapidated walls could be patched up with whatever materials were used, and a house could be considered intact again. Perhaps due to its age, the buildings in Shigui City were all rather low. Only a few cracked high-rises could be seen in the distance, their roofs almost completely corroded and uneven. Thieves must be rampant here. Lan Luo noticed that every household, no matter how old, had security bars on their doors and windows. The bars looked relatively new, probably a recent trend. Lan Luo touched them. The quality of these security bars was poor. Any superhuman could easily tear them open. They were probably only used to deter ordinary thieves. Whoosh! A head popped out from behind the security bars. A pretty little girl opened the window and glared at Lan Luo, who was prying at the bars. Go away. Don't try anything with our house. If you break the security bars, I go complain to the mayor. The mayor? Lan Luo withdrew her hand. There's a mayor here? The little girl glared at her, then slammed the window shut. Try it if you dare. The little girl's voice was muffled through the glass, with a slight, barely concealed tremor. Lan Luo shrugged and ignored her. Guillotine, guillotine. Lan Luo pulled her collar over her face, repeating softly the landmark the white t-shirt had given her. Excuse me. She stopped the old woman as she passed by. Where is the guillotine? The old woman, with short, graying hair, glanced at her out of the corner of her eye. Hearing Lan Luo's words, she shuddered. I don't know. Lan Luo didn't understand why the old woman was so trembling. She had clearly changed out of her blood-stained clothes and hadn't even shown her face. Is there a business in front of the guillotine? She asked patiently again. The old woman looked up at her sharply, then quickly lowered her head and nodded. Yes. In front, just ahead. How terrifying was she? Lan Luo knew she still smelled of blood, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't have time to shower now. The elderly were easily frightened, and Lan Luo didn't want to cause trouble, so she let the old woman go. A small head poked out from the roadside. It was the little girl from before. Why did you tell her? People who go to the guillotine aren't good people. The old woman pointed at her, trembling. You think everyone at the guillotine is a good person? That's true, the little girl said, staring at Lan Luo's retreating figure. They better fight. The old woman turned and waved for her to close the window. Your mother's not home. Don't stick your head out. The little girl shrank back, closed the window, and said nothing more. Chapter 38. Lan Luo, carrying two conflicting hearts and a bulging wallet, stood directly beneath the so-called guillotine. Contrary to her expectations, the guillotine wasn't an execution ground, but a very tall building covered in moss and vines. She recognized it as the guillotine because the words guillotine were painted in large red paint on its wall. It was impossible to miss. The guillotine was one of the dilapidated buildings she had just seen from afar. Its top was severely corroded, resembling an open thermos flask with its lid missing, standing in the center of Shigue City. The hole in the top was dark and bottomless, emitting a whistling sound when the wind blew, almost like a ghost wail. No wonder it was a landmark of Shigue City. Lan Luo moved closer, and saw smaller characters below the words guillotine. Without God's presence, suffering is unbearable. God is nothing. I'm nothing. Money is nothing. Die! 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 Everything should be destroyed. The guillotine is here. Jump in. Idiot! I swear I return home in glory. No graffiti allowed. Violators are dogs. Woof woof. Lan Luo glanced at it hastily. It was a jumbled mess of writing. These graffiti looked like they'd been there for quite a while. Some edges were covered in vines and illegible. Shigue City used to be quite trendy and rebellious. Lan Luo looked around but didn't find any new graffiti. Perhaps the previous generations were too wasteful. They no longer had any paint to use. She chuckled inexplicably, walked around the lifeless building, and went to find the so-called central trading point. There were very few people near the guillotine. Lan Luo hunched her shoulders and looked around, but couldn't see a single person. There were no security cameras in the corners. It was a completely deserted area. Lan Luo lowered her hand that had been clutching her collar, revealing most of her face. She took a relaxed breath and slowly exhaled. This was the environment she liked. No one. No surveillance. Could someone live near a guillotine? Lan Luo walked around to the back of the guillotine and glanced through a first-floor window. It was pitch black inside. She couldn't see anything, only smelling the damp, cold air, like a basement. She had even considered staying here. But that was just a thought. Coming to Shigue City only provided Lan Luo with another place to solve her daily problems. It didn't mean she was safe. She hadn't forgotten that she was Lu Guan's experimental subject, and those human dogs might find this place sooner or later. There's also the military academy. Brother Su knows what she looks like. He might very well connect Lan Sheng's death to her. If the wanted poster spreads throughout the communicators, the guillotine will truly become a guillotine. Lan Luo quickly spotted the fork in the road. Without hesitation, she turned and walked into the street on the left. As soon as she entered the street, the surrounding lights seemed to dim. Few shops were open, and the entire street was dilapidated and quiet. She looked up. This street was right in the shadow of the guillotine, rarely receiving sunlight even during the day. Its dampness and cold were to be expected. She couldn't think of any other reason why the commercial street of Shigue City was built in such a place, except for the low rent. Drip. A drop of water fell along the dirty water pipe, mingling with a puddle of sewage at Lan Luo's feet. Lan Luo stepped aside, avoiding the puddle of sewage. Her feet felt sticky. The street was paved with bricks, some of which were missing, filling the gaps with sewage, and moss grew in the cracks between the stones. Lan Luo found a clean spot and observed the shop beside her. The shop had no name, and its wooden door was ajar, revealing only a crack. It was dark inside. Lan Luo stepped back to examine it further. The shop didn't even have a pane of glass. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what kind of business it was. Moreover, Lan Luo squinted and counted. None of the houses on this street had security bars. Were they not afraid of being robbed, or was no one stealing from them? Creak! The black wooden door opened a crack, and a pair of cloudy eyes stared at her through the gap. Closed for the day. Go somewhere else. The old voice was impatient, seemingly annoyed that Lan Luo was blocking the way. Lan Luo glanced up and down. What kind of business do you run? Funeral services, the owner uttered, slamming the wooden door shut. Lan Luo frowned and continued walking. There weren't many shops here, and even fewer were open, with even fewer listing their business type. Lan Luo stopped in front of a relatively large shop. The shop itself wasn't large, but compared to the funeral parlors she'd just seen, it was significantly bigger. This shop had its doors wide open, even double-glass doors, giving Lan Luo a fleeting illusion of being back in a big city. More importantly, it had a proper sign above the entrance, prominently displayed. Selling fried chicken, hamburgers, fries, pizza, drinks. Lan Luo read the words on the signboard. This shop practically had its menu printed on it, long and detailed. Never mind, this one looks normal enough. Who cares what they sell? I need to eat first, otherwise my two hearts will really beat each other to death. Lan Luo stepped onto the doorstep without hesitation and reached out to pull back the thick curtain hanging at the entrance. The greasy, dark red curtain was lifted and lowered with Lan Luo's movement, swaying a few times at the entrance. The moment the curtain fell, a tall figure walked past at the end of the street. The figure stopped, chin raised, looking at the swaying curtain in the distance, brow furrowed. You must be mistaken. A few seconds later, the figure walked away nonchalantly, hands in pockets. Lan Luo lowered the curtain and rubbed her fingers. The curtain was dirtier than she had imagined. It felt sticky and disgusting to the touch. She looked around. There wasn't even a pack of tissues in the shop. The shop had only a few simple tables and chairs. At the far end, directly opposite the entrance, was a bar counter. On the counter sat an old computer and a paper menu. A burly man was asleep, his head buried in the counter. It was a very ordinary fast food restaurant, nothing out of the ordinary. Lan Luo tapped on the counter, waking the sleeping owner. The owner was bald, tall, and had a face full of menacing features. What? The bald man squinted at Lan Luo, his face bearing red marks from sleeping. Eat. Lan Luo carefully examined the menu. The menu listed many dishes, each with a professionally photographed reference image, clearly from the internet. Lan Luo looked up at the bald man. Why aren't there prices? The bald man yawned, as if waking up, and scratched his shiny bald head, too lazy to put them up. They're all normal prices. Tell me what you want. One signature fried chicken. Lan Luo tapped the menu, one Big Mac, and a large bowl of classic ramen. That should be enough for her. The bald man typed a few words on the computer with a practiced air, then got up and went to the kitchen. A curtain separated the counter from the kitchen, so Lan Luo couldn't see what the kitchen looked like, but judging from the front, she knew how unsanitary the place was. Lan Luo didn't care much. She hadn't eaten in a long time. Back in the forest, she'd eaten anything, so of course she wasn't afraid of dirty, run-down fast food. She found a seat near the door, crossed her arms, closed her eyes to rest, but kept her right hand next to her dagger, ready to react immediately if anything happened. The sizzling sound of frying food came from the kitchen, and a rich aroma wafted out. Lan Luo's stomach rumbled twice, and her heart began to pound. Oh, a customer? A short, dark-skinned man lifted the curtain and walked in, glancing at Lan Luo out of the corner of his eye. The bald man, hearing the noise, poked his head out. You black-skinned bastard. Your nose is sharper than a dog's. Blackie sat down at the table next to Lan Luo, crossed his legs, and started shaking. You're really rude. Bring me some noodles. Lan Luo glanced at him, earning a blatant stare from Blackie. Unfamiliar face. Is this your first time here, beautiful lady? Lan Luo ignored him, turning her head away and burying her face in her jacket collar. A few minutes later, the bald man returned with a large tray, tossing the food onto Lan Luo's table. "All done," the bald man said, turning to head back to the kitchen. It was ready in just a few minutes. He truly showcased the art of pre-made meals. "Do you have any tissues?" Lan Luo asked the bald man. The bald man glanced back at her, scoffing. "No, we never provide them. Go buy your own." Hee hee. The dark-skinned man chuckled, looking pleased. Lan Luo didn't insist. She moved the tray in front of her, which had 2 paper bags and a paper bowl on it, with a pair of disposable chopsticks beside it. She opened the hastily made paper bag and poured out the burger. The Big Mac on the menu became a mini thin burger in her hands, with 2 limp buns containing a wilted lettuce leaf and a paper-thin slice of meat, generously smeared with salad dressing. Lan Luo was already prepared, so she remained calm, expressionlessly munching on the burger while simultaneously pouring out the fried chicken. There was quite a lot of fried chicken, but each piece was tiny, like popcorn chicken, covered in a thick layer of powder, obscuring its original color. Lan Luo sighed and took another bite of ramen. It was indeed classic. The taste of those cheap, bagged instant noodles from the supermarket was undeniably classic. Since she was already here, she might as well eat. Lan Luo lowered her eyes and mechanically stuffed food into her mouth. Her 2 hearts slowly calmed down. Her own heart returned to normal, beating steadily, but Lan Sheng's heart suddenly pounded wildly in her chest. It was understandable. Lan Sheng, a picky cook who carried a pot with him even when surviving in the wild, couldn't possibly tolerate this junk food. Lan Luo pressed her left hand calmly against her heart, grabbed her chopsticks with her right, and devoured the noodles in a flash. "Check, please." She threw down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and said to the bald man. Baldy had just served Blackie a bowl of instant noodles, and Blackie, engrossed in his meal, looked at her in surprise. "Eating so fast. Are you a garbage truck?" "What garbage truck?" Baldy slammed his hand on the counter. "You're saying my food is garbage?" Lan Luo ignored their argument, and slowly pulled her wallet from her pocket. The moment she touched her wallet, a bad feeling welled up inside Lan Luo. She placed the noticeably deflated wallet under her seat, and, avoiding Baldy's gaze, frowned as she opened it. The thick wad of banknotes inside was gone, only a yellowed piece of paper remained. Lan Luo pulled out the paper. "Damn thief, your whole family is dead." Chapter 39. "Damn thief, your whole family is dead." Lan Luo silently repeated the words on the note. After the initial anger, a sense of relief washed over her. She had a vague premonition that she couldn't possibly be so lucky as to get the money so easily. The white-tip shirt and the black jacket, they were definitely up to no good. Lan Luo was absolutely certain that they were the ones who had tampered with it, because the wallet hadn't been taken out since it ended up on her person, and with her senses, she couldn't possibly have missed someone approaching. So it could only be that they had used tricks from the start. How did they manage to deceive everyone? Was it some kind of superpower? Lan Luo clicked her tongue. She had underestimated them. This trick was clearly the work of the white-tip shirt. No wonder the black jacket was laughing back then. He probably knew perfectly well what was going on, and was just fooling her. Relieved as she was, although a huge weight had been lifted from her heart, it was impossible for her not to be angry. Were those two making a fool of her? Extorting and cheating her in the street? They're really asking for trouble. Lan Luo glanced at the note in her hand again. The handwriting was elegant, not sloppy, but rather had a refined quality. If it didn't say something like "your whole family is dead." Lan Luo crumpled the note into a ball and put away her wallet. Just you wait. If those two dare to show their faces, she'd kill them. So what if it's trash? Blackie was still nagging. If you're so capable, take out your instant noodle packaging. Let me see if it's expired. Baldy chuckled. I'm not giving it to you. Eat yours. So how much is mine? Lan Luo leaned back in her chair, her wallet tucked into her hand, and asked calmly. She didn't look penniless at all. The bald man typed a few more words on the computer, produced a bill, and tossed it onto Lan Luo's desk. 580, cash only. So expensive? Lan Luo didn't answer, picking up the bill to examine it closely. Signature fried chicken, 288 yuan. Big Mac, 188 yuan. Classic ramen, 98 yuan. And a 6 yuan seating fee. Why is this fried chicken so expensive? Lan Luo asked, pointing to the prices on the bill. The fried chicken wasn't even as big as the hamburger. The bald man, looking impatient, didn't even glance at Lan Luo. My fried chicken is all from free-range chickens raised on my own farm, grown in nature, not fed hormones. Do you know how much effort it takes to raise a chicken? You only get to eat this in Shigue City. Outside of Shigue City, you couldn't buy a chicken for 2,800. The dark-skinned man sipped his noodle soup. That's right, you really can't get chicken like this outside of Shigue City. Did you hear that? The bald man tilted his chin up, extremely proud. Before Lan Luo could speak, the dark-skinned man continued. After all, the chickens he raises are raised on dead human flesh. Where else can you find that? Ah. What dead human flesh? Lan Luo pursed her lips, suddenly feeling a little nauseous. Nonsense! The bald man pulled out a frozen piece of fried chicken from somewhere and threw it directly at the dark-skinned man. The dark-skinned man didn't dodge, letting the frozen chicken hit him. He picked up the chicken nugget, which was covered in frost, and showed it to the bald man. Thank you, I take it home for my next meal. Don't listen to his nonsense, the bald man said to Lan Luo. I can't even bear to sell my free-range chickens myself. I bet it's not that you can't bear to. It's that they're all poisoned and you can't sell them. Blackie sniffed the frozen chicken pieces, his leg trembling as he spoke. Get out! The bald man roared, his face flushed with anger. Having already eaten, Lan Luo didn't want to dwell on the source of the ingredients, arguing would only make her more upset. She tapped the table, signaling the bald man to be quiet, then pulled out her empty wallet in front of him. Too expensive. I don't have the money, Lan Luo said calmly, placing her wallet on the table. The bald man and Blackie immediately fell silent, all four eyes fixed on her. The bald man's brow furrowed even deeper, and Blackie's smirk vanished. He glanced at the bald man with a smirk. What do you mean? Trying to dine and dash in Shigue City? The bald man said in a deep voice, his voice filled with rage. I just think it's too expensive, Lan Luo said without a hint of guilt, waving the bill in her hand. Your pricing is unreasonable. When we first came in, you said it was the normal price, but you charged me 288 yuan for a serving of aged frozen fried chicken. That's not a normal price anywhere. That's the price in Shiguecheng. If you want something cheaper, get out. The bald man said to Lan Luo, then slammed his hand on the table and menacingly shouted, Blackie. Close the door. Coming. Blackie immediately jumped up from his seat, ran to the door, and slammed the two glass doors shut, not forgetting to chain them up. Lan Luo sat down, sighed, and rubbed her temples without saying a word. She hadn't said she wouldn't pay, but the price was just too high. Without the money for my t-shirt, she really couldn't afford it. If the bald man were willing to give her a reasonable price, Lan Luo could easily find a way to pay him back. Why all this fuss? She was full, her heart wasn't racing, and she wasn't afraid of these two burly and scrupulous shopkeepers at all. Ghost City Guillotine, Gold Spitting Street. The bald man stepped out from behind the bar, approaching Lan Luo step by step. Is this where you try to renege on your debts? Dare to eat for free on Gold Spitting Street? I think you're courting death, little girl. Blackie followed closely behind. Lan Luo closed her eyes in annoyance. What a mess. Annoying. 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 First she was cheated by those two, then threatened by them. Ghost City is truly so many talented people. Lan Luo opened her eyes and said quietly. Blackie was clearly taken aback, then blurted out, You're praising me after I hit you? Lan Luo didn't speak, looked up at the sky, and sighed. The shop ceiling was filthy, covered in cobwebs, lint, and countless unidentified black specks, clearly never cleaned. I couldn't stand it anymore, really. Lan Luo stood up from her seat, giving Baldy and Blackie no time to react. A dagger flew from her bosom, flashing a cold silver light in the air. If she couldn't beat the guys in the black jacket and white short-sleeved shirt, she'd take it out on these two greedy, heartless bastards. Lan Luo impatiently tossed the dagger, which grazed Blackie's neck and embedded itself firmly in the wall beside him. Blackie screamed in terror, pressing his hands against the wall, too terrified to move. Useless. Lan Luo didn't even glance at Blackie, clenching her fist and charging towards Baldy. Not to be outdone, the bald man roared and charged forward with his two large fists. Moments later, the fried chicken shop's tables and chairs overturned, and the bald man collapsed unconscious, his legs in the air. Lan Luo approached the black-skinned man, who had been pressed against the wall without moving, and slowly drew closer as he trembled. As soon as she reached out, the black-skinned man cried out in a trembling voice, Spare me! Spare me! Spare me! I'm just a customer, it's not my fault. Lan Luo gripped the dagger embedded in the wall, ignoring the coward, and pulled it out. The blade grazed the black-skinned man's neck, making him clench his arms, and slowly crouched down, shrinking his neck. Lan Luo, using a stool as a stepping stone, pulled a communicator from her pocket. This was the communicator she had taken from Hu Jiaofan and the child earlier. She had kept it on her person as a map. Although it was old, it was still worth some money. Lan Luo didn't use the communicator much anymore, and besides, it needed charging every now and then. She didn't have the time or inclination to tinker with it. After checking it, Lan Luo didn't find anything containing personal information. She carefully restored it to factory settings before tossing it to the bald man. Listen up, this is a communicator, to pay for your meal. Your lousy meal. Lan Luo glanced at the restaurant surroundings. This shabby place is only worth this much. With that, Lan Luo kicked aside the stool, grabbed 2 disposable masks from the counter, and without even glancing at the trembling Blackie and the defiant bald man, bent down to untie the chain wrapped around the glass door, opened it, and walked out. The thick curtain swayed gently, cleverly concealing the fried chicken shop's chaotic state. Lan Luo put on a mask and stood on Tujin Street, looking around blankly. She had initially thought the money she got from the man in the white t-shirt would be enough for food, drinks, a new outfit, and maybe a visit to a bathhouse to freshen up, but in reality, she was still penniless and unable to do anything. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her heart aching with anger. Lan Luo left Tujin Street and, relying on her memory, left the city. She remembered there was a river outside the city, long and thin, and it looked quite clear. With limited resources and funds, Lan Luo decided to take a bath in the river to wash away the smell of blood and the dust she had accumulated along the way. She observed that this was the upper reaches of the river. There shouldn't be anything unpleasant in the water. Outside Shigue City was a large forest, especially along the riverbank, where the abundant moisture made the vegetation exceptionally lush, providing some shelter for bathing. The river, inevitably carrying some corrosive substances from the corrosive rain, was diluted by the river water and had little effect. Lan Luo didn't care about this minor pollution and immediately took off her clothes and jumped in. The river water was icy cold, and the splashing against her skin felt refreshing, even calming her impatience and anger. Lan Luo removed the rabbit hair tie, scrubbed it a few times in the water, threw it on the bank to air dry, and then held her breath and plunged into the water to wash her dirty hair. Recently, her hair seemed to have grown wildly, much longer than before, and the ends were heavily tangled. Lan Luo surfaced with her wet head, retrieved the dagger from the bank, grabbed her hair, and cleanly cut off a large section. She threw the cut hair on the bank, where it was quickly blown away by the wind and disappeared. Lan Luo rubbed her hair, feeling much better. She put her clothes back on, shook her wet hair, scattering water droplets everywhere, then picked up the dagger and hair tie, and started walking downstream. If nothing unexpected happened, she would probably stay here for a long time. It would be good to familiarize herself with the surroundings first. Lan Luo put the hair tie on her wrist, intending to tie it up again once her hair was dry. This was her last hair tie. If she lost it, she would have to cut her hair short. Thinking of how carefully Zhu Jianshan had combed her hair, she suddenly found it a little funny. If he saw her casually cutting her hair, he would definitely be terrified and go crazy. Lan Luo wore a mask and her eyes crinkled slightly. But as she walked downstream, Lan Luo's crinkled eyes slowly returned to their usual coldness, and her brow furrowed slightly. 2 pale corpses floated in the lower reaches of the river. Cluck cluck. A small, thin chicken stood on one leg on one of the corpses, tilting its head and chirping at her curiously. Chapter 40. 2 pale corpses lay face down in the water, limbs spread wide, obscuring their faces. Only a rough estimate suggested they were 2 men. Several rocks blocked the bodies, preventing them from drifting downstream. The river flowed over them without a care, then continued downstream. Lan Luo's lips twitched. She raised her arm and sniffed herself. Thank goodness, no smell. Luckily, she had bathed upstream. If she had been downstream, wouldn't she have been sharing bathwater with corpses? Absolutely disgusting. Lan Luo didn't know why these 2 corpses were here, but they looked like they had been dead for a while, both floating in floats. In a place like Shigue City, finding a few dead bodies in the wilderness was quite normal. She moved closer, wanting a better look. The skinny chicken seemed startled by her. It clucked twice, spread its wings, hopped on one foot to the other side, and stared intently at Lan Luo with its beady eyes. Lan Luo ignored it, stepped into the shallow water, and used her toes to lift the head of a corpse. She couldn't see anything special. Lan Luo put her foot down and lifted another corpse. Still nothing special. It was as if 2 ordinary people had died on an ordinary day, utterly uninteresting. Lan Luo jumped to the other side, startling the nervous, skinny chicken, which flapped its wings and hopped back onto the corpse's head. This chicken was quite strong. It stomped on the corpse's head a few times, causing it to bob and sway in the shallow water, creating ripples. Lanlu looked at the chicken with amusement, remembering the tainted fried chicken she had just eaten, and deliberately kicked the water, scaring it into thrashing about, jumping back and forth between the two heads. Lanlu felt a little better, avoided the water around the corpses, and went to a spot a little further away to wash her feet, shaking them dry before putting on her shoes. The chicken tilted its head, looking at her, seemingly sensing no danger. It clucked twice and began pecking at its food. Lanlu watched it leisurely pecking, her brow furrowed, her lips pursed, and her stomach began to churn. Ugh! This chicken is eating human flesh. Lanlu covered her mouth, sitting by the water, dry heaving repeatedly. She could understand animals eating corpses, but Lanlu had just eaten chicken. Blackie had jokingly mentioned several times that Baldy's chicken ate human flesh, but she hadn't taken it to heart. Now, witnessing this scene firsthand, everything about it felt nauseous. Cluck cluck. The skinny chicken stretched its head to look at Lanlu, a strand of white flesh still clinging to its beak. Lanlu turned her back to it, trying to calm her discomfort. What was going on? She picked 2 blades of grass to wipe her hands, and gradually realized something was wrong. It was just a chicken that ate carrion. Was it really that disgusting? Lanlu wasn't unfamiliar with far more gruesome things. Take the time the human dog explosion, for example. The scene was far more disgusting than this. She had remained unmoved then, so why was she acting so strangely today? She stood up, her stomach churning again. Lanlu bit her lower lip, suppressing the urge to gag, and pressed her stomach hard twice. A mouthful of blood gushed upwards, spurting directly from her mouth and splashing onto the riverbank. Lanlu's throat stung, and she felt dizzy. She wiped her chin with her hand, saw the bloodstains on her palm, and swayed before collapsing. Both hearts stopped beating almost simultaneously. High waves splashed across the calm water. The girl in the black jacket lay face down in the water, floating side by side, with 2 pale corpses, their fates unknown. In the last second before losing consciousness, Lanlu felt the skinny chicken tentatively pecking at her hair with its sharp beak. Without God's intervention, suffering is unbearable. This is God's will. Jump in. Fill the guillotine with corpses. This is our guillotine. God, what have I done wrong? Please bless me to live. Even if my body is corroded, please bless my soul with eternal life. It hurts so much, Mom, it hurts. Lanlu could no longer feel her body. She felt as light as a cloud floating in the air, her ears filled with chaotic cries. She opened her eyes, and miraculously found herself before the familiar guillotine. The magnificent skyscraper began to crumble inch by inch from the top, bricks and stones of all sizes tumbling down, smashing into dust on the ground. Below the building were groups of people huddled together, wailing. The sounds she had just heard were coming from them. The building's about to collapse. Are they just hiding underneath waiting to be crushed to death? Lanlu looked at the group of people, their faces filled with despair, as if they were idiots. If it were her, she would only try to find a safe place to hide, not wait to be smashed to pieces while crying and praying to God. Death, at least, would allow her to see the gods. Lanlu looked up at the peeling wall, noticing that the guillotine wall was clean, without any graffiti. This was the guillotine of the past? Was she dreaming? Why was she dreaming of the guillotine's past? She had only just encountered the city of the little ghosts, and the guillotine today. The next instant her mind began to clear. The gruesome scene collapsed with a crash, and Lanlu's vision turned into a void of gray. Immortal and indestructible. The immortals are unharmed and painless. Their limbs can regenerate. They can die and be reborn. They live as long as heaven and earth, as eternally as the sun and moon. The immortal live as long as heaven and earth, as eternally as the sun and moon. A soft murmur whispered in her ear, as if it were a voice directly emanating from her brain. Lanlu didn't need to listen carefully to receive this message. Thump thump. Her heart began to beat again, warm blood flowed through her body, and her icy limbs gradually warmed up. Lanlu opened her eyes slightly, sunlight seeping into them, stinging her eyes, and making her want to cry. She turned her head, glanced at her wrinkled fingertips, and used the rocks at the bottom of the water to stand up, struggling to climb ashore. Lanlu was dripping wet. She casually wrung out the hem of her clothes, preparing to take them off, when she caught the sound of hurried footsteps. Her hand, holding the hem of her clothes, paused. Lanlu looked around, making sure she hadn't forgotten anything, and then decisively darted into the riverside bushes, her back pressed against a large tree. The footsteps, patter, patter, grew closer, finally stopping at the riverbank, no more than 10 meters from Lanlu. There were two women. Lan Luo observed them. One woman looked to be in her early 30s, wearing worn-out long-sleeved shirts and trousers, a faint smile playing on her lips. The other, she couldn't tell. She was bundled up tightly, the hood of her hoodie pulled up high, the drawstring tied tightly, a large face mask covering her face, and gloves on her hands. Aside from her build and gait, it was impossible to tell her gender. Lan Luo squinted at them through the gaps in the grass. The two women walked to the corpse. The smiling woman's smile slowly faded, and she sighed, beginning to roll up her trousers. She rolled up her trousers, and went into the water to retrieve the bodies, leaving another woman standing on the bank watching without offering any help. The woman in the water pulled out a body, shook her head at the person on the bank, placed the body on the bank, and went back to retrieve another. The woman on the bank rolled up her sleeves, and dragged the body along to a secluded spot. Lan Luo's view wasn't good. She couldn't see what she was doing, only hear the sounds of shoveling dirt. Digging graves? A moment later, the fully armed woman returned to the riverbank, her shoes and gloves covered in mud. She washed her hands in the river, even splashing water at the woman in the river. The woman in the river didn't respond, but nodded slightly while carrying the other body. The person on the bank stood up, took the body, and walked back without a word. The person in the river climbed ashore, lowered her slightly damp trousers, and followed her away. Lan Luo watched them leave until they were gone, then parted the grass, and went to the spot where the fully armed woman had been shoveling dirt. There was a newly dug mound of earth there, the soil still damp and compacted. Who were they? Why did they specifically come to bury a corpse? And why only bury one? Lan Luo didn't touch the mound, scratched her head, and left. That was the business of the natives of Shigue City. It had nothing to do with her. Lan Luo's only purpose here was to hide herself, allow her heart to completely fuse, and become a true immortal. Everything else was irrelevant to her. But before that, she had to do one thing. She had to get the communicator back. The thought made Lan Luo furious. That damned, heartless bald fried chicken guy. She shouldn't have left him a single cent. Lan Luo had initially paid for her meal with her communicator, but the shady restaurant that had ate her until she vomited blood wouldn't just let her pay. They consider it cowardly of them not to compensate her. Besides, she only just remembered that even an old communicator could receive news. The incident of military academy freshmen being disemboweled during their training couldn't have gone unreported. And what about Brother Sue? She wondered how he was handling things. Although she didn't plan to return to that area, it was always good to know more. At least, she could attend Lan Sheng's funeral through a screen. Lan Luo, soaking wet, decided to head straight back to the city and storm the fried chicken shop. She was drenched, looking no better than when she first arrived in Shigue City, so she deliberately avoided the main gate, scaling the uneven city wall instead. The city wall here was more like a low fence than a wall, dilapidated and uneven, the lowest point only reaching her thighs. A taller person could easily leap over it. She shouldn't have entered the city through the main gate in the first place. That way, she wouldn't have encountered the man in the black jacket and the man in the white t-shirt, and she wouldn't have ended up at the shady shop, forcing her to make an extra trip to retrieve her communicator. How she retrieved it wasn't really important. Lan Luo landed against the wall, directly into a narrow alley filled with clutter. Smooth sailing. But she looked up and met the gaze of two familiar figures across the alley. At the alley entrance, the man in the black jacket and the man in the white t-shirt, huddled together counting money, stared at Lan Luo in disbelief. For a moment, none of the three moved. Damn, the man in the black jacket broke the silence. Are you a ghost? You appear and disappear like a ghost. While he was speaking, the man in the white t-shirt rolled up the banknotes in his hand and stuffed them into his pocket, standing silently behind the man in the black jacket. Lan Luo's gaze fell on the man in the white t-shirt's bulging pants pocket. Oh, so that's where the money is. The man in the black jacket raised his hand to block the man in the white short-sleeved shirt, his face showing suspicion. What are you doing? Trying to rob and kill me? Lan Luo found it somewhat amusing. The scene seemed familiar, the words seemed familiar. The difference was that their roles seemed reversed. Now it was Lan Luo who was trying to extort money. Lan Luo pulled out a dagger and pointed it at the man in the white short-sleeved shirt. She put the communicator aside for now. She wanted to settle accounts with these two swindlers. Chapter 41. I won't steal your money or kill you. Lan Luo twirled her dagger. Let's settle some accounts. What accounts? The man in white short sleeves was still feigning ignorance, asking calmly. Lan Luo didn't look at him, her eyes fixed on the man in black jacket. You both know perfectly well. Who knows perfectly well? The man in black jacket blocked the man in white short sleeves with his left hand, his right hand hanging at his side, We're even now. Let's just pretend we don't know each other. We don't know what accounts you're talking about, and we can't accept them. Whether you know or not is none of my concern. Lan Luo didn't explain. She didn't believe the two of them were unaware of the bag incident, especially the man in white short sleeves with his sly look. Lan Luo used the wall for leverage, her figure moving so fast it was almost a blur, appearing beside the man in white short sleeves in the blink of an eye. The man in black jacket was fast, but even he couldn't outrun Lan Luo when she was serious. When Lan Luo appeared beside them, the man in the black jacket was still focused on defending himself, and the man in the white short-sleeved shirt was even more distracted, his eyes darting around, completely oblivious to Lan Luo's presence. Lan Luo noticed the surprise on their faces and smiled. She was actually a little surprised herself. She hadn't been this fast before. How had she suddenly increased her speed? Even their movements seemed to be slowed down, each action deliberate yet precise, giving her ample time to anticipate their movements. Without time to think, Lan Luo turned and delivered a flying kick, sending the reacting man in the black jacket flying. She used the momentum to slide herself, and the man in the white short-sleeved shirt a few steps in the opposite direction. She grabbed the man in the white short-sleeved shirt's shoulder, her fingertips digging into his flesh, locking him in place like an animal's claws, giving him no chance to escape. The man in the black jacket clutched his stomach, glaring fiercely at Lan Luo. "What do you want?" Lan Luo held the dagger to the white-sleeved man's neck, her expression nonchalant. "Nothing, just give me the money. I already gave it to you." The white-sleeved man's expression was indifferent, far less tense than the man in the black jacket. "Pretending." Lan Luo's words were succinct. She continued to hold the dagger to the white-sleeved man's neck, her other hand reaching into his pocket. Lan Luo watched as the white-sleeved man stuffed the money into his pocket. She rummaged through his pockets for a while, feeling the man in the black jacket glaring at her with gritted teeth, but still couldn't find the money. Lan Luo held out her hand, a coin between her fingers. "Here we go again." She was somewhat speechless. Isn't it better to be honest? She'd seen the stack of money, and knew about Bai Duxiu's little trick. How could she possibly fall for it again? Lan Luo flicked her finger, the coin spinning a few times in the air before landing in her palm. "I take it. I won't hold what happened before against you." Bai Duxiu's expression finally crumbled for a moment, his eyes fixed on the tumbling coin, biting his lip. His expression was a little disgusted. Lan Luo pushed him away with disdain. Bai Duxiu stumbled a few steps before regaining his balance, stopping a few steps in front of the black jacket. "Hey!" The black jacket reached out to steady him, his face full of anxiety. These two were closer than brothers. Lan Luo carefully put away the coin and hid the dagger, a slight smile playing on her lips as she prepared to leave. Bai Duxiu and the black jacket exchanged a glance. Bai Duxiu nodded quickly. Almost instantly, the man in the black jacket leaped up and approached Lan Luo from behind, his left hand clawing at Lan Luo's face. Lan Luo turned around and effortlessly grabbed his wrist. "You thought." "Who?" She only got halfway through her sentence, when a thick white fog enveloped her vision, her eyes stinging, forcing her to close them tightly. The black jacket was exhaling smoke. Lan Luo, eyes still closed, instinctively held her breath. The next second she grabbed the black jacket, he exhaled a large puff of smoke without warning, completely obscuring her vision. She struggled to open her eyes. All she could see was a white blur, not a single person in sight. Lan Luo hadn't breathed, cautiously covering her mouth and nose, waving her hand to clear the fog, and frowning as she surveyed her surroundings. She couldn't see, but she could vaguely hear subtle movements around her, rustling like mice stealing something, yet noticeable. Lan Luo remembered something, reached into her pocket, and felt for the coins she had just put away. The coins disappeared, but a wad of banknotes appeared in her pocket. A thick wad of banknotes, solid to the touch. The thick fog cleared, and Lan Luo took a few slow steps. Her white short-sleeved shirt and black jacket were nowhere to be seen. The alley was empty and quiet. She paused for a few seconds, then put on her mask and left the alley as if nothing had happened. On the main street outside the alley, there were very few pedestrians. As Lan Luo stepped out of the alley, she received several strange glances. It wasn't surprising, her clothes were half damp, and she was wearing a kitchen mask. Emerging from an unknown alley did look somewhat suspicious. Lan Luo ignored these cautious glances and walked forward with her head held high. An elderly woman with a full head of white hair, her body hunched over, moved like a snail with her hands behind her back, just brushing past the upright Lan Luo. A few steps ahead of the old woman was a similarly hunched and aged old man, walking slowly with his left hand behind his back, turning around to complain to the old woman. Walk faster. Always so slow. The old woman took larger steps, muttering, always rushing me. The older you get, the more irritable you become. Lan Luo stopped, watching the old man with interest, observing his unsteady gait and irritable temper, and suddenly smiled. You think? Lan Luo sighed, drawing a dagger hidden in her sleeve. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly across the quiet street. A gasp came from behind the old woman. Under her terrified gaze, Lan Luo leaped towards the old man, the blade gleaming coldly. The old man retreated hastily, his back no longer hunched, his steps no longer faltering under the threat of the dagger, as if he could work for another 30 years. Clang! The dagger was stuck in the steel pipe, the tip less than a centimeter from the old man's nose. Lan Luo pressed the back of the blade against the pipe, deforming and twisting it, almost breaking it in half without much effort. She looked at the old man's flushed face, her expression nonchalant. How could you catch it with one hand? Where's your right hand? Don't you want to take it out? The old man pushed hard, shoving the dagger away and tossing it and the pipe aside. You knew it. The pipe, which she had casually picked up from the roadside, clattered in the middle of the street, landing at the old woman's feet. Lan Luo retrieved the dagger and shrugged. She was just annoyed at being tricked. What's wrong with teasing him back? Although the two elderly people were impeccably behaved, Lan Luo had excellent hearing. She should have heard the old man's dragging footsteps from the very beginning. How could they suddenly echo in the empty street? Your injuries are so obvious, you can't hide them, Lan Luo said, pointing her chin at the old man's right hand hanging at his side. The man in the black jacket clenched his fist, anger gradually surfacing on his face. Calm down. The woman in the white short-sleeved shirt, or rather, the old woman, suddenly called out softly from behind. Lan Luo was about to speak when the man in the black jacket suddenly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, far more concentrated than the smoke in the alley. Fortunately, she had anticipated his movement, and held her breath to avoid inhaling the smoke. This smoke is penetrating. Even if you hold your breath, it will seep into your eyes, ears, and even your pores. The man in the black jacket said angrily. Lan Luo saw two shadows flash by, and just as she was about to chase after them, her legs gave way, and she knelt on the ground. The man in the black jacket was right. The smoke was indeed toxic, but it wouldn't affect her much. Even if she inhaled the toxic smoke, her body could quickly heal itself and neutralize the poison. It would just waste a little time. Those two clueless fools deserved to have their wallets emptied. Lan Luo stood up. She hadn't intended to take all their money. She was just angry about being scammed and wanted to teach them a lesson. The bills were in large denominations. She only needed to take a large portion to buy necessities, and could easily return a small portion. Now it seemed unnecessary. The faint purple smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the empty street before her. Lan Luo blinked, checked herself, and found that apart from feeling weak for a moment, she felt fine. Her superpower seemed to have improved. She was faster, stronger, and even her self-healing speed had increased significantly. At this rate, she'd soon be able to lift a cannon with her bare hands. Lan Luo gave a cold laugh, her heart not so optimistic. She could sense that the two hearts hadn't successfully merged. But she no longer knew how to make them unite. The hazy inherited memories hadn't told her the specific steps. Thinking about this, Lan Luo became irritated, practically taking 3 steps at a time, walking briskly to the fried chicken shop. She needed to get the communicator first. Tujin Street was still the same sticky, dirty, and quiet place. Even the fried chicken shop, which usually had its doors wide open, had its glass doors tightly shut, as quiet as if it were closed for business. Really closed? Lan Luo suspiciously took another step closer. Yes. No. The muffled conversation reached Lan Luo's ears through the crack in the door. Someone was there, just not open the door. She circled around until she found a narrow passage, barely wide enough to squeeze through sideways, leading her to the fried chicken shop's kitchen. There was a greasy little window, unlocked, which opened with a push. Lan Luo braced herself on the windowsill, jumped onto the windowsill, and surveyed the area below, confirming that this was indeed the fried chicken shop's kitchen. As for how she figured it out, Lan Luo tiptoed into the kitchen, glancing at 2 plucked, dead chickens in the sink. The chickens were emaciated, their skin covered in strange bumps, clearly inedible. The freezer contained many frozen chicken pieces, covered in a thick layer of frost. An open bag of chicken pieces was carelessly tossed on the cutting board, the frost melting to reveal the bluish, stale chicken meat inside. Lan Luo looked away, suppressing a wave of nausea, and tiptoed to the kitchen door. The fried chicken shop's kitchen and front of house were separated only by a thin curtain. The curtain swayed in the breeze, occasionally parting slightly to reveal blurry figures in the front. Lan Luo hid behind the wall, the curtain fluttering beside her. Looking down, she could even see oil stains and small burnt holes on it. I don't know, it's always been like this, hasn't it? The bald man's voice drifted in. Yeah, I understand. Thanks for your hard work. Two voices, one calm, the other languid, echoed into the kitchen. Lan Luo lowered her eyes, swallowed hard, and her heart began to pound. She didn't need to look, she already knew who was sitting in the front. The curtain moved slightly, revealing two figures in the dimly lit front. It was Yi Fei and Zhu Jianshan. Chapter 42. Why were Yi Fei and Zhu Jianshan in Shigue City at this time? Lan Luo hadn't dealt with the lab staff for a while, and seeing these two for the first time even caused her a moment of disorientation. Did they find her so quickly? Lan Luo bit her lip, slowly exhaling to regain her composure. She pressed herself against the wall, listening intently to the sounds ahead. How long has this been going on? Yi Fei's emotionless voice rang out, even tinged with weariness. The bald man said somewhat awkwardly, I don't know. It was like this when I opened the shop. Shigue City, well, it's normal for a few people to die every now and then. And most of the deaths aren't from Shigue City, they probably died while fleeing. Nobody cares. Most? You mean a small portion are from Shigue City? Zhu Jianshan asked casually, seemingly not taking this matter seriously. Yi Fei then asked, when did you open your shop? The bald man stammered, recalling for a long time, it should have been 6 or 7 years ago, about 7 or 8 years ago. And then? Yi Fei asked, were the small portion of the dead really residents of Shigue City? The bald man confidently replied, yeah, that's true. Sometimes we can even salvage them. We just go up ahead and find that old woman to perform a ritual before burying them. A ritual? Yi Fei asked curiously. A ritual for the soul, Zhu Jianshan said lazily, a funeral service. Right, the bald man laughed, you guys are so particular about what you say. Zhu Jianshan glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Lan Luo had been observing them through the gap in the curtain and, having overheard this, had pieced together most of what was going on. It still related to those two corpses. So, they're not here to investigate her? Lan Luo was a little uncertain. As insiders of the lab, they must have known she had escaped long ago. Their presence here together was highly suspicious. Alright, let's go back. Zhu Jianshan stood up and stretched. Yi Fei didn't move, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Zhu Jianshan's voice was nonchalant. It's just a few fewer test subjects. Why be so serious? Fewer test subjects means everyone's work will be easier. Yi Fei also stood up. Those dogs don't care about that. They just bark all day. Don't care, Zhu Jianshan shrugged, pretend not to hear. Test subjects? The corpses in the back mountain river were test subjects. Lan Luo recalled that the two corpses weren't wearing the base's uniform, so it's no wonder she hadn't considered this possibility. Please don't tell her that Shigue City was also one of Lu Guan's bases. If that were the case, Lan Luo would want to applaud her incredible luck. But who were those two women? And why were they specifically retrieving corpses? Before Lan Luo could recall their faces, Yi Fei's voice rang out. Are you the only one in the shop? The bald man quickly replied, yes, I'm the owner, chef, cashier, and waiter all at once. You two are welcome to come and eat sometime. Yi Fei's brisk footsteps slowly approached the kitchen. That depends on the cleanliness of your kitchen. I need to check it. Hearing this, Lan Luo's heart leaped into her throat. She wasn't afraid of Yi Fei or Zhu Jianshan. She was afraid that the two of them would tip them off and completely expose her whereabouts. The bald man, seemingly more self-aware than Lan Luo, stretched out his arm to block Yi Fei. Hey, the kitchen is a no-go zone. If you lose a hair and end up there, I have no way to explain myself. Yi Fei glanced at his bald head, then turned his gaze back to the curtain, his eyes filled with scrutiny. The kitchen curtain was very thin, barely blocking a shadow. With even a little light, the shadows of those in front of it were clearly projected onto it, like a shadow play. Lan Luo watched the three shadows cast on the curtain, her back pressed tightly against the wall, not allowing herself any possibility of being exposed beneath it. She very slowly reached out and silently grasped the warm hilt of the dagger. She had used the knife so frequently these past few days that it hadn't even had a chance to cool down, constantly enveloped by her body heat. If Yi Fei really insisted on barging in, then she would have no choice but to. All right. Along with Zhu Jianshan's lazy voice came Lan Luo's raised dagger. Zhu Jianshan sounded impatient. You, researcher Yi, are a busy man, So don't give orders in this little fast food restaurant. If you like it, just have the base make more. You do like the base's food. Yifei turned and strode out. A good dog of the Liu family. Zhu Jianchen remained noncommittal, walking slowly behind, not even glancing at the kitchen. The bald man rushed to open the door for them, fawningly holding the thick curtain. Take care, come eat sometime. Yifei, head held high, chin held high, nodded slightly, and walked out of the fried chicken restaurant. Lan Luo pressed herself against the wall, carefully hiding her dagger, afraid of arousing Yifei's suspicion, and dared not approach the curtain again. Zhu Jianchen landed behind the bald man, casually taking the heavy curtain and holding it above his head. Let me do it. The bald man rubbed his hands, still smiling. Just before lowering the curtain, Zhu Jianchen turned around, casually glancing towards the kitchen. Come eat sometime, he said. The bald man nodded hastily, unaware of Zhu Jianchen's extremely subtle gaze. Lan Luo, in the kitchen, trying to minimize her presence, was even less aware of his gaze. She was deep in thought. If Lu Guan also had a base in Shigue City, where would he build it? How could she completely avoid them without leaving Shigue City? The thick curtain and glass door of the front hall made a soft clattering sound. Lan Luo glanced over discreetly. Only the bald man remained at the doorway, watching Yifei and Zhu Jianchen leave. Was it just that the two of them were particularly intimidating, or did the entire base hold a high position in Tujin Street? Otherwise, why would the bald man be so obsequious? Lan Luo wondered, scanning the bar counter for her communicator. The communicator was in a half-open drawer on the left side of the bar, placed alongside a pile of loose change, occasionally emitting a faint glow. Lan Luo slipped out of the kitchen, sneaked to the bar, and quickly grabbed the communicator, not forgetting to grab a handful of change as well. The bald man turned back with a grin, just in time to avoid Lan Luo crouching under the bar. Lan Luo rolled forward, then crouched down, playing hide-and-seek around the bar, disappearing back into the kitchen, out of the bald man's sight. She couldn't afford to start any more conflicts. If he complained to Yifei and the others, she'd be in deep trouble. As for the loose change, consider it compensation for the disgusting frozen chicken nuggets. Lan Luo deliberately avoided the unsightly food, skillfully slipping out of the small window and landing in the alley. After navigating the narrow alley and turning left and right until she reached an empty lane, Lan Luo finally stuffed the change into her pocket. She had been clutching it the whole way, afraid that the clinking of the coins would alert the bald man. Patting her pocket to make sure she was temporarily well off, Lan Luo took out her communicator. The communicator had been flashing a faint light, indicating a notification. This communicator was a bit old and lacked features. It could only receive official notifications distributed uniformly across the entire network. Lan Luo tapped the flashing screen. Her thin face appeared pale in the light. Shocking. A top freshman at the 1st Military Academy was disemboweled during a trial. The scene was horrific. The 1st Military Academy has always been hailed as the highest-ranking military academy, yet its freshmen are so weak. How can the safety of military academy students be guaranteed? How can children study with peace of mind in the future? A freshman at the southern branch of the 1st Military Academy was seriously injured during a trial for unknown reasons. After several days of intensive care, his condition remains unknown. Upon opening her communicator, two completely contrasting messages immediately caught Lan Luo's eye. She lowered her head, carefully reading the slightly exaggerated news headlines, her expression unchanged. So he's dead? Did Lan Sheng die after his heart was ripped out? Lan Luo scrolled down, searching for answers. We deeply regret and are heartbroken about the injury suffered by our freshman at the trial grounds. The freshman's incident happened suddenly, and he is currently undergoing emergency treatment. Specific details cannot be disclosed at this time, but we will do our utmost to make up for our negligence and save his life. Regarding the perpetrator, since Siosi City is a deserted city with no reliable surveillance equipment, and it happened to rain that day, destroying most of the clues, the perpetrator's identity and motive remain unknown. We will do our best to find the perpetrator and bring him to justice. From now on, we will learn a profound lesson and conduct thorough pre-trial investigations, in-process patrols, and post-trial checks in all field trials to ensure that such an accident never happens again. The signature was from the southern branch of the 1st Military Academy. Lan Luo, having read this far, only saw the useless message that Lan Sheng's fate was unknown. He's quite lucky to be alive. But why are there no reports about the murderer? Lan Luo didn't know if she wanted to be on the murderer's list. She just mechanically scrolled down. A brief discussion. The Military Academy freshman murder case has been delayed in announcing the murderer, and there aren't even any suspects. This inevitably brings to mind the once famous legend, the immortal female ghost who became immortal by eating human hearts. The military academy's evasive answers are truly worrying. Eating human hearts? A female ghost? Immortal? Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. She was still the first. This was the first time she heard this so-called legend. It seemed tailor-made for her. However, Lan Luo found it somewhat unbelievable. Why hadn't the military academy even released any information about the suspect? She was prepared to be hunted down by several forces. That day, Brother Su clearly saw her and Chuji's faces. They even fought. Brother Su also had obvious gunshot wounds. Logically, he should have immediately connected her to the murderer of Lan Sheng. Why was there no report? Did the military academy plan to secretly arrest her, or did Brother Su actually not report it? Lan Luo glanced at it. The top right corner showed April 5th, just one message left. The column about the military academy freshman murder case was nearing its end. Her fingers paused slightly before swiping to the last message. The parents of the murdered military academy freshmen are weeping uncontrollably. Their family's pride is now a patient in the ICU. The hearts of parents are truly pitiful. Lan Luo's gaze lingered on the last few words, her fingertips gripping the communicator turning white. A picture followed the message. The picture showed a haggard middle-aged couple, their eyes red and swollen, peering through the glass of the ICU. Chapter 43. Lan Luo knew the two people in the picture all too well. They were the ones who sent her to the lab, making her a tasteless experimental subject under Lu Guan's control. Lan Luo understood that since Lu Guan had taken a liking to her special ability, even without her parents' promotion, she might not have escaped becoming an experimental subject. But what she hated was the fact that her family had proactively contacted Lu Guan through connections, negotiating prices with him behind her back. Her parents kept telling her that Mr. Lu had chosen her, so it was her honor to cooperate with the research in the lab. Even though they were reluctant to let her go, they had no choice but to send her away with a heavy heart. But what was the truth? Lan Luo had already heard from the researchers that her parents had proactively contacted the lab, actively promoting their child's special ability. Everyone else avoids labs, but your family's practically begging to be our guinea pigs. How strange. If they weren't desperate, who would willingly go to a lab? What do you think your parents are doing? Remembering what the researcher had once said, Lan Luo's lips curled into a mocking smile. What for? For that money, that countless sums of money that would allow Lan Sheng to hold his head high at military school, transforming them into a wealthy family. Lan Luo looked at the noticeably better quality clothes her parents were wearing in the picture, and noticed an inconspicuous wristwatch on her father's wrist. What a coincidence, she recognized the watch. Lan Luo had seen this watch on a large screen in a shopping mall in Weicheng before. A refined-looking celebrity wore it on her wrist, pretending to flip her hair, but actually showing off the watch. Wow, it's Ling Jiju. Things she endorses must be expensive. This watch costs almost 100,000. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Lan Luo, who was looking up at the giant screen advertisement, thought the same thing as them. Too expensive. I can't afford it. Unexpectedly, her father was already wearing it on his wrist. Really? Lan Luo almost lost control of her grip, and the old communicator made a soft, strained sound. Just as the communicator was about to crack, Lan Luo loosened her grip, letting it fall freely to the ground. Why was she angry about these things? Her being sold into the laboratory, Lan Sheng being sent to the first military academy, and her parents having a huge sum of money were all established facts. Even if she died of anger here today, nothing would change. The communicator was still useful to her. There was no need to ruin it for such a small thing. Lan Luo bent down and picked up the dusty communicator, placing it together with the money in her pocket. All she could do was quickly fuse the two hearts, so she would have enough confidence to appear before them and settle accounts properly. Yes, that's right, it's that simple. Lan Luo patted her chest, feeling the two heartbeats pounding at different frequencies, took a deep breath, and left the alley. She needed to buy a new outfit first, then find a proper place to eat. As for lodging, if there was one, that would be best. If not, finding a cave in the back mountains wouldn't be out of the question. Having lived like a wild man for so long, Lan Luo had long since adapted to the wilderness, and her need for sleep had diminished considerably. She bypassed Tujin Street and wandered around Shigui City, but couldn't find anywhere to buy clothes. Not to mention clothes, there wasn't even a small department store. Lan Luo had a terrible impression of Tujin Street, and was afraid of running into Yifei and Zhu Jianshan again. Even if she couldn't find the main commercial street, she resolutely refused to go back to Tujin Street. She circled around several times, each time brushing past the little girl by the window. The little girl was the one who had treated her badly when she first arrived in the city. Lan Luo saw the girl's bright eyes following her and decisively stepped forward. Do you know where I can buy daily necessities and clothes? Besides Tujin Street. The little girl jumped back a few steps the moment Lan Luo approached, grabbing the window to close it. Lan Luo stretched out a hand to hold the window shut and repeated, besides places like Tujin Street, where else can I buy clothes? How should I know? The little girl tried to keep her upper body as far away from Lan Luo as possible, but her fingers clung tightly to the window. Lan Luo didn't waste any time arguing with her. She pulled out a 100 yuan bill and waved it in front of the window. I trade you this for information. The little girl's eyes followed the bill, her mouth unconsciously opening slightly, looking like she was about to be bribed. But she hesitated, her gaze fixed on the banknote. Fine, don't tell me then. Lan Luo coldly took back the bill, released her fingers from the window, and turned to leave. Hey! The little girl cried out, sticking a hand out from behind the security bars. Don't go! Lan Luo turned back. Didn't you say you didn't know? Then I go find someone else. The little girl clung to the security bars, her face urgent. I didn't know. That's settled then. Lan Luo turned away. Hey! The little girl slammed her hand against the security bars, making a loud bang. I don't know, but my mom definitely knows. Wait a minute, she'd be back soon. Lan Luo pretended to consider. That's too much of a waste of time. Wouldn't it be better if I just asked someone else? No. The little girl waved her hand. Although I don't go out much, my mother has lived in Shigui City since she was little. No one knows this place better than her. Just wait a little while, she'd definitely be back before dark. Lan Luo crumpled up a 100 yuan note and tossed it in her hand. What if she doesn't come back? How could that be? The little girl said confidently, she definitely will. She's back. My mother is back. Halfway through her sentence, the little girl suddenly pointed to the city gate, her face full of joy. Look. That's my mother. I told you she'd be back soon. Quick, give me the money first. I asked my mother for you. She lowered her voice and reached out to Lan Luo. Lan Luo ignored her, stuffed the banknote back into her pocket, and silently observed the woman approaching from afar. She recognized this person. A woman carrying a sturdy plastic bag slowly approached them, her face displaying just the right amount of curiosity. Who are you? Mommy. The little girl blurted out, Are you tired today? Not tired. The woman switched the plastic bag to her other hand and took out her keys from her pocket. The little girl leaned towards the window, pointing at Lan Luo. Mommy, do you know where I can buy clothes? This person wants to buy clothes, but she doesn't want to go to any Water Street. Huh? The woman looked at Lan Luo. Lan Luo calmly asked the woman, It's Gold Street. I've been there, but it doesn't quite meet my needs. Are there any other places to buy things in Shigui City? The woman put down the plastic bag, frowning. It's actually not easy to buy things here. What do you mean? Lan Luo asked. The little girl behind the woman kept winking at Lan Luo. Lan Luo reached into her pocket, flicked her wrist, and the crumpled 100 yuan note flew out the window with a whoosh. The little girl had been watching the note's trajectory. Seeing this, she swooped down, like a kitten swatting a fly, carefully catching the bill in her hand. The woman didn't look at the little girl, frowning and shaking her head. Since you've been to Tujin Street, you should know that the people there are a bit unreasonable. Tujin Street dominates this area. They practically monopolize the business in Shigui City, so it's hard to buy anything outside of Tujin Street. Lan Luo had guessed this too. Hearing this, she simply nodded, thanked her, and turned to leave. If you can't buy anything in Shigui City, then go outside. Anyway, she's free to come and go as she pleases now. At most, she wastes a little time on the way. As long as she's careful with the people and dogs, there's a high chance nothing will go wrong. Hey! The woman called out to her, tentatively asking, If you don't mind, how about coming to my house first? I have a change of clothes at home. You can take a shower. It's better than wearing wet clothes. She pointed to Lan Luo's half-damp clothes. No. It's not impossible. Lan Luo was about to refuse, but her eyes darted around, and she changed her mind, nodding in agreement. The woman smiled, her eyes narrowing, picked up the plastic bag, opened the door with an old key, and went inside first. The room was brightly lit. The little girl had turned on the lights. Lan Luo stared at the woman's frail back, a thoughtful look in her eyes. This woman was the one who retrieved the corpse from the back mountain earlier that day. The gate was rather low. Lan Luo followed the woman in, head bowed, surveying the surroundings. The house seemed to be half above ground and half below, so despite the low gate, the interior was quite spacious. There were minor cracks in the walls, patched up with varying depths. The little girl stood at a distance, hands behind her back, watching Lan Luo, her lips pursed in silence. She had been arrogant through the security bars, but once Lan Luo entered, she wilted, looking both timid and guilty. Lan Luo ignored her, hands in her pockets, and sat on the plastic stool the woman had brought, appearing completely at ease. But only she knew that her dagger was already tightly gripped in her hand. My surname is Su Lifeng. This is my daughter, Su Jin, the woman introduced herself with a smile. Although Tujin Street is rather domineering and doesn't allow others to do business, luckily people often go out of town to buy things. If there's anything you want to buy, you can write it down, and when someone goes to another city to buy things, just give them the list and ask them to bring it back, Su Lifeng explained, standing by the table as he took the contents of a plastic bag out of the bag. Lan Luo didn't introduce herself, but glanced at the plastic bag. Inside were some plants, something that didn't look like vegetables, some like medicine. The little girl nestled around her mother, gently sniffing them. Su Lifeng shooed her away and continued, so you can write it down first, and I pass it on for you later. Seeing Lan Luo's curiosity, she held up the herbs in her hand. These are medicinal herbs, but their efficacy is diminished after too much rain. I only pick a little to sell occasionally. Lan Luo examined the weed-like herbs and nodded. Is this your job? So you often go to collect herbs? Su Lifeng shook his head. Occasionally. I'm half a writer. Su Lifeng pondered for a moment, I guess. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask further. And you? Su Lifeng patted Su Jin's head and whispered, Xiao Jin is usually very wary. For her to invite you, you must be a childlike person. Lan Luo stood up, approached the two of them, picked up a herb, and smelled it. I'm just an ordinary unregistered resident. She put down the herb. It's you two who are kinder. While saying these flattering words, Lan Luo's face remained expressionless. She was very familiar with the taste of these herbs. Chapter 44. Lan Luo didn't recognize the herbs when she saw them, but she immediately sensed something was wrong. The smell of these herbs was exactly the same as the smell in some parts of the laboratory. Especially near the operating room and the pigeon coop, this smell was frequently present. She glanced at Su Lifeng. He smiled gently and calmly, seemingly unaware of the situation. Who exactly was Su Lifeng? Why was a native of Shigui City so intricately connected to the laboratory? Yi Fei and Zhu Jianshan seemed to be investigating the disappearance of experimental subjects. So what about Su Lifeng? Why was she retrieving corpses from the back mountain? And her accomplice, that fully armed woman who refused to show her face. Who is she? Lan Luo rubbed her fingers, trying to remove the herbal smell from her hands. She disliked it. This smell reminded her of the laboratory, and the thought of the laboratory always worsened her mood. Lan Luo's inner turmoil was building, but her face maintained its previous expression, seemingly unconcerned, as if she had only asked casually. This is the first time someone has praised Xiao Jin like this. Su Lifeng smiled gently. Xiao Jin, quickly thank your sister. Su Jin's eyes darted around, and she clenched her hands, remaining silent. Lan Luo didn't insist. She was just being polite, and didn't care about their reactions at all. The only reason she stayed, besides taking a bath, was to figure out Su Lifeng's identity. She was curious about anything related to the base. Xiao Jin doesn't interact much with outsiders, don't mind her. Su Lifeng smoothed things over, spreading the herbs flat on the table and patting the grass clippings off her hands. How about this? I get you some clothes first, see if they fit. If it's suitable, just go take a shower. If not, I go out and borrow something from the neighbor for you. Su Lifeng was tall and thin, but Lan Luo had grown a bit taller these days, so wearing her clothes shouldn't be a problem. Thank you for your help. Lan Luo smiled politely, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Su Lifeng moved quickly, entering the bedroom with practiced ease, and returned with a set of clothes in just a few minutes. Lan Luo had been silently observing, and seeing Su Lifeng's practiced movements, her doubts lessened somewhat. She had initially suspected that Su Lifeng wasn't a native of Shigui City, and that Su Jin was merely a cover, but seeing her so skillful and natural movements, it didn't seem fake. If Lu Guan had a laboratory in Shigui City, when was it built? If it had existed for a long time, did Su Lifeng know about it? What role did she play in it? Lan Luo took the clothes Su Lifeng offered, casually lowering her eyes. Do you think it fits? Su Lifeng asked. This is an old dress from my youth. I haven't worn it in a long time, but it's clean. I just washed it recently. You can wear it without worry. Mom is still young. Su Jin sat to the side, resting her chin on her hand, and interjected. Su Lifeng ruffled her hair. Lan Luo held the clothes up to herself. The top was a black short-sleeved shirt, and the pants were slightly loose cargo pants, a size that fit her comfortably and wouldn't restrict her movements. Thanks, Lan Luo said absent-mindedly, casually crumpling the clothes and hanging them on her arm. Su Lifeng pointed to Lan Luo's left. The bathroom is over there, and the toiletries are inside. You can use them directly. Don't worry, it's just the two of us at home. No need to worry about privacy. Perhaps fearing Lan Luo might be concerned, she added. Lan Luo thanked her again, and went to the bathroom with her clothes. The bathroom was clean, with many items, but everything was neatly organized. There were no signs of a man's presence, nor any signs of a third person's. If the fully armed woman didn't live with Su Lifeng, then were they colleagues? Friends? Where did the corpse they retrieved go? Lan Luo turned on the shower, enjoying the long-awaited hot water, and gradually gave up thinking. To be honest, this matter wasn't really her concern. She didn't need to figure it out. She only wanted to know the current status of the laboratory's base in Shigui City, and when her heart would finally fully merge. Lan Luo placed her hand on her chest in the running water. There were 2 vibrant hearts there. When the 2 hearts first merged, Lan Luo clearly felt her body and self-healing abilities strengthen, but it soon stagnated, and until now, apart from occasional pain, there had been no positive developments. If they couldn't merge, what would all her efforts to get this far have amounted to? Lan Luo put down her hands, focusing intently on washing her hair and tying it up with a hair tie. She had originally planned to cut open the chest cavity to examine the 2 hearts, but since they were in someone else's house, making their bathroom too bloody wouldn't look good. Besides, she didn't trust these 2 people. To attack her under their noses would be suicidal. When Lan Luo left the bathroom, 3 bowls of rice were already laid out on the table. Su Jin, biting her chopsticks, waited impatiently. It's time to eat, Su Lifeng said, carrying 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Sit down and eat. We don't have much food, so don't mind. Lan Luo didn't stand on ceremony, sitting opposite Su Jin and picking up her bowl to eat. Su Lifeng was a good cook. Lan Luo hadn't eaten anything since her disgusted reaction to the fried chicken, and her stomach was terribly empty. Before she knew it, she had finished a bowl of rice. Su Lifeng didn't say anything, but silently added another bowl for her. Su Jin kept poking at her rice, stealing glances at Lan Luo with wide, surprised eyes. Lan Luo ignored them, finishing her meal and putting down her chopsticks without offering to help wash the dishes. Su Jin and Su Lifeng had already finished eating. Seeing this, they rushed to wash the dishes. The mother and daughter huddled together with their empty plates, washing them left and right. Lan Luo sat there digesting, not feeling embarrassed at all. She would leave the money tomorrow, as if it were for their stay at a guest house. Doesn't your daughter need to go to school? Lan Luo sat in a chair, watching Su Lifeng fiddling with herbs. Su Jin had gone to take a shower, leaving only the 2 of them in the living room. Hearing this, Su Lifeng smiled. There are no schools in Shigui City. Before, she was too young, so I taught her to read at home. I plan to find a way to send her to school in another city in a year or 2. Lan Luo nodded. Why not just immigrate? You shouldn't be undocumented. You should have proper identification, right? She had originally wanted to say undocumented residents, but then changed her wording. In cities like Weicheng and Baicheng, as long as you have proper identification, immigrating is quite convenient, although the procedures take some time and money. Su Jin looked to be of primary school age. Surely Su Lifeng wouldn't prevent Su Jin from going to school just to save a little money? I grew up in Shigui City, Su Lifeng said softly. I have deep feelings for this place. I'm afraid I wouldn't be used to it elsewhere. Then won't you leave with Su Jin in a few years? Lan Luo asked, feigning confusion. Su Lifeng shook his head. It's enough to settle her there. I stay here. Why? Everyone has their own attachments. Su Lifeng finished speaking, took the herbs into the kitchen, and unilaterally ended the conversation. Everyone. Not necessarily. Lan Luo stared intently at the kitchen, not pressing the question further. She already had a guess in her mind. This Su Lifeng must be connected to the laboratory. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to insist on staying in this godforsaken place. Lan Luo stopped thinking about it, went into the empty room Su Lifeng had left for her, and locked the door. She placed a glass on the doorknob, then firmly locked the window and curtains, leaving no gaps, before finally feeling relieved. After doing all that, Lan Luo opened the wardrobe and bedside table, checking every possible hiding place, including under the bed, to ensure everything was alright before putting everything back in its place. As for things invisible to the naked eye, there was nothing she could do. Lan Luo didn't quite trust the mother and daughter, but since it was a perfectly good bed, she figured she might as well sleep in it. She'd been living a very rough life recently, practically turning into a wild animal. Before going to sleep, she made sure to keep the dagger in her hand, using the blanket as a cover. Since leaving the lab, Lan Luo had developed a habit of always having a weapon with her, even in the deepest sleep, so she could react quickly to any unexpected situation. Perhaps it was the smell of herbs she caught that day, but Lan Luo had a rare dream about the lab. She stood outside the pigeon coop, the faint scent of herbs filling her nostrils. Hanako lay inside, riddled with bloody holes, her eyes wide open and lifeless. What? Someone was crying, the sobs soft and fleeting, lingering near and far around Lan Luo's ears. She took a step closer, passed through the wall, and touched Hanako. Then the entire space began to collapse. Lan Luo stared blankly at the torn space. She knew it was a dream. She was fully conscious. The next instant, she was back at the guillotine, the scene repeating itself. The wailing crowd, corroded by the rain, writhed as they were smashed into pieces of mud by bricks and stones, flesh flying everywhere, blood splattering across the walls. Lan Luo felt nothing. It was just a dream of a group of fools who couldn't find shelter from the rain, much less from the stones, only able to open their mouths and cry out, "God! God!" But Lan Luo knelt on the ground, clutching her throbbing heart. A sudden dizziness washed over her. She felt as if she were about to vomit her heart out of her esophagus, her throat filled with the burning pain of acid reflux. Ugh! Pain. So much pain. Lan Luo's consciousness floated in midair. She writhed and struggled on the bed, her fingernails scratching bloody lines into her chest, her fingers filled with scraped-off skin. Veins bulged on her neck. She was soaked from head to toe. As if pulled from water, cold sweat pouring down her face, soaking the sheets. Why? Why does it hurt so much? Lan Luo bit her lip hard, but painful groans still escaped her lips. Her consciousness was fading. Her eyes were slightly open, devoid of any light. God! God! Don't let me live. I don't want to. Beneath the collapsing building, hysterical screams nearly shattered Lan Luo's eardrums. She gradually lost sight of reality and dreams, feeling as if she had become a puddle of flesh under a boulder, only half a mouth remaining, futilely crying out, "God! God!" In a daze, Lan Luo felt her spine crushed, her legs broken. She became a writhing worm, twisting and turning in the torrential rain. Like a soft-bodied worm sprinkled with salt, struggling, writhing, turning into a pool of viscous blood. Lan Luo was in excruciating pain when consciousness gradually returned. She squinted, clearly feeling that all her pain originated from her heart. Her hands and feet were fine, her torso wasn't crushed, and the torrential rain hadn't pounded dark red holes into her body. The wailing in her ears gradually faded. Guillotine! 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 Why always the guillotine? Lan Luo dug her fingers into her chest, her right hand raised high, a gleaming dagger about to plunge into her chest. Crack! The glass shattered, the doorknob twisted. Chapter 45. The glass on the doorknob fell to the floor with a crisp sound. Lan Luo paused, straining to focus her gaze on the doorknob she was turning. The door was locked from the inside. She couldn't open it from the outside. Lan Luo sat up, her limbs trembling. Her chest and back were soaked with sweat, and there were even faint bloodstains on her clothes, the blood seeping from a wound she had accidentally scratched open in the extreme pain. Lan Luo rolled off the bed, only to collapse weakly to the floor a second later. "What are you doing?" she asked, forcing a smile. Su Lifeng's muffled voice came from outside the door. "What's wrong?" "I heard you crying in pain. I was worried something had happened." "Nothing." Lan Luo pinched the flesh on her thigh, feigning composure. Su Lifeng was silent for a few seconds, then raised his voice slightly. "Are you really all right?" Lan Luo lay on her back on the ground, no longer wanting to answer, but to get rid of her, she suppressed her impatience and said, "I'm fine, don't come in." There was no further movement at the door, and Su Lifeng's footsteps slowly receded. Lan Luo let out a long breath, biting her lower lip and rolling twice on the ground, clenching her fists and pounding her chest. Stop hurting. She knew it wouldn't be that easy. Before, although her heart would ache, it was at least within her tolerance. But after coming to Shigue City, the heart pain became unbearable. Just now, she even had a feeling of death. Under the guillotine, experiencing death firsthand. Why was this happening? Lan Luo picked up the dagger and pointed it at her chest again. If all else failed, she would rip out Lan Xing's heart, figure it out, and then put it back in. If the pain continued like this every day, Lan Luo couldn't guarantee she wouldn't die on the street one day, or be dragged back to the lab. Lan Luo gripped the dagger with both hands, her fingertips tracing the well-fitting, high-quality hilt. In her dazed state, she felt a small, uneven patch at the very bottom of the hilt. She knew without looking that it was the character Su, hidden in the most inconspicuous place, so small that she had to get very close to see it. Lan Luo had even taken some time to discover the name. She had originally planned to destroy it, but her mind had been so tense lately that she hadn't thought about it. Distracting herself with this small thing, Lan Luo's dagger had already cut into her skin, the tip embedded a centimeter in her chest. Bright red blood seeped out along the wound, forming a thin line. Lan Luo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She gripped the dagger tightly with both hands, closed her eyes, and prepared to stab further. Click, click! The sound of the lock turning abruptly rang out. Lan Luo turned her head, and met Su Lifeng's gaze, as he pushed open the door. The door was pulled open a crack, and Su Lifeng stood outside, looking somewhat awkwardly at Lan Luo through the crack. You? Su Lifeng instinctively tried to explain, but upon seeing Lan Luo's current state, her eyes widened, and the words caught in her throat. Lan Luo drew her dagger, letting the wound bleed, and pointed the tip at Su Lifeng. Get out. She had already said not to come in. Didn't this person understand? Or was she trying to take advantage of her weakness? Thinking this, Lan Luo's eyes darkened. She struggled to sit up from the floor, using the bed frame for support, and stood up, meeting Su Lifeng's gaze through the door. I said, get out. Standing up, Lan Luo repeated herself. Su Lifeng stood by the door, unmoving, his eyes filled with a mixture of genuine and feigned fear. He clutched the key, frozen in place. Excuse me, I heard some noise from here. I was worried you didn't have the strength to open the door, so I came to check on you. No need, Lan Luo said coldly. I'm fine. You fine? Su Lifeng brushed the bloodstains from Lan Luo's chest, his tone filled with distrust. She tentatively took half a step forward. Xiao Jin is asleep. Could you let me in and close the door so I don't disturb her? Get out. Lan Luo lowered her voice, her face full of impatience, her left hand unconsciously digging into the wound on her chest. The pain in the wound could distract her from the pain in her heart, allowing her to temporarily escape the intense heartache and maintain a brief moment of clarity. Su Lifeng, hands raised, continued forward. Don't worry, I have a little healing ability, if you need it. Lan Luo's vision of the guillotine began to blur again. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she lunged forward, holding a dagger to Su Lifeng's neck. No need, get out. Her voice was light, but her grip was strong, easily forcing Su Lifeng back. Su Lifeng showed no anger, only a hint of fear. I understand, calm down. Perhaps fearing Lan Luo might do something drastic, Su Lifeng looked around, his gaze sweeping over the closed master bedroom door, and whispered, I won't come near you. Don't hurt yourself, get some rest. Lan Luo didn't speak, nor did she loosen her grip. The dagger remained against Su Lifeng's neck. Su Lifeng, hand raised, cautiously retreated step by step until he was completely out of the dagger's range, then let out a long sigh and quickly ran into the master bedroom. Lan Luo's gaze was slightly unfocused. Although no one was in front of her, she still held the dagger, slowly lowering it after more than 10 seconds. God! 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 A shrill female voice almost pierced Lan Luo's eardrums. In her daze, she saw a figure with its lower body mangled, crawling outside the building, screaming repeatedly from its bloodied mouth, God, eternal life. Unrestless soul, eternal life. Lan Luo knelt on the ground, using her last shred of sanity to grope her way back to her room, locked the door, then leaned weakly against the door, slowly closing her eyes. In the last second before losing consciousness, the shrill female voice became low and hoarse. Lan Luo heard her repeatedly murmuring, I don't want eternal life. When she woke up again, the outside was filled with Su Jin's weak reading voice, and the clattering of pots and pans from the kitchen. Lan Luo glanced down, her chest had healed, and apart from the bloodstains on her clothes, there was nothing to prove she had nearly disemboweled herself the night before. Listening to the chaotic noise outside, Lan Luo stared at the ceiling, trying to recall the scenes from her dream. First, the laboratory and Hanako, related to her. Then the guillotine and the stranger, unrelated to her. The guillotine. Lan Luo stood up, stretched her stiff limbs, took off her dirty clothes, and changed back into her own. Or rather, not hers, but the black jacket's. She had washed the clothes after showering yesterday, and they were almost dry by now. As for Su Lifeng's old clothes, Lan Luo planned to give them to her in cash. After counting the money, Lan Luo opened the door and went out. Su Jin was sitting at the dining table, holding a colorful children's book. Seeing Lan Luo, she glanced up at her, but didn't greet her. Lan Luo washed her face, chewed on some portable mouthwash, and ignored the mother and daughter. Su Lifeng soon brought over a pot of clear soup noodles. Seeing Lan Luo, he greeted her casually. "Are you all right? Have some breakfast." Lan Luo didn't sit down, took out some banknotes from her pocket, counted out 5 bills, and placed them on the table. "No need, thank you for the treat, but I have to go now." Su Jin buried her head in the children's book, staring at the money. Su Lifeng grabbed the money, trying to stuff it into Lan Luo's hand. "It was nothing, we don't want your money." Lan Luo didn't take it, and turned to leave. Su Lifeng suddenly called out to her. Lan Luo assumed she was going to argue with her about the 500 yuan, so she turned and walked away without looking back. "Your health isn't good." Su Lifeng caught up a few steps and said with certainty. Lan Luo stopped and turned to look at her. So? Anyone with eyes could see from her appearance last night that her health wasn't good. Su Lifeng glanced back at Su Jin, then took 2 steps closer to Lan Luo, her voice lowering. "I think you should pay a little more attention to your health." Lan Luo took a half step back and narrowed her eyes. "I do." She wasn't lying. If she didn't care about her health, she wouldn't have escaped the lab, much less tried to obtain Lan Sheng's heart. Now, only one step remains. Once the fusion is successful, her body will truly be immune to all poisons and bullets. "No." Su Lifeng shook his head. "I'm not lying to you. I have a healing ability. I can see a little bit of the flow of life energy within a person's body." Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. She vaguely remembered Su Lifeng mentioning her healing ability last night, but she hadn't had the energy to pay attention then. Although she didn't know what Su Lifeng was planning, Lan Luo wasn't surprised that she dared to directly reveal her ability. Healing abilities are quite sought after in most places, and their numbers aren't uncommon, although the levels of ability vary greatly. Even in Weicheng, many families hope their children will awaken a healing ability, because it means they're less likely to have to endure hardship and physical labor. Mastering healing abilities opens up significant earning opportunities. Whether practicing medicine or working for a wealthy family's medical team, the future is much more stable than fighting and killing. "Life energy?" Lan Luo repeated, her tone questioning. She had heard of this claim before. Some people reportedly use the healing abilities of those with supernatural powers to identify opponents or conduct search and rescue operations. It was said that when they activated their powers, they could see life energy invisible to ordinary people, allowing them to observe patients' conditions and prescribe appropriate treatment. Su Lifeng nodded. "Yes, it's similar to X-ray vision, like being able to see through your skin to see your blood vessels and bones." "Your body." Su Lifeng hesitated. "Something's not right. Your meridians are disordered, and your blood flow is irregular. Although it's not visible on the surface, it's internally very chaotic. In layman's terms, it's a sign of impending death by explosion." Lan Luo had already felt it last night. The pain she was in was indeed close to death by explosion. She didn't know why Su Lifeng was telling her this. After leaving this door, they would have no connection whatsoever. He was either terrifyingly kind, or he had ulterior motives. Regardless of the situation, Lan Luo didn't want to get too involved, and she especially didn't want to expose the matter of the 2 hearts to Su Lifeng, who might have connections to the lab. "I understand, thank you for the reminder." She nodded coldly, and turned to leave. There are many people in Shigue City who are reluctant to reveal their identities and origins. "I understand your concerns." Su Lifeng didn't try to stop her, but as Lan Luo opened the door, he whispered, "But remember, don't go near the guillotine." The only response was Lan Luo's retreating figure, as she closed the door behind her. Lan Luo stood there for a moment, then strode off quickly in one direction. She was going to the guillotine. Chapter 46. It was still early, and the entire city of Shigue was unusually quiet. Lan Luo walked along the road, her footsteps unconsciously becoming softer. Su Lifeng had specifically warned her not to go to the guillotine, but she insisted on going anyway. She wanted to see why she kept dreaming about this building, and why she felt the pain in her hallucinations so acutely. Lan Luo knew that going there wouldn't solve the problem, but if she didn't go, her mind would be filled with doubt and anxiety. She needed to investigate herself to feel at ease. However, She didn't know if Su Lifeng was simply reminding her, or if he knew something and was deliberately trying to mislead her. Lan Luo leaned towards the latter. She didn't believe that a woman raised in a chaotic city like Shigui, lacking rules and regulations, could be so kind, compassionate, and selfless. But what if it was just a casual remark? Su Lifeng's intuition was far superior to Chu Xi's half-baked precognitive abilities. Thinking of Chu Xi, Lan Luo's mind began to wander again, filled with thoughts of the human-dog problem. Why haven't any dogs been following her these past few days? Is it because she threw away her gun? If Lu Guan's army of dogs and human companions has become useless because of this, Lan Luo will truly laugh at these idiots. She fears they have other tricks up their sleeves that she doesn't know about. Lan Luo pulled herself together, stood before the guillotine, and looked up at the rooftop. Unlike in her hallucinations, the roof of the guillotine in reality was damaged. Ivy and various old vines covered the walls, creeping through the broken glass and into the windows, taking hold of the building's interior. Lan Luo stared for a while, then touched her thigh and head with lingering fear. Having had too many dreams, she now felt a chill run down her spine whenever she saw a guillotine, always feeling like she was about to be smashed to pieces at any moment. Lan Luo leaned closer to examine the graffiti on the wall. There was no graffiti in her hallucination. It must have appeared after the guillotine was destroyed. She rubbed it hard with her fingertip. The paint was strong and undamaged, only a layer of dust remained on her finger. The windows on the first floor of the guillotine were long gone, staring at Lan Luo like a giant black eye. Vines snaked through the windows, the damp, dark air hitting Lan Luo's face and raising goosebumps. Lan Luo looked around. There was no one near the guillotine. It was as quiet as a graveyard. She listened intently for a while, but heard no sound. Then, bracing herself against the window frame, she easily vaulted over to the first floor of the guillotine. Lan Luo crouched under the window, her nose filled with fine dust, almost making her sneeze. Hu Jiaofen must have learned that trick from here. Lan Luo thought to herself, covering her mouth and nose as she walked along the wall. The guillotine had lost its roof, so the faint morning sunlight filtered through, illuminating a large central area of the building. But as the saying goes, darkness lies beneath the lamp, and precisely because of this light source, the corners at the base of the walls were even darker. Lan Luo pressed herself against a corner, her figure completely concealed. Her eyesight was excellent, allowing her to observe the first floor better than the average person. Lan Luo pushed aside a clump of vines and surveyed her surroundings. A large hole had rotted through the wall beside her, thick steel bars protruding like a skeleton in the center, with a precariously fastened sign nearby. The sign was so corroded that the words were illegible, but Lan Luo squinted, deducing from the faint inscriptions that it was a road sign. The guillotine? Perhaps it was once a public place like a shopping mall? Lan Luo couldn't quite recall the details of the guillotine in her dream, only remembering its bright, magnificent appearance and bustling crowds. Now, only a dilapidated shell remained. After a brief recollection, she was fairly certain that the guillotine had once been a shopping mall. In her hallucination, shopping bags were scattered around the shouting crowds, some even with milk tea and ice cream beside them, not unlike Lan Luo's experience shopping in Weicheng. Before, she was too focused on the pain to notice these details. Only after arriving here in person did Lan Luo slowly begin to remember these seemingly insignificant things. She groped her way to a half-open door and, relying on her understanding of mall layouts, slipped inside. Based on Lan Luo's knowledge of mall layouts, this painted wooden door likely led to employee passageways, a maze of dark, winding corridors. Although the first-floor lobby was empty, it was surprisingly spacious, with many brightly lit areas, and the occasional large window made her feel extremely unsafe. The narrow, dimly lit employee corridor was surprisingly reassuring. Lan Luo tentatively stepped forward. The floor was slightly uneven, as if years of accumulated grease had dried and adhered to the ground. The corridor was pitch black. Lan Luo, with her good eyesight, could barely make out outlines, and she forced herself forward. Her heart had been pounding uncontrollably ever since she entered the guillotine, occasionally throbbing with pain, but the intensity was far less than before. Why did it hurt less now that she was inside? Lan Luo pressed her hand to her chest, held her breath, and walked slowly, constantly watching for any possible hiding places. Such abandoned buildings easily attract scavengers or extortion gangs, like Hu Jiaofen, or the man in the black jacket and white short-sleeved shirt. A small light source appeared faintly ahead, likely one of the few windows in the staff corridor used for ventilation. The window was half open, the glass covered in a thick layer of dust. The once transparent window was now a dirty, grayish-brown, and sunlight could only filter in through the half-open opening. Lan Luo looked down, following the light. The sunlight illuminated the grime covering the floor. The entire staff corridor was filthy and dilapidated. She approached the small patch of light on the floor, crouched down, and examined it closely. There was a dried brown stain on the ground, which looked like blood. Lan Luo lowered her eyes and rubbed the mottled patch. The brown color faded slightly, revealing dark reddish-black bloodstains underneath. The old blood clots mixed with dust created this mottled brown color. Lan Luo immediately recognized it as blood because next to the blood clot was a small piece of bone. A complete human finger bone. She vigorously wiped her hands on her pants, avoiding touching the finger bone, and glanced back. Perhaps from staring at the light source for too long, Lan Luo was clearly disoriented when she looked back into the darkness. She squinted for a moment before the deep outline of the employee corridor vaguely appeared in her vision. She took out her communicator, fiddled with it for a bit, and only after confirming that no one was around did she turn on the flashlight and set it to maximum brightness. Although the communicator was somewhat outdated, the flashlight was surprisingly powerful, illuminating the entire corridor instantly without any blind spots. Lan Luo turned the flashlight on for a few seconds, and then switched it off. As she expected, what she had just stepped on wasn't some old grease, but rather a mass of old blood, just like the brownish bloodstain she just seen. These ancient bloodstains had lost their pungent smell, and hidden by dust, they didn't appear gruesome. Even though irregular patches of human skin and bone were vaguely visible in many places, Lan Luo felt no fear. She had already witnessed the reality of these people being smashed to pieces in her hallucinations. How could she be afraid of these harmless remnants? Although her mind was calm, Lan Luo's heart was pounding uncontrollably, even showing signs of intensifying. She was used to this. It seemed to be a prelude to falling into pain and hallucinations. Lan Luo leaned against the wall, motionless, waiting for her heart to calm down. The familiar pain spread, and she began to see mangled flesh and severed limbs, splattered blood, and the screams of the crowd. But in the next instant, all of this vanished. A woman, her lower body mangled beyond recognition, crawled into the guillotine, screaming. Lan Luo was perfectly lucid, watching the woman writhe and cry out for divine intervention from her elevated position. God? Lan Luo's gaze remained unwavering. Her current perspective, however, resembled that of a god observing from the sidelines. The woman's hair was disheveled, much of it corroded away, revealing injured scalp, and her skin was riddled with pits from corrosion. Lan Luo was somewhat surprised. The current corrosive rain shouldn't have possessed such power. Was the rain this woman had encountered too intense, or was her body simply too weak? No one could answer that question. The woman just crawled and howled, disappearing into the employee passageway and continuing forward until she reached a small door. Lan Luo's gaze followed her, watching as she opened the small door, revealing a mop and other items inside. It was a storage room. The storage room was dimly lit, but the woman moved with practiced ease, pulling a thick, black leather-bound notebook from a corner. She stopped crying, burying her head in it, scribbling and drawing, her body trembling uncontrollably. In the pitch black, could she even see what she was writing? Lan Luo's thoughts drifted, her consciousness began to waver, and her heart returned to its normal rhythm. She blinked, and before her was the familiar, dimly lit employee corridor, making it difficult for her to immediately distinguish between reality and illusion. Lan Luo looked up and saw a small window letting in light, confirming that she had returned to normal. She touched her heart. Thankfully, it didn't hurt too much. These seemingly chaotic hallucinations seemed to have been guiding her all along. First, they forced her to the guillotine with various hallucinations. Then they hinted at the existence of this woman and that black notebook. Was she being asked to look at that notebook now? Lan Luo didn't resist the idea. She just couldn't understand how her heart was connected to this matter. She and Lan Sheng were both born and raised in Weicheng. Not to mention them, even Lan's parents might not have left Weicheng. Everything in Shigue City had absolutely no connection to her. Since I'm already here, Lan Luo murmured expressionlessly, starting to look for the storeroom. If it really was related to her heart, and could help her find a way to fuse with the power of immortality, then Lan Luo would be happy to get involved in these old stories. The employee passage had many winding side paths, designed to allow employees to quickly reach their shops, making it particularly difficult for those unfamiliar with the area. The woman in the hallucination seemed to know the way well. Perhaps she was also one of the former employees of the guillotine. Following the route she had memorized in the hallucination, Lan Luo easily found the storeroom. The storeroom door was wide open, its cover peeling off and even a bit moldy. Lan Luo approached and turned on her flashlight, illuminating the cramped space. The storage room was still piled with mops and buckets, like a fixed backdrop, but the black notebook was nowhere to be seen. Lan Luo tapped on the side wall of the storage room. It was solid, so there shouldn't be any hidden compartments. What the hell? Where did the notebook go? Lan Luo's patience was running out. Having been tricked by illusion after illusion, she was starting to get frustrated. She carefully shone the flashlight into every corner, but Lan Luo couldn't find the notebook. There was no trace of it on the surrounding floor either. Did that woman hide it somewhere else, or did someone else take it? Lan Luo was thinking, hands on her hips, when she suddenly heard a faint noise beside her. Someone's there. Chapter 47. Someone's coming. Lan Luo immediately turned off her flashlight, listened carefully, and indeed there were faint footsteps, not even far away. Footsteps don't appear out of thin air, and Lan Luo didn't believe her hearing was so bad that she couldn't even hear someone approaching. So where did the footsteps come from? Why did they suddenly appear? She put her communicator back in her pocket, slipped into the storage room, and steadied herself against the wall. Lan Luo didn't close the storage room door. Firstly, the door hadn't been used for years, and if it creaked and rattled, she would be immediately exposed. Secondly, the footsteps didn't sound hurried, so she guessed the person might be familiar with the place, and leaving the door, as it was would lessen suspicion. Lan Luo pressed herself against the wall, drew her dagger, and carefully observed the distance of the footsteps. Closer. Closer still. Lan Luo raised her dagger, concentrating intently. The footsteps got even closer. Then they stopped. The footsteps stopped a few steps away from the storage room. Lan Luo, worried she'd been discovered, dared not let her guard down. Huh? A questioning voice rang out. Lan Luo's eyes widened as she listened to the slightly familiar male voice beside her. What's going on? Xu Jianshan patted his clothes. It's so dirty here. How could it be him? Lan Luo was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, it made perfect sense. Xu Jianshan was already in Shigui City, and he could appear out of thin air without anyone noticing, which was why she had suddenly heard footsteps. She already knew that Xu Jianshan's ability was related to space. When he was at the base, he often conjured things like hair ties out of thin air. That time when Yi Fei and the bread monster clashed, he had also appeared silently behind Lan Luo in the same way. I should have gone somewhere else. Xu Jianshan muttered to himself, brushing the dust off his clothes and continuing his slow walk forward. Lan Luo listened to the footsteps, frowning and hesitating for a few seconds. Should she intervene? Letting him go would be a win-win situation, but Lan Luo worried he might attack her first, and she was indeed very suspicious of his and Yi Fei's presence. She wanted to capture him, but Xu Jianshan had never revealed his true strength, and she feared she was inferior to him and would be punished instead. Even though Xu Jianshan had helped her escape the lab, Lan Luo still didn't trust him. He and Lu Guan were brothers and worked in the lab. Their positions were inherently opposed. Last time he was in a good mood and let her go. This time he might be in a bad mood and capture her again. While Lan Luo was pondering, Xu Jianshan's footsteps reached the door, about to come into her view. She bit her lip, no longer hesitating. Taking advantage of her position in his blind spot, she rushed out of the storage room, knife in one hand, the other aimed straight for Xu Jianshan's throat. Ah! Xu Jianshan cried out, trying to back away, but Lan Luo was too fast, giving him no time to react. She grabbed Xu Jianshan's neck, slamming him against the wall, the dagger pressed against his throat. Lan Luo's breathing was unsteady. She had just recovered from the pain in her heart. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out immediately. The incident happened so suddenly. She hadn't even thought of where to begin. Lan. Xu Jianshan spoke first. Is it you? It's you? He suddenly became happy. Lan Luo didn't answer, her gaze lingering on Xu Jianshan's face. They were very close. Lan Luo could barely make out Xu Jianshan's expression. While observing his expression, she lowered her voice and asked, Why are you and Yi Fei in Shigui City? Yi Fei? Xu Jianshan repeated, then seemed to suddenly realize, How did you know Yi Fei was here too? I knew it. My feeling last time was right. What feeling? Lan Luo regretted asking as soon as she finished. She had been led astray by Xu Jianshan. That wasn't the point. The point was why they were here, and what the connection was between the base and Shigui City. Xu Jianshan had already answered on his own, relaxed and unconcerned about the dagger at his neck. Last time, in a fast food restaurant run by a bald guy, I kept feeling a gaze from the shadows, and I never imagined it was you. Lan Luo didn't answer the question, patiently repeating, I'm asking you, why are you and Yi Fei here? Is there another base here? Xu Jianshan paused. What? You don't know? He looked blank. This is one of the branch bases of the Lu's laboratory, even established earlier than the Weicheng base. But it's too remote, and has gradually become marginalized. Lan Luo's grip tightened unconsciously for a moment, then quickly tightened again. She guessed right. This really was one of the bases. After running around for so long, they run back to the laboratory's main base. I thought you came to the branch base on purpose. Zhu Jianxin glanced at her face, his voice growing softer with each word. Lan Luo looked utterly bewildered. Am I mentally challenged? Why do you think I would deliberately run to the lab to die? You? Zhu Jianxin couldn't speak, letting out a soft hump before falling silent. As crazy as ever. Lan Luo tapped his face with her dagger, threatening him. Tell me everything you know first. If you dare lie to me, I kill you. Zhu Jianxin glanced at her, ignoring the dagger at his neck, speaking casually, as if chatting about everyday matters. Is it possible that even if you don't kill me, I tell you anyway? Then hurry up and tell me. Lan Luo was unusually cold. The base in Shigue City, Zhu Jianxin took a deep breath. I don't know exactly how long it's existed. I only know that the Weicheng base was built on its foundation, but as you can see, Shigue City is too remote and too poor to develop. So this laboratory is the smallest and most remote one under the Lu family. The only advantage is that it's far from the reach of the Emperor, and nobody can control it, especially that coward Lu Guan. He would never come here. Lan Luo felt a slight sense of relief. Knowing Lu Guan wouldn't be coming, she felt a secret thrill, like a worker knowing their boss was away on a business trip, a testament to how detestable he was. Zhu Jianxin looked at her, completely nonchalant. You're happy he's not coming? Lan Luo didn't care. She roughly understood Zhu Jianxin. She knew he was the kind of person who wouldn't budge, even if she threatened him with a knife, or even held a gun to his temple, he wouldn't take it seriously. You're not happy? She countered with a question. Stop asking such nonsense. Say something useful, like about Yifei. Why would I be unhappy? I'm very happy. Zhu Jianxin muttered a couple of things, then honestly replied, Yifei got into a fight with the bread monster, and Lu Guan punished him, apparently deducting some money and demoting him to Shigue City. Lan Luo had almost forgotten about it. Strictly speaking, she was the one who killed the bread monster, but killing an insignificant wretch wasn't worth remembering. Yifei was somewhat tricked by her, but Lan Luo wasn't guilty. Researchers like them, even if they carry countless false accusations, were in a far better position than experimental subjects like herself. She didn't have the leisure to feel guilty. Demoted? Lan Luo mocked. Lu Guan really thinks he's an emperor. Exactly, exactly. Zhu Jianxin nodded in agreement, like a chicken pecking at rice, Lan Luo's knife almost slicing his neck. Behave yourself. Lan Luo tapped his neck with the back of her knife. Zhu Jianxin stopped moving, remained silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, Are you still like that now? How? Lan Luo was pondering whether Su Lifeng had anything to do with them, and asked instinctively upon hearing this. Well? He stammered, unable to get a straight answer. Lan Luo lost her patience. Tell me why you're here. Was it also because you were demoted? Ah. Zhu Jianxin stammered, You could say that. Actually, it's because of you. Me? Lan Luo had a pretty good idea. Zhu Jianxin nodded, his face showing no blame, as if being demoted wasn't such a bad thing. Yes, they said I'm mostly responsible for your escape. They won't let me stay in Weicheng anymore, and they made me come here to suffer. Who said that? That's quite fair. Lan Luo rarely joked. Her escape was clearly her own decision, yet they blamed Zhu Jianxin, making her feel relaxed but also subtly displeased. It was as if they didn't treat her as a normal person with a brain and the ability to act. If a cat, a dog, or a mouse escapes, no one blames the mouse, they only blame the person in charge for negligence. That's the impression they gave her. Even now, even though she killed the researcher and escaped the lab, in their eyes she was still a mouse. Where's the justice? Zhu Jianxin seemed indignant, but a smile was already playing on his lips. But I really have to thank you for escaping, otherwise I wouldn't be here. Being relegated here has made things much easier for me. I don't have to cooperate with work all day. I have more questions, Lan Luo interrupted him. First, how many methods did the lab use to track me? Second, how many human dog units did the lab send out? Third, what clues did the human dog units use to track me? Fourth, are there human dog units at the Shigue City base? She bombarded him with questions, leaving Zhu Jianxin nearly seeing stars. Wait. He waved his hand gently. What tracking? What human dog? You don't know? Lan Luo didn't believe him. Zhu Jianshan took out a communicator from his pocket. Look for yourself. I'm practically a layoff candidate now. Besides entering and leaving the base, I have no other permissions. But I know about the human dog you mentioned. Their training period is very long. It's impossible for them to train a human dog that can track your scent in such a short time. If they got your eye on you, you must be carrying something else. Lan Luo knew the gun from before was the source of the tracking, but she wasn't sure if there were other channels. Hearing Zhu Jianshan's explanation, she felt a little relieved. What other channels? Besides human dog search, what other methods does the lab use to find you? She asked. Zhu Jianshan thought for a moment, then slowly said, if they use human dog search, they first determine your route and location, then send an ability user to bring you back or deal with you on the spot. Besides that, they also put up wanted posters, or directly send ability users to arrest you. The latter is more expensive, but your ability is quite rare, so the guy surnamed Lu probably won't care about that cost. Lan Luo scoffed. He didn't spend a low amount of money to buy me. Why didn't he ask them for it back? Ask whom? Zhu Jianshan asked her softly in the darkness. It's none of your business, Lan Luo frowned. Is Lu Guan fully recovered? She belatedly remembered this question. The amount of poison she gave him wasn't much, so it shouldn't have caused any serious aftereffects. Why do you care about him? Zhu Jianshan retorted. It's none of your business. Lan Luo thought for a moment, then decided not to explain the blood poison to him. Speaking of which, Zhu Jianshan began softly, how are you feeling? Did you suffer the same fate as with the bread monster incident, where you hurt yourself as much as you hurt the enemy? I don't understand what you're saying, Lan Luo replied casually, frowning and listening intently. She seemed to hear something, very faint, sounding quite far away. Pretending, Zhu Jianshan uttered a single word. Before he could speak, Lan Luo swiftly covered his mouth, grabbed his collar, and shoved him into the storage room, then slipped inside herself. Shoo! Lan Luo placed the knife back against his neck, signaling Zhu Jianshan to be quiet, and they huddled together, facing each other between the mops, their sides turned away from the storage room door. Someone else came. Chapter 48. Lan Luo hadn't expected the guillotine, which looked so desolate, to be so lively inside. First, there was Zhu Jianshan, and then this unfamiliar footstep. Including herself, at least 3 people had appeared on the first floor that morning. The storage room was small. It was fine for her alone, but with Zhu Jianshan, it felt extremely crowded. They had to stand close together to avoid being detected. Zhu Jianshan raised his hands to prove his innocence, his body pressed against the wall, as obedient as could be. Lan Luo tightly covered his mouth with her left hand to prevent this lunatic from talking nonsense again, while her right hand held a knife to his lower abdomen, partly as a threat, and partly for handling any emergencies. The chaotic but light footsteps grew closer. Lan Luo moved closer to Zhu Jianshan, using his body to shield herself, leaving only her eyes scanning the outside. 2 people wearing black hoodies and black sweatpants quickly passed by Lan Luo, without even glancing at the storage room. Thanks to the pitch-black passageway, they didn't spot Lan Luo and walked very quickly, almost jogging. Lan Luo peeked out from the storage room, observing the 2 men's backs. To be honest, her first suspicions were Su Lifeng and her shady accomplice, but neither of their backs matched Su Lifeng's. One was shorter, about 1.6 meters, and the other was considerably taller, perhaps over 1.7 meters. Both were slightly hunched over, looking very wary. Although Su Lifeng was also tall, he was rather thin, and didn't appear as imposing as the man in front of her. The shorter one was in front, the taller one behind. After running through the employee passageway for a while, they jumped out through a broken window and disappeared. The shorter one was clearly less agile than the taller one. Her movements were clumsy as she climbed onto the window, requiring the taller one to support her from below to help her vault over. Both were wearing hoodies, obscuring their facial features. The shorter one climbed onto the window and struggled to jump out. During her movements, the hoodie hood loosened a few times, letting a stray strand of hair slip out from the brim, dangling in midair before she quickly tucked it back in. White hair. Lan Luo silently memorized this feature, then turned to Zhu Jianshan and asked, "Do you know them?" Zhu Jianshan's face was hidden in the darkness. He gently shook his head. His skin brushed against Lan Luo's palm, and she realized she had been covering him the whole time. "What's a guillotine?" She discreetly wiped her hands on her clothes. "Why are you here? And what happened to them?" Zhu Jianshan scratched his face. "Don't you know?" "What?" "This place." He scanned Lan Luo's expression. "It's connected to the lab." "Huh?" Lan Luo genuinely had no idea. The guillotine was in such a dilapidated state, Lu Guan was really saving money. Wasn't he afraid the building would collapse one day? Why was it built here? Is there some explanation? She glanced again in the direction the two women had disappeared, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Zhu Jianshan shook his head. Obviously, I don't know. This is my first time here too. You know nothing. Lan Luo sheathed her dagger. What do you know? No. He shook his head again, appearing completely unfazed. Lan Luo clicked her tongue, thought for a moment, and asked, Then have you tried to find out how far the base's pursuit of me has progressed? Well, Zhu Jianshan said thoughtfully, you have a point. I can try to find out indirectly. This implied he didn't know yet. Lan Luo rolled her eyes. Shut up. Don't go back to the base. I don't trust you much. Now that you know I'm here, I can't let you go back. Don't trust me much? Zhu Jianshan's focus was peculiar, his voice rising an octave. You don't trust me much? Quiet down. Lan Luo almost slapped him across the face. The employee corridor was spacious. If his voice were any louder, it would easily carry far. The two people from before hadn't gone far, and she didn't want to be discovered. You don't trust me much? Zhu Jianshan lowered his voice, repeating in a whisper, I helped you so much. Why don't you trust me much? Lan Luo frowned, confused by his thoughts. Look at what you're wearing. How dare you ask? Zhu Jianshan was wearing the base's white lab coat. His identity, as a researcher, was obvious. He looked down at himself, patted himself haphazardly a few times, then looked up at Lan Luo with a smug grin. Sorry, he said, but you can ask Yifei. She's from Weicheng too, and Lu Guan values her highly. She definitely knows more than I do. Or how about this? Where do you live? I go find out and tell you. You're acting strangely. Lan Luo stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. Zhu Jianshan, his back against the wall, straightened up and stammered, What's strange about me? Too enthusiastic, Lan Luo squinted, scanning him up and down. Something's fishy. Zhu Jianshan relaxed his shoulders a little. No way, we're good friends. Besides, I don't like the lab. Helping you would only annoy them, so of course I'm happy. Why don't you like it? Lan Luo asked. Your job isn't busy, and ordinary researchers wouldn't dare boss you around. It should be a good position. She had been curious before. Zhu Jianshan seemed incredibly lazy and unproductive every day. Lan Luo even suspected he was forced into the job. If you don't like it, why stay at the base and do this job? She asked. Zhu Jianshan didn't answer immediately. He stared at Lan Luo for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Do you think it's fun outside? SOSO, Lan Luo said, a little confused, wondering why he was changing the subject again. It's just SOSO. She genuinely thought it was just SOSO outside, nothing special, except that escaping for her life was incredibly tiring. Right? A lot of things, you only realize after you get them, that they're not so great after all. Zhu Jianshan's voice was low, his answer seemingly irrelevant. Lan Luo was too lazy to pay him any attention. Zhu Jianshan's thought process was always like this, like his brain was wired haphazardly, saying whatever came to mind. She glanced at the small window and patiently asked, So what will happen if I take you away? Lan Luo could still vaguely hear the two people's footsteps. She was a little worried, and wanted to follow them to check. She wasn't actually particularly distrustful of Zhu Jianshan. Although he occasionally acted out, he wasn't obsequious, and in fact, he didn't get along well with anyone in the base. He didn't have a strong motive to expose her. Besides, if he really wanted to capture her, he would have already secretly sent a signal to the base via the communicator. There was no need to hand it over directly. You can't take me away. Zhu Jianshan shook his head, feigning distress. He looked down at Lan Luo. Sigh, maybe charismatic people are popular everywhere, so I have a precise locator on me. If I leave the standard range for too long, it set off fireworks for you. But I can tell you my address in Shigue City. If you ever feel I betrayed you, come and stab me to death. How about that, reasonable, right? Lan Luo glanced at him, didn't speak, and turned to jump out of the storage room. Zhu Jianshan followed behind, speaking to himself. It's near the old city gate, the only building without security bars. Remember to come find me, if you need anything. He had only finished speaking when Lan Luo had already leaped onto the window, one hand gripping the windowsill to observe outside. She gave Zhu Jianshan an okay sign, didn't look back at him, and directly jumped out of the window. The window was small, she wouldn't get stuck if she squeezed through, but the dust and grime would stick to her, making her feel a bit disgusted. Just how repulsive were these two that they didn't even dare climb through the large first-floor window, only daring to leave through a place like this? Zhu Jianshan said this place connected to the laboratory, so these two were probably connected to it too. She just didn't know if they were enemies or not. She carefully listened to the sounds in her ears. The people of Shigue City were gradually getting up, and various footsteps began to appear nearby. Luckily, Lan Luo remembered the two people's walking characteristics, otherwise, she couldn't guarantee she could identify them from the chaotic sounds. Lan Luo followed a secluded path, and after jogging for a while, the sound of footsteps became clearer. The two figures were at the edge of her vision, one tall and one short, one in front of the other, their hoodies pulled up high. "Are you sure?" The taller one asked the shorter one, her voice somewhat reluctant. The shorter one walked quickly. "Not sure, that's why we're looking." "Why do you have to look for it? The one that caught us is already enough." The shorter one interrupted impatiently, turning and walking on without looking back. The taller one, with her long legs, always walked behind the shorter one, and upon hearing this, simply sighed. Looking for something? Lan Luo listened to their conversation and realized they seemed to be looking for something related to the thing that had hurt them before. They couldn't possibly be looking for a notebook like she was, could they? Lan Luo's heart skipped a beat, and she followed even closer. She knew of the black notebook's existence through a jumble of hallucinations, so there was no reason for these two to know as well. Unless the woman in the hallucination was sending a mass message through a dream. Lan Luo sneered, hiding in the bushes, watching the two women enter a detached cottage in the suburbs, closing the doors and windows. The cottage was small and simple, standing alone on a barren piece of land, exuding an air of poverty. Lan Luo openly went around to the back of the house, and stood under the window, listening to the conversation between the two inside. "Sometimes you're too extreme. Then leave." The shorter man raised his voice. "Leave me. You won't be forced to do these things." The taller man's voice was helpless. "I didn't." "Then don't mention it again." "I know, take some medicine. Don't get sick from anger." The sound of water being poured and footsteps echoed from inside. The shorter woman calmed down. "No need, it's inconvenient to use my powers after taking the medicine." "Then don't use your powers. Can't you rest for a few days?" The taller woman's voice was full of worry. "No," the shorter woman's voice softened. "It's all my fault for being so careless, letting that person take our money. Now we're penniless. If we don't get some money quickly, we won't even be able to afford food." The taller woman muttered, "I think you're not worried about not being able to afford food, you just want to find someone to take you to the lab." "Shut up." The shorter woman slammed her hand on the table, and the taller woman fell silent. Lan Luo leaned against the wall, her mind filled with questions. Looking for a lab? Why were they looking for a lab? The taller woman started walking towards the window, and Lan Luo stepped back, hiding behind a tree, observing them with a puzzled expression. The window opened, and standing in front of it wasn't the tall woman, but a face that Lan Luo recognized very well. It was the man in the black jacket, who started extorting money from her, as soon as he arrived in the city. Chapter 49. Lan Luo wasn't particularly surprised. She had already guessed they possessed shape-shifting abilities. The shorter woman had just mentioned being robbed of her money, and Lan Luo almost instantly connected the dots, though she lacked concrete evidence. Now, seeing the familiar ugly face in the black jacket, she was certain of her guess. Weren't these two people blackmailers? Why were they looking for the lab? The black jacket, the taller woman, had just mentioned that their blackmail was to find someone to take them to the lab. Although Lan Luo didn't understand their actions, she realized their initial attitude towards her had indeed changed after learning she was penniless. If that was the case, it explained why their attitude had improved somewhat after learning she had no money. Lan Luo knew the lab had external collaborations, and some insignificant experimental subjects could be bought and sold. However, the lab usually transported the subjects to designated locations, rarely sending buyers directly to the base. After all, the base's location needed to be kept secret. They couldn't easily reveal its true location to outsiders. "Yin, stop looking, get ready to go." A shout came from inside. Although Lan Luo was standing far away, the black jacket had the window open, so the voice easily reached her ears. "Okay," Yin frowned, looking around. "I had a bad feeling just now. Could someone be spying on us?" "No way, you're so perceptive. Didn't you sense anyone the whole way?" "I trust your judgment." The person in the white short-sleeved shirt opened the door, unconcerned. Yin slammed the window shut and hurriedly chased after her. "Hey, Hishua, wait for me." The man in the white short-sleeved shirt was actually named Hishua, a name that clashed terribly with his face. Two burly men with those names, it was disgusting. Lan Luo couldn't bear to look at them. She watched the two walk away, one after the other, then stepped out from behind the tree and cracked open their window. Lan Luo peeked through the crack. The house was unremarkable, very ordinary. If anything, their luggage wasn't out in the open, it was neatly packed in 2 large suitcases, giving the impression that they could pack up and run at any moment. Lan Luo closed the window, and didn't follow them anymore. Yin Yen had already vaguely sensed her presence. She knew they were just out extorting money, so there was no need to follow them. She just didn't know why this He Shui was so insistent on finding the lab. Did she want to buy experimental subjects? Or did she have a grudge against the lab? It didn't matter. Lan Luo had a bunch of other things on her mind, and didn't have the energy to care about their plans. She made a wasted trip today. Although she learned a lot from Zhu Jianxin, the notebook she most wanted was nowhere to be found. An ordinary old notebook, probably unused for decades. Where was she supposed to find it? Frustrated, Lan Luo clutched her heart as she chose a quiet route back to the city. This route was closer to the outskirts, with fewer houses. The only advantage was its quietness. There would be few pedestrians, greatly reducing the chance of being spotted. As Lan Luo walked, she looked at the detached houses on either side. She had nowhere to live now, and was considering whether to continue staying at Su Lifeng's house, or find her own place. These houses were much better than Su Lifeng's. If the rent was right, staying here wouldn't be bad. Lan Luo was peering through a window into an empty room when she heard a noise coming from a small building to her left. She immediately hid behind it. To the left was a 2-story building, its metal frame rusted and looking very old. A woman with long, curly brown hair emerged from the second floor, her back to Lan Luo. She said something and prepared to leave. Lan Luo didn't recognize her and wasn't interested. Just as she was about to emerge from behind the wall, a familiar figure appeared inside. It was Yi Fei, whom she had met recently. Ghost City was really small. Yi Fei frowned, arms crossed, standing at the second-floor doorway. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, said, "You keep buying all those fancy machines, but all I need is some paper and pens, and you complain about spending too much money. If you spent less time torturing experimental subjects, your budget wouldn't be so tight." The brown-haired woman smiled amiably. "Sorry, go talk to Brother Gao. I can't control that. The guillotine used to be a shopping mall, we have plenty of paper and pens." She then pulled a thick notebook from her shoulder bag. "Here, we have tons of notebooks like these in the warehouse. Just take what you want, no need to buy them. This one's for you." "You're welcome, Researcher Yi." The brown-haired woman finished speaking, and walked away without looking back, her footsteps echoing on the creaking, rusty stairs. Yi Fei took the notebook, didn't even glance at it, tossed it into the room, closed the door expressionlessly, and left with the brown-haired woman. Yi Fei didn't care, but Lan Luo's eyes widened. That notebook was exactly the same as the one the woman in the hallucination held. Obtained without any effort? Is there really such a thing as a free lunch? Lan Luo unceremoniously climbed up to the second floor and entered Yi Fei's room through the window. Yi Fei's room, like him, was simple and austere, devoid of any unnecessary items. The black leather notebook, carelessly tossed aside, lay face down near the door, its cover slightly wrinkled. Lan Luo crouched down, her heart pounding, and picked it up, carefully opening it. Blank. The notebook was new, there was nothing in it. Lan Luo flipped through it several times, confirming it was indeed a brand new blank notebook, before placing it back in its original position. After surveying the room again, finding nothing else of value, Lan Luo climbed back out the window. A disappointing turn of events, but not entirely without gain. The brown-haired woman explained that this was a notebook that Guillotine had once kept as inventory in a shopping mall, and was now stored at the base. Was she going to have to make a trip to the base? That was ridiculous. Lan Luo headed towards the old city gate, her mind a jumble of annoyance. The houses there were more clustered together, but also more dilapidated, only suitable for idle people who liked to mingle with their neighbors. She needed to find Zhu Jianxin to confirm that the notebooks were in the lab. Passing through Tujin Street, she saw a large crowd gathered. Lan Luo put on a mask and squeezed into the throng, seeing an old man hopping around a small wooden box. She recognized the old man. He was the owner of the funeral home. When Lan Luo first arrived in Shigui City, he had chased her away. Old Shuang has sent so many people away, and her business is still going strong. Well, she has the power. Before, no one could find those who died outside, but after she started performing rituals, the dead can go home, and fewer people die. The crowd chattered. Someone retorted, "This isn't her doing, is it? Old Shuang just does the shamanistic rituals. What does it matter to her whether people live or die?" Exactly. If you ask me, The person who initially suggested installing security bars was smarter. Didn't they notice that fewer people died after they were installed? What? That's even more ridiculous than that. Another person intently watching the ritual picked their teeth. Whether we install security bars or not, there will be just as many people going out to commit suicide. I think it's because installing security bars gives them a psychological suggestion. They're afraid of being robbed, so they don't dare to go out casually. Get lost. Isn't it still about security bars? Lan Luo couldn't help but interject. Was it your mayor who suggested installing security bars? Huh? The person who had just been arguing looked at Lan Luo blankly. What mayor? Ghost City isn't a real city. Where did this mayor come from? I am the mayor. Others chimed in. Then I be the ball's mayor. The world's mayor. You look like a ball. Lan Luo didn't want to listen anymore and withdrew from the crowd. No mayor? Didn't Su Jin say she was going to complain to the mayor? Mayor, corpse. Lan Luo remembered the fully armed woman beside Su Lifeng that day. She went around to the Su family home first. Su Lifeng wasn't home. Su Jin was peering out the window, looking bored. Lan Luo leaned closer. Your mom's not home again? No, Su Jin didn't look at her. She's delivering food to a friend. She'd be back soon. Looks like a very good friend. Otherwise she wouldn't have personally delivered the food. Lan Luo asked casually. Su Jin nodded. Of course, she's not just an ordinary friend, she's... she's my mom's best friend. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. Really? Then why doesn't she just come to your house for dinner? Su Jin shook her head. She's very busy. She doesn't have time to come out every day. Maybe she just happened to come out today. Comes out? Lan Luo asked. Comes out from where? Su Jin shuddered, slapped the security bars, and stared at Lan Luo. Don't chat with me anymore. I need to do my homework. Goodbye. She then closed the window. Lan Luo shrugged, not bothering with the child, and looked up to find the only house Zhu Jianshan had mentioned without security bars. The house stood out among the security bars, and Lan Luo easily located it. She was about to go through the front door, but after thinking about it, she decided to peek through the window. If it wasn't Zhu Jianshan, it would be difficult to explain if she knocked. The window was clean, but the bluish glass made it hard to see clearly. Lan Luo listened first. There was a faint humming sound inside, very off-key. It was undoubtedly Zhu Jianshan. She silently pushed the window open a crack and peered in, completely unperturbed. Within her line of sight was a small dining room. A bunch of wildflowers sat on the table, giving it a charmingly rustic feel. The singing continued, but Zhu Jianshan was nowhere to be seen. Lan Luo waited 2 minutes, and just as she was about to knock, a small glass door opened without warning, instantly filling the room with a damp mist. Zhu Jianshan hummed a tune, a thick gray towel on his head, and a matching large bath towel tucked into his waistband, and casually walked out of the bathroom, stretching lazily by the table. Lan Luo didn't look away, openly scanning him over. Perfect. Zhu Jianshan remained oblivious, humming and rubbing his hair, splashing water everywhere, like a large dog just out of the water. She couldn't stand it anymore, and not wanting passers-by to think she was a pervert, so she knocked on the glass expressionlessly. Stop singing, come open the door. Lan Luo said, staring intently at Zhu Jianshan, watching him instantly fall silent like a chicken being choked. His ears turned pink, the color deepening with each word she uttered, finally becoming a deep blood red. You? You? Zhu Jianshan pulled the towel off his head and covered his upper body, his exposed skin almost entirely red. You, how could you peep at someone showering? He managed to choke out an accusation after a long pause, backing away as he opened the bathroom door to shield himself, leaving only his face visible. Lan Luo pushed the window all the way up, bracing herself on the windowsill. No one was peeping. I just wanted to make sure this is your home. Of course it is. Zhu Jianshan shrank back. Would I lie to you? That's not necessarily true. Lies are a weapon anyone can quickly master. Lan Luo glanced around to make sure no one was passing by, and said impatiently, Open the door, or I come in through the window. How can I open the door for you now? Zhu Jianshan hid in the bathroom, his voice trembling slightly. Lan Luo ignored him, and climbed in through the window. She climbed through so many windows before, one more wouldn't make a difference. Zhu Jianshan poked his head out. I should have installed a security grill. Useless. Lan Luo closed the window behind her. Getting to the point, I'm asking you, does the Shigue City base have a lot of notebooks? Zhu Jianshan put on his clothes in the bathroom, and called out, What notebooks? Very ordinary black leather notebooks, supposedly from the guillotine's former inventory, currently in use at the base. Lan Luo picked up a flower and folded it to play with. Zhu Jianshan, neatly dressed, walked out and sat opposite Lan Luo. Yes, that's true, but actually many of the notebooks are a bit damaged, like they were picked up from a junkyard. I rather not use them. You want some? Then I sneak some for you when I'm at work. Lan Luo flicked a flower in front of him. Have any been used? Zhu Jianshan sniffed the flower. Used ones too. What's wrong? Are you planning to start a new business selling junk? No. Lan Luo leaned back in her chair, pondered for a few seconds. I'm planning to go to the lab. Chapter 50. What did you say? Zhu Jianshan jumped up, his face filled with disbelief. What's wrong with you? Is life outside too hard? Do you want to come back and be a guinea pig again? It can't be that bad, Lan Luo. He called her name repeatedly, trying to awaken her conscience. Lan Luo was used to his sudden outbursts, and shook her head. I have something I want. Give me the exact location of the base, and a map of its interior. Even with a map, how will you get in? Zhu Jianshan sat down, calming down slightly. No matter how dilapidated the Shigui City branch base is, its security system is at the same level as the Weicheng base. By the time you get close to the lab, the alarms will be blaring. That's why I need the base password, Lan Luo said. There's no password, Zhu Jianshan said, resting his chin on his hand. The original password is only known to the person in charge and Lu Guan himself, so that they can open the door in case of emergencies. In Shigui City, ordinary researchers only have an ID card with a chip inside. The door can only be opened if both the face and the chip are successfully recognized simultaneously. Simultaneously. Lan Luo tapped her fingers lightly. Zhu Jianshan nodded. Yes, simultaneously. I had to skip work for a day last time because I didn't bring my ID card. I'm so ashamed. Ashamed my foot. Lan Luo ignored him, thinking for a few seconds before slowly speaking. How about I cover your shift for a day? Huh? I said. Lan Luo stood up. I cover your shift. You just need to stay home and not wander around. What do you mean? Zhu Jianshan also stood up, following behind Lan Luo. You want to use my ID card? Lending it to you isn't impossible, but what about your face? What about your face? Lan Luo suddenly turned around and stared intently at his face. Zhu Jianshan shuddered, pursing his lips cautiously. I didn't mean to call you shameless. I have a plan. Don't go to the base for now, just wait at home. Lan Luo finished speaking, opened the door, and left. Ugh, what if my salary is all deducted? Zhu Jianshan shrank behind the door, looking pained. Lan Luo watched his exaggerated performance and couldn't help but advise, you better never set foot in the entertainment industry. Zhu Jianshan touched his face. How did you know Lu's group has an entertainment company? I was even planning to quit my job and become a star. Lan Luo glanced at him, shook her head, took a few steps, and then stopped. She turned back. Zhu Jianshan was still peeking through the crack in the door. After their eyes met, he pretended to casually look left and right, avoiding her gaze. Lan Luo went back inside and pushed the door open. A few minutes later, Lan Luo pushed the door open again and left. She was going to find Yin and Yishui. Since a face and an ID card were enough to enter the base, she could simply use Zhu Jianshan's card and have Yishui transform her into Zhu Jianshan's appearance. The risk was much lower than forcing her way in. Besides, Zhu Jianshan was an unpredictable person who often acted erratically. Even if her acting was flawed and she gave herself away, few people would suspect her. Lan Luo skillfully maneuvered her way to the city gate. The familiar black jacket and white short-sleeved shirt were sitting by the gate peeling eggs, looking every bit the part of a social outcast. Were they just going to stand guard here every day? That was incredibly inefficient. Lan Luo walked over, hands in her pockets, and stood before them. A long, thin shadow fell over the black jacket, and then over the egg in Yin Yan's hand. She looked up at Lan Luo and stuffed the egg into her mouth. What are you doing? Yin Yan asked impatiently, chewing the egg, her expression fierce. Yishui didn't even look up, sitting to the side slowly peeling the egg. Lan Luo pointed to a small alley not far away. If you need something, come with me over there. Yin Yan glanced back at the alley. You're broke again? Let me tell you, we're broke too, get lost. Lan Luo ignored her and said to Yishui, I have the information you want. Without waiting for their reaction, she walked into the alley. You're lying. Not necessarily. What if they want to fight us again? Let's see. Lan Luo listened to their whispers behind her and confidently walked into the alley. Yin Yan and Yishui entered one after the other. Yishui remained calm, while Yin Yan remained wary. Change back first, Lan Luo said succinctly, leaning against the wall. Both women's expressions changed. He Shui curled her lips into a smile. You're quite clever. Weren't they too obvious? Lan Luo didn't say this aloud, instead looking at them with confidence. The alley was deep and dark. No one would pass by. He Shui looked around, closed her eyes, and silently recited a few words. In just a few seconds, the two burly men in front of Lan Luo transformed into two young women. Yes, they definitely had long white hair. Lan Luo's gaze lingered on He Shui's white hair, confirming that she hadn't misjudged. He Shui was rather short, but her features were exquisitely delicate. From her hair to her skin tone, even her eyelashes were white. She was like a transparent bubble, seemingly fragile enough to burst at the slightest touch. In contrast, Yin Yan's appearance was much sharper. Her short, white hair was messy, with dark roots, suggesting it was dyed. She had a wheat-colored complexion, was tall and slender, with well-defined muscles, and several scars of varying depths on her arms. This was the first time Lan Luo had seen Yin Yan's true appearance. She mentally tried to reconcile the short-haired woman before her with a burly man who had been shouting and attacking earlier. You two, Lan Luo commented, are quite distinctive. Such contrasting appearances and personalities, yet they formed such a compelling combination. Yin Yan scoffed, of course. Otherwise, why do you think we transformed? It's because we're afraid of attracting too much attention. Behave yourself. He Shui's true face was even colder, her features barely moved as she spoke, like a mannequin. He Shui looked at Lan Luo, her eyes full of inquiry. What information do you know? And what do you want to exchange with us? Lan Luo straightened up slightly and lowered her voice. The laboratory. What laboratory? He Shui tilted her head. What nonsense are you talking about? Lan Luo smiled. Don't pretend. If you want to find the location of the laboratory, I can help you. But I have a condition. She deliberately stopped there. The confusion on He Shui's face gradually faded, her brows furrowed, and she asked seriously, what condition? Yin Yan remained silent, but her expression was not good, and her gaze towards Lan Luo was reproachful. Lan Luo didn't care. She had already seen that between the two of them, He Shui was the one who held absolute power. What Yin Yan was thinking was completely unimportant. Anyway, Yin Yan would do anything as long as He Shui gave the order. Lan Luo looked at He Shui. I need to borrow your shape-shifting ability to disguise myself as Zhu, disguise myself as someone else. Too vague, He Shui shook her head. You've been so ambiguous. It's hard for me not to suspect you're lying to me. First, you need to tell me the exact location of the laboratory. Second, you need to prove to me that you're not lying. Otherwise, I won't help you shapeshift for free. Lan Luo shrugged. Then you should also explain the scope of your ability to me first, such as the effective time limit, such as the prerequisites. Why should I tell you? You're the one who came to us for cooperation. You should be the one to say it first. Yin Yan stood behind He Shui, sticking her head out from above He Shui's head and yelling. Lan Luo nodded, understanding. He Shui's ability had a time limit and required certain prerequisites. She was just trying to bluff, and Yin Yan had indirectly confirmed these conditions for her. Since your ability isn't perfect either, let's not complain about each other. I tell you the exact address, and you help me transform. Lan Luo didn't want to waste any more time. She pulled a folded piece of paper from her pocket and tossed it in front of He Shui. This was a simple map she had quickly drawn after going out and then returning to find Zhu Jianshan. He was a good drawer with a good memory, and he had marked all the distinctive landmarks on the paper, making it easy for Lan Luo to remember the route to the laboratory. So, this paper was just a piece of waste paper to her, and giving it to them wouldn't hurt. Although Zhu Jianshan had repeatedly told her before leaving to cherish his masterpiece. Just as He Shui was about to bend down, Yin Yan picked up the paper first, shook it, unfolded it, glanced at it, and then handed it to He Shui. He Shui gripped the map tightly, her expression serious, her fingertips white from the pressure, the paper trembling slightly. Where did you get this? He Shui asked. Lan Luo shrugged. No comment. You can check the address yourself. But I need you to transform me first, Lan Luo continued, reaching into her pocket and pulling out a photo of Zhu Jianshan. Transform into his likeness. She had originally planned to bring Zhu Jianshan directly, but after thinking it over, she felt it was safer to bring the photo. Lan Luo disliked having her acquaintances cross paths with each other. It made her feel insecure. She preferred to manage her network of connections individually. Yin Yan handed the photo to He Shui, leaning close to comment, he's quite good looking, much better looking than our transformations. Didn't you say you were afraid of being too handsome and attracting jealousy from men, so you wanted to become an ugly man? He Shui took the photo. Yin Yen shrank back and remained silent. He Shui then said to Lan Luo, I can help you transform, but I have one condition. What condition? I want to go in with you. Lan Luo looked up, completely baffled by her audacity. If you want to go, go by yourself. Why do you want to come in with me? Infiltration is much easier when done alone than in a group. He Shui and the others knew nothing about the base or the researchers. If something went wrong, she would be implicated. He Shui's expression was firm. Since you come to us, it means you have a way to get into the lab. We're not stupid. Even with a map, a place like a lab isn't easy to enter. If you can get in, you can bring us in too. Lan Luo was a little annoyed. Trying to raise the price, huh? It's not raising the price, it's a fair trade. I disagree. Do you think the lab is a marketplace where you can just walk in? Lan Luo frowned. Her heart ached a little, but she dared not show it in front of these two. I know you won't agree, but you have to. He Shui put the map away and smiled slightly at Lan Luo. My shape-shifting ability does have a prerequisite. The distance between the shapeshifter and the shapeshifter, that is, myself, cannot exceed 100 meters. If you don't take me with you, you be exposed and walk right into their trap the moment you step into the lab. Chapter 51. 100 meters? That's too demanding. After her initial surprise, Lan Luo suddenly realized why Yin Yen and Yi Shui were always inseparable. No wonder the transformed wallet reverted to its original form while she was eating. She thought Yi Shui had done it on purpose, but now she thought it was probably just because the distance was too great. Couldn't it be a little further? Lan Luo persisted. Yi Shui smiled and shook her head. Of course not. Do you think we haven't tried? Lan Luo let out a deep breath, her face thoughtful. She was already struggling to go in alone. Where was she going to find another researcher who could get an ID card? All right, Lan Luo said. I go in first. You all stay at the lab entrance and keep watch. Once I'm inside, I maintain a distance of at least 100 meters from you. Consider this a reconnaissance mission to prove I haven't lied to you. If you insist on going in after I come out safely, you can go in again using my current identity. Yin Yan's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Great. That's good. You don't have to worry about any danger. She looked down at Yi Shui, observing her expression. Yi Shui frowned deeply, remained silent for a few seconds, and then reluctantly hummed in agreement. Lan Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she could act alone. Yi Shui stared at Zhu Jianxin's photo for a long time, then reminded Lan Luo, just so you know, you only provided a photo, so there might be slight differences in his physique. If you encounter someone who knows him well, it might give you away. Lan Luo didn't care. Based on her interactions with Zhu Jianxin at the base, probably only Yi Fei, besides herself, would know him even slightly. But Yi Fei was an arrogant person, and wouldn't possibly notice Zhu Jianxin's difference. It's alright, don't worry about that, Lan Luo said confidently. Yi Shui covered the photo, closed her eyes, and silently recited a few words before placing her hand on Lan Luo's shoulder. Lan Luo's shoulder tensed slightly as she felt an invisible, icy touch spread across her body. Then, her hands began to extend, becoming distinctly knuckled. Lan Luo touched herself. The skin she touched was the fake Zhu Jianxin's, but the feel was real. A very strange sensation. Remember, don't get hurt. Yin Yen stood behind Yi Shui, touching her neck with a look of amusement. If you get hurt, it won't be visible, and it easily aroused suspicion. Lan Luo knew she was referring to, when she first slashed Yin Yan's neck, although there was a wound, the virtual appearance wouldn't show any damage. The same thing happened when Yin Yan broke her arm. The injury wasn't visible externally, only her arm, which hung limply at her side, indicated an injury. Lan Luo wasn't too worried about that. Zhu Jianxin's work environment made it difficult for him to get hurt, and given his connections, no one would deliberately make things difficult for him. Her only concern was how to successfully get away with being assigned a task. She knew absolutely nothing about what Zhu Jianxin was good at. Okay, let's go. Clenching her fists, feeling the warmth of her palms, Lan Luo's eyes were calm, eager to try. According to Zhu Jianxin, the laboratory was still underground, with two routes. The first route was through the back door on the basement level of the guillotine, requiring a winding path underground, but the advantage was fewer people, making it less likely to be discovered. The second option was to enter through a small cave in the back mountain to reach the front entrance. The cave entrance was well hidden and safe, but the front entrance of the laboratory would be more crowded, making disguise more difficult. Lan Luo didn't hesitate and chose the first option immediately. Perhaps because she had escaped through the back entrance, she had a natural trust in it. Plus, The notebook in the woman's hallucination had disappeared from the guillotine, so perhaps this route would be easier to find. We wait for you here. If things go wrong, we run away ourselves. Don't say we broke our promise, Enian said, leading Yishue behind a safety door. Lan Luo nodded and stepped out of the safety door. There was an extremely well-hidden small door in the wall in front of the main entrance. If she hadn't received prior notice from Zhu Jianchen, she probably wouldn't have found it even after arriving. Lan Luo had considered that Yishue might sneak away after she entered the laboratory, so she had secretly messaged Zhu Jianchen, asking him to stay nearby. Compared to these two, Zhu Jianchen was perhaps more trustworthy. If even Zhu Jianchen couldn't be relied upon, then she had no choice but to cause a scene in the lab today. Lan Luo walked to the hidden door, used Zhu Jianchen's face to open it with perfect ease, and mimicked his lazy posture, tossing her ID card as she went inside. The experimental subjects were mostly the same, and Shiguichang was no exception. Inside was a dimly lit corridor, empty of everyone else. Lan Luo focused, following her intuition as she walked forward, counting her steps. 100 meters, too close. Fortunately, the warehouses were usually near the back door. She didn't need to walk far. Lan Luo shook the door. It wasn't locked, so she pushed it open and went inside. The warehouse wasn't large, and the shelves were covered in dust, making it almost impossible to see what was displayed. Lan Luo rummaged through the large cardboard boxes on the floor. They contained everything: folders, staplers, black pens. But no notebooks. She wanted to continue, but she almost reached the end of her path. Another 100 meters or so was to go. Looking at the several large boxes ahead, and the faint black covers inside, Lan Luo hesitated for only 2 seconds before decisively taking a step. So what if it failed? She could reactivate it once she was within 100 meters. As long as no one else was around, there was no need to worry too much. This was Yishue's personal guarantee. She said she could sense the disappearance of the transformation, and if Lan Luo could reach within 100 meters within 5 minutes of the transformation disappearing, she could reactivate it. I only wait 5 minutes. If you're not within 100 meters in 5 minutes, you can fend for yourself. Recalling Yishue's words, Lan Luo timed her search of the boxes. The boxes were indeed full of notebooks, the same black leather-bound notebooks she'd seen in her hallucination. Lan Luo took out a few and flipped through them. They were all blank, brand new notebooks. The ones underneath seemed to be the same, brand new and without any writing. 3 minutes left. Without thinking, Lan Luo switched boxes. The ones in this box were considerably more worn. Some looked like they'd been soaked in water, others had been partially written on, typical characteristics of second-hand notebooks. Lan Luo buried herself in flipping through them, but didn't find one she wanted. The woman had been in very poor condition when she wrote. Her body was practically covered in blood, so she would have definitely smeared blood on the notebooks. These notebooks, while showing signs of use, had no trace of blood. 1 minute left. Lan Luo's fingers were numb from handling so much paper, her eyes were blurry, and she even felt a little auditory hallucination. Wait! Lan Luo suddenly snapped back to reality, listening intently to the sounds outside. It wasn't a hallucination. Someone really was here. She threw down her notebook and glanced at the time. 30 seconds left. The warehouse, I told you there was one. A slightly familiar voice rang out. The poorly maintained warehouse door swung open, and Lan Luo stood inside, facing 2 women at the door. Yi Fei, and the woman with brown curly hair. You? The brown-haired woman hesitated. Researcher Zhu, what are you doing here? Zhu Jianchen shrugged, collecting junk. Yi Fei adjusted his glasses, glanced at Zhu Jianchen from head to toe, and said coldly, Indeed, it's all junk. Yeah, a small place, and 2 big bastards came. The brown-haired woman smiled, her eyes narrowing. These supplies have been in use since the lab existed. Everyone's using them perfectly well. Even the documents in the archives are written with these. Only you big city folks are so precious, you can't get used to them. A long scar ran across her face like a centipede, giving her a somewhat fierce look, but her round face and upturned eyes softened this, making her appear strangely gentle. Chu Dong, you're truly loyal. The last time I saw someone so loyal was in a book. Yi Fei turned and commented on the brown-haired woman. Chu Dong also turned and walked out. Oh? What book? How to Raise a Good Dog. The warehouse door slammed shut, and Lan Luo stood inside, unsure what expression to make. She was prepared to give it her all, and these 2 just said hello and left? Great, really. Let's keep arguing like this, preferably with others involved, until they're completely unaware that she's infiltrated the lab. Lan Luo dragged the last cardboard box, plopped down near the door, making sure she didn't cross the 100-meter line, and started picking through the items. The box was full of slightly worn notebooks, even a researcher's diary, but she couldn't find the one she wanted. Was the hallucination fake? No, for some reason, Lan Luo subconsciously felt a strong certainty about the hallucination's reality. Was it somewhere else? Or had it been thrown away? Lan Luo remembered Chu Dong mentioning the archives room. Could it be in the archives room? She hesitated. The archives room was definitely beyond the 100-meter range. In the warehouse, she could close the door and remain undetected, but if she went any further, once the transformation failed, she would be completely exposed. Ding ding ding. The communicator in her pocket beeped. It was the alarm clock Yishui had set. She said the farther the transformation distance and the larger the target, the more energy would be consumed. Therefore, Lan Luo didn't have much time. She should leave as soon as the alarm rang. Lan Luo turned off the alarm, glanced around the warehouse one last time, and reluctantly opened the door. Just as she stepped out, a figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Zhu Jianxin? The man's voice was cheerful, as he waved the water droplets off his hands at Lan Luo. Lan Luo stopped. She didn't recognize him, and could only feign aloofness. Yes. Oh dear, tell me. It's been so many years since the higher-ups sent anyone over. This year they sent two. Are they planning to reuse our Shigue City base? The man drew closer. Lan Luo glanced at him. The words Gaoku were displayed on his chest. Professor Gao. Lan Luo tried her best to imitate Zhu Jianxin's tone, half nonchalant and half sarcastic. The Shigue City base has always been very important. Otherwise we wouldn't have been sent here to learn. Ha ha ha. Gaoku laughed with a leader's air. Good, good, good. I haven't had much contact with you, but I didn't expect you to be so much more mature than that female researcher. No wonder you're from the Lu family. Lan Luo's lips twitched, wondering how she had come to have this kind of persona for Zhu Jianxin. Her gaze lingered on the hem of Gaoku's white lab coat, where there was a very fresh bloodstain. Lan Luo looked away, pretending not to notice. Her transformation wouldn't last much longer. She just wanted to get rid of Gaoku as soon as possible. Then I'd be going now, Professor Gao, you're busy. Gaoku waved his hand. Not busy, not busy. Come on, I go with you. I show you around the customs and culture of Shigue City. Chapter 52. Who wants to get acquainted with him? Lan Luo wanted to refuse, but Gaoku had already pushed her forward, his attitude leaving no room for refusal. She really wanted to call Zhu Jianxin and ask if he minded her offending the boss for him. Zhu Jianxin certainly wouldn't mind, but Lan Luo did. If this dragged on, she'd have to transform back into Lan Luo in front of Gaoku and give him her performance bonus. Could catching an escaped experimental subject from Weicheng get Gaoku a promotion and a raise? Lan Luo expressionlessly swiped her card to open the back door, and left the lab one after the other with Gaoku. Hey, don't let the old look of our Shigue City base fool you. It just proves that our base has a long history and formidable strength. Gaoku was still going on and on. Lan Luo thought he'd probably been humiliated by Yi Fei too many times, and now that he caught Zhu Jianxin, he wanted to show off his official power. Gaoku swallowed hard. The first test subject, the very first test subject of the entire Lu family, you know? Oh! The first? Lan Luo feigned interest. That must be very unique. Of course it's unique. Gaoku suddenly raised his voice. That was the catalyst that led to the establishment of our Shigue City base. The Lu family built the laboratory all because of that test subject. Shigue City base, Gaoku nudged Lan Luo. Number 1, the first base. Do you know how special the first test subject was? It was far more significant than the current test subjects. Lan Luo nodded with a forced smile, her eyes searching for Yishui and Yin Yin. She absolutely couldn't stray too far from Yishui. If she exceeded 100 meters, she'd have to find a way to kill Gaoku to protect herself. Lan Luo's gaze darted left and right, finally catching sight of a strand of Yishui's white hair behind a security door. It was time to say goodbye to Gaoku. Teacher Gao, I have something to attend to, so I go first. She's an immortal woman. Their voices rang out simultaneously. Lan Luo looked at Gaoku, her smile fading slightly. What? Gaoku blinked his beady eyes, a little embarrassed. Oh okay, if you have something to do, go ahead. I have to go back too. Yishui slowly pulled her hair back, then extended a slender finger halfway out, beckoning her. Yishui was urging her on. Her shape-shifting ability was about to disappear. No, Lan Luo ignored the finger, forcing a smile as she asked, What did you say, the first test subject? Well, the immortal woman. Gaoku frowned. Didn't you go to the archives? Even though you're just an external envoy, since you come to Shigue City, you should feel a sense of belonging to the Shigue City base. Treat the base as your home. Archives. Archives, huh? Lan Luo's smile became more genuine. Black leather thick? She tentatively listed the characteristics. Galka held up a finger and pointed at her. Yes, you did look at it, just not carefully. Don't do that next time. You're a member of the Lu family, after all. Lan Luo hadn't expected that this thing was actually in the lab. She originally thought the notebook had just been taken away, but she hadn't expected that woman to be the lab's test subject. Galka said she was the immortal woman. Lan Luo's pupils trembled, and pain spread from her heart, through her blood vessels to every corner of her body. The immortal woman, that woman has the ability to be immortal. Lan Luo clutched her chest. It seemed she was truly close to finding a way to fuse with the power of immortality. She seemed to be truly becoming immortal. Speaking of Weicheng, Galka suddenly lowered his voice. Do you know there's a big thing happening in Weicheng? What big thing? Lan Luo's pupils were somewhat unfocused, her answer entirely mechanical and instinctive. Galka chuckled as he walked. There's a military academy student in Weicheng who was disemboweled. The academy can't find the killer, so they're saying it was done by a wild beast, and they even publicly called for a concentrated effort to eradicate wild beasts. I heard that student is dying. I guess his funeral will be held soon. Lan Luo snapped back to reality, but the pain in her heart rendered her speechless. She didn't know what to say. Lan Sheng was going to die? She had almost forgotten his existence lately, and now hearing that he was going to die, she felt no emotion whatsoever. She could only imagine her parents wailing in her heart. Lan Luo walked behind Galka, raising her hand. Her hand was already faintly visible, on the verge of losing her Zhu Jianshan persona. Galka took a few steps, but didn't hear Lan Luo's reply. He said, and was about to turn around. Lan Luo looked at her completely healed hands, her heart aching so much she could barely stand. She could only close her eyes briefly, and reach for a dagger. She gouged out one of his eyes first. Dry fingers suddenly pressed down on Lan Luo's right hand. Bang! Galka turned around. What's wrong? What was that sound? Zhu Jianshan smiled slightly. Scared by the beast in the story just now, almost lost her balance. Ha ha ha. Galka laughed. You little brat, keep pretending. Only we in Shigue City don't have human dogs. Your Weicheng base has too many human dogs. How could you be afraid of a beast? It's not that I'm afraid of wild animals. It's that I'm afraid they wipe them out. Zhu Jianshan stretched and walked alongside Galka. Who doesn't know that there are more people and dogs than wild animals in the wild? What if they wipe out all the people and dogs? Ha ha ha. The two walked out of the guillotine one after the other, already more than 100 meters away from Yishui. Lan Luo sat behind the safety door, clutching her heart, watching their receding figures. It was the real Zhu Jianshan who walked out. Just as her superpower was about to disappear and Galka was about to turn around, at the critical moment, Zhu Jianshan appeared out of nowhere, stopping her from drawing her knife. Lan Luo realized for the first time that Zhu Jianshan's movements were actually quite fast. Although he couldn't compare to her in her healthy state, he was much faster than most superpowered individuals. Before Galka turned around, Zhu Jianshan suddenly threw her behind the safety door, pulling off a switcheroo right under Galka's nose. However, the hasty movement almost knocked her unconscious. Lan Luo calmed herself down, her heart feeling much better. She got up from the ground, dusted herself off, and, seeing no one around, walked to the safety door where Yishui and the others were hiding. Thanks. Yishui and Yin Yin were still there, and Lan Luo thanked them succinctly. I thought it was you who just walked out. Yishui's eyes widened slightly, her facial expression was very limited, and this movement could be considered a breakdown. Lan Luo shook her head. No, it was the main character. Yin Yin pouted. I told you, I heard a third person's voice, but you didn't believe me and insisted on waiting here. Yishui slapped Yin Yin and asked Lan Luo, Did you find something? No, but we have a clue. Lan Luo avoided the direction Galka had gone and walked towards the guillotine. Take me to your house, we discuss it. If you want to get into the lab, she added. Although she didn't know Yishui's purpose, this was undoubtedly a carrot dangling from a stick, and Yishui took Lan Luo back to their small house in the suburbs without hesitation. Lan Luo knew their address, but to avoid suspicion, she pretended not to know and followed them home. Speak, Yishui said, sitting in the main seat, gesturing for Lan Luo to explain. Lan Luo didn't answer immediately, but instead looked around the small house. How did you find this place? TCH, you're Indius, Yin Yin said, propping her chin up and sitting back in her chair. When we first moved in a few years ago, this place was filthy. We cleaned it ourselves every day. Oh, you're not a native. Lan Luo smiled at Yin Yin, finding her increasingly foolish. Foolish, but not repulsive. He Shui seemed quite used to Yin Yan's behavior and steered the conversation back on track. What did you see in the lab? Why did you suddenly agree to let us in? There's something I want. Lan Luo didn't explain about the undying woman and the notebook, brushing it off with a single sentence, and then addressed the second question. The place I need to go is more than 100 meters away, so I need to bring you in with me. Lan Luo had considered sneaking in without using her shape-shifting ability, but the risk of exposure was too great. She wasn't sure if the contents of the notebook would grant her complete power, and she couldn't expose herself too early before obtaining complete immortality. Why do you insist on going in? He Shui scrutinized Lan Luo. Although I really want to go in, I can't guarantee your trustworthiness. What if you're in cahoots with the lab and deliberately led us there? What should I do? Lan Luo didn't answer but instead asked, and you? Why are you so eager to go in? Even if you're accomplices. Your companions aren't too keen. Yin Yin raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Lan Luo. What does my willingness have to do with you? Anyway, I listen to Yi Shui. If she wants to go in, then I go in. Lan Luo tossed her dagger, subtly threatening Yin Yin. Yin Yin was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke. This dagger isn't yours, is it? Yes, I found it. Lan Luo didn't hide anything. Where did you find it? Lan Luo sheathed her dagger. Why are you asking? Yin Yin sat back down. Looks like good quality. I go pick one up sometime. Alright, let's get down to business. He Shui changed the subject again. The reason I want to go is simple. I have a grudge, and I want revenge. Just that simple. So what about you? Lan Luo nodded. I also have a grudge, but I won't take revenge for now. What grudge do you have? Who do you have a grudge against? It certainly wasn't Yi Fei or Zhu Jianshan. They hadn't been here long enough to have a chance to make enemies with Yi Shui. It's none of your business. In short, our affairs won't interfere with your actions. Once we're in the lab, we make sure we're 100 meters apart. Yi Shui said. How am I supposed to know if you won't interfere if I don't tell you? Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. I'm the one screening you now. Interviewees, please answer truthfully. She didn't necessarily have to choose this method. If all else failed, she could just force Zhu Jianshan to steal the things from the archives. Anyway, he also possessed spatial abilities. But Lan Luo didn't like to rely on others. She believed in relying on herself rather than fate, so this plan was merely a backup option. For Yin Yin. He Shui stared intently at Lan Luo. For Yin Yin, I must take revenge. Yin Yin looked at Yi Shui, opened her mouth, but didn't speak. Yin Yin didn't have to hide in a place like Shigui City. It's all because of the lab. The lab ruined her. If it weren't for the lab, if it weren't for those researchers, she wouldn't be living like a petty thug. He Shui stood up, leaning on the table, her eyes filled with anger. But don't worry, we won't ruin your plans. We're just scouting. We get our revenge later. Yin Yin lowered her head. How am I like a petty thug? Lan Luo's eye twitched slightly. She didn't know how this icy woman had become so fiery. She smiled awkwardly. I see. She also stood up, moving a little away from Yi Shui, and pretended to think for a moment. Then Yi Shui, come in with me. Yin Yin will keep watch outside. No. Impossible. A chorus of rejections filled Lan Luo's ears. I have to protect Yi Shui. She's not well. What will happen to her inside alone if you're not a good person? I need to take Yin Yin with me. I can't go with you without her. Lan Luo scratched her face, glancing up and down. Fine, go then. But Yin Yan's mind was unusually sharp. How do we get in? We don't have that many researchers we can transform into. It's simple, Lan Luo said. One researcher, taking 2 test subjects, that's normal, isn't it? She pointed her dagger at them one by one. Anyway, you, and you're all test subjects to begin with, aren't you? Chapter 53. Upon hearing this, Yi Shui subconsciously opened her lips, but said nothing. This was a tacit admission. Lan Luo knew that Yi Shui's claim about Yin Yin might not be true, but she couldn't be bothered to argue. She could just go through the motions. She wasn't an investigator, and she couldn't control what these two really wanted to do, as long as they didn't ruin her plans. Lan Luo had already decided while Yi Shui was rambling on. Once they arrived at the base, she would go straight to the data room, find the notebook, and leave immediately. If Yi Shui and the others refused to leave, they could stay there and wait to die. Let's get ready to leave, Lan Luo said, touching her ID card in her pocket. I'm a researcher, and you are the new test subjects. She had already told Zhu Jianchen that when the base investigated, she would tell them he was knocked unconscious and his ID card was stolen, and that their actions had nothing to do with him. If Lu Guan didn't believe her, then it was none of her business. Anyway, Zhu Jianchen was a relative. Nothing serious would happen to him. He Shui shook her head. Wait a little while. It's a bit strenuous for 3 people. Lan Luo shrugged. She didn't care about the extra time. This was her first time entering the lab, partly to find something, and partly as a test, to see if Zhu Jianchen had lied to her, and whether He Shui and Yin Yin would betray her. Now it seemed the result was quite good. She wasn't too worried about Zhu Jianchen. He Shui and the others would be going in with her later, so there was no need to worry about them deserting. Therefore, Lan Luo's mindset remained calm. She touched her chest. 2 young, vibrant hearts were beating. Perhaps soon, they would merge into one, becoming a single entity. Alright, let's begin. He Shui's hand rested on Lan Luo's shoulder again. Lan Luo walked to the mirror. Zhu Jianchen's face was reflected in it. She looked left and right, but couldn't find anything different. A perfect disguise. After she finished looking in the mirror, He Shui and Yin Yin also transformed back into black jackets and white short-sleeved shirts. Looking at the familiar burly man, Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. I don't quite believe that this researcher could catch 2 test subjects of this size in one go. Just say we volunteered. He Shui, her face still in the white short-sleeved shirt, was quite frank. Yin Yin added, just say our money was stolen by thieves, and we were penniless, so we went to the lab to make a living. She rolled her eyes after saying that. Lan Luo knew Yin Yin was expressing dissatisfaction, but neither she nor He Shui paid any attention to Yin Yan's thoughts. If they really didn't let Yin Yin go, she would only make a bigger scene. Lan Luo again chose to enter the lab through the guillotine-like back door. Although she often encountered other researchers through the back door, she had at least been there once before, and was familiar with its layout, making it relatively safe. As expected, He Shui and Lan Luo were stopped when they tried to swipe the door open. Only one person detected. Please allow one person to pass. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. Violation will result in immediate execution. Lan Luo stood before the door, looking at the small section of a gun barrel protruding from the top of the door, and took 2 steps back. What should we do? Should we not go? Yin Yin whispered, tugging at He Shui's sleeve. He Shui shook her head, rejecting her suggestion. Lan Luo wasn't in a hurry. She knew that a researcher would receive the backdoor notification and come to handle it quickly. At most, they would disinfect and search the person. They wouldn't even delve into the origins of the experimental subject. When she entered the lab, didn't she just disinfect herself and sneak in with Lu Guan? As Lan Luo expected, a few minutes later, an elderly researcher with gray hair rushed over. What's going on? He wore reading glasses and had a kind face. You child, what did you do to trigger the alarm? Lan Luo glanced at him. He wasn't wearing a name tag, and she didn't know how to address him. She simply pretended to be familiar and naturally pointed to He Shui and Yin Yin. I brought 2 new test subjects. Oh. The old man adjusted his glasses. I see. Lan Luo sensed a strong disdain in his tone. He seemed dissatisfied with the 2 burly men. What dissatisfied? Lan Luo asked. The old man waved his hand and opened the door from the inside. No, it's been so long since we had any new little test subjects. It's always big men or old fogies. It's boring. Lan Luo didn't reply and led He Shui and Yin Yin inside. Their hands were bound with ropes, the other end held by Lan Luo. The ropes appeared tightly bound, but they were actually easy to loosen with a pull. If things went wrong, they could easily break free. The old man opened a small door. Disinfect yourself first, change your clothes, and don't bring any items. Don't even think about trying to cheat. If the security gate beeps, your lives will be in danger. He glared at He Shui and Yin Yin. No one answered. The 2 women changed their clothes with grim faces. Lan Luo had a feeling that their emotions had been off since they entered the base, but she didn't pay much attention. Anyone who escaped from a laboratory couldn't possibly be happy when experiencing the process of becoming an experimental subject again. Zhu Jianchen. The old man took off his reading glasses and read the name on Lan Luo's chest. Lan Luo gave an awkward laugh. Yes, it's me. I know, my son even praised you to me, saying you're from a big city and know your place. The old man smiled kindly, completely unlike his fierce demeanor towards Yin Yin and He Shui. Let me tell you, it's just that I'm getting old and can't do it anymore. Back in the day, I was a great leader in the lab, training countless excellent researchers. What a pity getting old. Lan Luo was extremely impatient. If they were outside, she would have already killed him. Not at all, you're still going strong. She gave the old man a forced smile. Your son even told me about the history of the Shigoi City base, letting me see our archives. I go see them after the experimental subjects are settled. Lan Luo didn't dare to directly mention Gaoku's name. Although she guessed that the son the old man was referring to was Gaoku, she only gave him a vague answer to be on the safe side. That kid, Xiaoke, the Go City base is his life's work, of course he's proud. The old man said, hands behind his back. But you better keep a close eye on the test subjects. Back in the day, I was careless and let a few escape, and that's when my career started to plummet. Lan Luo rolled her eyes behind him. Got it. She retied the rope around their wrists and pulled them outside. The two of them seemed unusually silent. Lan Luo frowned, leaned closer, and whispered a warning, don't get any funny ideas. Even if they did, they have to wait until she found the notebook. By then, their lives or deaths would be none of her business. I found my enemy. He Shui's face remained unchanged, her voice as light and airy, as if it floated directly from her mouth. Lan Luo turned her head, looking at the old man walking leisurely ahead, her expression unpleasant. Why do all sorts of people like to come to the back door seeking attention? Lan Luo quickly caught up with the old man, leaving only a warning. Don't forget what you said, just scouting, not making a move. She led the two through security, politely said goodbye to the strolling old man, and then dragged Yi Shui and Yin Yan away. They wanted to go in the same direction as the old man. Lan Luo didn't care what grudges they had. She was going to the archives. Wait here, don't wander off. Lan Luo tied the rope to the archives doorknob, speaking deliberately. She was afraid someone was watching her mechanical eyes, so she had to put on a show. Yi Shui lowered her voice. Don't stay too long, my ability can't last long for 3 people. Lan Luo didn't answer, blinking to indicate she heard. She walked alone into the archives, her nostrils filled with the distinctive scent of paper. Her heart seemed to be pulled, and it began to pound wildly. Lan Luo swallowed hard and began searching. The glass cabinets were filled with a jumble of documents and reports, occasionally interspersed with awards. The shelves beside them were piled high with files, making her dizzy. Notebooks, notebooks, notebooks. Lan Luo quickly scanned the documents, skipping over a mountain of useless paperwork, searching for that old notebook. Her steps stopped at the back of the archives, where a metal bookshelf stood, filled entirely with black notebooks. How long would it take to find this? Lan Luo pulled one out. It contained experimental data from a researcher, covering 3 whole years. Quite frugal, hasn't changed notebooks in 3 years. Lan Luo stuffed it back in, then pulled out a more worn-looking one, also filled with data, with a researcher's number on the cover, clearly not that woman's. Where is it? Lan Luo's patience was wearing thin. She wished she could move the entire bookshelf out and search through it slowly. If only it were really Zhu Jianshan standing here, he could simply use his spatial abilities to empty the bookshelf. Lan Luo's thoughts wandered, her hands mechanically repeating the actions of pulling out notebooks, flipping through them, and putting them back, a bee of sweat forming on her forehead. She was in such a hurry that she accidentally bumped into the glass display case behind her. The archive room was small, there was only a narrow gap between the bookshelves and the display case, so she had to be extremely careful not to bump into it. Lan Luo turned around and glanced at the display case. This display case seems to have shifted a bit. Lan Luo poked it uncertainly, confirming that the freestanding glass display case was movable, then poked other display cases, but none of them moved. She reacted instantly, pushing open the small display case. Right below the case was a small square recess. Lan Luo knelt and pressed the button in the recess forcefully. Boom! A loud thud echoed as the wall parted abruptly. Lan Luo quickly stood up. Inside the wall was a small compartment containing several yellowed, curled-edged documents, and a black leather notebook stained with blood. Lan Luo leaned closer, scrutinizing the notebook unfolded in the compartment, her pupils reflecting the dried bloodstains. No need to look anymore, this was it. Lan Luo clutched her heart, absolutely certain this was what she was looking for. The intense pain spreading from her chest was the best proof. Lan Luo tried to take it down, but the notebook was inside the glass case. She pried everywhere, but couldn't find a way to pry it open. She pulled out a dagger and, without a word, began to pry at the gap. The glass, though hard, wasn't well jointed, so prying it open wasn't particularly difficult. After a screeching sound of glass scraping, Lan Luo didn't even glance at the shards scattered on the floor and reached directly into the display case. Without the glass cover, Lan Luo easily touched the inner cover. The instant she touched the laptop, A piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire laboratory. Lan Luo shoved the laptop into her clothes, immediately suspecting that she had triggered the alarm by damaging the display case. She had to escape before the researchers arrived, but Lan Luo held up her female hands. How did she turn back? Chapter 54. Lan Luo waved her hand, confirming it was indeed her own. What's going on? She paused for 2 seconds, immediately thinking of Yishui and Yin Yen outside the door. They must have done something wrong. Lan Luo rushed to the door, about to open it and go out, but then remembered she was wearing her own face. If she went out, she would be recognized. She couldn't let Lu Guan know she was here so soon. Lan Luo didn't want to hide in the lab forever. On the contrary, she always remembered those hateful days, and always planned to seek revenge on Lu Guan. But now wasn't the time. She didn't know what was recorded in the notebook, or when she would gain her full power. If she confronted Lu Guan too early, her chances of winning were too slim. Lan Luo clutched her chest. Her heart began to ache, and the closer she got to the notebook, the more it hurt. She had to take the notebook from her chest, roll it up, and stuff it into her pocket. What was happening outside? Lan Luo pressed her ear against the door. 2 footsteps sounded, one after the other. Researcher Yi, something's happened at the base, and you're not even helping? It was Chu Dong's voice. Yi Fei's voice was as cold as ever. This isn't my job. I'm going home. Lan Luo held her breath, trying her best not to be noticed. Chu Dong said, that's Professor Gaoka's father. If something happens to him, none of us will have a good time. There are only a few of us left at the base now. How can you just stay out of it? Then let Gaoka rescue him himself, Yi Fei said nonchalantly, or you could become a guard dog. Maybe you get a couple of chicken legs tomorrow. You? Chu Dong was furious. They took him to the place where the experimental subjects are held. If something happens, the experimental subjects will be damaged, and your job will be in trouble. Your job won't be in trouble? Yi Fei, in her low heels, walked briskly further and further away. Chu Dong was still chasing after her, their voices gradually fading away. The place where the experimental subjects are held, they actually ran that far? No wonder she couldn't maintain Zhu Jianshan's appearance. 2 idiots. Lan Luo got the notebook and didn't want to bother with them at all, but she couldn't leave the lab with her current face. She had to at least bring Yishui within 100 meters of her, then let them cause as much trouble as they wanted in the lab. She searched the archives, but couldn't find anything to cover her face. So she tore a piece of cloth from a banner and tied it to her face, at least covering half of it. Lan Luo opened the door, looked around, and saw no one. To be honest, there were very few researchers at the Shigui City base. Excluding Zhu Jianshan and Yi Fei, she had only ever seen Chu Dong and his son Gaoku. In Weicheng, you encounter several researchers every few steps. It would be impossible to move around so freely. Relying on her intuition about the laboratory's structure, Lan Luo walked towards the edge, listening for any sounds in her ears, until she reached the area near the experimental subjects' holding area. Unlike Weicheng, the holding area here wasn't a pigeon coop, but rather a structure resembling an old-fashioned prison. The experimental subjects didn't even have a door to provide privacy, and were exposed to the elements almost 24/7. There weren't many experimental subjects here, and each one was sickly and listless. Even Lan Luo's sudden appearance couldn't arouse their curiosity. Lan Luo had noticed that the entire base, for some reason, had a pitifully small number of mechanical eyes, exuding an air of poverty. She gradually relaxed, listening intently to the sounds coming from nearby. It was very noisy. Someone was screaming. It must be Yishui and Yin Yen making a scene. Lan Luo was unsure, but not wanting to get involved, she hid to the side, watching the noisy crowd ahead. It was indeed the burly Yishui and Yin Yen holding Gaoka's father in a chokehold, standing in front of Yishui. Across from them were Chu Dong and Yi Fei, with 5 researchers guarding behind them, confronting Yin Yen. Lan Luo was at her wit's end. How was she supposed to retrieve Yishui and transform her under these circumstances? Put her down! Chu Dong shouted, a layer of frost forming on his palm. Gaoka's father was already choked until his eyes rolled back, unable to utter a single word, only waving his hands and making hoarse sounds. Yin Yen tightened her grip slightly, glancing at Yishui out of the corner of her eye, remaining silent. Yishui's face remained expressionless, but her agitated tone betrayed her unease. A person? He deserves to be called a person? I'm going to play a game with you. Yishui laughed. A very fun little game. Chu Dong and the others, mindful of Gaoka's father's condition, hesitated to approach. Lan Luo, however, saw a male researcher quietly slip out of the group, tiptoeing away. either to report or to ambush. Without hesitation, she followed him. Staying here was pointless. It was better to eliminate the potential threat first, otherwise, they might be trapped later. Lan Luo wasn't wrong. The man who left the group was armed. He circled around for a while, finally reaching a corner, where he peered out with his gun raised. She stood silently behind the man, watching him adjust his gun, then gently patted his shoulder. "Hey, turn around." Her pat was so natural that the man didn't even hesitate, instinctively turning his head. Lan Luo expressionlessly plunged a dagger into his neck, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him away from the scene of trouble. The man's gun was equipped with a silencer. Lan Luo dragged the half-dead man away, fired a shot into his head, and then leisurely circled back to continue watching the commotion. Her heart was aching more and more, cursing Yishui and Yin Yan in her mind while observing the situation. Chu Dong was still relentlessly engaging in verbal sparring, her hands frosting over and over, but she wouldn't make a move. Lan Luo thought she was quite clever sometimes, demonstrating her dedication without actually facing the risks, allowing her to reap the rewards after the situation was resolved. Yi Fei leaned against the wall some distance away, his gaze blank. The remaining four stood scattered, their expressions fierce, but none of them made a move. Lan Luo had been feeling something was amiss. She watched from afar for a long time, before finally realizing where this unease came from. Why hadn't anyone there notified Gao Ke? As the base's leader, his father had been kidnapped. Why weren't they contacting Gao Ke? Yi Fei was one thing, that was just her nature, but what about Chu Dong? She seemed so obsequious. Why hadn't she contacted Gao Ke? Have they forgotten? If they could forget something like that, then the Shigue city base was doomed. Lan Luo was running out of patience. If they still hadn't made a move in 5 more minutes, she would directly disrupt the battlefield and forcibly take Yishui away. She glanced at the time, then pulled out her notebook and skimmed through it. The notebook was old, the pages were yellowed and wrinkled, and many pages had bloodstains of varying sizes, dark reddish-brown, clearly indicating its age. Lan Luo opened to the first page, which read Jin Fei in neat, elegant handwriting, nothing particularly special. Jin Fei must be her name. Thank God, the weather is great today. The mall is finally having its soft opening. It was worth all the anticipation. I found a part-time job at the general store on the first floor. Once it's open for business, I can start working. This notebook was a gift from the store manager. It's a very good quality. Thanks to it, I have the opportunity to write in my diary. Tomorrow is the opening day. My family took the day off to come see me work, and my friends are all clamoring to come too. I feel a little embarrassed. The first notebook was so simple. Lan Luo read it quickly, skimming through it. What's going on? A diary entry. Lan Luo glanced at him. Chu Dong was still doing useless work. The old man was practically being strangled, his face flushed red, his eyes practically bulging out. She turned a page. God, thank goodness, it didn't rain today. I would have felt really guilty if they had come to see me in the rain. But why do grocery store owners wear aprons? I don't understand, but they look nice, and a tight apron makes you look slimmer, haha. This was the first paragraph. 2 lines later, there was a second paragraph. Oh my God. My fan club just arrived at the mall, and it started raining outside. We're so lucky, but it's so noisy outside, someone's screaming. I really want to go out and see, but I can't leave work. I even wrote this in the warehouse. Rain, screaming. The images from Lan Luo's hallucination gradually surfaced in her mind. A massive, corrosive rain, collapsing rooftops, wailing crowds, and Jin Fei dragging her half-body. She didn't know Jin Fei, and wasn't interested in this ancient event. She only wanted to know how to solve her heart problem. Corrosive rain was nothing new. She experienced it since birth. Such scenes held no fear for her. Just as Lan Luo was about to turn the page, Yishui's scream rang out. Yin Yan. Lan Luo shoved the notebook into her pocket, her eyes fixed on Yin Yan's movements. Yin Yan tossed the old man aside like a rag doll, took a deep breath, held it, and rushed towards Chu Dong and the others. She was going to use poison. Lan Luo knew Yin Yan's poison was potent. If she used all her strength to unleash it, she might even be affected herself. Her current health wasn't good, and she couldn't afford to be poisoned. She couldn't rely on Yishui. Lan Luo's eyes darted around, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, selecting a suitable candidate. But in an instant, Lan Luo's gaze settled on Yi Fei, who seemed indifferent and uninvolved. Yi Fei stood the furthest away, seeing Yin Yan's seemingly lifeless state. After the movement, she straightened up, her feet slightly apart, one in front of the other, assuming a barely noticeable defensive stance. Yi Fei, Doesn't he even have any superpowers? Lan Luo mentally checked, recalling that although Yi Fei looked intimidating, he actually had no superpowers at all, only knowing how to whip and curse. Yin Yen had already rushed into the middle of the group, her cheeks puffed out, about to exhale her purple smoke. Without hesitation, Lan Luo pressed herself against the wall, taking advantage of everyone's attention being on Yin Yen, and directly circled around from behind to Yi Fei's side, covering her mouth and nose, and forcefully dragging her away. Yi Fei's eyes widened. Yi Fei, clinging to Lan Luo's hand, tried to break free, but her non-superpowered strength was no match for Lan Luo's. She dragged Yi Fei away from the poisonous circle of Yin Yen and headed straight for the gate. If Xu Jianshan couldn't open the door, then Yi Fei would. The poisonous smoke from Yin Yen covered a vast area. Even the prepared Lan Luo barely managed to avoid its reach. She glanced around. The area where Chu Dong and the others stood had turned a thick purple, obscuring everyone's view. Lan Luo lowered her head, her voice muffled through the cloth covering her face. Open the door, or I throw you in for the poison too. Glasses. Yi Fei shook off Lan Luo's hand, writhing under her grasp, his voice cold. Lan Luo then noticed that her glasses had fallen off, and her hair was somewhat disheveled. What time is it for you to worry about your appearance? Go open the door. Lan Luo dragged her towards the door. Yi Fei, panting heavily, suppressed his anger. I said glasses, are you deaf? Lan Luo couldn't contain her anger. Are you blind? Open the door first, or forget it. I said. Yi Fei gritted his teeth. Without glasses, I can't open the access card. Chapter 55. What? Lan Luo doubted if she had heard correctly. What era is this? There are still faces that can't be recognized without glasses? Lan Luo firmly held Yi Fei's arm. Are you kidding me? Yi Fei chuckled, his bangs blowing wildly. Yeah, you take me to test the access control like this. Let's see if the door opens first, or the gun fires first. Try it if you dare, Lan Luo. As the last two words fell, Lan Luo could even hear Yi Fei gritting his teeth. You better be serious. Lan Luo took a few steps back, hooking the glasses on the ground with her toe. The glasses were already slightly deformed from being stepped on twice, but Lan Luo didn't care. She used one hand to shove the glasses directly into Yi Fei's face, not even bothering to wipe off the dust. Yi Fei closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently, clearly furious. Open the door. Lan Luo pressed her forward. I saved your life. You better not get any funny ideas. You? Save me? Yi Fei scoffed. Lan Luo, you're really good at playing the victim. You played the weakling so well before. Why the sudden change? Getting jealous? Lan Luo dragged her away. Unlike you, with the same wooden face for 10 years. If I hadn't pulled you out just now, you would have already inhaled silver. Inhaled her poisonous smoke. That smoke is everywhere. Holding your breath won't help. Lan Luo was lying to Yi Fei. She simply wanted someone who could open the door. If Yi Fei couldn't open it, she wouldn't care even if she died from the silver smoke. The doors at the Shigue city base were too strange. If you couldn't open the door, you had to be shot on the spot. Even Weicheng wasn't this bizarre. Even if the door at Weicheng was smashed, it would only sound an alarm. You know a lot about this? Yi Fei regained her composure, and turned to ask Lan Luo. Lan Luo didn't answer, but pressed her down to open the door. Yi Fei freed one hand, smoothed her hair, and faced the front door of the base. Their previous position was closer to the front door, so Lan Luo simply brought everyone there. The back mountain was right outside, making it easier to run. One person detected. Please allow one through. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching. Anyone approaching will be shot on sight. The front door beeped and opened a crack. Lan Luo ignored the warnings and dragged Yi Fei towards the door. Do not approach, first warning. Do not approach, second warning. Yi Fei frowned. The door is already open. Don't take me with you. Lan Luo knew she was afraid of being accidentally injured, but without Yi Fei, she wasn't sure if the door would suddenly close. She only felt safe after pushing Yi Fei out. I won't die. Lan Luo pushed Yi Fei, pressing herself tightly behind her, the two almost overlapping as they exited the door. The instant they stepped out, Lan Luo heard a whoosh of air. She tossed Yi Fei aside, and rolled twice to dodge the bullets. The gun lurking above the door could be rotated, but perhaps it hadn't been used for many years, its movement somewhat sluggish. Lan Luo dodged easily, eventually not even glancing at it again, and stood up to walk towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei, sitting on the ground rubbing her wrists, saw Lan Luo and sneered. Where are the people you brought in? Aren't you going to care? Who? I don't know. Lan Luo pulled her up from the ground, lying quite naturally. Anyway, Yifei hadn't actually seen her bring He Shui and Yin Yin in, so she couldn't be bothered to admit it. Do you think you disguised yourself well? Yifei laughed. Don't forget, Zhu Jianchen has his own storage space and is a germaphobe. There's no way he'd be in the warehouse. Lan Luo said nonchalantly, I don't know, maybe he just likes to hide in dirty places right now. She turned to leave, intending to find a safe place to read Jean Fei's diary. This was the only direct senior she found in the world. Her experience was invaluable and irreplaceable. And another thing. Yifei stood still, raising his voice. Don't enter someone else's room without permission next time. What room? I don't know. Lan Luo gave the same answer, feigning ignorance. Yifei put his hands in his pockets. Don't forget, there's something called home surveillance. Lan Luo turned to look at her, her expression calm. I don't know. Yifei's hair was a bit messy, his glasses were askew, and his clothes were covered in dust, making him look particularly disheveled. However, her back remained straight, her chin held high, displaying an arrogant demeanor. Lan Luo felt Yifei was a very contradictory person. If Yifei weren't working for the lab, she might have some feelings for her. But she insisted on wearing the jarring outfit, looking at the world with an arrogant gaze. Be grateful she was Yifei. If it were any other researcher standing there, Lan Luo's dagger would already be stuck in their throat. She didn't linger and headed towards the deep forest behind the mountain. Only in such a primitive place could she feel a little safer. Lan Luo reached into her pocket and realized that Zhu Jianchen's ID card was still on her. She stuck the card into a cracked tree trunk, pressing her fingers firmly into it. The small ID card was hidden deep within the trunk. Even with its tracking feature, it would be a long search for Gao Ke and his team. Lan Luo hesitated, wondering whether to go find Zhu Jianchen. The situation in the lab was complicated. She didn't know if she should coordinate with Zhu Jianchen to keep his job. Secretly, Lan Luo didn't want to do that. Thinking of the researchers was a disgrace to the experimental subjects. But she understood that Zhu Jianchen was different. He wasn't like an ordinary researcher, working voluntarily for ideals or money. He seemed forced to stay. He had jokingly mentioned before that he had a tracking device inside him that would explode if he strayed from its designated area. Lan Luo immediately thought of the small cubes in the brains of dogs and humans. Perhaps Zhu Jianchen's tracking device was something similar. Fine, considering he had helped her multiple times and lent her his ID card without asking, she'd go and give him a heads up. Lan Luo practically flew to Zhu Jianchen's house, not even saying hello, and jumped through the window in one breath. Zhu Jianchen was sleeping on the table when he heard the noise. He squinted and lifted his head. Before he could speak, Lan Luo picked up the cup on the table and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Then she quickly said, You were knocked unconscious and your ID card was stolen. Just don't know anything else. WH. He seemed a little dazed, his cheeks bearing red marks from the bruises, his gaze fixed on the cup. The situation is a bit complicated now. I'm worried your acting isn't up to par, so I didn't tell you beforehand. I estimate the base will be looking for you soon. Lan Luo put down the cup. Anyway, just pretend you don't know anything. In Weicheng, Lu Guan can mess with you, but Shigui City is a remote, impoverished place. You just need to establish your connected persona, and no one will dare to make things difficult for you. She finished speaking and pushed open the window to leave without hesitation. Zhu Jianchen quickly stood up. Where are you going? I don't know. Lan Luo didn't turn around. Anyway, I have my own things to do. She jumped out of the window, closed it behind her, and left without looking back. Zhu Jianchen stood by the window, his fingers touching the frame, but he didn't open it. Then where should I look for you? He murmured. Then after a long while, he came to his senses and withdrew his hand as if burned. The old glass reflected a tall, thin figure in front of the window. As the sunlight gradually faded, his shadow was lengthened and slowly disappeared in front of the window, leaving a blurry black spot, like impurities on old glass. Just like him, impurities filtered out by the Lu family. Lan Luo only realized she hadn't drunk water in a long time when she arrived at Zhu Jianchen's house. She quickly gulped down 2 mouthfuls, and now her mouth felt cool and moist. Even her heart didn't feel so bad. She plunged into the deep forest, flipping through her senior's notes. Oh my god, the plaster on the mall wall is falling down. It's only the first day of opening, and there are so many people. What if someone gets hit? Luckily everyone is indoors, but it's so noisy outside, someone must have been hit. It's scary, I hope nothing bad happened. Bored, Lan Luo knew this was probably a prelude to the falling bricks in her hallucination. She patiently flipped through the pages. This can't be real. God! What kind of rain is this? It's pouring down like boiling water, nobody dares to go outside, everyone's huddled inside the mall. And I, hiding behind the crowd, quickly wrote this down, so my descendants won't doubt it. Don't worry, no one in her descendants will doubt it, because corrosive rain has become commonplace. God save us! Why is the mall roof collapsing? Boiling water is pouring down outside, and bricks are raining down inside. Is this the end of the world? On my first day of work, and everyone's first day shopping, we're facing the apocalypse? This can't be real. I can't write anymore. My foot is injured. I have to focus on dodging. Treat this like a survival game. Dear Jean Fei, God above, you can do it. Jean Fei was a chatterbox, Lanlu concluded expressionlessly. Even she wouldn't dare to be distracted in such a dangerous situation. Jean Fei managed to write her diary amidst collapsing buildings and a massive corrosive rain. She truly deserves the title of Immortal Woman. The first few pages were clean, but Lanluo quickly flipped through them, reaching a page stained with blood. Is this God punishing us? My family, my friends, are all dead. My shop manager, my colleagues, are all dead. Everyone is dead, and I'm still alive. My legs were crushed by boulders, my skin corroded by rain, yet I'm still alive, crawling like a maggot on a mountain of corpses. This must be the one written in the hallucination, a calm masking madness. Lanluo knew Jean Fei was close to insanity. Is the whole world dead? Why is it so quiet? I want to shout, to let my voice reach every corner of the world, to speak to the survivors. Please talk to me. I'm not in pain anymore. I'm so cold. I crawled for so long, but I haven't found my mother. Is she crushed into a pulp? She must have turned into pulp, Lanluo answered in her heart. The bloodstains on these pages were large, and Jean Fei's handwriting had become increasingly illegible, requiring careful reading to decipher. Lanluo carefully examined the next page. The first few lines were soaked in blood, and it took her a while to decipher them. Cold, hungry. I tasted my own leg, it tasted awful. I found my mother. She was wearing the necklace I gave her. I was right, she turned into mud. The last line was crossed out. Lanluo held it up to the light, carefully discerning it, and whispered, my mother's flesh tastes better than mine. Chapter 56. After reading, Lanluo instinctively gagged. She could even picture a woman with half her body rotting, crawling among corpses and eating carrion. It was disgusting. Jean Fei's mind must have been twisted by then. Lanluo understood that Jean Fei, as one of the first to encounter the corrosive rain, must have had a hard time accepting it in the short term. But Lanluo, having witnessed the corrosive rain since childhood, felt no sympathy or fear for this scene, only a subtle nausea. A nausea rising from the depths of her heart. She quickly turned to the next page. I ate their hearts, several, and kept eating. My legs were growing back, I was a god. It was incoherent. But it was clear that she had developed self-healing abilities from this point onward. Was it related to the human flesh she ate? Lanluo didn't think so. Even if the immortality ability was strange, it was still just an ability. Perhaps Jean Fei was simply lucky enough to awaken her ability under those circumstances. Lanluo continued flipping through the pages. The next few pages were filled with seemingly nonsensical ramblings, a daily record of what she ate, human flesh and human hearts, that sent chills down her spine. I heard something. Someone's there. I hid. I'm scared. Lanluo's gaze was drawn to this passage, and she continued reading. They were very kind, saying I was a miracle, and took many pictures of me. I found that old feeling again. I was shy in front of the camera. Nobody knew I was tearing apart rotting human flesh every day, haha. Being photographed was never a good thing. Lanluo had a premonition. She flipped down and, sure enough, saw Jean Fei mention the lab. More people are coming. There are so many of them. They set up tents with the character Lu written on them. Some people are gesturing at me. What are they going to do? Lanluo continued flipping through the pages, only to find a large section devoid of text, each page marred by a few red scratches haphazardly pasted onto the paper. Could it be gone? So far, Lanluo had gleaned no useful information beyond understanding Jean Fei's life story. Why did Jean Fei possess complete immortality from the beginning? Why couldn't she integrate her own immortality? Frustrated, she flipped through many pages before finally finding a place with text. My hands have finally grown back. They cut off my limbs, and I've been unable to write. I tried holding a pen in my mouth, failing every day. To be honest, writing is meaningless to me now. I'm no longer human, just a moving worm. But I want to write, because when I write, I feel like I'm still human. Upon reading this, Lan Luo didn't know whether to be thankful she hadn't had her limbs cut off or marvel at Jin Fei's powerful regenerative abilities. They cut open my torso, and I saw my chest and abdomen flapping like fish gills. Kind of funny. They didn't give me oxygen today. I felt like I died for a moment, but then I came back to life. They beheaded me, haha, like a circus act. They gave me some kind of medicine. I felt my internal organs melting. They said it was okay, I'm strong. Routine blood draw. Lan Luo kept flipping through the pages. The notebook was filled with these kinds of experimental routines every day. The remaining pages were getting thinner and thinner. Jin Fei's notebook was nearing its end. What the hell? Don't tell her that after all this trouble, all she got was a biographical diary of Jin Fei's life. Does Jin Fei know that the folk tales about the immortal woman are more exciting than anything in her own diary? I hate it. They dragged in Mom's and the shopkeeper's corpses and threw them into the fish tank to feed the fish. The fish spat Mom's necklace out of their mouths. I was furious. I attacked the researcher, biting through his throat. For the first time, I realized that any part of my body could grow rapidly if I wanted to. They cut off my hands and feet, forgetting that I could grow sharp teeth to kill everyone. Lan Luo really didn't know this. Jin Fei meant that body parts could grow at will. She opened her hand, concentrating her mind on her fingers. Her nails and fingerprints didn't move at all, showing no sign of growth. Lan Luo withdrew her hand and flipped the page. The writing on the back was barely legible, covered in blood. Begging for mercy is useless, resisting is useless, nothing works. I shouldn't have prayed to God to save me. I should have died with him, becoming fish food or fertilizer for trees, anything, as long as I wasn't human. These were the last few pages of the notebook, and also the pages where Jin Fei's handwriting was clearest. Lan Luo had a premonition and turned to the next page. I ripped out my own heart, tore it in half, ate one half myself, and fed the other half to the fish. My wounds will no longer heal. So this is how easy liberation is. 2 halves? Lan Luo lowered her eyes. She and Lan Sheng each possessed half of the power of immortality. So this is how it was separated? She stroked the paper, only one page remained. If the method of fusion wasn't recorded, she would truly laugh in anger. Lan Luo carefully turned to the last page. The handwriting was messy, but written with great force, even tearing the paper. It's all this power's fault. Without regeneration, they finally let me go, throwing me outside to die. But I felt happy. I hadn't looked at the sky in so long. Someone was guarding me, saying they would collect my notebook for archiving after I finished writing my will. I don't have time. I swear here, even if 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years pass, as long as the place where my diary is archived still exists, I will never, ever let this power see the light of day again. Never. 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 Do you see that? I said forever. Never. Never. Lan Luo read it several times, then flipped through it from beginning to end, confirming that this was Jin Fei's final last words. She was a little confused. So Jin Fei felt that she was forced to become an experimental subject because of the power of immortality, and therefore wouldn't allow the power of immortality to appear in future generations? Lan Luo's expression was complicated. On one hand, she acknowledged that Jin Fei was a pitiful victim, but on the other hand, she couldn't agree with her actions. Shouldn't she wish for her own return as a powerful being to wipe out the laboratory and make all those who harmed her die? Lan Luo put away the notebook, covering her head in deep thought. She wasn't blaming. Lan Luo's misunderstanding of Jin Fei's intentions was evident from her earlier diary entries. Jin Fei was gentle and naive, so such thoughts were understandable. Lan Luo's disapproval stemmed solely from the fact that Jin Fei's actions were causing her unnecessary trouble. What did she mean by saying that just because the archived diary existed meant this power should never see the light of day again? Did she expect her to destroy the lab right now? Lan Luo found it somewhat amusing. If she had known this would happen, why would she have bothered sneaking in? She would have simply bought some explosives and blew up the Shigue city base in one go. Jin Fei, change your last words, Lan Luo said to the air. Times have changed. Forget immortality. Even ordinary people without superpowers can be used as test subjects in labs now. So your dying words are useless. Lan Luo muttered half to herself, half in despair. The only response she received was a sharp pain in her heart. Lan Luo pounded her chest, using violence to alleviate the pain, and stood there deep in thought for a long time, unable to come up with a reasonable solution. If the target was a researcher, she could try, but destroying the entire base was far too difficult. Lan Luo sat on a tree, her face full of worry, squinting at the distance. Someone was approaching the back mountain. She stared at the approaching person, and only when they got closer did she realize it was Su Lifeng. What was she doing here? Lan Luo hid far away, not worried about being discovered, and openly stared at her. Su Lifeng pretended to pull some grass on the back mountain, then started looking around anxiously. She was waiting for that fully armed woman. Lan Luo guessed correctly. Not long after, a fully armed figure appeared around Su Lifeng. They spoke in hushed tones. Then Su Lifeng handed her the basket of herbs and left with a worried expression. The fully armed woman watched Su Lifeng's retreating figure, standing there for a long time before finally leaving. Lan Luo stared in the direction she had gone, carefully observing her attire from head to toe, her gaze finally settling on the woman's sneakers. She seemed to recognize those shoes. Lan Luo considered for a moment, then instead of following the woman, she chased after Su Lifeng. She couldn't take down the laboratory all at once, but she could choose to take them down one by one, and Su Lifeng was currently her easiest source of intelligence. Lan Luo followed behind. Su Lifeng walked slowly, seemingly lost in thought, completely unaware that she was being watched. With no one around, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. Lan Luo suddenly sprang from the corner, grabbing Su Lifeng by the neck with her elbow, and covering her mouth and nose with her other hand, dragging her into a nearby abandoned shack. Su Lifeng's eyes widened in panic, her hands clawing at Lan Luo's arm, her legs kicking wildly on the ground. "Behave yourself," Lan Luo said fiercely, carefully watching for any sounds outside. Upon hearing this, Su Lifeng struggled lessened slightly, and she mumbled, "It's you." Lan Luo, confirming no one was around, released her grip on Su Lifeng, letting her slump to the ground. Su Lifeng sat on the ground, coughing violently, her face turning red, then immediately tried to get up and leave. Lan Luo didn't speak, but brandished a dagger at her, signaling with her eyes that Su Lifeng wasn't allowed to run. "I'm not doing anything, I just want to ask you some questions. Just answer my questions truthfully, and I let you go." Seeing that Su Lifeng had stopped running, Lan Luo spoke up, "If you don't want to talk here, we can go to your house to talk, but I don't know if that will scare Su Jin, right?" Su Lifeng glared at Lan Luo. "Don't involve children in adults' grudges. Ask your questions quickly, I need to go home right now." Lan Luo sat on a dusty table, stared at Su Lifeng for a few moments, and slowly asked, "What's your relationship with the lab?" "What lab?" Su Lifeng's face was blank, but her slightly trembling hands betrayed her panic. "Don't pretend, I'm not stupid." Lan Luo disliked being evasive and continued, "Why did you go to the back mountain to retrieve the corpse? From what I observed, it should be an abandoned experimental subject from the lab. You dig for herbs for the lab, and you also clean up corpses for the lab. Are you an outsourced contractor?" Su Lifeng's confusion faded, her brow furrowing, her gaze scrutinizing. "You followed me? Did you deliberately stay at my house that day? And I was even kind enough to ask about your health. What's this about losing or not losing?" "I paid for it," Lan Luo said, resting her chin on her hand. "Answer me quickly, what exactly is your relationship with the lab?" Su Lifeng tilted her head. "No relationship." "I already answered, I need to go home." She turned around. "It's getting late, if I don't go back soon." Lan Luo interrupted her loudly. "If you don't go back soon, Chu Dong will be worried, won't he?" The only answer was an ice arrow flying in from outside the window. Chapter 57. The ice arrow, its surface gleaming with a chilling light and coated in frost, hurtled towards Lan Luo's neck with incredible speed. Lan Luo, facing the ice arrow sideways, kept her eyes fixed on Su Lifeng. Without even glancing at the arrow beside her, she raised her fingers and precisely caught the slender blade. With a quick pinch, the ice arrow shattered in two, falling to the ground and mingling with the dust. It wasn't that she was pretending, the ice arrow truly lacked power. Its slow speed and weak force immediately revealed that the person wielding it was unskilled in attacking, let alone launching a surprise attack. "Come out, or I kill Su Lifeng." Without hesitation, Lan Luo grabbed Su Lifeng and used her as a shield, pressing a dagger against her throat. Several similar ice arrows flew towards Lan Luo from outside the window, but after she used Su Lifeng as a shield, they all fell to the ground, ceasing their attack. Lan Luo stared at the tree outside the window, her face resolute. "Come out, Chu Dong." She had already heard Chu Dong's preparations for an attack outside the door, but pretended not to notice, deliberately provoking her to reveal herself. Su Lifeng had signaled to Chu Dong when she first collapsed to the ground, but Lan Luo pretended not to see it, letting her do as she pleased. Anyway, her target from beginning to end wasn't Su Lifeng, but Chu Dong. Su Lifeng was too stubborn, If Chu Dong didn't show herself, she probably wouldn't tell the truth even if she asked 100 times. Lan Luo could vaguely see the shadow behind the tree, but the shadow hesitated, refusing to appear. She deliberately mocked, "See? You rather die than reveal Chu Dong, while Chu Dong would rather you die than expose herself." Su Lifeng closed her eyes, looking like she didn't want to listen. "Stop trying to sow discord, you don't understand anything. See? You admit it, it was Chu Dong who came." Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. If it weren't Chu Dong, Su Lifeng wouldn't have gone along with Lan Luo's provocation and refuted her. Su Lifeng pursed his lips, completely silent. "Hurry up, I have limited time and patience. Aren't you afraid Su Jin will go hungry at home?" Lan Luo deliberately brought up Su Jin to provoke them. Su Lifeng's eyelashes trembled several times, but he didn't move. Chu Dong, however, couldn't hide anymore and walked to the window, staring at Lan Luo. She lowered her coat hood, revealing her highly recognizable brown curly hair. "What do you want to do?" Chu Dong asked. Chu Dong's appearance had a gentle girl-next-door feel, much like her name, like a doll by a warm fireplace in winter. However, when she spoke, the scar on her face would move slightly, adding a touch of fierceness to her look. Lan Luo said, "What do I want to do? I want to be a chivalrous hero, to fight evil and protect the innocent, to be a messenger of justice." "His? Or maybe a mayor?" Lan Luo feigned confusion. "Do you think there's a mayor in Shigui City?" Su Lifeng suddenly opened her eyes. "All right, don't waste time, let's talk frankly." She was gentle by nature, and even her impatience revealed an attitude of being easy to talk to. Lan Luo gave her face. "It's simple, tell me the purpose of your secret meetings." "That's none of your business," Su Lifeng said. To save energy, Lan Luo simply put her arm around Su Lifeng's shoulder, loosely gripping the hilt of her knife. "Yes, it's related to you, so tell me quickly." The dagger swung up and down, the blade occasionally grazing Su Lifeng's neck. Lan Luo noticed Chu Dong's gaze following the dagger, becoming even more curious about their relationship. "How long have you known each other?" Su Lifeng remained silent. Chu Dong sighed, jumped in through the abandoned window, and walked to within 2 or 3 meters of them. "Let her go. She doesn't know anything. I talk to you." Lan Luo's face showed a conflicted expression. "No, what if you both run away?" "I understand." Chu Dong raised her hands high, walked to Lan Luo, and stood next to Su Lifeng. Lan Luo pushed Su Lifeng aside, grabbed Chu Dong, and pressed the dagger against her throat without hesitation, using much more force than she had with Su Lifeng. "You can go now," Lan Luo said to Su Lifeng. "Go home and cook." Su Lifeng rubbed his neck. "No need." Lan Luo turned her gaze to Chu Dong and asked, "Explain yourself. What's your relationship? Why are you doing this?" "We're friends." Chu Dong lowered her eyes. "We're both natives of Shigui City. We grew up together." Lan Luo listened, observing their expressions to see if they were lying. She wasn't interested in their personal grudges. She just needed a compelling reason to spare Chu Dong's life. Jean Fei's obsession was to destroy the laboratory. If she killed all the researchers, leaving the lab unusable, she would fulfill her wish and give the power of immortality a chance to resurface. But Chu Dong's actions always gave Lan Luo a sense of contradiction. Lan Luo considered herself averse to killing, and unless provoked, she would usually turn a blind eye. If Chu Dong truly had an unspeakable reason, Lan Luo wouldn't mind letting her go. Back then, Shigui City still had schools, though they were very rudimentary, and there were only a handful of teachers, but all the children of Shigui City went there to study. Later, Su Lifeng, because of his excellent grades, was taken to a regular city by his family with high hopes. "My grades were average, so I stayed in Shigui City." "And then?" Lan Luo remained unmoved, wanting to continue asking. Chu Dong tilted her head, "And then?" "Let me tell you," Su Lifeng said, "when I was a teenager, in order to stay in the city, I got engaged to my blind date early." Chu Dong entered the laboratory. Lan Luo was a little incredulous, looking at Chu Dong. "Entering the laboratory in your teens?" Yi Fei was a graduate of a top university, and even though he was almost 30, he still had to accept assignments. Chu Dong, someone who studied in Shigui City, and whose grades weren't great, was recruited in her teens? Su Lifeng smiled somewhat helplessly. "You might have misunderstood. She didn't go in as a researcher." Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. "Then?" "Yes." Su Lifeng quickly interrupted Lan Luo, preventing her from uttering the words experimental subject. Lan Luo glanced at Chu Dong, who was head down, lost in thought. She truly hadn't expected that Chu Dong had once been an experimental subject. However, To climb from experimental subject to researcher was quite an achievement. Lan Luo had witnessed Chu Dong's obsequious but incompetent nature, and thought it wasn't unreasonable for someone like her to thrive in the workplace. Later, shortly after I became pregnant, my husband passed away. His house was seized by relatives. Being an outsider, even appeals wouldn't get the house back, so I returned to Shigue City. That's when I learned that people frequently disappeared in Shigue City, especially children. Su Lifeng said, although I was worried, I had nowhere else to go, so I had to give birth to Xiao Jin here. I only saw Chu Dong again after giving birth to Xiao Jin. By then, she had already become a researcher through her own efforts. Knowing I had a child, she specifically came to remind me that the base had been secretly capturing residents of Shigue City to use as test subjects. Chu Dong chuckled, picking up where Su Lifeng left off. You're giving me too much face. I didn't rely on hard work. I'm just pretty resilient and good at flattery, so all the other test subjects in my batch died, but I survived. The Shigue City base is Gaoku's personal fiefdom. If you keep him happy, becoming a researcher isn't difficult. Lan Luo thought of the bloodstains on Gaoku's clothes. Researchers wear protective suits during surgery, and shouldn't have the chance to get bloodstains, so she casually asked, so what kind of person is Gaoku? Him? Chu Dong scoffed. Su Lifeng looked at Chu Dong with heartache. He's a pervert, he enjoys torturing experimental subjects. Chu Dong scar. That's also why the experimental subjects are consumed so quickly, which is why children are frequently lost in Shigue City. The children don't resist, making them easy to capture. Chu Dong didn't let Su Lifeng continue, and continued explaining. She took a deep breath. At first, I was just afraid Xiao Jin would be captured, so I had Su Lifeng install security grills to prevent Xiao Jin from going out. But I was afraid that only one family installing security grills would be too conspicuous, so I spread the word that everyone should install them. But Su Lifeng is too kind. She actually secretly went to the back mountain to bury corpses. It's too close to the lab. If she were discovered, she'd be finished, Chu Dong said. At the time, my status wasn't high enough to freely enter and leave the lab. I had no choice but to try my best to maneuver inside, getting Gao Keshao to kill a few people so Su Lifeng would go to the back mountain less often. Su Lifeng shook his head. It's not that I'm kind. You yourself couldn't bear to see those test subjects being abused. Chu Dong didn't answer, continuing, later, the sedative ran out of product, and Gaoka complained that the test subjects were noisy, so I suggested I go out to buy herbs as raw materials for the sedative, thus giving me a chance to leave. Sedative. No wonder Lan Luo felt these smells were so familiar. It seemed Wei Chum also used this herbal extract to keep the test subjects in the pigeon coop calm. After she came out, she and I handled the bodies. Those whose faces we could recognize were secretly brought back to the city. But we were afraid of being exposed, so we didn't dare let their families identify the bodies. We could only go directly to Lao Shuang, the funeral home owner, to perform the requiem ceremony. As for those whose identities we couldn't recognize, we simply buried them in the back mountain, which was considered a proper burial. Su Lifeng looked at Chu Dong, his gaze unfocused. Her voice was slightly unsteady. Among the bodies I handled were several old classmates I was close to. We came from the same classroom, but our lives have been completely different. Chu Dong comforted her. Everyone has their own fate. Hearing this, Lan Luo felt she had pieced together the whole story. Simply put, it was a story of two best friends working together from the inside. In that case, Chu Dong's actions when he's a Yinyan kidnapped Gaoku's father could be understood. She rushed to the front lines to protect her identity, not genuinely wanting to save him, so she deliberately didn't message Gaoku for help. Thinking of this, Lan Luo suddenly asked, so what's the situation at the base now? Chu Dong, perhaps not expecting her to be so impulsive, thought for a moment. Those two burly men used poison gas to knock us out. I'm relatively immune, so I woke up the fastest. When I woke up, they were gone. Gaoku is throwing a tantrum. I slipped out under the pretext of purchasing supplies. Now, everyone except me should be in the lab. Everyone. Lan Luo's heart skipped a beat, and a thought began to form in her mind. Tell me, she asked, do you think those two burly men escaped? Chu Dong tilted his head, unrealistically. They don't have your disguise ability. They couldn't have left so easily. Besides, since you took the guy's surnamed He out, there's no record of the base gate being opened. They thought the shape-shifting ability was hers? Lan Luo knew they misunderstood, but didn't intend to explain. Since there was no record of the base gate being opened, He Shui and Enian probably really hadn't left. Perhaps they were transforming into other people, and swaggering around the base. Lan Luo thought for a moment, then suddenly shoved Chu Dong aside. using Su Lifeng as a hostage again. I need you to do something. Chu Dong's eyes widened, furious. I said everything I needed to say, you're breaking your promise. You don't want anything to happen to Su Lifeng, do you? Lan Luo deliberately brandished her dagger. Su Lifeng didn't move, seemingly unafraid. It's normal for her, a healing type ability user, not to be afraid of a knife. What do you want me to do? Chu Dong half submitted, asking Lan Luo in a harsh tone. I want you to blow up the base gates. Chapter 58. Blow what? Chu Dong's voice rose sharply, her face filled with disbelief. Me? Blow up the gate? She raised her hands, indicating that they were empty. How can I blow it up? There are guns at the base gate. I only have an ID card. The people in the lab aren't dead. Gaoku may be a scumbag, but he possesses 2 superpowers. You want me to blow up the gate right under their noses? What's your rush? Lan Luo felt that sometimes it wasn't good for people to be too quick to speak. Before she could even say anything, Chu Dong had already rattled off a string of words, not giving her a chance to explain. Chu Dong scoffed. Sacrificing myself to blow up the gate? I can't do that. Don't put her in such a difficult position, Su Lifeng sighed. She's come a long way. We only do what we can. We can't do anything that threatens our own safety. Lan Luo said leisurely. It's not like your secret disposal of discarded experimental subjects doesn't threaten personal safety. Deceiving Gaoku into burying the experimental subjects he tortured to death is already a challenge to his authority. If he finds out, do you think Chu Dong can escape? Besides, it's not like it's really going to blow up. Lan Luo was just exaggerating. If it were really going to blow up the gate, she could do it herself. She wouldn't need Chu Dong's help. What exactly are you trying to do? Chu Dong crossed his arms, his patience almost non-existent. Lan Luo released Su Lifeng and pointed at Chu Dong. First, go back to the lab as usual and let Su Lifeng tell me what's going on inside. After I notify him, he can open the door for me from the inside. Without giving Chu Dong time to react, she turned to Su Lifeng. Second, as for you, hurry home and cook dinner. I'm hungry. Su Lifeng had no objections. She tidied her hair and clothes and prepared to leave. Passing Chu Dong, she paused. Be careful. If the risk is too high, don't do it. Lan Luo didn't stop her. Anyway, Su Lifeng was in her hands. If Chu Dong valued Su Lifeng, she would handle things well without needing reminders. If Chu Dong didn't value Su Lifeng, then no amount of persuasion would work. Chu Dong didn't nod, turning away coldly, her long hair whipping across Su Lifeng's face. Su Lifeng squinted, watching her retreating figure with a helpless expression. Let's go, Su Lifeng said to Lan Luo. Lan Luo followed a few steps behind her. You're quite receptive. Because it's healing related, Su Lifeng said. What does that have to do with healing related? Lan Luo confirmed that Su Lifeng was heading in the right direction. Su Lifeng glanced back at her, smiling faintly, because it's a healing type. Even if you're furious, you can heal quickly. Lan Luo understood. She meant she was furious. Fry it then, Lan Luo said nonchalantly. I make some fried shrimp right away. She wanted to say fried chicken, but the image of the bald-headed fried chicken from Tujin Street flashed through her mind, making her feel nauseous. She felt she might never be able to touch fried chicken again. Su Lifeng was indeed very accepting. He calmly cooked Lan Luo a meal, which she wolfed down. Only after she was full did she nod at Su Lifeng and point to her communicator. With Su Jin present, Lan Luo didn't say anything directly. Su Lifeng shook her head and handed the communicator to Lan Luo. Lan Luo took the communicator from her. In her chat with Chu Dong, there was only a message from Chu Dong said 2 minutes ago. Gaoku is very angry and injured a researcher. Now, besides me, there are only 6 people left in the base who are capable of action, not counting Gaoku's father. I don't know where he was taken. 6? Lan Luo counted on her fingers. Subtracting Yi Fei and Zhu Jianchen for remained. She only needed to kill 4 people. Lan Luo typed, open the door for me in 10 minutes. Thinking for a moment, to show her thoughtfulness, she added, I wait for you outside for 5 minutes. You have a total of 15 minutes to open the door. She put the communicator in her pocket and left Su Lifeng's house alone, leaving no further threat. Threatening Su Lifeng was only to influence Chu Dong. Now that Chu Dong was in the lab, regardless of whether she continued to threaten Su Lifeng, Chu Dong would be on edge. Her goal had been achieved. Lan Luo hid in the back hill, counting down the time for Chu Dong. 8 minutes had passed. She could enter the lab in at least 2 more minutes. Lan Luo had asked Chu Dong to open the door from the inside to avoid alerting the enemy. She realized this the moment Gaoku's father opened the door, Opening the authorization button from the inside of the base wouldn't trigger an alarm. Exiting was different. Exiting from the inside required a single card to pass, regardless of whether the authorization button was activated. This was why Lan Luo had kidnapped Yifei and left the base. She initially considered having Zhu Jianshan open the door, but he was already riddled with holes that aroused suspicion within the base. If he opened the door for her, he'd probably be blown to bits. Furthermore, she needed to determine whether Chu Dong deserved to die, and opening the door for her was part of that decision. 10 minutes passed. Lan Luo glanced at her communicator. No new messages, and the door remained closed. Just as she put down the communicator, the hidden door rumbled open, revealing a figure in the center of the room. Lan Luo stood up and met Chu Dong's gaze from inside the door. Only after receiving a nod of confirmation from Chu Dong did she emerge and rush through the main gate. The moment she entered the laboratory, the door slowly closed, almost catching her hair. Chu Dong reluctantly said, his expression tense, "I done what you asked me to do. The rest is none of my business. I have other things to do. Also, don't bother Su Lifeng anymore." "What's the situation now?" Lan Luo asked. Chu Dong looked around nervously, his fingers twitching at the hem of his clothes. "Gaoke has gathered everyone in the detention area. He's going to shoot the experimental subjects. I don't care what you do, but don't implicate me and Su Lifeng, and don't harm innocent people." Lan Luo didn't respond. She looked up. What she liked most about the Shigue city base was that it had almost no mechanical eyes. She asked, "So how did you get out?" Chu Dong revealed the gun in his pocket. "I made an excuse to get him a better gun, so I was able to sneak out." "Give me a better gun, or are you going to shoot me, Chu Dong?" A furious roar came from behind, followed by heavy footsteps in the winding corridor. Chu Dong shuddered, his eyes trembling, gripping the gun tightly. "It's all your fault. I'm finished, I'm finished." "Finish my ass?" Lan Luo snatched the gun, cocked it, aimed, and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. The bullet grazed Chu Dong's hair, hitting Gaoke precisely just before his shoes appeared at the corner, stopping him from getting closer. She had heard movement behind Chu Dong when she came in, but not knowing who it was, she hadn't alerted them. Her questioning of Chu Dong was also a way to buy time for them to show themselves. TSK, I really didn't know you grace us with your presence." Gaoke's face was half angry and half mocking, his entire face slightly distorted. He stepped over the craters in the ground, approaching Lan Luo and Chu Dong. "Why didn't you give us a heads up? If I'd known it was you, I would have opened the door wide to welcome you, ha ha ha. Look how scared our researcher Chu is, she can't even speak." Lan Luo glanced at Chu Dong. Her expression was extremely flustered, her lips trembling slightly. She had completely lost the composure she displayed when facing Yifei and Yishui. She was practically tucked in her tail between her legs, her ears practically flying off a plane. "Chu Dong!" Gaoke, whether intentionally or not, shouted loudly at Chu Dong, his voice so loud that Lan Luo's eardrums were ringing. Chu Dong swallowed hard. "Professor Gao." Gaoke smiled with satisfaction. "Really, you brought someone here without even saying hello. Do you know who's standing next to you? What if you slight them?" Lan Luo couldn't stand his pretentious, sarcastic tone any longer and retorted bluntly, "Whether she knows who I am or not is unimportant. What's important is that you definitely don't know who your father is right now." The moment the words left her lips, Gaoke's feigned politeness crumbled. His eyes widened, his nostrils twitched, his lips turned down, and he became terrifyingly gloomy. "Did you do this?" Gaoke roared, his throat like two lawnmowers. Lan Luo raised her gun. "I don't understand what you're saying." "Ha!" Gaoke pointed the gun at the muzzle, his anger palpable. "Just a rat hiding in the street, daring to run wild on your master's territory. What? You learned how good the lab is, and now you want to come back and serve the Lu family. Don't worry, I send a message to headquarters right away, and have the Lu family send someone to pick you up." Chu Dong, trembling slightly, retreated behind Lan Luo. Lan Luo raised her gun, aimed at Gaoke, and without a word, fired another shot. They stood face to face, not far apart. Lan Luo's gun was aimed at Gaoke's forehead, but Gaoke neither dodged nor flinched, his hands behind his back, completely unfazed. Whoosh! The bullet spun rapidly, striking Gaoke's head, spinning a few times in vain before falling to the ground. Gaoke's head was completely intact, with only a small red mark indicating the bullet's trajectory. He touched his forehead. "Not bad. But has anyone ever told you that guns are only effective against rats like you? And I am the perfect leader of the laboratory, the master feared by the rats. Even bullets must submit to my feet." He strode forward, his saws crushing the bullet on the ground with vicious force. I didn't know you were going to use it, Chu Dong suddenly spoke up. I gave it to him, and specifically chose the least lethal gun. Lan Luo didn't even turn her head. Should I thank you on his behalf? Chu Dong. Gaoke yelled again, I misjudged you. A rat is a rat. It never amount to anything. You should be lying in the stinking ditch feeding the fish with them. Chu Dong seemed to have a natural fear of the angry Gaoke, even though she herself was a superhuman. Even with Lan Luo standing in front of her, she still trembled as if she'd been electrocuted. Stop trembling, Lan Luo said impatiently. That would make her side look weak. If Chu Dong were sensible, she should throw in some sneak attacks while they were arguing, and use ice to cool down the flaming, delirious Gaoke. This wasn't an exaggeration. Gaoke's head really was on fire, with small flames dancing on his head. He had dual superpowers, fire and enhancement. What scared? A flame flickered at Gaoke's fingertips. You're from a lab. How can you be so ignorant? If I want, I can graft any ability onto myself. You're exaggerating, Lan Luo said expressionlessly. Actually, 2 abilities are probably your limit, old man. Lan Luo knew that grafting wasn't limitless. Finding an ability user with absolutely no rejection was extremely difficult. Being able to graft even 1 ability in a lifetime was considered lucky. Lan Luo threw down her gun, rolled up her sleeves, and drew a dagger. Let me see just how thick your skin really is. Chapter 59. Before Lan Luo finished speaking, she leaped up and charged straight at Gaoke. Gaoke stomped his foot, and flames erupted from his body, like a giant tongue licking at Lan Luo. Lan Luo didn't dodge. She passed right in front of Gaoke, who had flashed through the flames, and forcefully slashed her dagger across his neck. Overestimating yourself. Gaoke snorted, hot steam billowing from his nostrils, like the exhaust pipes of an old-fashioned car. The fine dagger clashed against skin, neither giving an inch. The veins on Lan Luo's hands bulged, and Gaoke's neck was as hard as iron. They were locked in a stalemate for a moment. Her dagger couldn't even cut through Gaoke's skin. Flames gathered around Lan Luo, her hair standing on end. Her chest and back burned unbearably, and hot sweat dripped from her forehead. Go on, Gaoke's expression was ferocious, his voice distorted. A rat dares to defy the heavens. As he spoke, his mouth opened and closed, revealing a large, disgusting tongue that wriggled like a worm. The moment he finished speaking, the flames more than doubled in size, about to engulf Lan Luo and bake her alive. Lan Luo suddenly laughed. Old man, look here. Her free left hand clenched into a fist and struck Gaoke's chin, delivering a powerful uppercut as he opened his mouth to speak. Ouch! Gaoke winced, clutching his mouth in pain. The flames on his body shrank considerably, leaving him looking listless. Lan Luo sheathed her dagger and retreated hastily, suffering from the heat. Your skin is indeed quite thick, she concluded, nodding as she looked at Gaoke, who was writhing in pain. After Lan Luo discovered that the dagger couldn't cut him, she secretly observed Gaoke's skin. All his exposed skin seemed to have hardened. Even with flames enveloping his body, he didn't feel any burning sensation. It had to be said, this was a very effective defensive combination. Hardening his skin, and then covering himself in flames made him virtually impenetrable to a normal person. However, while he was gloating and making threats, Lan Luo noticed that Gaoke's tongue hadn't hardened. It was just like a normal person's. So, she simply punched him while he was talking, letting him experience what it felt like to bite off his tongue. Lan Luo used to bite her tongue while eating, but she felt no pain, and could eat with a mouthful of blood, completely unfazed. She had once thought this was normal, until Lan Sheng bit his tongue and bled, trembling with pain, tears welling in his eyes, clutching his mouth. Seeing his parents surrounding him, examining his wound, she realized that the tongue could feel pain. The flames on Gaoke's body finally died down. A trickle of blood seeped from between his fingers as he covered his mouth. He bent over, groaning and cursing, Damn it! You stinking rat! I rip out your tongue! I send you back to the Lu family sooner or later. Is the Lu family your real father, you good dog? Lan Luo said calmly. Your own father doesn't even know where he is, yet you're in such a hurry to offer him to the Lu family. This was undoubtedly a challenge to the middle-aged man's authority and bottom line. Hearing this, Gaoke ignored the drool and blood trickling from his mouth, roared, and a huge fireball appeared. The fireball was enormous, almost filling the entire passage, pressing down on Lan Luo like a wall of fire. The base's walls, being made of metal, wouldn't burn under the heat of the fireball, but their temperature began to rise rapidly. Burn! Burn, you stinking rats! Gaoke roared from behind the fireball, each roar causing it to leap forward, seemingly intent on burning Lan Luo alive. Lan Luo felt her shoes were about to melt, her whole body burning like a crab in a steamer, but she wasn't afraid of it. Gaoku's ability was just for show, its actual lethality was minimal. As long as she gritted her teeth and quickly squeezed through the fireball, it posed no threat. Even if she accidentally got burned, her current rudimentary recovery ability was more than enough. But before Lan Luo could move, a cool sensation wafted from behind, gently covering her skin. She turned around and saw Chu Dong curled up on the ground, head buried in her knees, hands raised, palms white and raw. She wasn't entirely useless. Lan Luo moved her nimble fingers. The thin layer of frost on them wasn't just stuck to her skin, it seemed to have a mind of its own, spontaneously enveloping her with each movement, maintaining a slight distance to prevent frostbite. Lan Luo gripped her dagger tightly. The gleaming blade was instantly covered in frost, transforming into a pure white blade. In a flash of cold light, Lan Luo, covered in frost, pierced directly into the center of the approaching fireball. The frost on her body melted rapidly, droplets falling into the flames with a soft sizzling sound. When Lan Luo emerged from the fireball, her dagger was slightly reddish. The cold light had vanished, replaced by a scorching hot blade. Gaoku's cloudy eyes widened in panic. He couldn't see Lan Luo and Chu Dong's movements from behind the fireball. He only noticed them after Lan Luo rushed in front of him, so he quickly puffed out his cheeks, trying to spit out another fireball. Gaoku's mouth gaped open as he took a deep breath. Lan Luo could even see half of his severed tongue inside, and a small flame gradually igniting in his throat. She didn't give Gaoku a chance to spit out the fireball. The scorching blade plunged fiercely into his open mouth, her left hand gripping his sparse hair, her knee pressing against his chest and abdomen, and she twisted the dagger forcefully. Thud, a piece of bright red tongue fell to the ground, bounced a few times on the hot metal floor, and then went still. Gaoku still had the dagger in his mouth, his veins bulging with pain, and a pitiful howl escaped his throat, but without a tongue, no one could understand what he was saying. So your filthy mouth can shut up too. Lan Luo pushed the dagger deeper, twisting it forcefully, and blood immediately flowed down the blade. Actually, this kind of arrogant, self-righteous, feudal old fogey is the easiest to deal with. He has nothing but a never-ending rotten mouth. Just pull out his tongue, and he'd be unable to boast anymore. You know what Lan Luo said, your ability is really bad, extremely bad. Even the gatekeeper at the Weicheng base is better than you. In fact, Gaoku's hardening ability isn't weak, it can withstand most damage. But he always talks nonsense, deliberately exposing the only part of his body that can't be hardened, letting her stab him. Perhaps this is a common flaw in some men, a chattering idiot, whose every word is a weakness. How did someone like you become a person in charge? Lan Luo pulled out a dagger, covered in blood, saliva, and even a small piece of flesh, disgusting. She gripped the hilt with disgust, kicked Gaoku aside, and walked up to Chu Dong. She threw the dagger in front of Chu Dong. Clean it up for me. This dagger was very useful, Lan Luo was used to it, and didn't plan to replace it for the time being, but she couldn't bear to touch it so dirty. It was better to let Chu Dong handle it. Anyway, she seemed completely terrified earlier, and couldn't see how Lan Luo had gotten the knife into such a state. Even if she touched her hand covered in saliva, she wouldn't know what happened. Chu Dong indeed looked bewildered, grabbing the filthy dagger without hesitation. He was startled by the blood on it, and came to his senses. Ah! What happened? Gaoku. He's not dead. Lan Luo turned to the side, revealing Gaoku slumped on the ground behind her. Gaoku's mouth was slightly open, filled with blood, his teeth stained red. He struggled to turn his head to look at Lan Luo, clutching his throat and mumbling, the Lu family won't let. I report this. You wait to die. He paused to catch his breath after every few words, but even in his weak state, he couldn't shake his arrogant and threatening habit. Lan Luo kicked him in the head a few times, completely disregarding Gaoku. Get lost, you old bastard. If he wanted to report it, he would have done so secretly long ago. Why would he only use it to threaten her now? Lan Luo searched his body and found his communicator. Gaoku didn't even have Lu Guan's contact information. He could only contact Zhang Lai. Their last contact was Zhang Lai unilaterally informing Gaoku that Zhu Jianshan was being sent over, and that he should prepare to receive him. Lan Luo stomped on the communicator, smashing it. That arrogant jerk Gaoku hadn't reported it at all. Chu Dong, holding the dagger, had been staring blankly at her until this moment, finally snapping out of it, and trembling as he wiped the dagger with his sleeve. Lan Luo couldn't stand it anymore, and kindly reminded her, you could actually use your superpower. Ice and water are interconnected, right? If all else fails, there are restrooms at the base. Lan Luo had noticed this when Chu Dong ambushed her with ice arrows. She seemed to have never really mastered using her superpowers, only using them as a tool for appearances. Superpowers. Chu Dong caught the key word and licked her lips. I just used my superpower to dodge Gaoku's fireball. Lan Luo didn't know. She was busy cutting her tongue and hadn't had time to look back at Chu Dong demonstrating her power. Pretty impressive, she casually replied, but in her mind, she was pondering a question she'd been thinking about ever since entering the lab. Why was it that only Gaoku appeared before them from beginning to end? Where were the other researchers? Zhu Jianchen? Yi Fei? Chu Dong, still immersed in the moment, tilted her head back and said, "This is the first time I used my ability on him, the first time I dodged Gaoku's attack." Lan Luo didn't find it strange. It's normal. When you don't have power, you have to tuck your tail between your legs and act subservient to make a living. I used to do that too. No, Chu Dong knelt on the ground. No, I awakened my ability before I entered the lab. That day he came out to conscript men, I could have used my ability to escape like today, but I didn't dare. If I had used my ability back then, wouldn't things have been different? I wouldn't have had to stay in the lab all this time, right? Chu Dong touched the scar on her face, her eyebrows furrowing into a V shape. Lan Luo couldn't bear to watch her touch her face with hands covered in blood and saliva. She slapped Chu Dong's hand off her face with 2 fingers. Wake up. How do you know you could have beaten him back then? If he discovered you had superpowers, you'd only be on the operating table faster, and then Su Lifeng would be collecting your corpse. If it were Lan Luo, she would also assess the situation first. If she couldn't win, she wouldn't fight, she'd play it safe for now. Mentioning Su Lifeng, Chu Dong's eyes cleared noticeably. No, if that were the case, I wouldn't let her know I was in the lab. Alright, Lan Luo said impatiently, you can give her your victory speech later. What I need you to tell me now is, why was Gaoku the only one here from beginning to end? Chu Dong followed Lan Luo's finger to the half-dead Gaoku, instinctively avoiding his eyes. He's probably locked in the conference room. He often does this. If he doesn't get a satisfactory answer, he lock everyone up and starve them until he's satisfied. Quite unique. Lan Luo thought Gaoku's emperor-like tendencies were a bit too strong, and kicked him again. She grabbed Gaoku by the collar with one hand, and pulled Chu Dong up from the ground with the other, looking like she was bringing local specialties to visit relatives. Lead the way, let's go see the researchers. Then discuss who to kill. Chapter 60. Chu Dong led the way, repeatedly using his special ability on the dagger. Layers of frost coated the dagger, then fell off, repeating this several times until the dagger gleamed again. Lan Luo stood at the conference room door, gesturing for Chu Dong to open it. Chu Dong shook his head. I don't know the password either. Only Gaoku knows the password to the conference room. Lan Luo looked down at Gaoku, who lay slumped at her feet, grabbed his hair, and lifted him up. Open the door. Gaoku mumbled something, his eyes filled with resentment. Lan Luo didn't need to hear it to know he was cursing her. Without thinking, she slapped him across the face. Open the door. Don't make me say it a third time. Gaoku winced in pain, shakily fiddling with the door panel with his fingers. Then the lock beeped softly, opening a crack. Lan Luo tossed Gaoku against the door like trash, using his body to slam the door open, then swaggered over Gaoku and walked inside. Gaoku let out a weak groan, pale red blood trickling from his mouth, wetting his collar and making him look particularly disheveled. Contrary to expectations, the atmosphere in the conference room wasn't heavy. The researchers each found a corner to sit in. Zhu Jianchen was sleeping, Yi Fei was tapping on his communicator, and the remaining 3 unfamiliar researchers were casually dozing off with their legs crossed. When Lan Luo burst through the door, the 3 researchers initially looked at her, their expressions gradually becoming blank. Then, they looked at Gaoku on the floor, and then at Chu Dong behind Lan Luo, their expressions growing increasingly serious. Chu Dong. What's going on? One of the older male researchers asked Chu Dong sternly. Chu Dong's voice trembled slightly, but she still tried her best to maintain her usual persona. As you can see, Gaoku has been defeated. Don't try to intimidate him. You're very bold. Yi Fei was still tapping on his communicator, not sparing them a glance. Be careful not to capsize, Lan Luo. It's okay, she can definitely swim. Zhu Jianchen, chin in hand, eyes not fully open, sat casually at the long table watching Lan Luo, appearing remarkably relaxed in front of the other 3 researchers, who were on high alert. Lan Luo ignored Yi Fei and Zhu Jianchen, turning to Chu Dong and asking, is everyone in the lab bad except you? Chu Dong paused slightly, nodding and then shaking her head. They're all pretty callous, but not all of them. Yi Fei may be arrogant, but he doesn't bully the weak. As for that other guy, I don't know him well, but he's always late, leaves early, and doesn't do any work. Lan Luo raised her hand, indicating she didn't need to continue. She knew Yi Fei and Zhu Jianshan's personalities better than Chu Dong did. She took her dagger back from Chu Dong and walked silently to the male researcher who had just spoken. How long have you been in the lab? 2, almost 20 years. The man took a half step back in response to Lan Luo, then his expression turned impatient. What exactly do you want? Even though Gaoku is gone, I still have the responsibility and obligation to ensure the survival of the lab. Neither life nor survival, Lan Luo said swiftly and decisively, death and extinction are enough. Before the man could even retaliate, he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his neck, staining the ceiling crimson. With a rip, 2 researchers who had been sitting and watching the commotion couldn't stay seated any longer and stood up, ready to run out the door. Yi Fei finally put down his communicator, leaning back to watch the chaotic scene unfold in the conference room. Gaoku lay on the floor whimpering. The male researcher who had just been killed clutched his neck and thrashed about, and 2 researchers, seemingly on high alert, were about to escape through the door. Zhu Jianshan, who had somehow regained consciousness, suddenly appeared at the door and kicked it shut, trapping the 2 fleeing researchers inside. Come on, I hold them off. He waved to Lan Luo, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Anyone who didn't know better would think he and Lan Luo were colleagues. Yi Fei sneered, said nothing, stood up, and walked to the furthest point from them. Chu Dong looked left and right, finally following Yi Fei's lead, and they huddled together in a corner of the conference room, back to back, sitting on opposite sides, ignoring each other, but neither of them stopped Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan. Zhu Jianshan. The researcher panicked, trying to turn the doorknob, but couldn't budge it. Don't forget you're a researcher too. If she wants to make a move, no one can escape. Zhu Jianshan pulled up a chair, and sat down beside her like a doorman. Stop flattering yourself. You think you're worthy of being compared to me? He relaxed, facing away from the 2 researchers at the door, but directly towards Lan Luo. Right? Zhu Jianshan's mind was always a bit off. Lan Luo even felt that even if he were on her kill list today, he would still be as unruly as he was now. Don't listen to him. The researcher turned his back to the door, pointing at Zhu Jianshan. He's not just a researcher, he's also the illegitimate son of the Lu family. If you want revenge, he's much more suitable than me. He's a member of the Lu family. Kill members of the Lu family. I'm just an employee. Yes, Gaoku forced me to work here. Yes, he forced me. It's all his fault. The researcher finished speaking, his fist suddenly swelling several times its normal size, raised high above his head, ready to smash it down on Gaoku. Lan Luo grabbed a stool and smashed it against the researcher, the broken wood digging deep into his flesh. At the same time, she kicked Gaoku away, preventing him from being killed by her fist. She still had use for Gaoku. Killing him like this would be too easy for him. Zhu Jianshan stood up and, imitating Lan Luo, slammed the stool over the researcher's head, eliciting a painful and furious howl from him. The researcher's eyes turned bloodshot. He turned to punch Zhu Jianshan, but another researcher who had been hiding and trying to minimize his presence quickly crawled away on the ground. Zhu Jianshan's pupils dilated slightly, and he said in a puzzled tone, "That's not fair. You hit him too. Why are you only targeting me? Are you bullying the weak and fearing the strong?" His tone was irritating, but his expression showed little surprise. He dodged the hammer-like fists and circled the long table, pacing the researcher as easily as walking a dog. "You're too flashy." Lan Luo couldn't stand it anymore, throwing a knife into the researcher's neck. "He's so slow, even the old man could come and be unharmed." The researcher's fist instantly retracted to normal size. He clutched his wound and pulled out the dagger, but before he could even touch his wound, Lan Luo leaped over from the table, plunged her fingers into his wound, and ripped it open. The researcher's heart-wrenching scream rang out. Lan Luo withdrew her hand, expressionless as she watched his head dangle halfway off his shoulder. Lan Luo kicked him, and he collapsed to the ground like a noodle, lifeless. There was one left. She glanced at the last researcher, tears and snot streaming down his face, but out of the corner of her eye, she saw Zhu Jianshan grimacing and staring at her fingers with a subtle look of disgust. Lan Luo raised her hand. Her hand was oily and covered in blood, blood seeping from under her nails. It did look somewhat disgusting. But she only allowed herself to be disgusted with herself, so she smiled slightly, walked up to Zhu Jianshan, deliberately raised her hand and waved it, then smeared the blood on Zhu Jianshan's face twice, once with the palm and once with the back of her hand. "You're welcome." She gave a fake smile, then walked past Zhu Jianshan, step by step towards the researcher, who had no way to avoid her. With each step, he trembled. Yi Fei and Chu Dong were watching her from a distance. The former's gaze was flat and blank, while the latter's eyes held a mixture of relief and pity, so he simply turned his head away, pretending not to see her. After Lan Luo touched his face twice, Zhu Jianshan froze, his back to her and the others, wiping his face haphazardly. Perhaps genuinely disgusted, he rubbed his face with tremendous force, the rough cloth turning his skin bright red. However, while he rubbed his face, his ears turned red. Lan Luo wiped her hands on the hem of her clothes, cleaning the remaining blood, then stepped on the researcher, who was twitching like a spring. You're not going to resist? The man on the ground trembled twice, begging for mercy with snot and tears streaming down his face. I dare not. I just randomly picked a class. I don't know anything. Gaoke locks me in the conference room every few days. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Can you give me something to eat? I eat my fill before I go, okay? Lan Luo grabbed his hair from behind, observing him. He was genuinely crying, not faking it. She lowered her foot from his back, expressionless, and said, Really? That's so pitiful. The researcher, snot dripping from his nose, quickly nodded, I don't know. Lan Luo nodded, turning her back to the researcher and reaching out to Zhu Jianshan, give him something to eat. Huh? Zhu Jianshan's ears were still red. He looked her up and down several times, as if he didn't recognize her, his expression complicated. I didn't. As he spoke, the researcher behind Lan Luo suddenly stood up from the ground, holding a sharp iron object, the tip about to pierce Lan Luo's back. Zhu Jianshan's face immediately changed. Forgetting his teasing, he rushed forward to grab her arm and pull her towards him. Just then, Lan Luo made her move. Her expression remained unchanged, and without even turning her head, she grabbed the researcher's wrist with one hand and twisted it forcefully. A pig-like scream rang out, and amidst the cacophony, Lan Luo looked blankly at Zhu Jianshan. What happened? Zhu Jianshan was still in the position of trying to pull her away, his fingers stuck in midair, unsure whether to go in or back. His fingertips twitched awkwardly, and he whispered, I thought you hadn't noticed. It's not that bad. Lan Luo turned around, gripping the researcher's broken wrist, and threw him over her shoulder. The researcher was thrown next to 2 other corpses, groaning silently. Lan Luo picked up his metal weapon, plunged it into his own chest, and then spun him around deeply. Keep your own things safe. She deliberately exposed her back to the researcher. Lan Luo knew he was bound to be dishonest, but she didn't want to harm him before he revealed his true nature. Because her goal wasn't to massacre the lab or wipe out the researchers, she simply wanted Jean Fei to rest in peace, so she would act only after they revealed their true colors. Lan Luo regained her composure, wiped her dagger clean, and walked to the door, kicking the conference room door. Open the door. Zhu Jianshan darted to her, boasting, Actually, I just secretly planted a hook. They were too guilty to notice. He removed the hook, and the door opened easily. Lan Luo watched him unabashedly put the hook back into his spatial storage right in front of her, asking curiously, How big is your spatial storage? About the same size, bigger than the conference room. Zhu Jianshan went out first, holding the door open for Lan Luo. Just as Lan Luo was about to take a step, Chu Dong's weak voice came through. Where are you all going, acting so nonchalantly? Have you forgotten there's still someone else? Lan Luo pointed to Gaoke, who was pretending to be dead on the ground. Take him with you. We're going to the experimental subject detention area. Huh? Why not just kill him? I don't want to take him. I'm afraid of him. Chu Dong waved his hands repeatedly. Without a word, Zhu Jianshan grabbed Gaoke by the back of his collar, walked proudly to the front, and could set off immediately at Lan Luo's command. Lan Luo was very satisfied, a slight smile playing on her lips. I'm going to play He Shui's little game. She was already quite impatient.